That's right. It's time once again to activate the famed Anomatron 6000, our patented machine that definitely wasn't developed in affiliation with Dr. Wondertainment. We swear. After recalibrating, rebooting, and hitting restart, our infamous specialized supercomputer is ready to bring you all manner of improbable scenarios. We'll simulate encounters between the SCP Foundation's various anomalies and any other character from any other universe you could possibly imagine. Here's a question for you. What do you think would happen if SCP-096, the notorious Shy Guy, ran afoul of someone he couldn't just kill for daring to look at it? What if the Scourge of the Underworld, Battler of Demons, and the Devil himself set his sights on SCP-096? Well, we're about to hit the button and discover the outcome of SCP-096 versus the dreaded Doomslayer. So, you've heard the old philosophical debate about a tree falling down in the woods, and whether or not nobody being around to hear it brings into question if it actually happened at all, right? Well, let's reframe that one a little. If an interdimensional rip in the very fabric of the time-space continuum opens up in an SCP Foundation secure facility and nobody is around to witness it, does a 6-foot-tall, 360-pound hulking killing machine still emerge to slaughter everything in his path? It turns out, yes, he definitely does. Horrified screams and the loud bang of shotgun blasts rang out through the hallway as Foundation researchers ran for their lives. The Doom Marine had just been unceremoniously dropped out of a portal into a strange and unfamiliar environment. Mere minutes earlier, he had been awakened inside a sarcophagus within a facility on Mars in the year 2148. Unfortunately, Doom Guy hadn't had the best start to his day, given that the base he'd woken up in was being overrun by the forces of hell itself, thanks to a rogue scientist opening up portals to the underworld and allowing all manner of demonic abominations to come pouring through. So naturally, when another portal brought the armor-clad Demon Slayer to a site run by the SCP Foundation, the intensity of battle had led to the Doomslayer believing that the unsuspecting staff were actually all demons in disguise. And to him, the only good demon is one he got to send back to hell in the most brutal fashion imaginable. He wasn't going to stop until he'd torn through wave after wave of Foundation personnel, thinking perhaps if he killed enough, he'd be returned to his previous locale for more demon killing. As the Foundation dispatched its security forces and mobile task forces to take down the unstoppable force of carnage decked out in head-to-toe green armor, it seemed nothing they could throw at the Doom Marine was enough to take him down. A hail of bullets rained down on him from the MTF's weapons, ricocheting ineffectually off his protective plating as he continued his assault, remaining tireless thanks to his immense physical conditioning. The SCP Foundation tried and failed to contain Doom Guy. They assumed him to either be a new, undocumented anomaly or a violent and unhinged maniac from the Church of the Broken God, given his armor resembling cybernetic augmentations and machine parts grafted to his body, along with his arsenal of advanced weaponry. But there were no enhancements, no augmentations made to the Doomslayer. He may have once been mortal, but centuries of killing demons had allowed him to transcend ordinary human physiology. He did not tire, never lost strength, never needed to eat or drink, and was near enough immortal. Yet among all the chaos that was unfurling, a solitary researcher had just managed to slip out of the Doomslayer's reach. He ran as fast and far as he was physically able. The mobile task force troops were getting eviscerated, and the Slayer could easily tear through the whole Foundation. Then, fleeing for his life, the researcher had an idea, either a stroke of genius or total idiocy, and a risky move either way. He would send an anomaly on the Doomslayer. He turned to the nearest containment cell, a windowless room with a heavy locked door. Hurriedly inputting his security clearance code, the researcher heaved the door open and covered his eyes with his arm. It wouldn't have been his first choice of SCP to send into battle. SCP-096's cell was the closest. Lumbering out of its containment chamber on its misshapen, elongated legs, SCP-096 scanned the area. Alarms were blaring. It was loud and frightening to the timid, albeit terrifying creature. It reached up to cover its ears in bewilderment. Not that the researcher who had freed it could see what it was doing. For one, his eyes were still covered, and for another, he was already dead, thanks to the Doomslayer barging shoulder first through a nearby wall and raining debris onto the nearby researcher. Beneath the visor of his helmet, the Marine breathed heavily, panting but not tiring, as he looked at the pale, skinny creature in the corridor before him. It was clutching the sides of its head, its huge jaw hung open. As far as the Slayer knew, he was making progress. His attack was working. He'd killed enough of these demonic imposters that they were starting to reveal their true forms. Although in all his years of bloodshed and being a scourge to the denizens of hell, he hadn't quite ever seen a demon that looked like the Shy Guy. Not that it mattered to Doomguy. Before long, it'd be dead like all the rest. The towering, stick-thin creature turned to face the armor-adorned warrior and shrieked, immediately overcome with anguish, having a full-blown breakdown as it often did whenever someone looked at it. As the demon killer stomped down the corridor towards it, the Doomblade, a long, sleek, razor-sharp edge extended from the Slayer's gauntlet where it was mounted on his wrist. He reached down and yanked the ripcord on his chainsaw too. He was long overdue for a glory kill. But before he could strike at SCP-096, the Shy Guy moved with impossible speed, faster than even the Doom Marine himself. It zipped behind the encroaching Marine, moving quicker than he could perceive. 1 second SCP-096 was crying and wailing in front of him, then not even a full second later, the creature was towering over Doomguy from behind. SCP-096 gripped the Doomblade and snapped it with ease, like breaking a twig before reaching its other long arm down and pulling the chainsaw from Doomguy's hand. The motorized blade was still running as it clattered to the ground, cutting a hole through the floor and falling down into the lower level of the facility. Enraged, as he very often was, the Doomslayer reached both arms back behind his head and gripped the elongated torso of SCP-096. The virtually immortal killing machine hurled the creature over his head with ease, thanks of course to his immense strength. Doomguy could lift objects far heavier than most ordinary humans, and carry heavy weapons without tiring. He had even grappled hand-to-hand with demons. Throwing the Shy Guy down the corridor like hurling a basketball was no trouble for the spacefaring slaughterer of Satan's spawn. Screaming and howling in pain, SCP-096 crashed to the ground at the far end of the corridor, tumbling over itself thanks to its long limbs before landing in a confused heap. As the Shy Guy reoriented itself, struggling back onto its feet and standing up at its full height, it was instantly knocked back down as the force of something struck it. Bearing down on SCP-096, the Doom Machine charged, his signature double-barreled sawed-off shotgun drawn. It was hardly leaving a scratch on SCP-096's pale skin, despite the moderate amount of damage the weapon was capable of. 2 shots would ring out, reeling the creature but not harming it. Then, by the time SCP-096 managed to recover from the blast, the Slayer had finished reloading in time to open fire yet again, even as the Doomslayer raced nearer, closing the distance between him and what he thought to be another demon for him to kill. The shotgun seemed to have little effect against the Shy Guy at close range. Stowing the weapon, Doomguy put all of his focus and energy into his charge, heavy boots stomping against the ground as he raced towards the Shy Guy, still stunned by the latest shotgun blast. Before the creature could steady itself, this time it was struck by another force, a heavy object barreling towards it. The Doomslayer shoulder barged SCP-096, sending the pair of them crashing through the nearest wall. They burst into a neighboring room, with the Doomslayer keeping a single-armed grip around the Shy Guy, while repeatedly delivering vicious punches to its gut with his other hand, not once relenting. SCP-096 screeched in pain, clawing at the Slayer, but unable to tear through his impenetrable armor. As they crashed through yet another wall, SCP-096 did something it rarely ever did. In fact, maybe something it had never ever done before. It ran away from someone that had looked at it. While the creature was deeply insecure and so self-conscious that it would kill anyone who saw so much as a photograph of it didn't often feel afraid. But the Doomslayer, this muscle-bound killing machine that had brutally butchered actual demons, was so imposing, so threatening, and so effective at dispensing painful punishment that he scared the fight out of SCP-096. Sobbing with terror, the creature zipped away using its anomalous speed, trying desperately to put as much distance between it and the Doom Marine as it possibly could. But therein lay the problem. No sooner had SCP-096 gotten away from the scourge of hell than the creature immediately felt the familiar pull. Whether it was an inescapable compulsion to kill everyone who looked at it, or the fact of the Shy Guy's biology, it could only distance itself from the Slayer for a few seconds before it reappeared next to him. From the Doom Guy's perspective, it seemed like the creature was intentionally disappearing and reappearing, using its teleportation-like speed to evade a volley of his attacks. SCP-096 came at him again, stuck in a loop of trying to attack the Doomslayer for looking at it, to immediately regretting that course of action and fleeing in fear of its hulking, heavy weapon-toting target. Doom Guy drew every weapon he had in his arsenal, launching a barrage of high-explosive ordnance from his rocket launcher to try and kill SCP-096. The resulting damage practically reduced an entire wing of the Foundation site to rubble, but still couldn't kill the Slayer's opponent. Meanwhile, in the moments that the Shy Guy temporarily forgot his own fear for the Doom Guy, it managed to rush towards him, swiping the Marine's various technologically advanced armaments out of his hands, before instantly remembering why he was so scared of the green armored force of destruction and dashing away. Doom Guy's supply of weapons had all but depleted. Neither he nor SCP-096 were getting tired out by their constant back and forth. They were locked in a stalemate, until the Shy Guy tried to get back to its cell. Zipping away once again, it cowered in the corner, reaching for an old worn-out paper bag that had slipped over its head. It sat down, trembling, rocking back and forth in a fetal position. The Shy Guy was terrified. An overwhelming, debilitating fear gripped it. Fear that became pure dread as the sound of heavy boots began to stomp closer and closer. Kicking the steel door off its hinges, the Doomslayer walked into SCP-096's cell, carrying something huge in his hands. It was one of the most devastating weapons Doom Guy had at his disposal, capable of unleashing untold destruction, the BFG 9000. Without remorse, not caring that the creature seemed to have retreated and was cowering away from him, the Slayer raised the powerful weapon and fired an enormous ball of green energy. The blast engulfed the entire room, tendrils snaking out from the energy projectile, causing additional damage to the surrounding area, until there was nothing left of SCP-096. Man, it's even better on the 15th read. Oh, hello, I didn't see you there, dear viewers of SCP Explained. I'm on break between supervising SCP-682 termination attempts and inspecting the mops we use on SCP-173's leavings, so I decided to do what all the cool people are doing in their spare time right now: rereading Chainsaw Man, the hit manga by Japanese author and artist Tatsuki Fujimoto. For the uninitiated, it's the story of Denji, a poor young man from Japan who makes his living hunting devils, dangerous creatures that are embodiments of mankind's greatest fears. But when that living leads to him dying at the hands of a gang of zombie yakuza, believe me, it makes sense in context. He bonds with the legendary Chainsaw Devil and is reborn as Chainsaw Man, an unconventional superhero who chainsaws first and asks questions later. Naturally, I was eager to see how one of our own bloodthirsty killers would fare against Denji's chainsaws of fury, so I selected the most violent, battle-hardened, and carnage-hungry anomaly out there, SCP-076-2, the immortal warrior known as Abel. The two of them have a surprising amount of things in common. Both are effectively immortal and can revive after sustaining massive physical injuries. Both absolutely love to fight with their array of deadly weapons and anomalous strength. Both have been part of experimental operations groups, with Denji being a member of Japan's Public Safety Devil Hunters Division 4, and Abel being an ex-member of the SCP Foundation's disastrous Pandora's Box Mobile Task Force, most of which he later massacred out of boredom. You can probably see why these two really did feel like the perfect matchup. So after forcing the trusty Anomatron 6000 to read every currently available volume of Chainsaw Man and compute years of Abel's gruesome battle data, I've set up the perfect simulation for your viewing pleasure. And hey, fellow fans of the manga, isn't it horrifying that even we beat MAPPA to the punch of animating this thing? Ah, God, that joke will age poorly if that anime comes out before this. Anyway, let's crank this machine into action and let her rip. Japan, 1997. Everything is roasting in the July heat. Men in black, Harrison Ford's Air Force One and Air Bud are hitting theaters for the first time. Everything is right with the world. That's why over in the headquarters of the Public Safety Devil Hunting Department, Denji, our chainsaw-loving hero, is being praised by his kind boss and mentor figure, Makima, a lovable, supportive woman who will never do anything wrong. She even loves dogs. How could a person who loves dogs ever be evil? That very morning, Denji and his Chainsaw Man form managed to defeat the accidentally making a mistake on your tax forms and now you're going to prison devil, who had been terrorizing downtown Tokyo. It was a challenging battle, but in the end, he'd managed to turn the tables and defeat the creature by setting it on fire. Needless to say, Makima was extremely pleased with Denji's work here, but now she had considerably more graver news to impart. She'd gotten word from an envoy of another organization that hunts down dangerous and anomalous creatures, the SCP Foundation, that an extremely lethal entity had breached their containment and was now somewhere in Japan. The entity in question was not a devil, and thereby would be working on a different rule set. Makima opened a file faxed to her by the Foundation. Yes, remember, this is set in 1997, and gave Denji the crucial lowdown. Several hours ago, the entity known as Abel had resurrected from his huge black sarcophagus in the underwater chamber of the classified facility Containment Area 25B. After waking up, Abel had slaughtered his way through the entire base, killing every SCP Foundation operative in his path, and then swimming out into the Pacific Ocean. Sometime after that, he infiltrated a Japanese cargo ship and murdered all the workers on board before steering the ship back towards the land of the rising sun, where he hoped to claim even more victims. Makima told Denji that it would fall to him and his associates to stop this Abel, with a little help from the SCP Foundation's intelligence. But be warned, Abel is an incredible combatant with extreme physical strength and durability, as well as surprising tactical intelligence. It wouldn't be an easy fight, but Makima promised that if Denji won, she'd hug him and go to a nearby karaoke bar with him. Denji replied, "Consider him dead already, Miss Makima." Meanwhile, Abel was walking through the slums of Tokyo, marveling at the neon signs for bars and clubs. His journey to Japan hadn't been an accident. Abel had been to Japan once before, in the year 1605. He'd faced the legendary Japanese philosopher and swordsman Miyato Musashi, considered by many to be one of the greatest warriors in human history. Abel had dueled Musashi, who famously wielded two katanas at once, in the hills of the Harima province, where after a tense battle, Musashi cut him down. Abel would not resurrect again during Musashi's lifetime, but the battle gave him a deep and abiding respect for the legendary warrior. Abel knew that if the opportunity ever rose again, he would return to Japan in hopes of experiencing such a brilliant battle yet again. But the industrial and technological boom had changed so much. It was no longer the quiet and pastoral Japan he'd experienced, but a booming epicenter of trade and commerce. He found it all strange and perplexing. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a group of Japanese street thugs, many of them wielding switchblades. They laughed at his strange outfit, which to them looked like an old, worn bedsheet. One of the smarter members of the group had already decided to go home when the others made up their mind to mug Abel. The warrior's extensive tattoos made him look like a Middle Eastern Yakuza Don. The rest, however, were happy to take their chances with him. "Empty your pockets if that goofy toga even has pockets," the leader said, holding up his switchblade, "unless you want to get cut." Abel just smirked and drew a pair of long, obsidian daggers. In the following moment, the alley was filled with screams, then was silent yet again. Abel walked on, breathing a sigh of disappointment at how incredibly mediocre this first fight had been, his blades dripping with fresh blood. Musashi is rolling in his grave, Abel thought to himself. Meanwhile, across town, Denji and the rest of Division 4 were mobilizing. It was him, the serious sword-wielding Aki, and the adorable, pathologically lying blood fiend, Power. They'd been told over the phone by a man named Dr. Bright that Abel would be relatively easy to track down. He's not known for his subtlety. All you need to do is follow the trail of carnage he causes wherever he goes. From the way he talks about him, it seems almost as though Dr. Bright bears a personal grudge against Abel. How strange. Power didn't seem intimidated. She proudly proclaimed,
I don't think this battle will be difficult at all. In fact, I've faced this Abel before and defeated him handily.
Aki sighed and asked, "When did this happen?"
Last Tuesday, of course.
She replied. Power had only heard about Abel this morning, but Denji and Aki had learned better than to dispute her at this point. Suddenly, a large television screen that had been previously relaying an ad for a cutting-edge stereo system cut to an emergency news report. There had been a horrific incident in downtown Tokyo, where a bar had been attacked and most of its patrons murdered by a deranged tattooed man carrying a pair of huge swords. Aki immediately recognized this place. The bar was Yakuza-owned. If this Abel was on the hunt for worthy opponents, it makes all the sense in the world that Japan's iconic crime syndicates would be his first target. Denji, Aki, and Power knew exactly where they needed to go. Over at the bar, Abel was having a whale of a time. Innocent patrons were running and screaming, while the Yakuza engaged in an all-out war with a terrifying, inhuman warrior. Several of them had already been cut down. 2 Yakuza soldiers behind the bar were reloading illegal Uzis and preparing to return fire. Both were sweating, terrified by the sudden, random attack. When they'd shot him before, he'd managed to dodge most of the bullets and expertly blocked the rest with his swords. Who the hell had sent this monster? Was he with the Triads, the Russian mob, or some devil summoned by the Japanese government to crack down on them? Whatever the case, he seemed almost impossible to kill. The 2 men stood back up and opened fire. Abel held his 2 swords and spun like a propeller, blocking all the bullets almost effortlessly. He then produced another dagger, seemingly from thin air, and threw it directly into the heart of one of the 2 remaining Yakuza behind the bar. He dropped to the ground dead instantly, leaving only his friend alive in a bar full of corpses. That's when Abel noticed a decorative katana behind the bar. He smiled and ordered the surviving Yakuza soldier to pick up the sword and give him a real fight. The hapless mobster realized in that moment that this guy was truly crazy, whoever he was. But what choice did he have now? With terror in his heart, the last surviving Yakuza grabbed the katana and unsheathed it. "Good," Abel said, his voice deep and menacing. "Now, come fight me. Let's see if you last a few seconds longer than your worthless friends, shall we?" He did not. The second the Yakuza ran towards Abel, and the ancient swordsman swiped at him with one of his blades, cutting through the katana and the opponent holding it. A puny gangster never stood a chance against a deadly immortal warrior, and Abel was furious. The last time he was here, he faced a truly expert killer, who even managed to end Abel's life in a single combat. And now he was slaying insects in a karaoke bar. Pathetic. Suddenly, his ears pricked up. He turned to see a red axe flying at his head at incredible speeds. With his superhuman reflexes, he managed to dodge just in time, but the axe still cleaved off a chunk of his hair as it passed. Abel could see the one who threw it standing at the entrance to the bar. It was the blood fiend, Power, who'd made the axe out of her own blood. Standing next to her were Denji and Aki, Denji wielding an axe and Aki stoically observing. "Damn, Miss Mikima promised we do karaoke at this bar if I beat you," Denji said. "You're going down for this." Abel smiled and pulled out another pair of blades. "Finally," he roared. "Warriors who fight the old-fashioned way. I feared the years had stolen you all from me." Power stepped forward, producing another blood axe from nowhere. She yelled,
"Tremble in fear, Abel. 'Tis I, your arch-nemesis, the mighty Power!"
Abel had literally never seen her before in his thousands of years of life, but he appreciated that these warriors were at least able to match his level of drama. As far as he was concerned, the fight was on. But even Abel didn't know the level of fighting he was getting in for here. As he charged forward, the trio split, immediately surrounding him. Good tactics, Abel thought to himself. Already, this was promising. Aki, who had remained quiet up to this point, attacked first. He drew a tatano knife from his suit jacket and slashed at Abel with impressive speed. But unlike 3 of the other combatants in this situation, Aki was only human, which gave him a serious disadvantage. Abel decided it would be best to put him out of commission first. With a quick and brutal kick to the chest, Aki was thrown against the wall with the majority of his ribs broken. Revved up by his own bloodlust, Abel turned to Denji in Power and grinned like a maniac. This was already the most fun he'd had in a long time. Who are these people? Doesn't matter, he thought. They'll be dead soon anyway. While Abel was still locked in thought, Power pulled out a comically large hammer made out of her own blood and brought it down towards Abel. He was surprised by the sudden attack. Did this girl have the same weapon-producing powers as him? This just keeps getting more interesting.
"'Tis the end, Abel!"
Power screamed as the hammer came down.
"You have once again been defeated by the mighty Power!"
Again, just to clarify, these two had never met each other. But it was already too late. Abel punched upwards, his clenched fist colliding with the hammer. He hit it with such terrifying force that Power's blood hammer shattered against his knuckles. In that same instant, Abel noticed Denji running at him with an axe from behind. Abel produced another obsidian dagger and threw it into Denji's forehead, dropping him to the ground immediately. Pathetic. Power tried to produce another weapon, but she used up too much blood already. Before she had a chance to make anything substantial, Abel sprung forwards with terrifying speed, trying to land a killing blow. But even weakened, Power was freakishly fast. She was able to dodge his blow and kick him in the ribs, momentarily stunning him. Of course, she took the time to gloat, putting her hands on her hips and laughing victoriously.
"Need a second to catch your breath, Abel? It is to be expected. None can keep up with me,"
she grandiosely announced.
"Perhaps you should just give up and agree to become my servant. I might even teach you a thing or two about fighting."
Suddenly, Abel was standing right in front of her, squeezing her throat with his iron grip. He smiled, flashing teeth, and said, "If you want to kill, kill. Don't talk." With a surprisingly minimal amount of strength, he squeezed and heard a crunch from Power's neck. He dropped her limp body to the ground. Lucky for Power, Abel wasn't aware that a fiend like Power can survive an injury like this as long as she's fed some more blood. Instead, he just sighed in disappointment.
"Is that all you weaklings have to offer?"
he bellowed. Aki, barely conscious after being kicked against the wall, remained just conscious enough to activate his contract with a powerful beast known as the Fox Devil. He twists his hands into a strange gesture and whispers the word, "Come," before falling unconscious. But that's still enough. Suddenly, a gigantic demonic fox claw burst through the wall of the bar, spraying dust and rubble everywhere. Abel was definitely not expecting that. He dodged several times as the claw swiped for him, often barely missing him. For its last strike, it lunged forward and raked 4 claw marks across his chest. Abel was shocked by the sudden pain. It felt fantastic. He pulled a long obsidian spear out of one of his pocket dimensions and forced it down through the Fox Devil's paw and into the ground, pinning it in place. After a moment of thrashing, the claw dissipated into smoke, lending Abel another victory, though even he would admit this was a more exciting fight than the other ones had been. Was that it? Had he gained total victory once more, just like he so often did these days? He was about to take pity on himself when Denji rose up behind him. "How about a rematch?" Denji asked. Abel grinned. He liked this kid. "Challenge me, child," Abel said. "Well, since you asked," Denji smirked. Denji reached into his shirt and grabbed the ripcord emerging from his chest. It was time to go into overdrive on this thing. He gave it a mighty yank, and like the rev of a chainsaw, the madness began. Denji transformed, giant blades emerging from his arms, and his head transformed into a toothy saw blade nightmare. He gave a mechanical roar that spewed smoke. This wasn't just Denji anymore. This was Chainsaw Man. Now this, Abel thought, feeling his adrenaline spike, is more like it. Following Denji's lead, Abel reached into one of his pocket dimensions and pulled out one of his favorite weapons, one he'd only previously used against the mighty hard-to-destroy reptile SCP-682, the Chainsaw Claymore. A huge two-handed sword with the eternally twisting, shredding teeth of a chainsaw ever circulating around it. It was time for Chainsaw versus Chainsaw.
"What the hell are you waiting for?"
Chainsaw Man roared.
"Are we gonna stand around all day or are we gonna fight?"
Abel couldn't have said it better himself. The two charged at one another at lightning speeds, chainsaw clashing against chain sword. The sheer force of the contact was enough to send a shockwave blasting through the bar. It rapidly became a power struggle, each of them trying hard to force their chainsaws out of the stalemate. Realizing that this time he perhaps couldn't win with raw strength, Abel backflipped away to reassess his options. But Chainsaw Man had no intention of giving Abel time to think about it. He darted towards Abel with the weight and momentum of a runaway freight train. If Abel hadn't raised his claymore to parry, he would have been shredded to pieces by the devil's saws in an instant. Instead, the two of them rocketed out of the nearby wall in a cascade of debris, causing everyone on the outside street to run for their lives. The two quickly stood from the stumble. The two quickly stood up, catching their breath.
Impressive, Abel said. You're much better than the others.
Instead of replying, Denji briefly retracted his armed chainsaws and grabbed a nearby parked car, throwing it directly at Abel. Abel reacted quickly, cleaving the car in half with his claymore and charging for Chainsaw Man again. Just before Abel could land a lethal strike, Chainsaw Man deployed his chainsaws again, blocking the blow. Abel sped around him trying to strike again and again, but Chainsaw Man blocked every strike with stunning efficacy. Abel was astonished. Few had ever been able to go toe-to-toe with him like this before. He could feel his heart pounding gloriously in his chest. He would give Denji a warrior's death. With a furious yell, Abel brought down the chainsaw claymore for a devastating vertical strike, but Chainsaw Man was ready. He arranged his armed chainsaws in a cross formation like a giant pair of scissors and caught Abel's chain sword between them. Chainsaw Man pulled his arms in opposite directions, slicing Abel's mighty sword in half. The immortal swordsman skidded backwards to avoid the fallout, producing two smaller blades immediately. This Chainsaw Man just kept exceeding expectations, didn't he? Abel would need to change tactics if he wanted to win this one. Chainsaw Man was impressed by the speed and tenacity of his foe. For someone who apparently wasn't even a devil, Abel sure packed a hell of a punch. Did he ever run out of those damned weapons? As though attempting to answer Chainsaw Man's question for him, Abel began running around his flank, rapidly producing and throwing blades and axes in a startling volley. Chainsaw Man was able to use his chainsaw arms and face to block most of them, but not all of them. Several daggers and small throwing axes splattered into the tender flesh of Chainsaw Man's chest. Abel had successfully wounded him, and he wasn't done. Feeling a little more confident now, Abel decided to take a different tactic. He produced a large spiked mace from thin air and ran at Chainsaw Man while the devil was still recovering from his projectile attack. With one brutal whack, he sent Denji flying down the street, carving a rut into the concrete beneath him. But Abel wasn't done. While Chainsaw Man was still trying to recover, Abel leaped onto him and began beating him into the ground with his mace. The strikes were so brutal, they shook the earth and sent cracks across the surrounding ground. Then, Abel stopped. He realized, for a moment, that he was letting his bloodlust get the better of him. This was dishonorable. Where would be the fun in beating this boy to death while he lay on the ground and depriving himself of one of the greatest opponents he's had in quite some time? No, that would not do at all. He'd give him one more chance.
On your feet, boy, Abel said. You fight well. Get up and carry on. I won't let a beast as rare as you die like a common dog. Rise and fight me.
And Chainsaw Man did as he was told. Abel was shocked to see the very ground shatter underneath him as Chainsaw Man burst up through it, all his swords at the ready. The mace was thrown from Abel's hands as Chainsaw Man launched up towards him, all metal teeth and fury. Luckily for Abel, he pulled out a battle axe just in time to block the flurry of brutal strikes from the patron saint of chainsaws. Now this was a fight even Musashi would be proud of.
Yes, boy, yes,
Abel yelled.
This is true combat.
Chainsaw Man replied with the swing of his blades, which Abel was narrowly able to dodge. The two finally landed back down on the ground, and Abel was fast enough to bury his battle axe in Chainsaw Man's shoulder. Before the devil could return a blow to Abel, the anomalous swordsman pulled out a pair of his favorite swords and locked Chainsaw Man's arms in place. Chainsaw Man was undeniably incredibly powerful, but it looked like Abel's superior experience and tactics might save him this time.
What the hell are you?
Chainsaw Man roared.
You've been a worthy opponent, boy. Those are few and far between,
Abel said.
I'll remember you for this.
But before Abel could execute a killing blow, he felt a blood-red throwing axe stick into his back. Abel winced in pain to see Power and Aki about 30 feet behind him. Power was propping Aki up. He donated some of his blood to bring her back to life, and she was just as delusionally cocky as ever. Abel was about to say something, but he already made a fatal mistake, letting his guard down. Before another word could pass the cursed warrior's lips, one of Chainsaw Man's armed chainsaws passed directly through his heart, tearing it apart within Abel's chest. It was a sudden and decisive killing blow. Chainsaw Man pulled his saw back out of Abel's chest, stained with the deadly anomaly's blood. Abel collapsed to the ground, wheezing and bleeding profusely from the hole in his chest. But strangely, as Power, Aki, and Chainsaw Man converged around him, they realized he was smiling.
Thank you,
Abel said, and died yet again. With the battle won, like an incredible Hulk made of metal, Chainsaw Man transformed back into Denji. The trio stood around Abel's corpse, deeply confused as to what had just happened. If this was the kind of thing the SCP Foundation normally dealt with, they all silently agreed that perhaps it would be better not to get involved with them in the future. Except Power, of course, who said,
You two should be thanking me for defeating him. You both owe me drinks for this.
Hundreds of miles away in a black sarcophagus deep underwater, surrounded by professional SCP Foundation divers, Abel's body once again returned. Who knows how long he'd remain sleeping in there. But what we do know is that his deathless sleep was suffused with the sweet dreams, knowing that this world still held worthy opponents, and for Abel, that was everything. Reality warpers. Real pieces of work, aren't they? It's one thing when an anomaly is all claws and fangs like SCP-682, or if their attack of choice is snapping necks like SCP-173. But it is an entirely different story if an anomaly can turn the air you breathe into chocolate pudding, or shove you into a pocket dimension that looks almost like our own reality, except everyone is just a walking, talking pile of spiders. See what I mean? Reality warpers, real handfuls. Though, of course, not all reality warpers are created equal. Some are relatively weak, only affecting the world around them in a mild, ambient fashion. Others can rattle whole dimensions with their tremendous power. The same also goes for morality. Some reality warpers are loving and benevolent, such as SCP-343, the kindly, old, all-powerful being known to some as God. And some are pure evil beings who want nothing more than to use their immense power to sow chaos and misery among everyone else. And personally, we can't think of a better example of the latter than Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. This demonic Dorito wants nothing more than to take over our dimension and rebuild it in his image of absolute insanity. So naturally, we started wondering, if these two reality-warping titans, SCP-343 and Bill Cipher, ever came to blows, who would win? We were so curious, in fact, that we fired up the Anomatron 6000, our state-of-the-art simulation supercomputer, to see how exactly the two might meet and how their epic battle would play out. Who do you think would take the coveted W on this one? Let us know down in the comments, along with any other out-of-universe what-if situations you'd love to see. But in the meantime, let's fire up the machine. Be warned, folks, it's gonna get weird. The date was July 12th, 2013. For SCP-343, it had started out as a relatively normal day. He'd spent the night playing solitaire on the astral plane before warping back into his humanoid containment cell by morning, leaving the Foundation none the wiser. After all, he was really here voluntarily. If the Foundation had truly wanted to try to confine him here, they were welcome to give it a go, but it would be about as effective as trying to catch a whisper in a butterfly net. While God had come to this place to experience the joyful illusion of giving up control, it truly was little more than an illusion to him. If he wanted to, he could exterminate the SCP Foundation in less than an afternoon, then retire to Burger King for a Whopper. So really, they're all just lucky he is a benevolent being, more interested in hanging out than dispensing wrath on those he perceived as insolent. That was Old Testament him. He'd done a lot of soul-searching and growth since then. It'd been at least a millennium since he'd smote anyone for that matter, and the last guy really had it coming. However, today was going to be a little different. God knew that something was going to happen today. He sensed a great source of energy emerging, something dark and malevolent. He sighed and he closed his eyes for a moment, focusing himself. He knew whatever the nature of this threat, it would fall upon him to face and destroy it. How irritating. He was hoping to finally binge Stranger Things today. Elsewhere in Site-19, things seemed to be inordinately peaceful. There hadn't been any containment breaches or new anomalies brought in. There hadn't been any attacks from rival groups of interest. Dr. Bright hadn't even done anything stupid or started any fires. To borrow an old cliche, it was quiet, too quiet. Perhaps the only person who wasn't having a relatively mellow day was Security Officer Frederick Simmons, a mid-level guard who'd been stationed at Site-19 for 4 years now. He just wasn't really feeling himself today. The work didn't bother Simmons, emotionally at least. Typically, even after seeing rather traumatic things or being in near-death situations while in containment breaches, it hadn't left any lingering effects. But lately, he'd been having the strangest dreams. It always played out the same way. Shortly after going to sleep, he'd open his eyes in a strange multicolored void surrounded by bizarre, seemingly random floating objects, none of which seemed to have any real relevance to him or his life. And just when he'd begin to question it, the other recurring element of the dream would occur. Out of the shimmering oil-slick rainbow of mind-boggling colors, a strange being would suddenly emerge. A glowing golden triangle, almost like a drawing of a pyramid, the Eye of Providence, with a stovepipe hat, a little bow tie, thin black arms and legs, and most notable of all, a single large eye with a slit pupil staring out from the center. The eye almost seemed to have a strange hypnotic quality to it. Simmons felt bewitched whenever he looked into it. He wasn't afraid, quite the opposite actually. For reasons he couldn't understand, this strange creature from the world of dreams seemed like a good friend of his. He said,
Well, 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 if it isn't my number one guy, the Fredmeister, in the house. I've missed you. Have you missed me? Put her there, good buddy.
The entity extended his hand and Simmons shook it. The Foundation guard could feel a strange tingling sensation jolting down his arm. The first time Simmons had encountered the entity, he'd told him his name, Bill Cipher, and he told him how incredibly important it was that Simmons kept their little nighttime meetings a secret. In exchange, Bill was here to listen. Simmons would spend his time in the mindscape pouring out his worries and frustrations with his daily work, as Bill paid impeccable attention. The strange little dream entities seemed fascinated by the work Simmons did, all the peculiar and wondrous anomalies he guarded at Site-19. But to Simmons, it was all just boring work. Zombie-creating supernatural plague doctors and immortal men with metal limbs lose their shine after you see them day in, day out for years on end. Frankly, Simmons needed a day off, but he'd already used up all his PTO when he'd gotten the flu earlier that year. He just didn't know what to do. Luckily for him, Bill had a solution. Bill, as it turned out, had a fancy little ability. He could occupy the body of a human being and operate it for them. Bill could take the wheel while Simmons took a load off in the mindscape. How hard could standing around pretending to look busy at the SCP Foundation really be? As Bill explained the offer to him, Simmons couldn't really see any flaws in his reasoning. After all, Bill was a friend. Why would he have any ill will towards him? With that, he shook hands with the bizarre supernatural triangle and felt the sudden rough sensation of having his consciousness ripped from his body, only for Bill to slither in and take his place. The new Simmons, the Bill-occupied Simmons, opened up his demonic yellow eyes and grinned. He gave a demented laugh to Simmons' floated, disembodied soul.
Oh, man!
He said, wiping away a tear of laughter with Simmons' finger.
With your body, I can use the SCP Foundation's technology to take over the multiverse. See ya, sucker!
And with one last demented chuckle, Bill left for work at the SCP Foundation, with Simmons being the latest in his long line of meat puppets. After arriving at Site-19, he sneaked through the facility, knowing exactly where he needed to be. You see, Bill is a native entity of the second dimension, the world of flat shapes, but he's able to access the minds of beings in the third dimension, like us, through the medium of the mindscape, rather than the physical realm. Bill's life goal has always been to find a way to permeate and take over the third dimension, turning it into his personal playground. All he needed was the right anomaly to bring him forth into our world. In this case, a little anomalous device favored by Dr. Kane Pathos Crow, SCP-158, also known as the Soul Extractor. While Dr. Crow left to the courtyard for his evening walkies, the being that most people assumed was Fred Simmons secreted himself into SCP-158's containment chamber and locked the door behind him. He didn't have much time. He'd need to do this perfectly if he wanted a real chance at taking over the universe. He was amused by the irony, at the least. The fact that in order to take over, he needed to sneak into the midst of the people most likely to destroy him. Still, where's the fun in life with no risk? At SCP-158's control console, he inputted the data to soul extraction and set a timer. However, there was one difference between this and the usual procedures performed with the soul extractor. There was no containment receptacle on the other end. Whatever was extracted would just be released into the world. And this was exactly what Bill was counting on. He laid Simmons' body down on the gurney and watched with glee as the robotic arm lowered towards him. It reached into his chest and pulled out the essence of one three-sided threat to reality: Bill Cipher. One quick journey through the bowels of the machine later, the nightmare scenario had come to pass. Bill floated around the room, dragged into physical reality. He let out a long, conceited cackle and spun his cane around. This was going to be fun. Elsewhere in the facility, alarms were going off and guards were deploying. Nobody was meant to be in Containment Chamber 158, so how was the soul extractor currently operating? This couldn't possibly end well. Bill, on the other end, was having a wonderful time. He was pondering all the different ways he could make the drab clinical corridors of the SCP Foundation into his vision of perfect weirdness. Maybe he'd turn all the researchers into mice, and turn Site-19 into a giant maze to run them through. Maybe he'd turn the air into farts and release winged beasts from the Hell Dimension to ravage humanity. Maybe he'd go out into the parking lot and key everyone's cars. Oh, the diabolical possibilities were endless. As he floated out into the hall, his fantasizing was interrupted by a group of Foundation security operatives wielding assault rifles. They entered an attack formation and trained their rifles on him before opening fire. Bill just found himself laughing again. The gunfire just tickled.
Wow, you guys are hilarious!
Bill said between fits of laughter.
But wait, I can think of a better way to make you even funnier.
He snapped his fingers and suddenly the guards were transformed. Instead of the serious first line of defense for the SCP Foundation, they were now a gang of literal clowns straight from the circus, holding balloon animals molded into the shapes of assault rifles. They giggled and threw pies at each other. Bill was right. This did make them even funnier. And he was just getting started, turning this Foundation snooze fest into a party of cosmic proportions. Bill began running a rampage of weirdness across the site. Essentially being the ultimate cosmic troll, he decided he'd simply bother every single anomaly he could with his demonic antics. First, he appeared in SCP-096’S chamber and pulled a brown paper bag over his head, with the words "Ugliness lies within" written on the front. And just for fun, he then teleported the temperamental beast to a nearby Amish community. It quickly became enraged when a gust of wind blew the bag off its head, and a man named Jebediah saw its face. It then killed several others, also named Jebediah, during the rampage. Bill thought it was hilarious. He then released SCP-682 into Site-19, and just to annoy the creature into further violence, he stuck an indestructible party hat on the monster's head. No matter how hard 682 tried, it couldn't remove the party hat. This caused it great frustration, which it took out on any Foundation staff it happened to find in the area. It had fulfilled Bill's expectations wonderfully, but his quest for amusing carnage didn't end there. Next, he went to bother SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, who was in the process of doing surgery on a Foundation-provided dead goat. With a snap of his fingers, Bill transformed the Plague Doctor's surgical tools into colorful Play-Doh cutting tools. Needless to say, the supernatural surgeon was less than pleased. He was about as annoyed as Dr. Clef was when Bill turned his favorite shotgun into a bouquet of flowers, then sealed his feet into the floor. Or how vexed Dr. Gears was when Bill turned his plain beige necktie into a considerably more loud and colorful tie. People there at the time reported hearing Dr. Gears say, "I just don't think that was necessary." Oh, and he also did some more minor acts of malice. He filled the break room with an army of flesh-eating zombies. He made a moat filled with molten lava around the site that prevented anyone from escaping from his reign of terror. And he even covered all the walls in cognito-hazardous doodles that instantly drove any weak-minded human who saw them into complete gibbering madness. It was clear this reality-warping nightmare needed to be stopped, before he got bored of playing with his new Foundation toys and decided to go remodel the universe in his own image. Thankfully, there was one anomaly on site who was up to the task. Bill was treating himself to another evil laugh in the Site-19 canteen when something peculiar happened. He looked down to see a man in what looked like a tunic with graying hair and a beard. He walked with a peculiar kind of calmness, his face blank. Why wasn't this guy panicking? Was he stupid? Bill would seemingly need to teach this guy a thing or two about fear.
Hey, Gramps! Don't know if it's escaped your attention, but I've been giving this place an extreme makeover. Did you forget to put on your glasses this morning, or are you just that senile?
The stranger remained calm as could be. He replied with a voice that was measured as it was deep.
Now, Bill, let's not resort to name-calling. That's just childish, don't you think?
Bill's single eye widened at this.
Wait, hold up. How did you know my name?
Bill asked, irritated.
Are you a friend of the Time Baby or something?
He floated over and began circling the stranger, hoping to intimidate him. Much to Bill's frustration, it didn't appear to be working.
I know lots of things, Bill. Lots of things.
The stranger replied.
That's my line!
Bill screeched, turning red.
Who do you think you are?
The stranger gave a quiet, reserved chuckle that infuriated Bill.
Oh, personally, I just like to think of myself as a humble craftsman, watching his beautiful creation play out,
He said.
But I suppose some of the people around here like to call me God.
Bill didn't like this. This whole universe was going to be his, and he certainly didn't appreciate some insolent old man acting like he ran the roost around here. Bill would give him an education in who was really holding the reins, and it would be the kind of education that left scars, if it left anything at all. He extended his spindly black arms and released bolts of lightning against the stranger, who simply continued to smile as the electricity rippled around him, seemingly causing no effect.
Are you done?
The stranger asked. Bill laughed, hoping to hide his irritation.
I'm just getting started.
He bellowed. With a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of Site-19, Bill began to grow and shift. No longer a silly little triangle, he became a huge red pyramid of pure nightmares, covered in glowing golden arms and teeth, with long black tongues drooping out of each level. It was the most terrifying and demonic form in his entire arsenal, and yet he was astonished to find that the stranger still didn't seem to show any kind of fear.
Very impressive, Bill.
The stranger said, sounding almost bored.
But I think you might be trying a little too hard.
Oh, that does it. Bill would simply have to destroy him. It was a matter of pride now. He raised several of his huge golden fists and began pounding down on the comparatively tiny humanoid stranger. It was an assault so powerful that the ground began cracking around their feet, and yet it seemed that with almost no effort, the stranger was able to intercept and block every single blow. Naturally, Bill was infuriated. It was time to finally unleash the full breadth of his power on this beardy wise guy. He launched thunderbolts, fireballs, legions of giant mutant wasps, hailstorms, maelstroms, bubbles of pure madness, snakes made out of barbed wire, and even incredible coarse language. But despite it all, this man, the one who claimed people called him God, was utterly unfazed.
You can dish it out,
he said.
But let's see if you can take it.
Bill began to laugh.
What the heck's that supposed to mean? You can't...
God snapped his fingers, and Bill was gone, vanished. And with a flick of his wrist, all the damage and transformations that Bill had performed had disappeared. It was as though the demonic triangle had never even been there in the first place. Though Dr. Bright, who was acting site director at the time, had some Scranton reality anchors turned on around the perimeter just to be safe. You can never be too careful with reality warping demons after all. Later that day, Dr. Bright approached God and asked him what he'd actually done with Bill. God chuckled and replied,
For a being of such immense power, he really had a rather childish mindset. So I sealed him away inside a children's cartoon where he couldn't do any further damage.
What was the cartoon? Dr. Bright asked.
A charming little Disney show called Gravity Falls.
The Anomatron 6000. You know what it is and what it does. Not too long ago, we had it simulate a battle between the SCP Foundation and the slimy, sinister superhero Homelander, who terrorizes the world of the boys. and in the comments, we kept seeing one name pop up, Omni-Man. The terrifying, almost unstoppable Viltrumite warrior who scared the hell out of all of us in Invincible. So, we decided to run a simulation to see if the SCP Foundation could find the same success battling this diabolical, corrupted Superman. The video you're about to see is that simulation. Enjoy, and keep an eye on the skies. It was unthinkable. Panic had spread throughout the Foundation as reports came in that several of the most high-profile groups of interest across the globe had suffered unbearably brutal attacks from an unknown assailant. Notable among the groups targeted were GOC, Global Occult Coalition, as well as its opposing organization, the Serpent's Hand. In all incidents, key buildings belonging to the groups were demolished, and the bodies of all leadership personnel were discovered beaten to a pulp. These massacres appeared to send a terrifying message. Whoever was behind these attacks, the Foundation was most likely next on the chopping block. As all containment sites prepared for the worst, it was Site-17 that received subsequent news on the matter in the most unsettling way imaginable. A small flying object was discovered in the site's airspace and retrieved by an MTF-issue helicopter. The object appeared to be an action figure of world-renowned superhero Omni-Man, and it bore the trademark of Dr. Wondertainment Toys. The mobile task force that discovered the action figure had been on such high alert that the appearance of this toy almost seemed comical. There was uneasy laughter within the helicopter, which immediately turned to silence when the toy began to speak. Boys and girls, for the very first time, Dr. Wondertainment presents to you...
Run! Run for your lives! Omni-Man is coming for us all!
The toy continued what was apparently a pre-recorded voiceover, which became increasingly frightened and desperate as it went along. The contents of the recording confirmed that the one responsible for the devastation of the other groups of interest was none other than Omni-Man himself. His reasons for doing this were unknown, but he seemed adamant on wiping out all groups with significant control over the planet's anomalies. Whoever was in charge at Dr. Wondertainment had uncovered the truth shortly before Omni-Man arrived to do the same to their group, and had deployed the toy in a last-ditch effort to warn the SCP Foundation. It was an uncharacteristically opaque gesture from the terrible toy maker, but the Foundation had little choice but to take it seriously. If Earth's most powerful superhero had really gone rogue and was going after influential organizations in some bid to eliminate competition, the Foundation would have to develop appropriate countermeasures as soon as possible. The first priority was securing the safety of the O5 Council, who would most likely be the intended victims of Omni-Man's rampage. Fortunately, their current location was extremely classified, so rather than shuffle to a new location, the Council chose to stay where they were. A conspicuous relocation process could inadvertently give the game away, especially if the aptly named,
Redacted!
It just launched us into space procedure was in effect. Omni-Man was known for his spacefaring capabilities, and was fully capable of pursuing and boarding the O5 Council's getaway shuttle if such a thing was attempted. Additionally, there would be no movement of forces to the location of the O5 Council. Mobile task forces that were already in the field would be instructed to immediately cease their current mission and focus on locating Omni-Man. While the superhero was incredibly dangerous, it was paramount that valuable time was bought so that a better attack plan could be formulated. That was one advantage that the Foundation had over most of the other groups of interest, the reserves to prolong a war of attrition, no matter how strong the enemy was. There was also the matter of establishing protections for Site-17, since Wondertainment had sent the action figure there of all places to deliver the message. It was likely that Omni-Man would be headed there first. Site staff requested the immediate transfer of the infamous Mobile Task Force Tau-5 Samsara, a unit of immortal cyborgs with superhuman physiology. While Omni-Man was known to have fought and defeated everything from the spawn of ancient gods to cyborgs to immortals, the 4 members of Samsara were all 3 and had strength in numbers. The request remained pending for several minutes, causing one researcher to blithely remark that the O5 Council had probably called dibs. Fearing that MTF Tau-5 wouldn't arrive to intercept Omni-Man, the researchers assessed which anomalies contained on site would be best suited to holding the superhero back. One Keter-class SCP in particular immediately came to mind, SCP-4051. a male humanoid with the anomalous ability to create extra-dimensional wormholes. These wormholes could be used to produce any object that SCP-4051 desired, including exceedingly unstable cognitohazards. While SCP-4051's powers were certainly formidable, it was the fact that the humanoid, who went by the name Rainier Miller, had previously been acting as a vigilante in the United States. In other words, Rainier Miller was likely to be of special interest to Omni-Man, even if that interest merely amounted to having one more target to wipe out. While it wouldn't be the only humanoid SCP that could be considered similar to a superhero, 4051 was definitely the closest at hand. Not too long after the discussion took place, the site radars began to pick up Omni-Man closing in. His approach was extraordinarily fast, breaking through the sound barrier and landing with great force in the center of Site 17. There was no time to waste, and all available guards and mobile task force personnel were ordered to zero in on Omni-Man's location and open fire. As one might expect, bullets weren't exactly effective against the superhero-turned-serial killer, but they did provide a plausible distraction while the researchers mobilized to find other means of neutralizing Omni-Man. It was a terrifying sight watching the costume man stand there within a hail of bullets, bearing no outward signs of distress aside from a stern facial expression. He moved smoothly through the air towards the nearest soldier and shattered every rib with a single punch. He then grabbed another and used him to bludgeon several other agents. Even with the substantial advantage in raw power, there was a considered tactical reason for each of Omni-Man's movements. He systematically made his way through the site, crushing all within his path with absolute prejudice. There were going to be no survivors if this continued. Fortunately, one of the Site-17 other contingencies was about to come into play. You see, the Foundation had done their research, and with the corroboration of information from other groups including the United States government, had deduced that Omni-Man might have psychological weaknesses that could be exploited. Namely, his teenage son, Mark, otherwise known by his superhero alias Invincible. While the Foundation was far too cautious to directly contact Invincible, mostly out of fear that the boy could be an accomplice, the next best thing could still stall Omni-Man and give the researchers a chance to get SCP-4051 ready for combat. It certainly took Omni-Man by surprise when he was floating down one of the newly blood-soaked corridors and saw Invincible standing at the end staring him down. "Dad? What's going on? Why are you hurting them?" said what appeared to be Mark. Omni-Man stopped in his place, and his expression changed to a look of concern. For the first time since he arrived at Site-17, Omni-Man spoke. "Mark? Come on, Dad, this is crazy. You should stop this and go back home to Mom." Omni-Man furrowed his brow. Something was off here. For one, this version of Invincible had both feet on the ground, even though he would have all the same powers of his father. Also, the fact that Invincible had an approach suggested that this individual was in such fear of Omni-Man that it refused to approach. Omni-Man had been caught off guard by this at first, worried that his son could be afraid of him to this extent, but it was starting to seem suspicious. Mark was no coward. He had become a superhero like his father because he wanted to protect the world from all manner of threats. Although the difference in combat experience between the two was vast, Omni-Man knew that the Invincible he knew was reckless enough to challenge him, or at least have this conversation at a regular distance. His intuition was right on the money, as this was not Invincible at all, but SCP-953, the polymorphic humanoid instead. While this Keter-class SCP was known for taking many forms, usually that of beautiful women, the Foundation staff had given it access all available information on Omni-Man and Invincible's father-son relationship, and in doing so, successfully convinced it that taking the form of Omni-Man's son was the best path towards self-preservation during this perilous scenario. SCP-953 continued to make attempts at talking to Omni-Man, doing its best to remain still, not wanting to reveal the vulpine features beneath the Invincible costume it was wearing. But Omni-Man proved to be too clever for this gambit. He chuckled, then suddenly zoomed forward with his fist raised in front of him. SCP-953 flinched in terror, only to find that Omni-Man had pulled his punch. At first, SCP-953 was relieved to still be intact, but this soon dissipated as the humanoid looked at Omni-Man and found none of the compassion that was on his face just moments ago. "You're not Mark," Omni-Man said. "He's stronger than this." SCP-953 trembled in fear. The polymorphic humanoid only had one card left to play, and it prayed that it worked. 953 shapeshifted again, this time into Omni-Man's wife, Debbie. Her fox-like features were more pronounced in this form, but it was clear that the sight of his human partner's face made Omni-Man hesitant to attack. This hesitation was all the time that the polymorphic humanoid needed to run away, as several guards and SCP-4051 arrived to take over the duty of stalling Omni-Man. Several wormholes opened up around Omni-Man, deploying sonic grenades which stunned him for several seconds. The guards unleashed all of their ammo and drew Omni-Man's aggression while Rainier prepared his next weapon, a wormhole to a pocket dimension filled with flamethrowers, which he directed at Omni-Man, hoping to at least cause some lasting pain if not proper burns. The flames did temporarily obscure his vision, but that didn't hinder him for long, as Omni-Man moved straight upwards through the ceiling before descending back down into the building, massacring the guards surrounding SCP-4051. He looked on Rainier with disdain, especially as the humanoid opened a wormhole and pulled out an aluminum baseball bat.
You really think a piece of Earthling sports equipment is going to do anything to me?
Omni-Man said.
It doesn't matter if it does or doesn't,
Rainier replied.
You're not the hero you once were, and someone has to try to stop you.
Omni-Man paused, reminded of his own son. Though mere sentiment wouldn't be to spare Rainier Miller the fate of the rest of his planet and its people, but Rainier opened a wormhole directly in front of himself, which contained multiple anti-tank rifles that fired in Omni-Man's direction. The impact didn't faze Omni-Man, but it slowed the superhero down just enough for Rainier to tuck and roll behind him. Rainier reached into another wormhole for a gas mask, which he quickly donned as another one of his wormholes unleashed deadly poison gas into the corridor. Omni-Man held his breath and flew towards Rainier, grabbing his aluminum bat mid-swing and bending it into an L shape without any apparent effort. Rainier let go of his weapon, but Omni-Man quickly grabbed him by the wrist and lifted him into the air before slamming him down on the ground. Rainier Miller, SCP-4051, was incapacitated, perhaps fatally. Before Omni-Man could confirm his kill, he was tackled and immediately thrown to the nearest wall by the combined force of 4 individuals in cybernetic armor. Mobile Task Force Tau-5 Samsara had arrived, and together they surrounded Omni-Man and hit him with everything they had. Punches and kicks bombarded him from all angles, offering barely any window for a response. The formation didn't last long, as Omni-Man withstood the hits and maneuvered behind one of the members of Samsara, grabbing and snapping the cyborg's neck in one quick motion. One of its fellow members swung for Omni-Man's face, only for him to catch the blow and severely batter the arm of the attacker, rendering it unusable. Omni-Man grabbed the last 2 members by the throats and squeezed until he heard the familiar pop and crack. Then he let their bodies fall. Of course, this wasn't enough to neutralize Samsara completely. The cyborgs were down, but not out, as their fast regeneration began to fix their injuries. With detached contempt, Omni-Man stomped forcefully on their heads, shattering the skulls of each member of Samsara one by one.
That should be a lot harder to fix,
Omni-Man thought to himself. He was almost finished here. Then it would be on to the next containment site, and eventually to the O5 Council itself. His planet wouldn't need meddlesome groups like the SCP Foundation, made up of inferior humans playing at civilization. He made sure they knew how powerless they were before the rest of the people of Viltrum arrived to complete the conquest of Earth. He applauded the short-lived bravery of Rainier Miller, and in an uncharacteristic moment of mercy, chose not to go back and check if his previous opponent had truly been killed. Omni-Man rationalized that he had already inflicted a killing blow, but deep down, as he concluded his rampage through Site-17 and departed for the site of his next slaughter, he knew that he had subconsciously gave the boy a chance to live.
Well, hello there, SCP fans. Let's get this out of the way first. You've seen the title and thumbnail, and you're probably wondering, wait, is Siren Head an SCP? And the answer is no. Siren Head is not an SCP. It's a freaky internet monster created by renowned Canadian horror artist Trevor Henderson. Your next question is probably, what's with this crazy-looking server bank behind me? Allow me to introduce you to the Anomatron 6000, the latest advancement of supercomputing owned and operated exclusively by the SCP Foundation. It's capable of a whole bunch of interesting features, calculating ideal containment methods, running state-of-the-art Foundation web crawler software, making and editing fun SCP YouTube videos. But the most interesting feature that the Anomatron has to offer is running hyper-advanced simulations regarding all things anomalous. with data fed into it by thousands of real-life experiments conducted by the SCP Foundation. It's going to save countless dollars and lives for Foundation researchers, but way more importantly, it's going to let us explore all kinds of weird and wacky what-if scenarios that would never happen organically. Could SCP-343 beat Goku or Superman? Who's a deadlier supernatural killer? SCP-106 or Freddy Krueger? Would the world simply explode from adorableness if SCP-999 and Baby Yoda ever crossed those multiversal barriers and met? We can explore all of these questions, along with any others you may have down in the comments. Seriously, comment it, we dare you. But to get things started, we figured we'd make the Anomatron pit the Foundation's lankiest nightmare monster, SCP-096, against the internet's, Trevor Henderson's, Siren Head. Sorry, Slenderman, you're just not cool anymore. So without further ado, let's kick the Anomatron into gear and see how this wild battle plays out. It's time for SCP-096 vs. Siren Head. Ricky and Elliot, a pair of aspiring travel YouTubers from California, were taking a vacation to the Pacific Northwest to spend some time in the area's beautiful lush forests. However, while the duo were both big fans of travel for its own sake, they weren't just here for the trees and fresh air. You see, despite their jet-setting lifestyle, Ricky and Elliot's subscribers and views hadn't exactly been phenomenal lately. Turns out hiking vlogs and GoPro footage of the two of them jumping into absurdly blue water in Bali weren't exactly that interesting to people who weren't actually there. But Ricky had formulated an ingenious plan to pull the two of them out of obscurity. They would hunt down and film real footage of the legendary Siren Head, a supernatural monster said to haunt forests and isolated graveyards. There were plenty of fakers out there on YouTube, but if the two of them could get real footage of Siren Head, and also preferably survive the experience, they'd be framing their golden play buttons in no time. But they were already encountering certain issues. For starters, the two Californians had severely underestimated just how cold it was in the Pacific Northwest, and as such, were already shivering from bone-deep cold. The second issue was food. While the two of them had thought ahead and brought a selection of tasty protein bars, they'd also gotten hungry during the early hours of their walk and eaten all of them, leaving them feeling severely out of luck by the time dinner rolled around. And the third and perhaps most problematic issue of all was the fact that Ricky and Elliot didn't exactly have a great sense of direction. During all of their previous trips, they'd been on guided tours with local experts. In this instance, wanting to take all the Siren Head glory and clout for themselves, they decided to come in alone, with the incredibly janky Google Maps app to guide them. As such, as the night was creeping in, the two aspiring YouTube celebrities had no idea where they were. Needless to say, it wasn't exactly an ideal situation. And to make matters worse, Ricky and Elliot had been experiencing some strange feelings for the last couple of hours when they'd gotten particularly deep into the forest. That dread-inducing sensation of being watched by something lurking just out of sight, a gaze with some unknowable and darkly malicious intent boiling behind it. These two poor saps had no idea what was in store for them tonight. And wouldn't you know it, the one watching them right now wouldn't even be the only monster after them. After an expectable amount of bumbling and buffoonery, Ricky and Elliot managed to gather up enough tinder to make a semi-respectable campfire. They could sleep out here tonight, then set off in search of Siren Head or civilization, whichever came first, in the daylight the next day. The duo did what they could to remain chipper in spite of the ominous circumstances. Sure, they were trapped in the depths of the woods alone, but think of the amazing vlog footage they'd get. They'd be like the next Blair Witch crew, except they'd live, hopefully. But as the duo sat next to their campfire, they felt that ominous sensation again. The hairs on the back of their necks started standing up. They felt shivers that didn't just come from the cold. More and more, they started to feel certain that something in this forest was watching them. Something ancient and powerful and evil. That's when they heard the telltale crackle of radio static, and their skeletons almost jumped out of their skin. Could it be him? The patron saint of gone missing without a trace, of creeping dread, of bad things coming. Siren Head himself. Both men fell silent. All they could hear was the crackling of their own fire. Had the sound before just been an illusion? A product of a pair of paranoid minds also predisposed to sense siren-headed monsters lurking amongst the trees. They'd been reading about a higher rate of disappearances in this area, along with a number of frightening sightings of tall, thin beings and radio static that seemed perfectly consistent with Siren Head activity. That's why they'd come here in the first place. But had they come here to their deaths? The two needed to distract themselves, or they'd go mad from the paranoia. They decided to share a few fun little anecdotes of the travels they'd had before meeting one another, showing the photos they'd saved on their smartphones. Ricky had been to Hawaii, Tahiti, Bora Bora, Fiji, St. Lucia, and the Maldives. Clearly, he liked his vacations warm and sandy. Elliot, on the other hand, tended to like his trips to be a little more adventurous. He'd seen volcanoes, waterfalls, deep and treacherous cave systems, and, of course, a little guided mountaineering. One photo that Elliot showed Ricky was particularly breathtaking. He was standing in the foreground of a snowy landscape, with an incredible mountain range behind him. When Ricky asked Elliot where exactly he'd taken this picture, strangely enough, he drew a complete blank. Maybe somewhere in Canada or Siberia or something like that. But it was a hell of a trip, whatever the case. He remembered having a great time. It was such a tiny detail, but when looking at the photo, Ricky couldn't help but notice something in the background, a speck of white. Sure, not exactly newsworthy in the snowy mountain range, but this wasn't snow. It was a speck of white that seemed to be a slightly different shade than the rest of the mountain. Strange. Perhaps it was just some tiny particle stuck on the lens whenever the photo was taken. The two continued to chat and warmed their hands against the fire, having no idea of the horror they'd just awoken in doing so. Over 100 miles away, at an SCP Foundation containment site, researchers and guards walked around the perimeter of a huge airtight metal cube, reading off diagnostics and audio recordings. For reasons that should be obvious to everyone who's a fan of this channel, there were no camera feeds coming from the inside of the great metal cube. Only a faint whimpering sound, like a sad, wounded animal, and the clanking of pacing feet moving back and forth over the metal, dragging forlorn knuckles. It turned every head in the room when the crying started to get louder. Soon it wasn't just quiet weeping, it was a series of horrendous, slobbering sobs, wails of pure pain and despair. Someone in the room screamed, "Close your eyes and hit the deck!" Knowing exactly what had happened. They learned well enough from the infamous Incident 096-1-A containment breach that there was no way of stopping this thing until it run its course. The best they could do was minimize their own fatalities in the process. Everyone in the room did as they were told, hitting the ground, closing their eyes, and covering them with their hands just to be safe. That's when the solid steel of the cube was torn open like crepe paper, and the howling, raging SCP-096 broke free, galloping on all fours through the nearest wall, shattering it, and spraying debris everywhere. As mobile task forces were dispatched to track the rampaging abomination and try their best to clear the path ahead as it sought out its target, one thought was going through the minds of everyone in the room. Woe betide the poor fools who saw that monster's face. Back in the deep dark forests of the Pacific Northwest, the presence of some unnerving force was becoming far harder to deny for Ricky and Elliot. They heard the sounds of garbled voices out in the woods, the squeals and crackles of radio static. They saw shapes moving amongst the trees, tall and thin, like long, spindly limbs. While neither wanted to voice their fear, they were both thinking similar things. If there really was a monster out here, why hadn't it killed them? It had all the time in the world to do it. But that was just it, wasn't it? It had all the time in the world, so why rush? It had every advantage. It could take its time and do this exactly how it wanted to. Ricky and Elliot had made themselves the perfect prey, and as they saw a huge, lithe figure suddenly separate itself from the trees, they began to wonder if it was really worth it to risk both of their lives for YouTube clout. Either way, it was now probably too late for regrets. Ricky and Elliot's jaws fell in horror as the monster emerged from the darkness before them. They recognized the awful, mottled skin stretched over the monster's 40-foot frame. They saw the grasping hands, and up above, the nightmarish faceless head split into a pair of sirens pointing in different directions, each one filled with gnashing teeth and slithering tongues. It was even more terrifying than they could possibly have imagined. Siren head speakers crackled into life and hissed out,
9, 18, 1, child, 17, remove, vial.
Ricky and Elliot stumbled backwards as Siren Head advanced, its speakers still bleeding hateful static. Neither could move or speak, only watch as its long, gnarled fingers reached from the dark to grasp them. There was a terrible pained wail in the woods after that, but it wasn't coming from Ricky, Elliot, or Siren Head. It was distant at first, but soon became louder and louder as the force's point of origin came barreling towards them. Even Siren Head couldn't help but turn to see SCP-096, a flash of terrible white fury, come charging towards them in the dark, knocking down all the trees in its path. Leaves and pine needles scattered, trunks exploded into splinters. Nothing would stop the Shy Guy from claiming its prey. Nothing would stop it from destroying Ricky. And now as it approached, Elliot made the fatal mistake of looking at its face, too. 096 lunged, ready to go in for the kill when Siren Head's hands closed around the Shy Guy's slender torso. In one fluid motion with surprising strength for its scrawny build, it hurled the Shy Guy into the distance, smashing another several trees in its path. The words,
My prey, mine.
hissed out of its speakers. But 096 was only down for mere moments. It sprung back up on its hind and forelegs and started galloping towards Ricky and Elliot again, who were still frozen in place. This time, just before the Shy Guy's terrible claws could close around the two hapless wannabe YouTubers, down came Siren Head's clenched fist, pounding 096's head into the dirt. Overhead, Mobile Task Force helicopters circled, wearing their scramble goggles and trying to get a visual on the situation unfolding below. They could hardly believe what they were seeing down there. Was some other unclassified anomaly managing to intercept 096 in its rage state? Only a handful of anomalies on record have ever been shown of being capable of such a feat. It seemed that they were dealing with something serious here. Down below, the battle continued. Siren Head had a unique advantage over most other combatants facing SCP-096. It was an extra-dimensional being with no eyes, merely an innate psychic awareness of its victims around it. Not unlike how SCP-096 detect people seeing its face in photographs or videos, without need for any kind of direct contact. As such, it was impossible for Siren Head to see the Shy Guy's face, and thus impossible for the Shy Guy to ever actually direct its aggression against it. Whether or not 096 would steal Siren Head's intended prey was another matter entirely. In the night's first minor miracle, Ricky and Elliot remembered that they'd been born with working legs and decided that right now would be an excellent time to use them. They turned and began to run while Siren Head continued beating the Shy Guy into the dirt, sprinting with all their might. However, the growing distance between them only aggravated the Shy Guy further. It sprang out from the dirt with unstoppable force and broke away from Siren Head's grip. The Shy Guy never wasted time, ever. It always made a beeline for its intended victim with one directive in mind: total annihilation. Tonight is no different. Ricky and Elliot screamed as they heard its pounding gallop on the ground behind them. Closer, closer, closer. Then suddenly, defying all spatial reasoning, Siren Head emerged out from the darkness between Ricky, Elliot, and 096. Being 40 feet tall, Siren Head dwarfed even the Shy Guy. It lunged and grabbed the wailing white monstrosity, holding it as one would a particularly vicious cat, and trying to keep it in place. Siren Head wanted to crush the monster's bones and carry on stalking its feeble human prey, who were currently in the process of getting away, but somehow that was impossible. It was almost like the monster had an indestructible skeleton. Up above, the Mobile Task Forces continued observing this clash of the Titans from their two helicopters. Seeing how Siren Head was somehow doing a serviceable job of subduing the Shy Guy, one of the task force members joked, "Maybe we should hire this guy." Another chimed in, "I don't think we have any ballistic vests in his size." The laughter soon turned to screams when Siren Head hurled 096's flailing body up at one of the helicopters with incredible force, knocking it out of the sky. It careened down to the ground, a ball of fear and violence before exploding. Anyone who survived the initial blast was unlucky enough to have seen the Shy Guy's face. Their screams rang out briefly before being abruptly silenced by the monster. Helicopter Alpha had no survivors. Meanwhile, Ricky and Elliot had kept running until their lungs burned and their muscles pumped thumbtacks. Seeing that the chaos was so far behind them now, they took a moment to stop and breathe, recomposing themselves. In the second minor miracle of the night, it looked like the two of them had actually survived this ordeal. Those two horrific monsters had canceled each other out.
but Ricky and Elliot were about to learn a harsh lesson. They really weren't that lucky. The last thing the two of them ever saw was Siren Head emerging from the darkness once more. The last thing they ever felt was the monster's terrible gnarled fingers curling around their bodies, too fast for them to escape. And the last thing they ever heard was each other's screams, followed by a sickeningly meaty crunch. Elsewhere in the forest, SCP-096's wails died down to its usual maudlin sob. The rage state had ended. All of its targets had been destroyed. It just hadn't been the one to do all of the destroying, per se. Not long after that, Helicopter Bravo descended safely, and the remaining MTF members closed around the blubbering beast. Someone blackbagged it, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that was at least one monster taken care of tonight. "What about the other one?" the MTF lieutenant asked. The team's commander shook his head and said, "Let's worry about that freak later and get 096 back to containment. This place gives me the creeps."
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the Anomatron 6000, our patented device for projecting any seemingly improbable scenario for your viewing indulgence. And today, we decided to do something slightly different with it. Here at SCP Explained, we usually activate the Anomatron to bring you encounters between the anomalous denizens of the SCP universe and other fictional characters, like Dr. Strange fighting the Scarlet King, or Abel crossing paths with Batman. But this Anomatron experiment is one of our more unusual, to say the least. If you've been subscribed to us for a while, some of you might remember our video, What if SCP-096 was put inside SCP-914? In it, the Shy Guy was tricked into entering the input booth of the anomalous refinement machine during a containment breach. What emerged was maybe the handsomest man to ever live, beautiful both on the outside and within. A lot of our comments pointed out that this refined version of 096 felt akin to a Giga-Chad, and that got us thinking, what if SCP-096 was to encounter the real Giga-Chad? Well, the Anomatron 6000 has a few different answers for us. Scenario 1, or as we like to call it, the obvious outcome, pits the thin humanoid anomaly against the man behind the meme. Ernest Kalimov is a Russian fitness trainer and model, forever immortalized in the annals of internet history by a series of black and white photoshopped pictures that garnered him the nickname of Giga-Chad. Thanks to his practically perfect 90-degree jawline and muscular physique, Kalimov seemingly unknowingly became the archetype for the ultra-masculine, handsome man. However, the man behind the Giga-Chad meme is still just a man. The infamous photos of him were heavily edited for an art project known as Sleek in Tears, and while Ernest does sport some impressive muscles from all his time at the gym, that strength isn't enough to save him from the Shy Guy. After all, he is still just a man. According to the Anomatron's predictions, the most likely outcome if the two were ever to meet would end pretty similarly to the grim fate of many others who have gazed upon the face of SCP-096. The moment Ernest looks at the creature, he would, in all likelihood, activate 096's rage state. His physique and above-average level of fitness might give him a slight advantage, allowing him to perhaps outrun the Shy Guy for longer than most, but ultimately, Ernest Kalimov would be able to run, but not hide, from SCP-096. The creature would track him down and hone in on him with anomalous speed, dispatching him before returning to its usual docile sobbing state. The result, an SCP-096 victory. Now we know what you're thinking, is that really it? We had the same reaction too. But hold on for a minute. After giving the machine an additional set of variables, we were able to get a few more interesting outcomes out of the Anomatron. Which brings us to the result that we've given the title of Scenario 2, Shy Harder. Of course, Ernest Kalimov might be the face of an internet meme, and ultimately just a very strong Russian man in comparison to the anomalous traits of SCP-096. But the Giga-Chad? The Giga-Chad is more than a man. So much more than the sum of his parts. Existing within the online zeitgeist since as early as 2017, the Giga-Chad is far more powerful than a mere mortal. He doesn't just represent idealized standards of over-exaggerated masculinity like the action movie heroes of the 1980s. The Giga-Chad embodies those ideas. He is the very notion of a physically perfected human specimen given form. You may not like it, but peak performance doesn't even come close to the Giga-Chad, and neither does SCP-096.
Even at the top of its game, the creature quite literally pales in comparison to its imposing opponent. In Scenario 2, Shy Harder, the Anomatron 6000 predicted that if the two were to meet, the scales would tip in the complete opposite direction from the first outcome. For that was SCP-096 against the man, but against the meme himself, well, this fight is no contest. As a matter of fact, it's hardly even a fight, certainly not a fair one, and instead is more of an execution. From the moment the unstoppable tower of muscle and perfect angular jawline that is the GigaChad clasps eyes on SCP-096, it's practically the beginning of the end. The Shy Guy doesn't even lift, bro. But GigaChad can bench 1 million times his own body weight in his sleep. So when SCP-096 comes racing towards him, intent on killing him just for looking at its screeching wide-jawed face, the GigaChad does what the GigaChad does best. He lifts. Grabbing SCP-096 with ease as it comes to him screeching, GigaChad casually hoists the creature off the ground. Although he's only using the tiniest portion of his immense and infinite strength, it's more than enough force to send the Shy Guy soaring upwards, crashing through multiple ceilings as it's sent hurtling up the numerous floors of the Foundation facility above. Of course, being lifted is hardly going to kill the Shy Guy outright. The creature is known to be invulnerable after all. But it's not like GigaChad can go down easily either. Don't forget, this is no mere mortal, but an internet meme incarnate. And on the internet, nothing ever dies. His perpetual existence as part of online history aside, the GigaChad is so strong that no doubt his abs could withstand the firepower of any conventional weapon. Realizing that even if it could reach him, it couldn't even scratch the GigaChad, SCP-096 would undoubtedly begin a downward spiral. The Shy Guy is a creature so insecure in itself and its appearance that it kills anyone who so much as glances at its face in photos. So being presented with the living embodiment of an idea it could never even hope to attain, the biceps, the perfect right-angled jawline, it's all too much. Sending SCP-096 into a complete meltdown, the creature would be neutralized once and for all by the very existence of the GigaChad, resulting in his victory. Okay, so we're 1 point to SCP-096 and 1 to GigaChad, and most people would maybe consider leaving it there. But not us. We wanted more than that. You see, we quickly realized that the Anomatron's second scenario was based on a lot of earlier iterations of the GigaChad meme. Don't get us wrong, that version of the Ultimate Man could still easily destroy the Shy Guy. But around March of 2021, the infamous photoshopped images of Ernst Kalimov started to be used in slightly different formats. That's the thing about memes. They're not only immortal, forever logged in the ancient texts of the Wayback Machine and compilation videos here on YouTube, but memes are also adaptable. They can evolve and change, finding new variations as time goes on. As such, the average fan versus average enjoyer meme saw a new use of the GigaChad. Before the GigaChad, this notion of the ideal ultra-masculine specimen was based on, let's be honest, some pretty outdated ideas about what it means to be a man. After all, it takes more than muscle to be a man. Not every man or masculine-presenting person has to work out until they're built like a brick wall. Perhaps the real measure of a man is how sincere, sensitive, and supportive you can be, as well as standing by your interests rather than caving to old societal standards of masculinity. And after we updated our data, the Anomatron 6000 was able to give us a new revised outcome, or what we like to call Scenario 3, the average SCP-096 enjoyer. In this projection, the GigaChad's true strength isn't just his masculine physique and his unattainable standards. Instead, it's, in part, the inherent adaptability of his status as a meme, but also his compassion. Just like before, he's more than able to resist SCP-096's attacks, and the creature's insecurity comes out, put on full display when presented with GigaChad's sharp jawline. But rather than overcome his anomalous adversary by fighting him, this scenario sees the GigaChad comforting the Shy Guy. Through calm empathy and words of affirmation, he reminds SCP-096 that true acceptance of oneself comes from within, and that message strikes a chord with the creature. In a turn of events none of us saw coming, the Giga Chad offers to help SCP-096 overcome his crippling and deadly sense of insecurity. The pair start using the on-site gym together, after hours when there aren't any innocent Foundation personnel around. There, Giga Chad not only offers to introduce SCP-096 to an exercise regimen, if that's what the creature wants, but also helps the Shy Guy work on his confidence. They form a friendship, with SCP-096 taking a liking to working out, not because it wants to be buff like its new friend, the Giga Chad, but more so because doing so makes it feel more comfortable in its own skin. SCP-096 gradually starts to like itself more, even eating healthier thanks to Giga Chad's advice. Eventually, the Shy Guy begins looking far more content and even starts to develop self-confidence. It's not often that a story involving SCP-096 exists with the creature getting to achieve some semblance of happiness. Well, there is one that comes to mind. The very same Shy Guy story that sent us on this particular streak of pitting it against the Giga Chad in the first place. But what if we put them together? Would coming across a refined SCP-096 spell the end for the Giga Chad? Or would the muscular masculine meme undo the Shy Guy's previous happy ending? Well, according to the Anomatron 6000, neither. When we last left him, after being turned into a handsome 9-foot-tall man, SCP-096 had just started going by the name David. SCP-978, the desired camera, had been used to photograph the refined Shy Guy. It showed him holding hands with the Foundation scientist responsible for his transformation, who had studied the new and improved SCP-096 in great detail. She had quite the understanding of him, but perhaps the photograph from the desired camera was more of a metaphor, and what SCP-096, or David, really desired wasn't specifically the researcher who'd studied him, but a partner who understood him, someone to call an equal. Enter the Giga Chad. According to the calculations made by the Anomatron, the embodiment of ultimate masculinity, both strong and sensitive, came bursting into the Foundation facility. There, the moment he and David saw each other was like the meeting of an unstoppable force and an immovable object. Neither one rushed to solve the encounter with violence. Both the Giga Chad and SCP-096 appreciated each other's aesthetic appeal. Both were remarkably handsome, and one couldn't bear the thought of ridding the world of the other. Instead, it was love at first sight. Both David, formerly known as SCP-096, and the Giga Chad fell head over heels in love with each other, and looking at both, it was not hard to see why. They were a pair of fine, perfectly chiseled fellas, and they instantly hit it off. The newly established couple enjoyed each other's company, spending time in deep conversations, SCP-096 introducing his new partner to his friends at the Foundation, while Giga Chad was comfortable with his own masculinity to express his feelings towards David without fear or judgment. No relationship is perfect, of course. For a short time, a sliver of David's old self re-emerged. The Shy Guy in him worried that perhaps his relationship with the Giga Chad was based purely on both of their extreme good looks, and was nothing more than superficial. But by being an embodiment of healthy, idealized masculinity, the Giga Chad was able to sense something was wrong with David, and rather do the insecure thing of letting it fester, he addressed it directly, and they discussed the issue in a healthy, mature, and constructive way. Not just so they could put SCP-096's worry to rest, but so that both of them could further strengthen their relationship and grow as people. And of course, Giga Chad wasn't just attracted to SCP-096's refined good looks. Far from being superficial, he recognized that David was a complete person, beautiful both inside and out, and loved him as a whole, not just because they were both conventionally attractive on the surface. SCP-096 and the Giga Chad stayed together for the rest of their lives, or as we decided to name this fourth scenario from the Anomatron, happily ever after. Somehow, most likely through some nefarious means, a fateful postcard has been sent to one of the residents of the murky, mysterious Araniram Island. Living on this particular island was already a strange and scary enough existence, given the horrors the inhabitants of Anariram share their home with. But perhaps the only thing just as horrible as life on that island was being sent a postcard. Sure, that doesn't sound all that horrible. Postcards are usually used to show a corner of the world far away, and extend well wishes from friends or relatives on vacations. But ordinarily, postcards don't depict a photo of SCP-096 with the words, "Wish he was there," scrawled on the other side. From its containment cell at the SCP Foundation, the Shy Guy instantly sensed that somebody, somewhere, had seen a picture of its face. Breaking down into an enraged fit of homicidal insecurity, SCP-096 immediately broke from its containment chamber and made a cross-country beeline, heading straight for Aranirum at anomalously accelerated speeds. Little did the creature or the Foundation know that the Shy Guy was being led straight into a trap, and the poor island resident who had received the chilling postcard, well, they were unlucky enough to be the bait. While the SCP Foundation started frantically trying to track down where it had gone, the Shy Guy had already made its way to a wooden cabin belonging to the unfortunate postcard recipient. Emerging from the now emptied home once the owner was no more, SCP-096 would have returned to his cell just as quickly as he left. That is, if he wasn't the only monstrous creature on the island. A loud and sudden noise caught the creature's attention, the sound of an old steam train whistle. It rang out once more, from somewhere off in the distance, but there was so much thick fog hanging in the air around Aranirum that it was almost impossible to see anything, especially with how dark it was. The second time the whistle sounded, it was closer, but there was another sound too, and not the loud chugging of a steam engine that you would expect. It was an erratic, heavy thudding, the noise of lots of somethings drumming against the ground, causing the earth itself to shudder. Legs. They were the steps of multiple huge legs, crawling across the surface of the island, heading straight towards SCP-096. A third piercing whistle rang out, even closer still. This time, the orange glow of a light could be seen, dulled by the surrounding fog, but getting brighter and clearer as it came closer. The light was casting shadows against the dark fog, long, spindly shapes of spidery appendages, until before the Shy Guy's eyes, a creature of pure nightmares came bursting out of the fog. It was a monstrous sight, even to SCP-096. Its body was the red front engine of an old-fashioned steam train, hoisted off the ground by 4 pairs of enormous black, spindly, spider-like legs that propelled the beast forwards at a terrifying speed. Able to move without the limitations of needing to follow a railroad track, the monster was barreling towards SCP-096 with a twisted smile on its grotesque face. At the front of the locomotive was its circular face, with its unnaturally white eyes and a mouth that sported rows of razor-sharp teeth, all covered in blood. This hellish abomination, a being that was part steam engine and part giant spider, was the terror of Aranirum himself, the carnivorous Choo Choo Charles. Seeing Charles racing towards them on its 8 spider legs would be enough to make anyone freeze up and stop in their tracks out of sheer terror, and SCP-096 was compelled to do the same. Except the terrifying train creature's pale eyes were looking directly at the Shy Guy. As Charles sized the anomaly up as its next meal, he was looking at it, and that meant SCP-096 had to kill him. The question was, how could it? How could the skinny, spindly humanoid hope to even fight something like Choo Choo Charles? He was much bigger, even more fearsome, but as quick as Charles could move on his spidery legs, he was not faster than SCP-096. In the blink of an eye, the Shy Guy raced off shrieking and sobbing in despair, leaving Charles to continue roaming his island territory in search of other human inhabitants to terrorize. SCP-096 had retreated to some nearby woods, quick enough to move out of Charles's path somewhere it could hide, for now. But the Shy Guy could feel a familiar, painful feeling, almost pulling him back towards Choo Choo Charles, right back into harm's way. SCP-096 possessed an inescapable compulsion to kill anyone who looked at its face, and that seemed to include horrifying part train, part spider hybrids. It was a fact of the Shy Guy's very existence. He had to go after whoever looked at him, and make them pay. In fact, it took all the creature's own strength not to instantly rush back over to Charles to try. SCP-096 knew that if it did, then there was little chance it would survive coming face to face with the terror of Aranirum. However, while it was watching Choo Choo Charles from a safe distance, seeing him crawl across the landscape on his multiple legs, that SCP-096 noticed something. It was another light obscured by the fog, but this one was much higher up. One could almost mistake it for the moon, if it wasn't getting closer, all the while accompanied by the sound of whirring rotors. While the Shy Guy had been evading Choo Choo Charles, the SCP Foundation had been tirelessly trying to track down its location, and now they'd found their runaway anomaly here on Aranirum Island. As the chopper carrying the mobile task force drew nearer, the tyrannical train turned and took notice. To SCP-096, the Foundation's arrival could have meant a way home and away from the spidery steam engine. But to Charles, the approaching chopper meant only one thing: a new source of food.
Captain!
One of the MTF troops aboard the chopper called over his headset.
What is it? Do we have eyes on SCP-096?
The captain replied before realizing what he'd said.
Well, not eyes on, because then it would have jumped up onto the chopper and killed us all. I mean, is there any sign of SCP-096 on the island? Negative, sir, although you should probably see this,
the soldier replied. Begrudgingly, the captain unbuckled himself from his seat and snatched the Foundation operative's binoculars, using them to look down at Aranirum below. It didn't take him long to spot the massive, multi-legged monstrosity that was Choo Choo Charles, who had fallen still, waiting for the chopper to descend low enough for him to reach.
Good gravy, what on earth is that thing?
The captain exclaimed, before taking another look through the binoculars.
Is that? Wait, what is an instance of SCP-2086 doing out here?
SCP-2086 was an infamous anomalous species the Foundation had encountered before. Much like Charles, they were arthropod-like creatures with multiple long legs that protruded from a body resembling a man-made mode of transport. However, SCP-2086s usually took on the appearance of buses while in vehicle form.
Sir, I don't think that's an SCP-2086,
the lookout replied.
To me, it looks more like an instance of SCP-3023. Impossible, all the way out here?
The captain retorted.
We're nowhere near the region where the anomaly occurs. It could have scurried its way from Germany and taken nest here, sir,
the trooper responded. Yet another anomaly that Choo Choo Charles bore a striking resemblance to. SCP-3023 was a rare phenomenon that was known to occur at random, but was limited to a specific area of central Germany. The effect of this phenomenon caused ordinary, everyday, inanimate objects of any shape or size to suddenly turn into aggressive spiders, sporting 8 legs that grew from whatever was affected by SCP-3023. Perhaps Choo Choo Charles was indeed an instance of SCP-3023, or some distant evolutionary offshoot of SCP-2086. It was hard to say for sure. The only thing for sure was that Charles was a man-eating beast, more so than an insidious villain. And being so highly territorial, he considered the entire island of Aranirum to be his natural habitat and his hunting ground. Anything that arrived in his vicinity was prey to the terrifying train, and his ravenous craving for human flesh meant he was ready to attack the descending SCP Foundation chopper.
All right, let's go, go, go!
The MTF captain called to his troops, signaling them to start rappelling out of the helicopter and down to the island.
Keep your scramble goggles on max, we still need to recapture 096, but first priority is taking down this big ugly beast!
Wearing goggles specifically designed to distort the Shy Guy from their view, the team began abseiling out of the aircraft. But Choo Choo Charles was already waiting for them. Rearing back on its 4 back legs, the nightmarish train spider swiped at the descending MTF operatives. What first seemed like an instinctive, uncoordinated assault quickly became precise and relentless strikes as Charles sliced through some of the cables the MTF troops were using to rappel down. Their lifeline cut, the unlucky Foundation operatives plummeted from mid-air, right down towards where the terror of Aranirum was waiting for them to fall. A few of the MTFs made it to the ground alive, and immediately began retaliating against Choo Choo Charles. The gunfire from their weapons flickered all around the carnivorous creature, but their bullets could barely chip the red paintwork on his steam-train body. Dashing towards his helpless human prey on his many legs, Charles began to feast. Then suddenly, something started pulling at one of his huge spider legs. pulling Charles back moments before he had a chance to claim his latest victim, the captain of the Foundation's MTF. It was SCP-096, having zipped out of hiding and shrieking wildly as it used all of its strength to wrench one of Choo Choo Charles's multiple limbs. Angered that it couldn't reach the MTF captain, the part spider, part train hybrid stomped the leg that was being pulled in a successful attempt to free itself from the Shy Guy's grip. But in the same instant, SCP-096 used its anomalous speed to reappear in front of the already angered locomotive monster. With his railroad rage about to reach its breaking point, Charles entered into a relentless rampage, making quick work of the leftover MTF troops before setting his sights squarely on SCP-096. But doing that was his biggest mistake. Now Choo Choo Charles had seen the Shy Guy twice, and to the insecure anomaly, that meant Charles had to go. Traveling faster than even the multi-legged monstrosity could perceive, SCP-096 began racing towards Choo Choo Charles's many legs. The Shy Guy had realized that it didn't stand a chance of dealing with the terror of Aranirum the same way it handled all the others that had seen its face. So instead, it had settled on a new approach, specifically tailored to taking down the spider-legged steam engine. One by one, SCP-096 started knocking Charles's many legs out from underneath him, effectively tripping him up over and over again. The Shy Guy moved so quick that the cumbersome Charles could barely react in time, having one leg after the other knocked out from beneath him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Normally, Choo Choo Charles was smart enough to retreat if he encountered something that could fight back. If he was injured badly enough, the spider-like creature would scuttle out of harm's way in order to heal his wounds. But the rage at being constantly tripped up by SCP-096 was distracting Charles from the Shy Guy's true ploy. With every leg it knocked out from underneath the spidery steam train, SCP-096 had been gradually directing Charles towards a nearby gorge. With a terrifying burst of anomalous speed, the Shy Guy caused Choo Choo Charles to topple over sideways, rolling over himself until he landed upside down in the bottom of the rocky gorge. The multi-legged locomotive monster's spindly legs flailed desperately as he tried to reposition himself, but with no luck. SCP-096 had managed what first seemed to be impossible and beaten the terror of Aranirum, Choo Choo Charles. Or, for now, at least. Silently passing through the inky void of space, a vessel was hurriedly making its way towards its destination. The craft was sleek, designed and built by hands not of this world. Aboard, one of the occupants knelt before its elders. It was time. It gathered its arsenal in a methodical, almost ceremonial fashion. Its spear latched onto its back with its survival gear, a medikit containing surgical equipment and specialized serums. It donned its gauntlets, then reached for the final piece, its mask that had slipped over its face. Ready for its task, the creature boarded a smaller scout ship, which was jettisoned and began to descend toward the planet below, a world known as Earth. On the surface of the planet itself, a technician was sitting at his desk, bored, staring at readouts from satellites and the endless sweeping of a radar scanning the skies above for any signs of disturbance. For a moment, as the scout craft passed through the atmosphere, something happened that broke the technician out of his boredom. There was a blip on the radar, the tiny detection of an unknown signal, that of an object traveling on a direct course through the sky. Just as the technician started to take notice, the approaching ship activated a stealth mechanism, reflecting all light away from it in order to render it almost invisible, while simultaneously becoming undetectable to radar. The blip vanished from the screen and didn't reappear. The technician shrugged, thinking it was probably nothing but an equipment glitch. Besides, the SCP Foundation didn't pay him enough to follow up on every tiny blip. A few hours later, and several continents away, a mobile task force was on an assignment. The oppressive heat and humidity of the Lakandan jungle was bearing down on them, especially in their combat gear. The operatives were all feeling unbearably hot. The Foundation researchers overseeing the MTF's mission via satellite didn't have to contend with the elements in the comfort of their air-conditioned command center. But little did they or their boots on the ground know, there was something else visiting the rainforest too. It had been stalking the squad for a few miles now, and not one of them had noticed. just as the creature planned. A trio of red laser beams cast 3 distinct dots over one of the MTF operative's chest. Suddenly, a streak of energy shot through the air, crackling as it struck the agent, tearing through his chest and killing him on the spot. Instinctively, the remaining troops turned and opened fire at the treetop where the blast had come from, spraying a volley of bullets, enough to start shredding the wood of the tree, splinters and bark raining down. They hit nothing. There was no sign of whoever or whatever had fired that shot and killed their teammate. From behind them, a pair of discs with a row of long fan-like blades around their edge flew through the air. There was so much force behind the arm that threw them that the pair of shuriken lifted 2 of the remaining MTF soldiers off their feet and impaled them to the trunks of nearby trees. The last remaining Foundation operative looked at the bodies of his dead squad mates in horror before turning and fleeing. But just as he ran for his life, something caught him. It was transparent, cloaked, and near impossible to see, but it had plunged a pair of blades into the MTF trooper's chest, lifting him off his feet with ease as he screamed in pain. An invisible, leathery-skinned hand reached for his throat and twisted, and in an instant, with a sickening crack, the man was silent and dropped limply to the floor. From the command center, watching in awe as this imperceptible monster tore through 4 of their finest operatives with ease, a pair of researchers turned to look at each other. The expressions they both wore were faces of sheer disbelief. They both had heard stories, instantly recognizing the destructive behavior, but never thought they'd see, or not see, it carried out for real. "We still don't have a name for them, do we?" Researcher Hall asked as the pair of them walked briskly down the corridor. Negative," replied his counterpart, Researcher D. Ligirio. "But the files we acquired from military intelligence suggest they've been coming to Earth for decades, centuries even. The earliest known encounter took place in the 1700s. Can we negotiate with this one at all?" Hall asked, fully expecting the answer. "I don't think they respond well to that kind of engagement," De Ligirio said. "They seem to come to Earth with one singular purpose, to hunt. For sport? Well, it seems so." What about their capabilities?" the senior researcher pressed. "Their technology is pretty advanced, even compared to some of the things we've seen," the other explained. "On top of that, they're fast, strong, and completely ruthless, pretty much an apex predator. According to intel, the instances of these creatures that have previously visited Earth have displayed a sort of tribal nature. Care to elaborate?" Hal probed. Based on the files, their hunts seem partially recreational, but also like some kind of ritual to prove themselves as capable or to challenge themselves." "That gives me an idea," the researcher replied. "Contact Containment Area 25B. If we play this right, we can bag one of these creatures and bring it in for testing." Time seemed to race by as Hall and De Ligirio were bundled aboard a transport and taken directly to Containment Area 25B, a facility built by the Foundation specifically to house a particularly dangerous anomaly. Within the hour, the 2 researchers were standing facing a huge stone cube, its dark surface sporting a number of symbols engraved into it. Growing impatient, knowing their window of opportunity was rapidly closing, Hall turned to one of the Foundation personnel stationed within the primary containment zone around SCP-096. "Play it again," he instructed. "Wake him up." Hitting a button, a recorded message began to play over the facility's loudspeakers. It had been translated into an ancient Sumerian dialect that the entity within the stone cube had historically shown a preference for. "Come on out," the message stated. "We know you don't think any of us are worth your time, but we remember Omega-7. You agreed to work with us before, even though you don't think we present enough of a challenge to you. But we may have found something that will. An adversary that you could have the privilege of besting in combat." There was a brief moment of silence before the stone began to rumble. The security personnel on site tensed up, gripping their weapons shakily, nervous hands. Slowly, the circular lock on the side of the cube began twisting, the door it kept sealed beginning to open. "Are you sure we can do this, Hal?" asked De Ligirio. "If SCP-076 isn't willing to cooperate, this could go south real quickly. And God forbid, what if somebody found out what we're having him do?" Hall didn't answer, instead watching as the door to the cube finally opened, and a lean man in his late 20s stepped out. His gray eyes stared out of a mess of jet black hair, his body adorned with tattoos of arcane runes and occult imagery, the sneering faces of demons over his olive skin. As the guards around him nervously raised their weapons at the ready, SCP-076-2 casually strode up to Researcher Hall until the two were inches away from each other.
Where?
Abel asked. Fitting him with a communications earpiece and having him board a transport, Abel was sent directly towards the last known coordinates of the now deceased MTF, deep in the heart of the Lakandan jungle. Sat atop a tree as the aircraft made its approach, the creature had lowered its cloaking device, certain it was alone as it polished a skull it had collected from one of the ill-fated operatives. The predator was a member of a species known as the Yautja, one of the few details about its race that Diligirios files hadn't mentioned. Everything else was accurate though. It was indeed a hunter, here to claim trophies as proof of its skill. These trophies happened to be the skulls and spines of whatever it killed. Hearing the sound of an incoming vehicle, the predator instinctively reached for a control on its left wrist gauntlet. Its cloaking device reactivated, bending the light away from itself to render the alien hunter nearly invisible. Through the lenses of its biomask, the predator watched the craft pass overhead, and the shape of a single humanoid heat signature dropping from it and landing in the rainforest. Trekking through the lush vegetation, Abel walked towards the location he had been given. It always irked the immortal barbarian when the Foundation attempted to use him to perform their menial dirty work. To Abel, such tasks were beneath him, but he had been promised a fight with a worthy adversary, and that was the only reason he had agreed to undertake this mission. Looking around as he reached a clearing, there was no sign of the MTF agents, until, that is, Abel craned his neck upwards and found them. Something had meticulously gathered up the bodies and hung them from the branches by their legs. It felt distinctly like a warning, as well as a taunting gloat. Every indicator pointed to this being the action of a creature that was marking its newfound territory. With a wave of his hand, Abel pulled a black-edged sword out of a pocket dimension holding his weapons, and held the blade at the ready. Looking down, he saw 3 points of red light had appeared on his bare chest. Just as Abel caught sight of the treetops where the lasers were coming from, a bolt of high-energy plasma was fired towards him. Within the same split second, he hurled his sword in the direction of his invisible enemy. The blast struck him and knocked him down, searing his flesh. Not that Abel could feel pain. At the same time, his sword spun through the air and cleaved through the branch where the predator had been perched, causing the creature to drop to the jungle floor with a thud. As the Yautja stood up, it noticed its gauntlet was sparking, having sustained damage in the fall. Now its cloaking device was flickering on and off. The predator knew it would need to repair its equipment, but first and foremost needed to collect a trophy from its latest kill. The creature strode towards where Abel was laying. A scorch mark left by the plasma caster burned into his flesh. Its cloaking device still malfunctioning, the hunter reached down to claim its prize. Abel's eyes suddenly snapped open and caught the creature by surprise. Reeling his leg back, he delivered a sharp kick that sent the predator hurling backwards, despite it being well over 7 feet tall and 520 pounds of armor and alien muscle. Abel hurriedly stood back up, facing off against the alien warrior as it too drew itself to full height. The gauntlet on its left wrist continued to spit sparks until the predator reached a clawed digit over and pressed a control. With an electronic beep, its cloak deactivated fully, and the hunter was revealed. It was tall, standing on 2 legs like a man. It seemed lithe and agile, but clearly almost as strong as Abel himself, judging by how muscular it was. Long appendages resembling locks of hair protruded from its head. Behind a metal faceplate, a mask covered the true face of the creature below. A clicking, chittering noise emanated from beneath the predator's biomask as it reached for a sash that went across its front and produced a pair of small metal circles. Abel flexed his shoulders and ran at the creature. The predator hurled both its discs at Abel, curved blades extending from both of them as they spun through the air. Abel ducked out of the path of one shuriken, narrowly dodging the second as he charged the alien hunter. Reaching for its back, the predator produced the long, ornate handle of its combi stick. Both ends of its telescopic spear extended, and the hunter began racing forward to clash head-on with its newfound prey. It plunged the spear right through Abel with all its strength, lifting the barbarian off his feet on the end of its weapon. Out of nowhere, SCP-096 produced another of his swords, the predator turning to look in confusion at the weapon that had seemingly just appeared in the hand of what it had taken for an ordinary human. Catching the off-world game hunter by surprise, Abel swept the sword through the air, cleaving the creature's spear in 2, causing him to drop back to the ground, landing on his feet. Following it with a second swift swing of his blade, Abel brought the weapon down on a slash that cut across the creature's chest. It sliced through the thick reptilian hide of the predator,
leaving a streak of fluorescent green blood oozing from its torso. The creature roared in pain. It sounded like a call of a lion echoing through the trees. In retaliation, the predator extended a pair of blades contained in its right gauntlet and swiped them at Abel. The wrist blades narrowly missed his face as he dodged an incoming attack, only to be caught by the creature's other hand. It gripped his head and plunged downwards, knocking Abel over and sending him face first into the rainforest floor. Reaching for his cloaking device control, the predator disappeared, retreating into the jungle to tend to its heavily bleeding wound.
What manner of devil is this creature, Hall?
Abel yelled at the researcher over his earpiece, hacking branches out of his path with his sword as he followed the trail of luminous green left by the wounded hunter. It's a warrior from another world, Hall replied. A hunter that tracks its prey by their body heat. Considers itself honorable, but often likes to go after more dangerous targets to challenge itself. Not unlike you, Abel.
I am nothing like this demon,
the barbarian shouted in fury.
This gutless monster has no honor. If it did, it would not give itself such an unfair advantage, nor would it run away when wounded. A true warrior would be happy to die a warrior's death in single combat, and would not rely on all its fancy weaponry.
Well, from what we can tell, these things have their own codes of sorts, Deligirio's voice said over the comms. You might not think of this hunter as honorable, but it definitely thinks of itself that way. Maybe use that to your advantage?
I do not need to be lectured by the likes of you,
Abel interrupted.
You have not known the heat of battle. None of you at the Foundation have. I will follow the trail of this cowardly beast's blood and cleave its foul head from its shoulders.
Unbeknownst to Abel, high above a branch, the predator was watching him. Its biomask had been zoomed in on him, the hunter listening to the barbarian's outrage. It turned to the task at hand, opening up its medikit and producing the surgical tools within as it tended to the deep green cut across its chest. Stifling roars of pain beneath its mask, the predator stapled the injury closed and applied a solvent to cauterize it. Night was beginning to fall, and Abel had long since lost the trail of green blood. Frustrated, he thought back to what the puny researchers at the Foundation had told him of his alien adversary. If it believed itself to be honorable, to have a code, then perhaps using that to lure it out to face him might work. With the sun rapidly disappearing beyond the tree line, Abel gathered a number of branches, hacking them off trees with his sword and fashioning them into burning torches. He placed them in a circle around the circumference of a clearing, creating a makeshift gladiatorial arena. He could feel his blood boiling, the urge to defeat this monster making him seethe. Throwing his head back and beating a fist against his chest, Abel roared up at the dark sky.
Come out, hunter,
he howled.
Show yourself! Come on, do it! I'm right here.
Watching him from afar, hidden by its cloak, the predator recognized what was happening. This was a challenge, a direct call to engage in single combat. Refusing this challenge and shooting its prey dead would be quicker, easier. But the hunter knew it was being watched, and therefore judged. With a growl, it dropped to the ground and paced towards the circle. Abel turned as the predator revealed itself, appearing almost from thin air. As it did, he drew one of his weapons and stood ready to fight. The hunter shrugged off the technology it carried on its back, dropping the plasma caster and its medikit before reaching up and pulling off its mask. Its face was grotesque. 4 hooked mandibles surrounding its mouth flared in anger.
You are one ugly,
Abel said, only to be interrupted by the predator extending the blades from its gauntlet and letting out another bestial roar. Holding his sword aloft, Abel gave a goading beckon to his opponent as the pair of them circled one another. Finally, the creature gave in and lunged at him, swiping its pair of razor-sharp serrated blades at Abel. He swung his sword and at the last second, deflected the oncoming blow with a clang of metal. Reaching into his pocket dimension, Abel pulled a second weapon out in his other hand and swiped at the predator, slicing through the creature's hide and leaving another gaping wound at its thigh. Roaring in fury, the predator launched another strike. Abel blocked the attack yet again, this time by crossing his swords, but the predator barged forward, driving its blades into the prey's chest and pinning his 2 weapons against him. The monstrous alien viciously headbutted Abel, the hooks of its mandibles scratching his face as it did, before reaching up to the back of his neck with its free hand. Abel could feel the sheer strength of the hunter lifting him off his feet, ready to twist his neck and pull his head off to claim it as a trophy. Kicking the predator in the chest, Abel used the force of the impact to push himself free from the creature's grip, backflipping through the air and landing a few feet away. His swords clattered together as they dropped to the ground. the immortal barbarian summoning another and immediately charging at the predator. It had been winded by the kick and barely recovered in time to defend itself as the blade swung for its neck. The predator staggered back, green blood oozing from its hide and pouring from its mouth. That blow had mortally wounded it. It was bleeding heavily and knew it might not survive this hunt, but it refused to be bested by a human, even one as seemingly invulnerable as Abel. Hunching over, listening to him slowly approaching to deliver the killing blow, the predator tapped a series of controls on its gauntlet. A gradually accelerating beeping began emanating from the device. Turning around at the last second, the alien hunter impaled Abel before he was upon it, skewering SCP-096’2 on its wrist blades. His sword had been raised above his head to plunge through the creature, and even while impaled, Abel was able to deliver the final blow. Stabbing the predator while it too had stabbed him, the pair were locked in a stalemate, angrily roaring each other until an explosion of energy burst from the hunter's gauntlets, reducing both Abel and the predator to atoms. Watching from their satellite feed, Hal and Diligirio sighed. They wouldn't have their specimen for testing, but at least they knew that Abel would eventually resurrect within the stone cube of SCP-076-1. But even higher up than their satellite, someone else was watching. A group of predators growled and chittered amongst themselves, having witnessed from their ship as one of their own had died in a battle with Abel. Although there was no way of knowing, the noises the hunting party were making could have been expressions of disappointment at their fallen brother or a declaration of war. The aftershock shuddered through the Foundation. Emergency alarms wailed as injured staff and security helped each other out from underneath rubble that had fallen on them as the building was shaken by the quake. It had only lasted a few short seconds, but still managed to leave a trail of destruction in its wake. While the wounded were bandaged up, anyone and everyone who was still able to started frantically checking the containment of every anomaly on the site. The Foundation could worry about the origin of the quake later. First and foremost, they needed to assess the damage. Luckily, multiple rapid sweeps of the facility revealed that there weren't all that many high-level threat anomalies whose containment had been breached. A few of the safer ones were found cowering under tables or buried under fallen rubble in their quarters. But for the most part, every anomaly was accounted for, and none had been provided with an opportunity to escape and cause further havoc. At least, that's how things seemed at first. It was only when the chaos started to die down and repair efforts were underway that personnel noticed an odd change. Something was missing, but nobody could quite put their finger on exactly what. As a matter of fact, most could pinpoint exactly when they noticed this odd feeling. It had only begun after the emergency alarms had been shut off. There was a sound that everyone working at the Foundation had gotten so used to that they practically stopped hearing it, or at least, they'd stopped noticing it. It was only now that the noise was gone, its absence no longer drowned out by blaring alarms, that staff realized it had always been there. Everyone had just learned to subconsciously tune it out. Crying. The low, soft whimpering that could be heard emanating from SCP-096's containment chamber. It had stopped. The cell within had fallen silent, and once someone at the Foundation made the right connection and investigated, they happened upon a startling discovery. SCP-096 had vanished. Panic immediately engulfed the facility yet again. The Shy Guy could be anywhere, and a search effort to find it would only end in deaths. After all, in order to find something, you have to look at it, and that was a fatal thing to do when SCP-096 was involved. Closer examination showed no trace of the missing creature. There had been no reported incidents of incursions with it anywhere in the world. Every known photograph, video recording, or other visual depiction of SCP-096 was either securely stashed away or destroyed completely by the Foundation. There was no way it could have possibly escaped, and it was seemingly nowhere at all. But still, the question remained, where in the world had the Shy Guy gone to? If it was still even in this world. From SCP-096's perspective, one moment all had been normal. The next, it was lost somewhere strange, unfamiliar, and above all unsettling, even to the Shy Guy. Before the sudden quake had hit, it had spent the day the same way it usually occupied its time, alternating between aimlessly pacing the far wall of its containment chamber and sitting in a fetal position in the corner sobbing all the while. But then the room had started shaking, and in the blink of a deeply sunken eye, the Shy Guy found itself, well, it had no idea where. Around it was a large carpeted room, open and sparse, with little occupying all the space. The wallpaper was a nauseating, sickly shade of yellow, made all the more garish by the rows of fluorescent lighting from the ceiling above. The entire place seemed to resemble an office space, although seemingly one that was in a total state of disuse. There was no furniture, not even one solitary inanimate object to make the place seem at least the tiniest bit closer to normal. Little was SCP-096 aware it had somehow been transported to a strange and terrible place, the backrooms. Unless someone remains wary and ever vigilant, they can unknowingly slip their way out of reality. It can happen anywhere. All that a person needs to do is be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they will no-clip into the backrooms. All around SCP-096 was the stench of old, wet carpet, and a labyrinth of uninhabited rooms with the same drab yellow walls, the endless buzz of the fluorescent lights stretching out for who knows how many square miles of empty rooms. In short, the Shy Guy was trapped in a purgatory-like nightmare. However, there was at least one small mercy for SCP-096 as it wandered around its new surroundings. There was nobody else around, no other signs of life, no SCP Foundation, no ordinary human beings, no one who could see it. Here in the solitary confinement of the backrooms, SCP-096 could not be perceived, and yet this brought the self-conscious creature very little in the way of comfort. Despite being completely alone, there was an awful lingering feeling that hung in the air like the smell of the old carpet underfoot. SCP-096 still felt like it was being watched, and yet if someone or something really was watching, it wasn't triggering the Shy Guy's usual rage state. As it lurked through the various rooms and corridors, the creature kept expecting to find someone, to look them in the eye directly and get the same inescapable urge to race towards its observer and kill them. But it never came, because there was nobody else around, at least for a little while. Adam Jenkins had been out riding his bike when it happened. Pushing one pedal around, then the other, he gradually climbed higher up the slope of a hill. His house was down at the bottom of the other side, and Adam knew once he reached the peak, he could slip nice and easily down the rest of the way. As long as he was careful not to let the extra momentum carry his bike too far and too fast, he just had to keep in control and gently compress the brake if he needed to. He made this same journey every day. Nothing could go wrong. Sure enough, Adam reached the top of the hill and allowed the bike to slowly tip ever so slightly over the other side. Gravity started to do the rest, the wheels starting to spin rapidly, the pedals pistoning his legs as he plummeted downwards. It was one of the few childlike joys left in Adam's life, those few brief seconds of the day where he got to speed down the hill back home with reckless abandon. He was blissfully unaware that he wouldn't have enough time to miss how much he enjoyed it. Without warning, a car came speeding out from around a corner on the way down the hill. It was dark, and the driver had carelessly decided to leave their headlights off. So when Adam saw the vehicle, he only had a split second to react. He was still going too fast. So if he applied the brakes now, his front wheel would stop too suddenly and send him flying forward over the handlebars. Instead, seconds before colliding with the car's hood, Adam wrenched his bike's handlebars and swerved around the car. But the added speed of going downhill caused the entire bike to topple as it turned so violently, launching Adam off and sending him hurtling towards a nearby wall. Adam could tell in the split second after coming off his bike that he was about to collide with the wall. His brain and body anticipated the impact, bracing him for the painful crash, but it never came. Instead of hitting the wall, Adam passed through it. That may well have spared him a devastating injury, but now a whole new problem now faced him. Just like no clipping through a virtual environment in a video game, Adam had passed directly out of reality, right into the backrooms. The first few hours were the worst, shouting as loud as he could for someone, anyone, to come and find him. Each yell rapidly growing more and more frantic as Adam rushed around his haunting new surroundings. The whole place was unsettling just to be in. It gave off a hostile, unwelcoming energy that was impossible to ignore. It was only after an hour of trying to find a way out that Adam realized he was well and truly lost. He'd strayed too far away from his original point of entry, and just as he had the idea of trying to make his way back to the world from the same place he came in, it was already too late. The back rooms, at least on this first level, all looked the same. No two rooms were distinct enough for him to figure out if this was somewhere he'd been before, or an entirely new area. It didn't take long for an overwhelming sense of hopelessness to set in. Adam had quickly given up calling for help. There was no sign of anyone around that would be able to help him, until the shuffling of footsteps came from nearby. It was such a noticeable break in the dull, unsettling quiet of the back rooms that it made Adam's ears prick up. The yellow-hued maze had been so void of life since he had arrived, so unnaturally empty, that he wasn't entirely sure he had made the sound himself by his jacket brushing up against the wall. But no, there was definitely something here with him. He could hear it wandering nearby, and it had certainly heard him too. Calling out yet again with more caution in his tone, Adam Jenkins turned the next corner, met with yet another dingy yellow corridor. Although, unlike the others, this one had a key difference. SCP-096 stood right in the middle of it. The split second that Adam's eyes fell over the shy guy, it was already too late. He barely had time to process the sight of the creature, its tall, humanoid shape, wiry thin and pale skin, jaw hanging unnaturally wide. In fact, SCP-096 dashed towards Adam so quickly that he couldn't even finish his startled scream. Meanwhile, back at the SCP Foundation, efforts were still underway to retrieve the shy guy. Researchers were baffled that there was not a single trace anywhere on the globe of SCP-096's presence. They had quickly rolled out their usual method for recalling the creature to containment. Requisitioning one of D-Class personnel, this individual was instructed to stand in SCP-096's cell and then was given a photograph of the monster to look at. Knowing that the shy guy would track down anyone that saw its face, even as a single tiny pixel in a picture, the Foundation expected the creature to simply reappear in its containment chamber to kill the D-Class they had used as bait. But nothing happened. The D-Class was able to look at the photo of SCP-096 and survive. It was almost as if the creature's link to reality was weakened. Wherever it was, it might still be aware someone had looked at it, but the shy guy was somehow being blocked from traveling to its most recent observer. Having drawn a blank on trying to determine SCP-096's whereabouts, the Foundation eventually turned to SCP-343 for his input. Naturally, the powerful reality bender was reluctant as ever to get involved. The Foundation insisted, knowing that SCP-343's omniscience meant he would already be aware of where they could find the missing shy guy. He refused multiple times, admitting he did have the answer they were looking for, but not wishing to divulge that information.
Fine.
SCP-343 sighed, coming to a compromise.
I can't tell you exactly where 096 is, but when I tell you where to look for answers, you'll know. Async.
The researchers were stunned into silence. Nobody in the Foundation had heard that name used in a long time, but SCP-343 was right. They knew exactly what it meant. Back in the 1980s, Async was another shadowy organization that had been investigating the existence of a liminal space connected to reality, a place they had called the Backrooms. Gathering up a mobile task force, the SCP Foundation dispatched its agents to a site that had long since been abandoned. They'd kept a watchful eye over the disused lab, keeping the public away, making sure nobody stumbled in by accident and got trapped. As the MTF commander gave the word, the outdated 80s technology was fired up, and Async's great achievement was reactivated. They had constructed a portal into the backrooms. Moving information, the MTF operatives filed into the empty yellow space, unsure if they'd find SCP-096 alive, or if it would even want to come back. Meanwhile, in the backrooms level 0, only the shy guy remained, having completely annihilated poor, unfortunate Adam. He was enjoying the solitude once again, knowing that now nobody was here to see him, until one wrong step changed everything. He no-clipped from level 0 to level 1, where he would have a lot more company.
What's up, gamers? Hello there, everyone. My name's SCP Explained. A lot of SCP fans have played the free survival horror game SCP Containment Breach. The game's story places the player in the shoes of a D-Class at one of the Foundation's containment sites, as they try their best to survive a massive, catastrophic containment breach.
Many players, including some of our viewers, feel as if the simulated experience has given them the tools they would need to survive a real-life containment breach. But can playing a video game really be sufficient training for encountering some of the deadliest SCPs in containment and escaping with your life? In order to answer this question, we're going to speculate based on one of the game's most prolific players, famous YouTuber and gamer, Markiplier. If playing this game counts as training, then Markiplier has enough hours logged to be a bona fide expert in facing off against the many dangerous anomalies at the SCP Foundation. So kick back, crack open some G Fuel, and let's see if Markiplier lives to gain another day. To set the scene, let's all imagine that somehow, through a hiccup in time and space, or by some sort of wish on a cursed monkey's paw, Markiplier found himself inside of an SCP Foundation containment site. That would be bad enough, but the blaring alarms and sounds of chaos signal that he arrived at the worst possible time, during a containment breach. The security systems are down, the cells are open, and danger lurks around every corner. Armed with nothing but his wits and winning personality, the only thing he can do is try to navigate the facility as carefully as possible, remember everything he's learned from his time streaming the video game version of this place, and hope he can escape with his life. Let's start with one we know he'd be well equipped to face, SCP-173. The next snapping sculpture is the main antagonist of SCP Containment Breach, so Markiplier would be familiar with the necessary precautions to avoid winding up as its next victim. If he happened to walk into a room and spot the figure, frozen in his gaze, he would know to keep his eyes on the sculpture no matter what, and slowly back out of the room without blinking. Plus, with all of the time he spends looking at screens, he's definitely used to keeping his eyes on one thing for a long period of time. Congratulations, Mark. You survived that one. He's managed to get away from SCP-173 with his neck still intact. Hooray! But as he sneaks through the hall trying not to draw any unwanted attention, a French accented voice breaks the silence behind him. Good evening, my fine fellow. Are you feeling quite well? There, behind him, is SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, in all of his beak-masked, black-robed glory. You look feverish. Please, allow me to administer some simple tests. In this scenario, Mark would have to think fast and use some of that patented Markiplier charm to get himself out of a potentially sticky situation before one of those gloved hands can touch him. He would need to politely excuse himself, insist that he just saw his doctor earlier that day, and then, before the Plague Doctor can take another step closer, run as fast as he possibly could in the opposite direction. As Markiplier stops to catch his breath, having thrown the Plague Doctor off of his trail, the sound of sobbing in the corner signals that he might have just escaped the proverbial frying pan, only to wind up in the fire. A quick cursory glance up, and the sight of a long-limbed pale humanoid form would confirm his suspicions. Yes indeed. He's found himself alone with SCP-096, the Shy Guy. Remembering the details of this particular anomaly from the game, he would look back down at the ground immediately, making sure not to glimpse the creature's face. As long as he avoided looking at its face, it would stay in the corner of the room, scarcely even acknowledging him. Then he would be free to make a mad dash for the exit. All the while, SCP-096 would stay hunched over, crying and completely aware it was briefly in the presence of a beloved YouTube personality. Things might be going pretty well for Markiplier so far, but oh, what's that sound? The slither of tentacles on tile, the thumping of a large heart, and the murmuring voice of an elderly Englishman? Poor Markiplier. Video games definitely wouldn't have prepared him for the arrival of SCP-058, the Heart of Darkness. It's come out of its cage and it's doing just fine. But the same can't be said for any living thing that this creepy, animate, and highly hostile creature encounters.
Endless suffering is the woe of ignorant men who never lack to see the depth of their own hearts and only see the wealth of a poor world's suffering of silver and brutal gladness,
the Heart whispers as it scuttles towards the hapless YouTuber. Without much prior knowledge of the anomaly, Mark would be thoroughly unprepared for any encounter with it. He would likely fall victim to its spiked tentacles or the sharp stinger, and any attempt to physically fight it off would be ineffective due to the anomaly's resilience to physical attacks. We don't need to get into the details of how that specifically might end. It would be a bit tasteless. But there are friendly anomalies that Markiplier might stumble upon too. Suppose, instead of suffering an untimely end at the tentacles of a heart monster that speaks in creepy atmospheric gibberish, he found himself face to face with SCP-073, Kane. It would be a nice reprieve, to be sure, as Kane is generally pleasant and congenial to any humans he meets. You never know, he might even be a fan of Mark's work. The same can't be said for Kane's counterpart, SCP-076, however. It's nothing personal. Abel feels murderous rage towards any and all human beings, but it's hard not to take it personally when you see Abel running at you at full speed, brandishing a massive sword that's poised to take your head off with one swing. If Markiplier faced Abel on his own, he would unfortunately not stand much of a chance. Again, it's nothing personal. He's a super powerful ancient warrior with a taste for bloodshed. If Kane was in the vicinity, however, then he might just be able to escape unscathed. Kane is one of the few anomalies that can easily oppose Abel, as any damage Abel manages to do to him will only affect Abel. So the best case scenario for Mark would be to let the two immortals go at it while he sneaks away quietly. After all the stress of navigating the containment site, Markiplier would probably really need some cheering up. After all, his entire sense of reality is crumbling around him at a rapid pace. Good news, because SCP-999 can always sense when someone nearby needs that frown turned upside down. The tickle monster doesn't appear in the containment breach game, so Mark might not know what to expect when he sees a large mass of bright orange slime oozing toward him at a rapid pace. But once SCP-999 wrapped him in a big hug and its natural mood-boosting properties kicked in, he would know that this particular creature is friend, not foe. He would give the slimy visitor some affectionate pats, and the tickle monster would coo happily in return. SCP-999 might try to follow Markiplier down the hall, but he would insist it stay where it is needed, helping the various humans and anomalies of the Foundation when they need a little bit of sweetness and light in their lives. Then the two would part ways, each with their spirits lifted, and with fond memories of their new friend that would last a lifetime. But you can never let your guard down at the SCP Foundation, not even for a second as you're enjoying a hug from everyone's favorite happy slime creature. If you relax and forget to keep your wits about you, you might not notice the wall behind you starting to warp and melt as something horrible reaches through it from a dark place outside space and time. If Markiplier turned around to find himself face to face with the cold dead eyes of SCP-106, the old man, what would happen next? The rotten old man appears in containment breach, so Mark would know exactly how bad things can get if this ominous octogenarian gets his decaying hands on him. He would also know that doors, walls, and other solid objects are not enough to deter this entity once he sets his sights on taking you. It is possible that Mark could run, could stay out of the old man's sight until the creature gets bored or find some other more convenient prey to snatch up. But it's more than likely that SCP-106 would be excited by the chase and would delight in the fear and pain that he is causing. Unlike in Containment Breach, where SCP-106's movements can be predicted, the real thing is far more crafty and malicious, and there's no starting over if the old man catches up to you in the real world. Unfortunately, Markiplier would likely find himself pulled through the wall and into the entity's lair, where only doom would be waiting. How might Markiplier fare against another prominent character in Containment Breach, though? Say, one very tricky, possessive mask. Thankfully, his experience with the game would have taught Mark in advance that SCP-035 cannot be trusted under any circumstances. However, the mask in the game is at least a little bit helpful, offering valuable information about navigating the containment site, and even providing insight into other threats to the player's safety. The real thing is nowhere near as generous. It has no desire to help humans or anyone but itself, really. If it wound up in the same room as Markiplier, it would only have one goal and one goal only: get him to take it out of its case and put it over his face. Hopefully Markiplier would know better than to wear the wicked porcelain mask, but its psychic influence is strong. We couldn't blame him if he wound up succumbing to it, putting it on and becoming the mask's newest human host. It would be thrilled to have found such a famous body to take over too, who would pilot Markiplier out of the containment site, take him back home, and become the first SCP with over 1 million YouTube subscribers. Aside from this channel, of course. I shudder to think what SCP-035 would do with such a massive platform. It definitely wouldn't be anything good. Now, there aren't just anomalies at the Foundation. There are lots of staff members working to keep the well-oiled machine running smoothly. Of course, some are better at this than others, and some staff are just agents of chaos all on their own. But that makes life more fun. Imagine a team-up between the most fun-loving, memeable researcher at the SCP Foundation and Markiplier. That's right, Dr. Jack Bright himself. Now, many people don't know this, but Dr. Bright is a big fan of gaming YouTubers and has wanted to start a channel of his own for quite some time. The Foundation won't allow him to run any of his own social media, concerned about the potential for secure information leaking to the public. But a chance encounter with one of his favorite YouTube creators would be just the kind of opportunity Dr. Bright has been waiting for. Sure, Markiplier might be caught a bit off guard by a strange man in an amulet asking him to collab, but Dr. Bright's big personality, sense of humor, and high energy would make him a great guest to have on the channel. At least until he finds something else to distract him from his own existential dread and abandons his streaming dreams for that. He'd definitely get Markiplier to autograph the amulet first though, that's for sure. Lots of people love Markiplier. He's a congenial guy with a passion for making enjoyable content, but there's one anomaly at the Foundation that wouldn't like him at all. In fact, it would find him, frankly, disgusting. But that's not his fault. SCP-682 hates all living things. That's kind of its whole deal. Well, that and being impossible to kill. The massive rage-filled reptile is incredibly dangerous to anything and anyone it encounters, and sadly, Markiplier would be no exception. This creature doesn't care about likability or how much a person has contributed to contemporary internet culture. It only cares about destruction, about snapping the poor YouTuber up in its jaws or knocking him into the wall with one swash of its enormous tail. Unless Markiplier happened to have a spare nuclear warhead on him, it's not likely that he would make it out of meeting with SCP-682 in one piece. Oh, no, not his head.
Wait, is that the bite of 87?
Sorry, I had to do it for the meme. Speaking of 87, however, how would Markiplier fare if he stumbled upon SCP-087, the stairwell? It's not the likeliest of events, seeing as the doorway leading to it is constructed of reinforced steel with an electro-release lock and is disguised as the entrance to a janitor's closet in an undisclosed building, but in this world, stranger things have happened. Markiplier has played more than enough horror games to know that finding yourself in a dark staircase that seems to go on forever where you can hear the distant cries of a distressed child isn't something anyone would ever want. He could try and descend the staircase, looking for a way out, but if he did, all that would await him is creeping dread and paranoia, and an encounter with the frightening face of SCP-087-1. His best hope in this scenario would be to take a seat at the top of the stairs and wait for his loyal fanbase to notice he hasn't been online for a while. The internet is a powerful thing, and it's possible they could track him down and rescue him before things got too dire. Otherwise, well, best not to think about that. Over the span of their careers, many online personalities and digital content creators have found themselves in need of a rebrand. Maybe they decide to make a new type of creative work. Maybe they wind up at the center of a scandal. Or maybe they just got bored of doing the same thing over and over again. If Markiplier ever decided to change things up, there are dozens of ways he could go about it. But there's one that he would need to visit the SCP Foundation for. It wouldn't be necessarily advisable, but what if Markiplier decided to engage in some anomalous self-improvement using SCP-914, the Clockworks? Using live test subjects with this machine is always a bit dicey, and he would need to be extremely careful about what setting he used. The very fine setting could produce some really exciting results. Maybe it would improve his eyesight, or give him the ability to work long hours without experiencing creator burnout. Maybe it would give him the ability to fly, or to spontaneously generate a Wi-Fi hotspot no matter where he was, or how little phone signal he had. Maybe it would make him the greatest gamer in the world. There's really only one reason to find out. Just make sure to hit the right button, or several million people would be very, very sad. Speaking of self-improvement, what would happen if Markiplier got his hands on an anomalous computer program? Not one of the dangerous ones, but an educational one intended to help children learn new skills. SCP-5094, Miss J's WizKid Schoolhouse, would be a perfect fit. He'd have to find a way to play it on his computer, but once he did, Markiplier could livestream his experience with the software. It's uncertain how the anomalous effect of SCP-5094 would translate into a massive audience, but it would be amazing to see if thousands of people could learn a new skill at once. It would be potentially life-changing for everyone involved. Speaking of helpful anomalies, Markiplier would greatly benefit from an introduction to SCP-662, the Butler's Handbell. Running a YouTube channel takes a ton of work, and having an eager supernatural assistant on call 24 hours a day would probably really improve the quality of life for everyone involved. Mr. Deeds would be happy to assist with whatever day-to-day tasks might come up, and could even become a beloved background character on the channel. Whether it's bringing Mark a bag of Takis or helping edit video footage, there's very little this helpful British butler can't do. When you get famous and successful, and when you become a public figure online, it seems like everyone out there wants a piece of you. People want money, attention, to ride someone's coattails to fame. But what about an anomaly that quite literally wants a piece of Markiplier? Or any person, really. SCP-082 Ferdinand the Cannibal would love to meet Markiplier, and would love to make Markiplier his meat. He would probably use his habit for lying and spinning elaborate stories to attempt to entice Mark into a dangerous situation.
Hello, Markiplier. It's me, your friend Jacksepticeye,
he would say while very visibly not being who he claims to be.
It's time to film a new video challenge. See how long you can stay in the soup pot. Just hop in the pot of boiling water. Don't mind me cutting up carrots and onions into it.
As long as Mark keeps his wits about him and doesn't fall for the extremely obvious lies, he would likely escape this confrontation without ending up in a YouTuber's stew. Markiplier is somewhat familiar with the layout of the SCP Foundation containment site, thanks to the gameplay of Containment Breach. But what if, after freeing himself from one anomalous nightmare, he stumbled into another one altogether? What if months after his inexplicable teleportation into the containment site, after life was starting to get back to normal, he was in the market for a brand new gaming chair? And what if he decided to prioritize convenience and Scandinavian furniture engineering in his selection process? And what if, on top of all of that, he had a craving for some Swedish meatballs consumed in a public food court? Why, all of those factors might just lead him to IKEA. And while there are hundreds of IKEAs around the country, it's not impossible that he might just pick the wrong one and find himself lost inside of SCP-3008. Markiplier is a fairly observant guy, so it likely wouldn't take him long to notice that something is a bit off inside of this particular retail store. There wouldn't be any other shoppers around him, the aisles would go on forever, and the employees inside wouldn't have faces. That last one would probably be the biggest giveaway. Unfortunately, once someone is inside the infinite IKEA, it's pretty unlikely that they will ever leave. He would give it a noble effort to be sure, exploring his surroundings and finding the best places to hide from the IKEA staff when the lights go out. If his phone is fully charged, he might even be the first person to live stream from the depths of this anomalous furniture outlet and spread the word to his fans about the existence of SCP-3008. But sadly, that stream would probably wind up being his last, unless he somehow figured out a way to recreate his YouTube setup inside of his strange new home. If he did though, that would be pretty cool, almost cool enough to make up for the fact that he would never see any of his friends or family ever again. Fortunately for everyone involved, it's highly unlikely that Markiplier will end up interacting with any SCP anomalies without the safe barrier of a computer monitor in between them. But just in case reality ever bends in on itself and worlds begin to collide, hopefully Mark will remember everything he's learned. And to anyone who's ever told you otherwise, see, playing video games can help you in the real world. It might even save your life. Here we are again with the Anomatron 6000. Our state-of-the-art simulation computer that helps us create hyper-accurate simulations of some of the world's most bizarre scenarios. Whether it's SCP-096 versus Siren Head, Abel versus Chainsaw Man, or now perhaps our most ridiculous matchup yet, SCP-035, the Diabolical Possessive Mask, versus The Mask, the popular Jim Carrey character based on the hyper-violent comic book of the same name. So, what the heck are we waiting for? Let's crank up the machine and see what the results are.
Somebody stop me!
Okay, so what have we got on intake today? Researcher Werb asked, a tone of boredom hanging off his every word. Possible anomalous entity? His compatriot Dr. Mackney replied, sipping his coffee, sounding equally as unenthused. Caucasian male, early 30s, a team of our agents picked him up in... The Foundation doctor checked his notes. Some place called Edge City? Real appealing tourist spot, he added sarcastically. What's so anomalous about him? Werb questioned. His eyes lazily scanned over a file Macney had handed him. Says here he's just an ordinary bank teller. There's one prior arrest on his record, but the charges were dropped later on. This guy's a nobody. Apparently, he was in possession of an anomalous artifact, came the doctor's reply. He looked through the one-way glass into the interrogation room. Sat at the table wearing a matching pair of hideous pajamas was a wiry, brown-haired man. What was it? Researcher Werb asked, not bothering to check the file. A mask, apparently, Macney replied. This thing can form a symbiotic connection with whoever wears it. This guy's had it for a while. It causes him to undergo a dramatic intensification of his personality when he puts it on, as well as granting him some, unusual abilities. Hold on, aren't you just describing SCP-035? Werb said, looking confused. Nope, the doctor responded by handing him a clear evidence bag. In it was a single wooden mask, a dull, darkish green tint to the object. It looked to be almost Viking in its design, with 3 holes on its surface, 1 for the mouth and 2 for the eyes. It was hard to deny it was completely different from the white porcelain of SCP-035. What's this guy's name again? Werb sighed, looking at the scruffy pajama-clad man waiting for them. Ipkiss, his colleague replied. Stanley Ipkiss. Meanwhile, locked up tight in a hermetically sealed glass case was another anomalous mask. SCP-035 was kept under lock and key by the Foundation, guarded constantly by a pair of armed security officers. One of them, Officer Riegert, had noticed something strange about the infamous possessive mask today, or stranger than usual anyway. SCP-035 was known to compel people to wear it if they were close enough, often through subtle, psychic whispers, but today it seemed restless, almost agitated, like it found something nearby to be intensely annoying. I already told you everything I know, Stanley Ipkiss sighed exhaustedly. He'd been dragged out of bed at the crack of dawn by strange agents and was now being interrogated about what he knew of the wooden mask he'd come across floating in the river one fateful night. I don't know where it came from, I swear. I didn't even realize I still had it. We threw it back in the river, but my dog must have swum out and fetched it, Stanley explained. You have no idea what this thing is, not even from any first-hand experience, Mr. Ipkiss? Dr. Macney asked, holding the mask up. Look, I did take it to a psychologist who told me it might be Scandinavian, a representation of some Norse night god, Loki, I think, he answered. We're not interested in this mask as a historical art piece, Researcher Werb retorted. Tell us what happens when you put it on. Stanley paused for a moment, clearly aware he was in real trouble, but nervous about coughing up the details to his shady captors. With a sigh, he decided it was best to confess. I don't know how it works, but whenever you put it on, it's like it brings your deepest desires to life. When I wear that mask, I can do anything, be anything, he described, remembering a key detail. But it only works at night. Dr. Macney and Researcher Werb exchanged looks, uncertain if Ipkiss was just a lunatic or if there was truth to what he was telling them. Assemble a security team, Macney sighed. We'll arrange a safe environment for you tonight, Mr. Ipkiss. Elsewhere in the facility, Riegert and his fellow security officer, Duggan, was watching over SCP-035 with growing concern. What do you reckon has this thing so agitated? Dugan wondered aloud. Who knows? Riegert sighed. I've already reported it to command, told them 035's in a mood. They said to proceed as normal. Suddenly, as the words left his mouth, Officer Riegert felt strange. It was like he had been hooked by an overwhelming urge to put the possessive mask on. He barely noticed he had reached to unlock the door sealing the area where SCP-035 was contained in its case, and as he stepped through, Officer Dugan's pleas for him to stop barely registered. The other officer tried in vain to pull Riegert back as he walked towards the possessive mask, only to feel his coworker grip his shirt and swing him face first over and over again into the glass case containing the anomalous object. His body going completely limp after being used to break the glass, Riegert dropped Dugan to the floor, too lost in his trance-like state to realize he'd just killed a fellow Foundation security officer. He was too focused on SCP-035 as he lifted it up and placed it over his face. Meanwhile, Stanley Ipkiss had been brought to a testing area, a team of security officers standing around him. The fact that they were all armed did little to ease Stanley's nerves. Dr. Macney strode up to him, pulling the green wooden mask out of the airtight bag it had been sealed in, and handed it to Stanley. No funny business, Mr. Ipkiss, the doctor warned. I really can't promise that, Stanley replied. He looked at the mask in his hands, noticed a green shimmer over the reverse side of it. As much as he had gladly given it up, part of him had missed wearing it. He could already hear the low rumbling of thunder outside as he lifted it towards his face, feeling it almost leap out of his hands and latch itself onto him. The green mask eagerly became attached to Stanley, the surface of it spreading out where it covered his face and wrapped around his entire head. Around him, the guards cautiously stepped back as they watched Stanley convulse and writhe around the place uncontrollably, like a man possessed. Both researcher Word and Dr. Mackney looked at each other in wordless disbelief before turning back to the scene unfolding before their eyes. The booming noise of thunder and cracks of lightning rang out, despite this all taking place indoors, as Stanley Ipkiss vanished in the center of a miniature tornado that spun wildly around the testing area before slowing to a halt. In its place stood a maniacal, wide-eyed figure, dressed in a garish yellow zoot suit and wearing an enormous toothed grin on his bright green face.
How do, fellas?
The mask bombastically hooted at the guards. Having been trained to deal with absurd anomalies aplenty, the security team all defensively raised their weapons out of a mix of instinct and confusion.
Eesh, rough crowd.
The green-faced lunatic stated to nobody. It looked like he had turned aside, as if addressing some invisible audience. Outstretching both arms and one leg, the mask instantly zipped off, hurling around the room in a whirlwind of absurdity, in the style of an old Tex Avery cartoon. The spinning, cackling combination of Stanley Ipkiss and the magical mask weaved in between the Foundation guards, all of whom tried in vain to restrain him until he disappeared out of the door.
After him!
Dr. Mackney yelled with urgency in his voice. The guards all turned to run after the mask, only for each one of them to trip over and land face first on the floor of the testing area, as if something had tied them all up by their ankles. It was only after the security officers all struggled back up to their feet that they noticed their pants had been yanked down, leaving the Foundation's finest somewhat embarrassed, to say the least. Outside the testing area, Stanley, or rather the mask, had already closed the door behind him. Out of nowhere, he produced a series of wooden planks and began hammering them into the doorframe, boarding it up before speedily adding chains and padlocks to the mix. Sighing and in an over-exaggerated manner wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned around, only to be met with the sight of even more SCP Foundation guards lying in wait, their guns all trained on him. The mask gave a scream of pure terror that briefly sent his skull popping out of his head and his eyes shooting out of his skull, before everything zipped right back into its original place. His eyes darted around at the faces of the Foundation security, wondering how he was going to get out of this one.
Oh gee, this all seems familiar,
He said either to himself or his audience.
Well, if it ain't broken, hit it!
In the blink of an eye, the mask's bright yellow outfit had transformed, replaced by a silk blue rumba shirt with ruffled sleeves, white pants, and a wide-brimmed black hat. As they watched him stood at the ready, a few of the guards noticed the sound of music. Not one of them could tell where it was coming from, nor could they help starting to tap their feet or bob their heads to the rhythm of the Cuban Pete rumba. The entire security team quickly erupted into a full-blown dance number that anyone who saw it couldn't resist joining, all led by the mask, wildly waving maracas in the air and singing. Elsewhere in the facility, Officer Riegert was beginning to melt. He still had SCP-035 covering his face, the frown of the possessive mask conveying the entity's sheer discontent. The black ooze secreting from its porcelain surface had the unfortunate effect of corroding and melting down anyone that wore it, dissolving them entirely after a short period of time. Determined, SCP-035 pushed on, plotting its host towards a storage room. If it remembered correctly, the SCP Foundation had stored a number of temporary hosts for it, mannequins that, while not human, had enough of a humanoid shape for the possessive mask to use. Of course, after all of its attempts to escape, the Foundation had rescinded its privilege to be granted new hosts, not that it could stop it from taking them by force. Using the last of Officer Riegert's dwindling strength, SCP-035 barged its way into the storeroom. Sure enough, waiting there for it was a row of discarded mannequins. Lifting Riegert's hands before they had fully melted away, the possessive mask used him to place itself on a new body. Elsewhere, not too far away in the Foundation facility, a conga line of security officers and research personnel was parading through the corridors, all happily dancing and jiving to the music, despite still no one being able to figure out where it was coming from. Dashing away from his spot at the front of the line, the mask zipped around a corner, his clothes having changed back to his signature brightly colored zoot suit.
Never say no to a party!
He exclaimed after having danced his way to freedom. The sound of something shuffling closer quickly caught the mask's attention. He turned around to find himself standing green face to porcelain face with SCP-035.
You.
The masked mannequin raised a hollow arm pointing a finger from its host at Stanley.
You bear the God of Mischief's carving. I could sense its presence since you arrived. Stealing my look, nobody likes a copycat, fella, the mask replied. Although intimidation is the sincerest form of flattery, and that's how Jim Carrey's career started.
He added, exploding with raucous laughter.
Cease your prattling!
SCP-035 hissed with spite.
Say, perhaps we're related.
The mask ignored it.
Oh, we could be long-lost family. You know, I always wanted kids of my own. Son of the Mask has a nice ring to it, right?
He paused, once again turning away to his unseen audience.
On second thought, maybe not.
The SCP-035 controlled mannequin leapt forward, gripping the mask's arm, causing him to scream in shock at the advanced. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, zooming in on the corrosive black secretions oozing from SCP-035. The mannequin's other hand started reaching upwards, gripping his oversized green head as if it were trying to lift the mask right off of Stanley's face. Zooming away again, he sped down the nearest corridor, his arms stretching behind him, still clamped in SCP-035's grip. Coming to a screeching halt with the comical sound of car brakes, the mask wobbled his outstretched arm. A ripple traveled all the way along the elongated limb, as if it was made of elastic. His wrist still being held by the mannequin sporting the possessive mask, the force of the flailing rubbery arm was so great that it flung SCP-035's host body around, sending it head first into the ceiling, then plummeting back down to the ground. Its grip loosened, allowing the mask to reel back its stretchy arm, although it didn't return to normal length right away. His own hand pinged back and hit him in the face, only to start urgently trying to communicate of its own accord.
What's that, boy?
The mask said to his hand as it started performing a series of signals.
Little Timmy's stuck down a well. You'd like a Friday night off? There's a two-bit chump wearing another mask walking menacingly down the hall towards us.
The hand suddenly turned the mask's head to look in the right direction. Sure enough, SCP-035 was using the mannequin to walk down the hall towards him. His elongated arm quickly returned to its normal size, as the green-faced lunatic took a quick draw stance, facing his oncoming adversary.
Now, you have to ask yourself one question.
He sneered, doing a fairly convincing impression of a green Clint Eastwood.
Do I feel lucky?
With a sweep of his hand, the mask had drawn an enormous weapon. The thing was a gigantic mass of different artillery, clicking and whirring. There were barrels on top of barrels, rockets, and other explosives locked into place.
Do I feel lucky?
The mask continued.
Well, do you, punk?
SCP-035 did nothing to slow its advance, so the mask pulled the trigger. Every one of his weapon's various components spat out a tiny flag with the word BANG written on it.
Ah, performance issue,
he said, doing his aside once again. Not that I'm overcompensating for anything. Clearly growing agitated, piloting its host, SCP-035 started charging towards the mask. Immediately, he spun around, becoming a tornado of hyperactivity and whooping noises as he sped down the adjacent corridor. The possessive mask staggered after him. The ooze leaking from the porcelain anomaly was dripping onto the mannequin wearing it, causing the plastic to be melted away, exposing the flimsy metal skeleton beneath. It knew it had to merge with a new host, find something else to corrupt. SCP-035 chased after the cartoonish troublemaker, knowing that if it could catch him, he'd be able to survive merging with it. His body, while wearing the other mask, barely obeyed the laws of physics, making him invulnerable to damage, and possibly even the corrosive substance oozing from the possessive mask. As if those weren't enough reasons, his powers seemed virtually limitless. Combined with the green-headed lunatic, SCP-035 could do anything. Reaching a stop at the end of another corridor, the mask spun around, wearing a comically undersized baseball uniform. He reached into his pocket and produced an oversized baseball bat, then proceeded to start hurling baseballs into the air and swatting them as hard as he could. As the mask increased the speed of his swings, a volley of hard-corked baseballs were fired down the corridor like a barrage of bullets. ricocheting off the walls and hitting the oncoming SCP-035. Each one struck its target, reeling the mannequin, but doing little much else to stop it getting closer and closer, until, with an almighty swing, the mask brought his bat crashing into SCP-035 with enough force to send the possessive mask and its hosts careening down the corridor. It sailed through the air, bursting through a wall, then flew into a research lab, tearing a huge hole in the next wall as it kept going. Finally, it came crashing out of the last wall, the outer wall of the facility, and dropped multiple stories to the ground outside. Changing costumes back to his classic suit and dashing after SCP-035, the mask passed through all the holes his adversary had left in the multiple walls it had crashed into. He screeched to a halt again and paused after getting through the outer wall, only to realize after a moment that he was hovering in mid-air, not standing on anything. Reaching into his suit pocket, the mask pulled out a sign on a stick with a single word written on it. Yikes. He plummeted down to ground level, landing with such an immense crash that his body cracked into the asphalt below. It left a perfect outline of him imprinted in the ground, causing the mask to go completely pancake flat head to toe. Suddenly, before he could peel himself up off the ground and go back to being three-dimensional, SCP-035 staggered to its host's feet and pinned the mask down.
Finally,
It growled.
I've caught you. I've won. Your power is mine. Once I've combined with you, I will be able to ravage this world. I'm going to fuse to your face. Then I'll start with decimating those wretches that imprison me. The Foundation will fall, and then so will the rest of their precious world.
Forcefully, the mannequin's hand wrenched the mask off the ground, but as SCP-035 turned to look at what it had hoped to be its next host, well, let's just say the tragedy frown carved into its porcelain face had never been more appropriate. It wasn't holding the mask, it was holding a life-size cardboard cutout of a photo of the mask, grinning out from one side. Enraged, the possessive mask tore the decoy in half with its mannequin's hands.
Hey, Pachuco,
Said a cartoonish voice from right behind it.
did you miss me?
The mask had reappeared for real this time, grinning with his huge teeth, clearly getting a kick out of having someone to torment. SCP-035, on the other hand, had been getting increasingly irritated by all the wacky cartoon antics. With all the aggression it could channel through its mannequin host, it gripped the mask by the throat, his eyes bulging out of his head again.
See, you don't need to get all choked up over it.
He gagged.
You are so tiresome.
The possessive mask yelled, having finally run out of patience.
You know what? I won't merge with you. I should just kill you and put an end to your buffoonery. Let me take this thing off you first, though.
Its mannequin fingers started to hook into the mask's seam at the back of his bald green head.
Wait!
The mask begged, putting up both his hands in surrender. At least give me a final request, huh? Master Mask! Before the possessive mask could respond, the mask had swept it off its dissolving mannequin feet. He started to spin it around in a wild, over-the-top dance number, bopping and swinging to a tune that seemed to be coming from nowhere. The longer it went on for, the more and more of SCP-035's host's body started to dissolve away, until the mannequin finally wasted away. All that was left was a bubbling pile of black goo on the ground with the possessive mask laying in the middle. The mask chuckled, noticing the fumes trailing upwards into the air as the corrosive substance melted away the last of SCP-035's host.
Talk about smoking!
When you work for the SCP Foundation, you need to be ready for anything. That's why, as part of the Elite Foundation training regimen, senior researchers and guards are always running tests, even against things that aren't recorded anomalies under the auspices of the Foundation. That's why today, for a real change of pace here at SCP Explained, we're not talking about the SCP Foundation. We're talking about made-up monster stories crowdsourced over the internet. We're seeing how the Foundation might fare against iconic creepypasta monsters and maniacs like Herobrine, Jeff the Killer, the Slenderman, Eyeless Jack, Smile Dog, and many, many more. We've even created all new mobile task forces to take each one down. So could any of them best the Foundation's best and brightest? Let's take a look and find out. And be sure to tell us which is your favorite creepypasta entity down in the comments below. Let's get creepy. Jeff the Killer. First up, we've got everyone's favorite disfigured, knife-wielding, homicidal teenager. Whether it's his terrifying visage or the iconic go-to-sleep catchphrase that's forever carved into your mind, there are probably a lot of people out there who have lost nights of sleep worrying that this pale-faced monster could be crawling through their window. But we know what you're probably wondering. Isn't Jeff just a serial killer? Why would the SCP Foundation use up its time chasing down any old regular human murderer? We'd ask for you to think again. Jeff has displayed feats that clearly mark him as anomalous. Despite suffering debilitating burns to his face and body, he still shows superhuman strength, agility, and durability. He's also able to see without eyelids, suggesting some supernatural element is at play. Victims have also reported him dodging shotgun blasts while stalking prey. So, how would the Foundation catch him? Seeing as Jeff's modus operandi is breaking into the homes of his victims while they sleep, the best method would be staking out a neighborhood where he's been shown to be active, keeping close observations on houses, and even setting up personnel from Mobile Task Force Sigma-9, my name is Jeff, in vacant houses as honey traps. Jeff is undeniably strong, fast, and tough, but if attacked and surrounded by operatives with superior tactics, he could be subdued without casualties. Then it would just be a matter of transferring him to a standard high-security humanoid containment cell. Speaking of horrifying creatures that come to you in the dead of night, the Rake. This supernatural entity has been around for almost 1,000 years, as far as scattered reports are aware. It's also been reported across 4 continents and a huge number of locations within those continents, though most recently it's been reported in rural New York State and Idaho in the early 2000s. The Rake is an inhuman beast, most often known for its large, frightening eyes and its long, rake-like claws. Not only does the monster feed on human beings, but it also produces a traumatic level of fear in its victims. Thankfully, an entity like this is far more familiar territory for the SCP Foundation. Using their state-of-the-art web crawler software, they could catalog reported sightings as they happen, and use clusters of these sightings to triangulate the location of the Rake and dispatch field agents to perform reconnaissance missions. From there, it would just be a matter of waiting to strike and sending in Mobile Task Force Zeta-13 Rake Steppers, fitted with Dr. Dan's scramble goggles to prevent them from being affected by the seemingly cognito-hazardous effects of viewing the Rake. When the creature is placed in containment and kept in a state of perpetual bright light, it would simply be a matter of applying a Scranton reality anchor to prevent the creature from somehow phasing out of containment. Just make sure you avoid its big, staring eyes in the meantime. Though that won't be a problem with the next creepypasta monster, Eyeless Jack. This stealthy creature has its no eyes on one thing and one thing only: your kidneys. And unless you want to die or spend the rest of your life on a dialysis machine, we recommend you keep your distance from him. He's discreet, devious, and diabolical. And if you wake up in the middle of the night to see him staring down at you, it may be the last time your body is able to filter toxins out of its blood naturally. Thankfully, we have a way to make the Foundation put a stop to his organ harvesting ways. Sometimes to catch a Jack, you need to use a Jack. There's no way to catch Eyeless Jack without delicious live kidney bait, so we'd recommend sending in someone who has kidneys to spare. Dr. Jack Bright. Bright could be the perfect bait without losing his life, luring Eyeless Jack into a decoy house while Mobile Task Force Gamma 391, Hit the Road Jack, prepares to spring their cunning trap and plunge this unpleasant kidney muncher into a humanoid containment cell forever. But our next creepypasta entity doesn't want your kidneys, it wants your life. Smile Dog. Our next entity seems like a harmless little JPEG to the untrained eye. A little freaky, sure, but nothing to lose your mind over. But we know that there's far more to this grinning husky than meets the eye. If some reports are to be believed, this image may even be connected to the devil himself. If you're unlucky enough to see this image in the world, it may already be too late for you. Those who see it, typically as an email attachment from a mysterious address, spend the last week of their life in a hell of the mind before eventually succumbing to a bleak and mysterious death. It's a classic cognito-hazardous image,
And the most frightening part is that it's self-propagating, with one of the only ways to even mildly alleviate the effects seeming to be spreading the word by subjecting another person to this nightmare. That's when we bring in Mobile Task Force Row 19 Naughty Dog, an elite group of hardened military programmers handpicked from the CIA's cyber warfare unit. They use their very particular set of skills to design web crawler software that roots out and takes down SmileDog images across the web, and hopefully, one day find the origin of this whole thing. The next creature, on the other hand, we've given up on finding the origin of that. The Expressionless. This entity kinda looks like a terrifying store window mannequin, except rather than modeling fast fashion, she prefers to swallow cats whole and murder hospital staff. Oh, and she also calls herself God. Isn't she just so quirky? Her primary abilities seem to be extreme strength and large, sharp teeth that will easily rend through human flesh. Thankfully, not anything the SCP Foundation hasn't dealt with countless times before. Seeing as the only recorded incident involving the Expressionless took place at a hospital in Los Angeles, that would be the most sensible area to stake out. A detail from the creature's original encounter is also telling. It reacted severely to the doctor's attempts to sedate it, implying that chemical sedation is an effective method of incapacitating the beast. That's why every member of Mobile Task Force Kappa 99 ain't no dummy is a sharpshooter with a tranquilizer rifle capable of putting a hippo to sleep with a single shot. She'll probably feel less like a god in her containment cell, but while this monster is expressionless, the next one has one very notable expression: Mr. Widemouth. Compared to some of our other creepypasta contenders, Mr. Widemouth may not look like much, but that, our dear friends, is exactly what this nasty little malefactor wants you to think. He may look like Gizmo's slightly demented cousin, but his intentions are even more sinister than that of your average gremlin. If you're a kid home on a sick day, Mr. Widemouth might strike up a conversation. After gaining your trust, he'll try to lure you to his special place beyond the trees for some fun. But take it from us, all you'll find out there is your doom. This crafty little creep's small stature and manipulative stealth abilities might pose somewhat of a challenge for the SCP Foundation, but that doesn't mean they can't get him with a little intelligence and elbow grease. Mobile Task Force Alpha 18, the Smile Smashers, will follow reports of children disappearing from their isolated homes under mysterious circumstances. Then, using an extra-strength butterfly net straight from the folks at Foundation R and D, they can chase down and capture the nasty little monster. But that won't be the case for this next demonic offering. No, this creepypasta legend is the one that captures you. No End House. In recent years, there's been a spike in interest in so-called extreme haunted houses. If you're not sure what these places are like, basically picture a CIA black site with the occasional plastic skeleton. It's all waterboarding, stress positions, and car batteries. But even those places are nothing compared to the nightmare of No End House. It's a moving, possibly even sentient spatial anomaly hiding in a haunted house attraction. And if you find yourself inside, best believe you're never going to see the outside ever again. Thankfully, Mobile Task Force Delta 35, McCamey's Bane, are on the case. Around Halloween every year, they use web crawlers to detect chatter around no-end house events, so they can swoop in and intercept, preventing hapless thrill seekers from being devoured by the house, and providing amnestic treatment for anyone who has too close of a call. Sadly, the Foundation will not be able to provide refunds for those who already paid. Speaking of paying, you'll really pay if you end up in our next creepypasta location of doom. Abandoned by Disney. Mowgli's Kingdom, an abandoned tropical Disney attraction based on the Jungle Book movie, is abandoned for a reason. It's a hotbed for anomalous activity, including freakishly large mutant snakes, reports of ghostly activity, and most prominent of all, a terrifying photo-negative Mickey Mouse that stalks any hapless urban explorers who happen to find their way onto the site.
Of course, the Walt Disney Corporation keeps it all hush-hush, and the SCP Foundation is happy to give them a hand on that front. Even if the frightening photo-negative Mickey was removed from the site, it's likely the other may appear and continue haunting the site. And seeing that the site cannot be moved as a whole, the Foundation's best bet is to form a perimeter around the abandoned Disney attraction, preventing anything normal from getting in and anything abnormal from getting out. Mobile Task Force Omega-17, Sons of Shere Khan, are ever vigilant and maintain a strong presence in the surrounding area. But you don't need to go anywhere for this next anomalous terror. If you're a big Nintendo fan, it might be sitting in your house right now. Ben Drowned. This haunted NES cartridge of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask contains the restless spirit of its last owner, a guy named Ben who, well, drowned. If you slot this creepy little gaming experience into your Nintendo Entertainment System, you'll soon find that the soul of Ben is communicating with you directly, telling you about how he died and why his consciousness lingers on, embedded in the code of the game. Thankfully, other than the psychological trauma of experiencing the game, you're unlikely to be actually harmed by playing it. However, Mobile Task Force Beta 51, Gamers Don't Have Rights, are still on the case. They'll try to intercept all cursed copies of the game and administer amnestics to anyone who is unfortunate enough to play it. While it is still undeniably spooky, it does feel like a relief to finally find a safe class anomaly on this list. The same can, sadly, not be said about our next creature, the Goat Man. If you're a fan of camping, then this malicious mimic is going to be your worst nightmare. This monster has existed as a fixture of terror in everything from a number of Native American mythologies to iconic 4chan green text posts. You may be thinking, oh, what's so scary about a goat? But this thing is no goat. Aside from the fact that it's the greatest of all time at getting you to crap your cargo shorts in the woods. First, you'll smell blood in the air, and then feel an odd electrical static, like the feeling all around you right before a lightning strike. Then you'll hear noises, strange noises. Something not quite like a voice, like an animal throat straining to form human words. That's when you might notice your group of friends has one more person than you remembered. And the one thing worse than noticing that is not noticing it. Because if you don't, you may end up as the shape-shifting Goat Man's latest victim. Mobile Task Force Theta 11 Got Your Goat are constantly on the hunt for this one, but its extreme intelligence and ethereal nature make it a nightmare to track. But forget nightmares to track. It's time for Laughing Jack. This candy-striped clown from hell is a really nasty customer. Definitely do not engage unless you've got a Scranton Reality anchor on hand and you've got a backup from members of Mobile Task Force Iota 40. Put Jack in the box. As a former imaginary friend gone rogue, Laughing Jack is a semi-intangible reality warper of considerable power. He targets his victims with sadistic glee, pulling them into his dark carnival to experience all kinds of nasty tortures. Laughing Jack shows no remorse, giggling while committing every evil act you can imagine. You'll probably only find this clown funny if you're already a depraved serial killer, and his sense of humor is likely to utterly break your mind unless you've been given amnestic treatment from the SCP Foundation. This is an anomaly that would probably get along swimmingly with SCP-106, the Old Man. They could chat over a few drinks one evening and share notes on how to cause the maximum pain to their hapless victims. That being said, few people understand maximum pain more than the next horrifying abomination on our roster, the Russian sleep experiment test subjects. As anyone familiar with the work of GRU Division P will tell you, the Soviets performed some pretty horrific occult activities throughout the 20th century. One of the most disturbing of these was the infamous Russian sleep experiment, wherein a group of unfortunate political prisoners were doused on a classified anomalous gas that robbed them of their ability to sleep. A chemical compound that the scientists hope might increase the productivity of their workers and soldiers by eliminating sleep. Instead, over several terrifying days, the chemical and the sleep deprivation that ensued caused the subjects to instead become demonic monsters. While current accounts of the story suggest that all the subjects were killed,
We can't say for sure there weren't more out there, or that the experiment hasn't been repeated. As such, Mobile Task Force Omicron 8, Nighty Night, is constantly on the lookout for freakish skeletal men wandering through the woods, never sleeping, outside the dark forests where Siberian gulags used to be based. Better safe than sorry, right? Though of course, you won't feel safe at all if you've spent your childhood watching scary media, like horror movies or eerie SCP YouTube channels, like and subscribe by the way, or scariest of all, a strange little puppet show called Candle Cove. Feel a little chill go down your spine. Oh yes, you remember this show, don't you? You love seeing all those cute little puppets going on swashbuckling pirate journeys on their adorable boat, the Laughing Stock. Though there was always that villain, wasn't there? You think his name was Jawbone, but that's not what you called him. You called him the Skin Taker, because he always had that long cloak made of tanned human skin. You also remember that one episode that was just all the characters screaming. I mean, how could you possibly forget? And most of all, you remember asking your mom about it, and her telling you that you never actually watched a show called Candle Cove. You just sat around watching static for hours on end. Of course, the SCP Foundation keeps close tabs on everything related to this traumatic childhood memory. Broadcasts of the show are seemingly impossible to contain. All the Foundation can really do is track down people who have seen it and provide amnestic treatment. Though trust us, there are things that will make your childhood far worse than just watching Candle Cove. Like running into this next iconic monster, the Slenderman. This terrifying entity is powerful as he is iconic. A shape-shifting, faceless, tentacled nightmare in a three-piece suit who likes to hide in forests and abandoned buildings, either stealing children away or influencing their minds until they become his proxies. Supernatural servants who do anything their inhuman master asks them to. The Slenderman is one of the most powerful monsters in all of creepypasta, so the Foundation certainly has their hands full with keeping his tentacles under wraps. All that Mobile Task Force Chi-90 Marble Hornets can do is track sightings and keep children out of the woods when the danger of potential Slenderman encounters arises. Getting him actually contained basically seems out of the question. Whew. After all this, we might need to relax. Maybe grabbing a nice sugar-free soda and playing a session of Minecraft might make us feel better. We'll be safe there, right? Well, probably. Unless we encounter Herobrine. The SCP Foundation, funnily enough, is actually no stranger to anomalies trapped in Minecraft. They've got SCP-4335, a welt in the Crucible, to thank for that. But this Minecraft horror story is a little more personal. Herobrine is a mysterious user with the Minecraft default skin, except with one difference: completely white eyes. This mysterious figure invades different Minecraft servers, acting incredibly strange towards the people who created them. What makes this more than just some random troll? Well, according to legends, Herobrine is the manifestation of the dead brother of Minecraft's creator, Notch. Naturally, the Foundation doesn't want people running into ghosts on Minecraft, so they dispatch Mobile Task Force Chi-69, blocked and reported, to quarantine any servers where Herobrine is sighted, and spread misinformation that the crafty little entity had never actually existed in the first place. What is the truth of the situation? It's unclear, and that's exactly how the Foundation likes it. So there we have it, folks. How the SCP Foundation would counteract some of the most infamous creepypasta creeps and creatures out there. Which was your favorite? Did we miss any? And would you like to see any of these expanded into a full video in the future? Let us know down in the comments, if you dare. Everyone in the sleepy mountain town had heard stories about the abandoned mall and the malevolent creature that lurked in the wreckage there. There had been enough missing persons cases, lost children, teenagers sneaking out to explore and never returning home, urban explorers who stumbled out of the darkness disheveled and traumatized. With an eyewitness account, no one wanted to believe. There wasn't anyone left in the surrounding area willing to set foot in that cursed place. But that didn't stop opportunistic out-of-towners from paying the occasional visit, especially if they felt like there was money to be made in those crumbling corporate walls. Grant and Jason, the hosts of up-and-coming investigative reality show Ghostly Happenings, were two such visitors. When they heard the rumors about an abandoned mall haunted by some sort of dark presence blamed for the disappearance of local children, they packed up their van, picked up their underpaid cameraman Derek, and headed straight for the infamous building. Are you sure we're allowed to be here? Derek asked shakily as he began filming. Nope, Grant answered cheerfully. It's part of the fun, Jason laughed. Look, man, this place has been left to rot by the city. No one cares if we're shooting some footage. Besides, worry less about the cops and more about the ghost of the mall. Grant grinned. Ooh, not funny, Derek grumbled. Come on, serious faces, we're rolling. Jason nudged his co-host, and the two snapped into their on-camera personalities. Once a bustling center of suburban American life, this shopping mall has transformed into a den of terror. Grant's voice dropped into a lower register, his expression intense. Locals swap stories of something inhuman that calls this place home, something that doesn't take kindly to trespassers, Jason added. A ghost? A demon? Just an urban legend? That's what we're here to find out. Grant pulled out an EMF reader, which began beeping as he turned it on. There seems to be a lot of activity in here already. I'm picking up something. Don't know if you folks at home can see this, but the meter's going crazy, Jason exclaimed. It was a fake meter, of course, one that they rigged up to beep and react when Grant pressed certain hidden buttons. But the audience didn't need to know that. They were tuning in for story, for spectacle, not for the truth. If they wanted that, they could flip over to the Nature Channel and watch some lions chasing a gazelle. On this show, they were chasing pure entertainment. They continued deeper into the building, taking in the massive echoey space, the dusty storefronts, the beams of rotten wood strewn across the ground, the rats that skittered across the floor. It was the perfect creepy atmosphere. Maybe a little too perfect, a little too creepy. What was that? Derek practically jumped out of his skin, spinning around to look at something behind him. Hey, stay on us, Grant snapped. I saw something moving back there, Derek insisted. It was a rat, Jason rolled his eyes. There are tons of them in here. Derek shook his head. No, it wasn't a rat, it was way too big. Okay, a raccoon then, come on, get it together. We've been in way worse locations than this. Remember that old tuberculosis hospital? Grant shuddered. God, no, that was scary. This is nothing. Well, not nothing. Jason elbowed his partner. I did a good job scouting this place, right? Grant was about to answer when his foot bumped something on the ground. He looked down and saw a Polaroid camera next to a long, empty water bottle and a small backpack. Oh man, get a shot of this! Derek obliged while Jason took a closer look. This must have belonged to one of the urban explorer types who came in here. He unzipped the backpack, rummaging around. Hey, look, photos! Tons of them! He dumped the pictures out onto the ground. Think he got some spirit photography done before he bit the dust? Well, might as well see. Grant joined Jason on the ground, sifting through the photos as Derek watched anxiously. Boring, deer, dog, sunset. Oh, wait a minute. He stopped, holding up one specific Polaroid. This is the money shot right here. Derek, zoom in on this. All three men looked at the picture, illuminated by the camera's light. It showed a tall, long-limbed, pale creature, vaguely humanoid in shape, but at the same time distinctly not quite human. Its mouth was stretched wide in a wordless screech, its eyes bloodshot and wild. Its long, tapered fingers were reaching towards the camera. Damn, that's spooky, Jason laughed, a bit of nervousness creeping into his voice. How do you think he set this up? Grant asked. What if it's real? Derek swallowed the lump in his throat. Don't be an idiot, Grant scoffed. But then, from the outside, not 100 feet away, they heard a scream, ear-splittingly loud, filled with rage, pain, and animalistic instinct. It was like nothing any of them had ever heard before. The scream was followed by the sound of splitting wood, branches crashing to the ground, and horrifyingly, the sound of something breaking down a nearby wall. What did you do? Jason backed away from the sound. Me? You opened the backpack? Grant shot back. Guys, I think we need to get out of here. Derek watched in wide-eyed terror as two pale hands ripped a hole in the wall in front of them, making an opening for that pale, hairless head from the photograph to poke through. All three men prepared to make a break for it and run for their lives. but as soon as the creature saw them, it was already too late. With another scream, SCP-096 sprinted toward them, grabbing each man and throwing them to the ground. The camera shattered into pieces from the impact, and Derek skidded painfully across the ground. As he rolled onto his side to try and push back up to his feet, he caught a glimpse of the monster opening its mouth impossibly wide and descending on his bosses. He really didn't want to focus on what happened next, but suffice to say there was nothing of them left afterwards. Derek tried his best to escape, but he was no match for the brute strength and speed of SCP-096. From the moment he saw its face, his fate was sealed. There was no escape. Soon the beeping EMF meter, the scattered photographs, and the broken pieces of the camera were the only thing left of the crew from ghostly happenings. Their devoted fans would never get another episode, but at least one being in the abandoned mall could rest easy now. SCP-096 was safe again. No one was living who had seen its face. It slowly crawled back to the hole it had made in the wall, ready to return to the forest and climb back up the mountain. There it could curl up beneath a tree and stay there for as long as it wanted. But as SCP-096 reached the hole in the wall, where it had once been able to see night sky, stars, and the trees in the distance, there was only blackness. It was as if something dark was stretching over the opening, blocking the outside world from view. 096 reached out a hand to push the blockage out of the way, but whatever it was, slithered away from the touch faster than the pale hand could move. The wriggling darkness crept back into the building, weaving in and out of the shadows as SCP-096 watched it curiously. Whatever it was, it hadn't looked at the creature's face yet. It wasn't sure if this thing even had eyes. But then, stretching out of the darkness and into view, was a garish face with wide, white eyes with massive pupils, a round nose, and a wide, wide mouth stretched into a toothy grimace that might have once looked like a smile. This was the creature that had made the mall its home, the apex predator of this biosphere, and it was staring directly at SCP-096's face. Its face. With a shriek, 096 flew into a primal rage, clawing at the cat-like creature, but before 096 could reach it, the thing was gone. Where was it? Where did it go? 096 roared, tearing at the floor, ripping up the tile and gouging long, deep scratches in the concrete beneath. A sound in the distance drew 096's attention, and it bolted in the direction of the noise, swinging at any obstacle in its path as it went. It ripped down a banner advertising free frozen yogurt samples, crushed an empty cell phone kiosk, and threw a gumball machine to the floor with a crash. It would rip the entire mall apart if it had to, if that was what it took to destroy the being that had caught a glimpse of its face and disappeared. Then, 096 could see it. That face. That wide-eyed, grinning face. It sprinted toward the face as fast as it could. The cartoon cat was looking at 096, not from a place in the room, but from behind the screen of a television in the electronics store window. Somehow defying the laws of physics and reality, it had made its way into the TV. 096 didn't pause to ponder the logic of this. There was no room for critical thought. There was only the need to shred, to consume, to destroy. It burst through the window, sending shards of glass in every direction, and reared back to attack the screen. It was so focused on its singular task that it didn't notice the long black arms snaking across the floor, winding around its feet. All of a sudden, 096 lost its balance as its legs were pulled right out from under it, those stretchy arms dragging it into the TV screen itself. When 096 regained consciousness, it was in a place it did not recognize. Gone was the inside of the mall or the familiar forest and mountains outside. Instead, SCP-096 was in some sort of hand-drawn world. A massive house with a hallway that seemed to go on forever, lined with infinite doors leading to who knew where. The floor tipped and tilted at odd angles, and the geometry made no three-dimensional sense. It was dizzying and deeply off-putting. SCP-096 had no frame of reference to compare it to, but a human witness might have noticed that this place looked like something out of an old cartoon, from the days of Steamboat Willie and the like. SCP-096 did not think such a thing. It only knew that it was in an unfamiliar place. one that felt threatening, though there were no visible threats, and it knew that it still hadn't gotten its hands on the creature that had seen its face. All along the walls between each door, there were clocks in the shape of that horrible cat, eyes ticking back and forth with each second, wide smile mocking SCP-096 as if to say, "Try and find me." SCP-096 would not be discouraged. There was no room in its mind for that sort of thing. There was only the singular goal of finding the cartoon cat and tearing it limb from rubber hose limb. Psychological warfare would have no effect. Still, Cartoon Cat would give it his best shot. This was his world, and he could do whatever he wanted here. Cartoon Cat poked his head out through a random doorway, waving to 096 with one of his puffy white-gloved hands. As 096 wailed and began to give chase, Cartoon Cat slammed the door shut, only to open another door down the hall and poke his head out of that one. He did the same trick over and over, jerking SCP-096 around from end to end of the ever-expanding animated hallway. After some time passed, however, it appeared SCP-096 was not going to get tired, and was not going to give up hope of catching its prey. It was time to end this. Cartoon Cat wrapped one long arm around SCP-096's neck, restraining it against the wall, and began to squeeze tighter and tighter. But nothing happened. SCP-096 did not collapse, did not react at all except to tear at the arm around its neck until it broke free. Then it returned to the relentless pursuit, tearing door frames apart, pulling up floorboards, punching through walls. Every time it dealt damage to the environment, the space filled itself back in, an unseen pen scribbling in the gaps in the floorboards, sealing up the holes in the walls. Two powerful beings going back and forth, locked in a seemingly equal-matched battle. Cartoon Cat tried to destroy SCP-096 in a myriad of ways. He tried to rip the beast apart, to snap its neck, to do any manner of unspeakable violent acts it had done before with great sadistic glee. But this pale abomination would not fold, would not break. This wasn't going to be any fun if there was no ending, and if 096 kept destroying one of Cartoon Cat's favorite pocket worlds. That was quite enough. Cartoon Cat grabbed hold of 096's arms and legs, the creature thrashing viciously as he did so, and threw it into the blank space just beyond the illustrated world. Back in the mall, SCP-096 crashed back to Earth. It was about to resume its search for Cartoon Cat when suddenly a bright light illuminated its face. A police officer stood a few feet away, holding a flashlight. "Excuse me, you can't be in here. You're trespassing," the officer started to warn, but his words were interrupted when 096 began to scream. Soon, he would be screaming too. There's never a good day for a supervillain attack or a tense feud with your closest sibling, and for the mighty Thor, this day was turning out to be both. As the self-proclaimed strongest Avenger flung his body across the planet Earth using his trusty magical hammer, Mjolnir, the Asgardian steeled himself for yet another confrontation with his evil half-brother, Loki, the god of mischief. As per usual, Loki was terrorizing the humans of a random city, using his illusions to manifest imaginary dragons and other ferocious beasts. And what was also usual is Thor had no idea what his brother's motive or endgame was. All the God of Thunder knew was that this kind of trickery-dickery would not be stood for. While these terrible creatures weren't real, they were still very frightening to the Earthlings. Civilians were running around in every direction away from Loki, and this was causing all kinds of chaos and traffic disturbances. Regardless of what Loki's plan was, Thor knew that his brother had to be stopped before things escalated further. On Earth, humans needed to rely on vehicles to get around, and even the slightest inconvenience in transportation could lead to disaster. Thor touched down in the same city square where Loki was unleashing his horde of make-believe monsters, landing in a classically cool superhero way.
"Hello, brother,"
Thor proclaimed.
"I don't suppose you'll be stopping this without a fight."
Loki smiled a mischievous smile and replied,
"Ah, Thor, we meet again. And once again, you're wrong. I can stop this any time I want."
Loki swiftly moved his hand through the air, casting a new spell to dismiss his diabolical decoys. The illusions dispersed naturally, and soon the two brothers were facing each other one-on-one.
"See?"
Loki chuckled. Thor was rightly confused by his brother's unpredictable actions. He pointed Mjolnir towards Loki in an accusatory manner.
No illusions, no sorcery. What are you really playing at, Loki? Said Thor.
And then Loki reached into his robes and produced an unusual cube-shaped object. As his good brother was all too aware, this particular cube was the latest in a long line of mysterious and powerful cubes that Loki had used for his various evil plans. Loki juggled the unknown cube from one hand to the other, then waved it in the air in front of Thor and began to laugh maniacally.
All I need to do is open this ancient box of mysteries, and I'll become completely unstoppable. Don't you dare do it, Loki, Thor shouted. That sort of power will be misused in your hands. That's precisely the point!
Loki continued to laugh, then reached for what appeared to be the lid of the cube. He grabbed the top of it and made a show of beginning to twist. This sent Thor's heroic instincts into high gear, and he threw Mjolnir at the cube, knocking it out of Loki's grasp. As the cube flew away from the grinning villain, Thor dove to retrieve it before his brother had the chance. He soon held the strange item in one hand while calling Mjolnir back to the other. As Thor stared at the cube, pondering its purpose, Loki stretched out his hands in desperation.
Oh, no, not my cube! If you open it now, my plan is doomed!
Loki pleaded. Thor responded with a laugh of his own.
Nice try, brother, but I'm going to open it.
And so the God of Thunder did. Thor popped the cube's lid and braced himself for whatever cosmic force was about to be released, but for some reason, nothing happened. Still curious, Thor took a cautious look inside. As it turned out, the only thing within this apparently non-magical cube was what appeared to be a fully developed photograph.
What in Odin's name is this?
Thor removed the image and held it close to his face. It appeared to depict an emaciated, pale humanoid with long, spindly limbs standing in the corner of a compact room with smooth metal walls. In all his many years traveling the 9 realms, Thor had never seen anything like it. Whatever the creature actually was, it certainly did not look happy. Of course, what Thor was actually looking at was a photo taken of SCP-096 inside of its containment unit at the Foundation. The Shy Guy, as its nickname suggested, did not like having its face looked at, even via secondary means, such as photography or video recording. The anomalous humanoid sense of shame about its own appearance was so great that a mere moment after Thor fixed his Asgardian eyes upon its visage, SCP-096 began to stir in its containment unit. The creature wailed and covered its face with both of its hands on its long, sinewy arms. It screamed and carried on for a duration of 2 minutes, after which point SCP-096 sprinted towards the steel walls of its containment unit and smashed through. Reaching speeds greater than most motor vehicles, SCP-096 began to zero in on Thor's location. As was always the case when another being saw its face, the Shy Guy was compelled to utterly annihilate the offending observer with its bare hands. Thor himself had no idea that SCP-096 was en route and continued to squint at the photograph, perplexed by the mysterious entity depicted therein. Loki now resumed his mad laughter because once more, he had managed to trick his foolish brother into falling for one of his ingenious schemes.
Make sure to get a good look, brother,
Loki gloated.
Yes, look at the full creature. That will bring about your inevitable destruction.
Thor was annoyed.
If you think that showing me a gross picture of some lowly wretch will strike fear into my heart, you've truly forgotten what it means to be an Asgardian. Save your sentiments for the halls of Valhalla,
the green-clad evildoer cackled.
You'll be there soon enough.
And with that, Loki used a charm to turn himself invisible and vanish completely from Thor's sight. Thor stomped his foot on the ground angrily. He wasn't sure how, but it seemed as though Loki had gotten the last laugh once again.
Loki!
He shouted after his brother.
Come back here and face me with honor!
Then the God of Thunder sighed pensively and thought to himself,
Who am I kidding? He's never going to change.
Thor looked at his trusty hammer.
Mjolnir, old friend, it seems like we've saved the day yet again. Shall we away back to Avengers HQ?
He then shook Mjolnir up and down like a puppeteer simulating a nod.
Splendid idea, Mjolnir. Glad you thought of it.
Thor chuckled, already in better spirits. That's when he began to hear the footsteps of SCP-096 rapidly approaching him. Thor turned his head towards the sound and saw the same disquieting creature from the photograph that was inside Loki's cube, zooming headlong towards him with reckless abandon. The Asgardian blinked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Whatever that thing was, it was faster than Thor could have possibly anticipated. Was it looking for the photograph? He wondered.
Hello there!
Thor called out as SCP-096 continued to make a beeline at the caped superhero. The god of thunder waved the photograph of SCP-096 in the air.
Is this your, selfie?
In all likelihood, Loki had been his usual conniving self and stole that self-portrait from the miserable creature, hoping that it would mistake Thor for the thief. The god of mischief had probably even used a glamour to disguise himself as Thor when he did the deed. Thor believed that all he had to do was clear up this misunderstanding, and that he and this strange beast could go their separate ways without coming to blows. It was a naive, optimistic, and ultimately incorrect view of the situation, but at least the hero's heart was in the right place.
I don't need this, so...
Thor said, trying to reason with the creature.
You can have it back if you'd like.
But SCP-096 showed no signs of stopping, and was seemingly enraged even further by Thor flaunting its decidedly unflattering photograph. The Shy Guy kicked the ground and shot forward with a powerful burst of speed. One of its elongated arms slammed into Thor's face with enough force to nearly knock the Asgardian off his feet. Thor was so surprised that he instinctively whacked the creature with Mjolnir, sending SCP-096 careening backwards down the street. It wasn't launched more than a dozen feet before its powerful arms and legs dug into the pavement and slowed its velocity to 0. Even though the thing from the photo had taken a direct hit from Mjolnir, it barely looked phased on a physical level. One thing was for sure, the Shy Guy was still incredibly distraught, and it was directing all of those negative emotions towards the god of thunder.
What was this thing? What is this thing?
Thor wondered to himself. It was fast, strong, and durable to an unearthly degree. If this thing wanted to engage in single combat, Thor wouldn't back down. He was an Asgardian warrior, and sometimes that meant facing challenges head-on, no matter how suddenly they arose. Still, his time with the Avengers had taught him that having a clear reason to fight was sometimes even more important than the fight itself.
Hey, quick question, what are you?
He said aloud to the creature. SCP-096 didn't answer. Within seconds, it was on Thor again like a bilg snipe on another bilg snipe. The screaming humanoid swung wildly, pelting its opponent with blow after blow. Thor tried once more to communicate with his unknown enemy.
I have no quarrel with you, Weird One,
Thor spoke.
So take your noodle arms and be gone.
For all of its relentless ferocity, the humanoid abomination left countless openings that a seasoned warrior like Thor could easily exploit. Of course, most mortal combatants would be unable to endure the brunt of the Shy Guy's attacks for long enough, but true to his nature, Thor was a god. The Avenger struck back with another crushing blow from Mjolnir, aimed straight for the creature's sternum. Once again, the monster was pushed back for a moment, and then resumed its maddening onslaught.
A blow like that should have at least busted a rib or two. Were the bones of this horrible thing made of vibranium or some other rare metal out of the depths of space?
Thor realized he was now fighting on the defensive. While he had faced foes in the past with much greater physical strength than the Shy Guy, including his superhero colleague Bruce Banner's mean green, ever-loving alter ego, the Incredible Hulk, the sheer tenacity of SCP-096 meant that being careless with his own protection could lead to Thor taking unnecessary hits that would eventually wear him down in a prolonged fight. The wiry humanoid certainly didn't show any signs of slowing down or tiring, even though it had to be expending a lot of energy to move so quickly. Between his alternating deflections and counterblows against the creature, Thor mulled over his brother's words from earlier.
Loki was right about one thing. This is a fell creature if ever there was one. Still, as long as there is thunder in my blood, I won't allow a hairless cur like this to bring me my own destruction. Think, Thor, what would Stark do at a time like this? He says he's the smart one after all, humor him.
With his highly sophisticated tactical acumen that was similar to Iron Man except for the fact that it was much better and stronger, Thor efficiently assessed his current situation. While the pale beast was undoubtedly violent and far mightier than most terrestrial creatures, its attention and all the brute strength that came with it had been fixated solely on Thor since it arrived in the city. The Asgardian's best guess as to why was the photograph that Loki had tricked him into looking at. Devious trickster that he is, Loki must have known that this thing would hunt down and attempt to pulverize the latest being to see its face. which now, of course, happened to be Thor. The revelation of this fact meant that Thor no longer had to worry about the fate of civilians if he chose to relocate to a less populated battlefield, since the creature was now guaranteed to follow him. Nobody else needed to get hurt. While running from the fight wasn't exactly the God of Thunder's favorite strategy, it would massively reduce the chance of collateral damage. He'd be saving lives in classic Avengers fashion. Captain America would be so proud. Not that Thor would have done it any differently, even if he didn't have the Star-Spangled Man's approval. SCP-096 leaped in towards Thor to deliver its next walloping strike, but the Asgardian quickly grabbed it by the wrist and pulled the ferocious creature off its feet. He lifted it up and over his head before slamming it down hard into the pavement. With a bit of space between himself and his anomalous foe, Thor began to swing Mjolnir around by its leathery wrist strap. The Shy Guy desperately scrambled to its feet to resume the attack, but by that time, Thor had already thrown himself skyward. He soared between the buildings using the force of Mjolnir's trajectory, making it his mission to exit the city as soon as possible. Thor looked down to see that SCP-096 was following him along the ground, exactly as he predicted it would. While the battle with the beast would most certainly continue the second he dropped back to Earth's surface, he could rest assured that the place where the showdown would take place could be chosen by him. He saw an evergreen forest on a nearby mountain and decided that it would do nicely as a place to finish this. "I'm sure no one would mind a few stray bolts of lightning around here," Thor thought. The God of Thunder was amused by the prospect of going all out against this being. Even though it probably had its reasons for wanting to destroy the one that saw its face, Thor was past the point of taking chances on diplomacy. This distressing creature was, after all, an adversary that Loki had plotted to send after him through one means or another, and because of that, it was likely to have power and guile to spare. Thor breaking a sweat to vanquish the thing would be a fitting replacement for the fight that he would have with Loki. Thor's feet hit the ground on a stony mountain ledge, and once again he struck that iconic superhero landing pose. Remarkably, the Shy Guy had kept pace with Thor almost the entire time the Asgardian had been flying, smashing through every tree and boulder that stood in its path. Even so, Thor was more than ready for it. Storm clouds rumbled overhead. The sky above the mountain was trembling as Thor decided that it was time to bring down the thunder on his unfortunate foe. Boom! Crack! The heavens flashed with electrical might as Thor channeled the energy from several lightning bolts through Mjolnir before unleashing a consolidated blast of unbridled power onto SCP-096. The Shy Guy didn't even attempt to dodge as Thor's Thundershock treatment bombarded it with light and heat, the likes of which few mortals could withstand. Thor released a second blast, then a third, surrounding SCP-096 with as much lightning as these earthly skies would offer him. After keeping at this for a while, Thor decided to let up momentarily to check in on his foe, only to see that there were no signs of visible damage on the creature. It wasn't even slightly singed. The God of Thunder could feel his brother laughing at him from somewhere out of sight and out of reach. The monstrous humanoid in the forest below was proving to be far more than Thor had bargained for, but he was nowhere near ready to give in and accept defeat. Still, maybe this wasn't a fight worth having on Earth. All Thor's electrical attacks were doing was destroying trees, and the planet was already facing unprecedented levels of deforestation due to the greed of human CEOs and shady entrepreneurs. Thor certainly didn't want to be part of the problem, and now that it was occurring to him, he realized that he should probably try to do something about that once the situation with the Shy Guy was resolved. It didn't matter how close of a friend Elon Musk was to Tony Stark. These overreaching humans had to be given a stern talking to by the God of Thunder, with or without hammer in his hand. Of course, Thor's environmentalist concerns had to go on the back burner for now, since SCP-096 was advancing towards him once again, with no hint of slowing down.
"Let's see if you can follow me back to Asgard, you son of an elf,"
Thor thought. He held his hammer aloft and counted on Heimdall to deploy the Bifrost. The Rainbow Bridge arrived seconds before SCP-096's arms would have reached the Asgardian, and as expected, it instantly carried Thor into the interdimensional space between his destinations. Amidst the swirling sea of multicolored lights, Thor shared a laugh with nobody but himself and Mjolnir.
"So much for Shy Guy,"
said Thor.
"Looks like it'll have to resolve those body issues on its own time. I've been through something similar, so I can relate. Best of luck, pitiful beast."
But while Thor was congratulating himself for his strategic retreat, he almost didn't notice that his foe hadn't actually stopped in its pursuit. As a matter of fact, SCP-096 was currently inside of the Bifrost and swiftly gaining on the God of Thunder. The Shy Guy was truly running in the 90s. Well, 90 miles per hour or more, but it made the same difference. The creature grabbed Thor by his ankles and screeched in mortified rage. Thor punched SCP-096 in the face, hoping to shake it off, but to no avail. The two opponents spun through the Bifrost, locked together in an unbreakable grapple until they collided with the walls of interdimensional space. Thor knew exactly where this was going, and he wasn't happy about it. Like a sheet of ice composed of photons, the outer limits of the Bifrost broke away, sending both combatants shooting off into the void. Seconds later, a wormhole spit Thor and SCP-096 out in a vast junkyard filled with the remains of countless spaceships and alien life forms.
Great, I'm trapped in this garbage world again. I knew I should have picked somewhere closer.
Thor shook off the nauseating effects of the failed interdimensional trip. SCP-096 was already hale and hearty for another round. Thor grimaced with frustrated anticipation.
How about a quick 5-minute rest?
Thor implored the Shy Guy.
Gentlemen's truce?
SCP-096 roared and dashed forth, more crazed than ever. Thor exhaled in futility.
I thought not.
He whipped Mjolnir around and hurled it straight for SCP-096's skull. The reliable Urus steel hammer made contact, knocking the creature onto its back. At the very least, Thor could always count on his signature weapon to help him out. Or could he? When the Asgardian tried to call the hammer back, he was shocked to find that SCP-096 had somehow grabbed a hold of its handle. Even more surprisingly, it now appeared to be wielding the hammer as easily as Thor could.
Son of a... You're telling me that thing is worthy?
The Shy Guy, now with Mjolnir in hand, pounced on Thor, swinging the hammer with no technique or finesse. It was everything Thor could do to simply avoid the creature's range. A blow from Mjolnir was enough to cause serious injury to even the most formidable Asgardian warrior.
Damn you, Mjolnir, we talked about this,
Thor thundered.
We're friends, aren't we?
But none of his words could get through to the hammer now that it was in the hand of SCP-096. In an act of righteous defiance, Thor called the fury of lightning into his own body. This strange foe, which had come from Loki's latest prank, was about to find out what happened when a god of thunder got serious. With the speed of a lightning bolt, Thor flew at SCP-096 and punched it so hard that its grip loosened on Mjolnir for all but a second, and that second was all Thor needed to reclaim his weapon. His hand clung tightly to Mjolnir's handle as he swung the weapon into the Shy Guy's body with all of his might. The shockwave of this forceful blow launched piles of debris high into the air and sent SCP-096 tumbling across the surface of the planet like a thrown piece of discarded food at an Asgardian feast. With another pulse of electricity, Thor magnetized the portions of the rubble which contained spaceship parts and used his manipulation of that same energy to bury the Shy Guy in the deepest heap of trash he could manage. And with one last flick of Mjolnir, Thor sent himself hurtling through the largest wormhole in the sky above and back into space where it would be far more difficult for his foe to follow him. Finally, with some distance, Thor breathed a sigh of relief.
You almost had me that time, Loki. What an unusual being. Fought like a berserker, but was somehow also pure of heart. A kindred spirit to myself, perhaps? Even so, I truly hope to never meet that thing again.
Anyone working at the SCP Foundation will no doubt be familiar with SCP-3008, also known as the Infinite IKEA. For those of you that aren't, it essentially does what it says on the can. Or rather, it's assembled just like it is in the flat pack furniture instructions. While on the outside it appears to be an average, unassuming branch of the affordable Swedish furniture outlet, inside is a different story. Crossing the boundary of SCP-3008's automatic doors and venturing a little too deep into its maze-like confines leads to an endless labyrinth of Kullens and Herdals, a dimensionally transcendental area that defies our ordinary human understanding of physical space. Lurking deep within the aisles of the Infinite IKEA are SCP-3008-2s, better known as the Staff. A race of misshapen, faceless humanoids with long, freakish arms that prey on anyone that enters once night falls. And yes, there are people inside SCP-3008, trapped souls that have wandered into the wrong IKEA, only to end up missing
sometimes spending months or even years inside, if they ever get out at all. An alert was ringing, filling the air with loud, blaring noise. Every member of Foundation personnel stationed outside the Infinite IKEA was rushing about, guards standing at the ready. The storefront of SCP-3008 had been silent for quite a long while, with nothing reported going in or coming out. But the Foundation knew far better than to assume that SCP-3008 didn't have surprises in store for them. Pun fully intended. Hey, don't you dare click off. We know where you live and Red Right Hand are lining up the shot. Anyway, there appeared to be some kind of commotion beyond the doors that quickly slid open just in time for something to be slung through the front entrance. It almost looked as if the IKEA itself had spat something out, like it was so toxic it couldn't endure having to keep it within its confines any longer. Cautiously approaching with their weapons raised, the Foundation's on-site security team moved towards the discarded mess to get a better look at whatever it was. It turned out to be a person, a man in around his late 50s, beaten within an inch of his life. He was wearing some kind of rudimentary circlet or crown around his head, seemingly fashioned by hand out of stationery and other materials scavenged from the paper shop department of the Infinite IKEA. Speaking of, the man was wearing an IKEA manager's uniform, with a name tag pinned to his chest that identified him as Chris. Hanging from his neck was an IKEA-branded notepad with a message scrawled on it. But before you find out what that message was, we have another important message for you. One that directly impacts you. Yes, I'm talking directly to you. It comes from the sponsor of today's video, Private Internet Access. We know you've heard a lot of big claims from a lot of different VPN providers, but you absolutely must hear why we've chosen PIA as our personal VPN and why you should do the same. Unlike the SCP Foundation and some of those other VPN services out there, PIA is the world's most transparent VPN provider. They never record or store any user data at all. Don't believe us? Their no-log policy has been proven multiple times in court and was even verified by an independent audit by Deloitte. And they stay transparent so that you don't have to. With PIA's VPN, your IP address is hidden and your connection is encrypted, keeping your digital life protected from the prying eyes of network admins or even a certain mobile task force unit. And they've just launched what is maybe their coolest feature yet. With servers now in all 50 US states, you can look like you're surfing the web from exactly where you want. Need to look like you're checking out that SCP database entry from Indiana? They've got an IP address for you there. Or maybe you're on the West Coast and want to catch the early East Coast premiere of your favorite show and avoid spoilers. Not a problem with Private Internet Access. I could go on and on about all the features I regularly use, but why not try it yourself by going to www.piavpn.com/SCP and get an 82% discount on Private Internet Access. That's just $2.11 a month. Plus get 3 extra months completely for free. Not long before Chris was found in his roughed up state outside the only IKEA that goes on forever, he was working at a different branch, one that was much smaller on the inside. Chris was the manager of the store and widely regarded by his employees to be an awful person. Nobody knew if he had always been that way, or if instilling him in a position of power over other retail workers had somehow caused him to develop a bit of a god complex. Either way, there was little he ever did to invoke much camaraderie with his colleagues. Whenever any of the store's workers were on their breaks, which they usually had to remind Chris were permitted by law and not optional, conversation often turned to their collective poor opinions of their manager. He'd been given the job out of pretty blatant nepotism. It was well known how cozy Chris was with the regional manager of all the IKEA stores in the area. On top of that, Chris had a pretty nasty habit of trying to force his employees to stay behind after their scheduled shifts had finished, while also refusing to pay them for overtime. You see, it was his own mismanagement of the work rota that had left the store understaffed at crucial moments of the day. The solution, you would think, should be obvious: hiring a few more new staff to help with the workload and to start their shifts at times when others were about to clock out for the day. But new employees wouldn't work for free. Their wages would come out of the store's budget, and why would Chris want to take on new workers? As the person in charge of payroll, he could help himself to that money, adding the wages of prospective colleagues as a bonus, on top of his own unjustifiably exorbitant salary. Perhaps the worst part about having Chris as a manager was that he seemed to get away with murder. As long as the store kept making a profit, then the management above him didn't care how badly he treated his employees or flouted the rules for his own gain. But it was those same colleagues who had suffered and been scorned by Chris's behavior who had finally had enough. Retail work is hard. Having to deal with rude and impolite customers on a day-to-day basis, working long hours of uninteresting and repetitive labor, all for a paycheck that only just covered rent. Like we said, it is a hard line of work, and the people in it deserve the utmost respect. But you throw a megalomaniacal manager into the mix, and you've got a ticking time bomb on your hands, one that'll sooner or later explode. It was witnessing Chris blatantly framing a younger member of staff that finally triggered detonation. The kid had only been a student, working at IKEA all through his weekends to make enough money to pay his bills. Chris saw this less experienced employee not as a human being doing his best, but a chance to make a quick buck by breaking the rules. The manager started stealing cash from the register, then blamed it on his young staff member when the losses started to show on the store's monthly financial reports. Seeing that for themselves, the other members of the staff knew that it was the manager's responsibility to empty the registers regularly, so they didn't have too much cash in them in case of a robbery. Given how much they all despised Chris, it didn't take much effort for the entire workforce to organize a walkout halfway through the working day. Outraged, Chris had tried calling any colleagues that were off shift, barking at them to come in and work on their days off. All of them said no. The thing is, when you work in retail, complaints to upper management never seem to go anywhere. Like we said, if the store's making profit, that's all they care about. But seeing such drastic action from the staff of the store he was supposed to be running, the IKEA higher-ups came down on Chris like a hammer. They instructed that he be sent to another IKEA outlet for a whole afternoon to receive some mandatory interpersonal training. Little did anyone realize that this was the last anyone would ever see of him. Not that his old staff was sad to hear that he had disappeared. Arriving at what looked like an ordinary IKEA, Chris parked his car outside. The place seemed deserted, no customers filing in and out of the front doors, the only other vehicles in the parking lot looking like they had just been abandoned by their owners. The manager scoffed to himself. These people running this store were going to teach him how to do his job? Indignantly, he clipped his name tag on and stepped out of his car, marching across the asphalt towards the entrance. The automatic doors gently slid open, shutting smoothly behind Chris as he stepped inside. The whole store was quiet, barely a peep from anywhere. The high ceiling of the IKEA store he so poorly managed carried a lot of noise and made any sound echo throughout the building. The squeaking of shoes against the vinyl floors, the bustle of customers, the electronic beep of cash registers, and the lull, dulled music played over the intercom. But there was none of that here. A deathly silence filled the aisles of flat-pack furniture, display models of hemnesses and tricycles standing as still and foreboding as gravestones. Suddenly, the sound of movement reverberated from between one row of aisles. Chris began marching towards its source, expecting to find an employee who would point him in the direction of the office where his training was supposed to be conducted. Sure enough, within a few steps, Chris spotted a figure in a familiar bright yellow t-shirt and blue pants, the same uniform his IKEA underlings wore at his store.
Excuse me,
he called as he strode towards the employee, shoes clomping against the floor with every step.
you need to tell me where your manager is. I'm from the store across town, here for some pointless training seminar.
Chris hadn't waited until he was close enough to engage in pleasant conversation, instead making his demands as he approached. The figure in the IKEA uniform, however, didn't turn to face him.
Hey, I'm talking to you,
Chris shouted.
You deaf or something?
There was a pause, telling Chris that what happened next wasn't in response to what he said, although that didn't make it any less frightening. The figure, who had been hunched over near the floor, suddenly drew itself up to its full height. It towered over Chris. It must have measured close to 7 whole feet. As it turned, the malignant manager saw its face, or that it didn't have one. No eyes, no mouth, nothing but a smooth surface without any discernible features. Its arms were elongated, huge claw-like hands hanging down to the creature's knees. Being a coward, Chris turned and ran immediately. Confrontation was another area his employees had noticed he was sorely lacking in. Whenever faced with a rude and cantankerous customer, Chris would never defend his colleagues or their actions. Instead, he would suck up and brown-nose to customers who were clearly in the wrong, essentially rolling over the minute anyone raised their voice. So now, confronted with a lumbering, faceless entity, his self-preservation instincts were kicked into overdrive, and he raced deeper into the store. Not exactly in the best shape, he slowed to a halt, wheezing as he tried to catch his breath. That was when, looking around, Chris noticed just how long the aisles seemed. He was sure he would still be able to see the front door from here, yet couldn't spot the entrance anywhere from where he was currently standing, panting like a thirsty dog. He looked over his shoulder. There was no sign of the staff member he'd encountered. Little did Chris know that it had lumbered off in the opposite direction the second he had run away from it, hardly paying him any mind, at least while the lights were still on. Unable to find the entrance or even a fire door he couldn't escape through, it didn't take long for the lights inside the infinite IKEA to dim, marking the start of the night cycle. Something about it being darker made the sounds of shuffling even more noticeable. There were more than one of those faceless, uniformed creatures. Trembling, Chris climbed inside a Kleppstad, a wardrobe with a sliding door. Barely able to sleep with his knees tucked up under his chin, he spent the entire night inside the cramped, confined space. Every sound of movement from outside brought with it the mental image of one of the staff sliding open the outer door and reaching down to grab him. The whole sleepless while, Chris couldn't help but think about what he could have possibly done to deserve this cruel fate. The next morning, the lights came back on and started to bleed through the seams of the flat-pack wardrobe, waking Chris from what little restless sleep he had gotten. He paused, unsure if he should venture out in case he came across another one of the staff. Suddenly, he heard the sound of voices, muted and muffled by the door of the Kleppstad, but definitely real human voices. Had it all been some horrible nightmare? Had he fallen asleep at work and been stuffed into a wardrobe by his ungrateful employees? Oh, now he had them. He would sue every last one of them out of their jobs. Sliding the door open and tumbling out of the Kleppstad, Chris found himself flying face down on the store floor, his legs too cramped to move. Just as he tried to will them into moving again, a voice called out to him. "Hey, mister," it said. "You okay there?" A trio of footsteps raced over to where he was, and before he could get a good look at who they belonged to, hands were pulling Chris up off the floor. He looked at his rescuers, bemused to see other people in this endless void of affordable homeware. They were two men and a woman, each in disheveled clothing that looked like they had been wearing the same thing for years. "Easy there, fella," one of the men spoke. "Name's Buster. Which settlement you from?" "What do you mean by settlement?" Chris asked, confused. "Looks like we got another newbie," the woman chuckled dryly. "When'd you get here?" Yesterday, I think," the former manager answered. "Time can be a bit screwy in here," the second man chimed in. "I'm Nolan. This here is Janine. You got a name?" Chris." He nodded. "You hungry, Chris?" The three survivors led Chris through the winding expanse of the IKEA without an end, navigating the identical aisles with the expertise of people that had been here long enough to know their way around. In what felt like the tiniest fraction of the time that he had been lost the day before, they brought Chris to the food court. It was bustling with activity, more so than the one at his store, with people patiently lining up to take their fill of food from the IKEA menu. After joining the queue, Buster returned and handed Chris a plate of Swedish meatballs with mashed potato, peas, cream sauce, and lingonberry jam. So pleased to see food again, Chris began to gluttonously devour the whole plate while the others explained some of what was going on here, although he was barely listening. According to Janine, who had been there the longest, the inside of this IKEA was like an endless maze. There was no clear way out, even when retracing steps back the way one first entered. Nolan then weighed in and explained that there were pockets of people who had survived this long inside SCP-3008 by forming their own little communities. Thanks to the sheer amount of space within the store, these settlements were almost the size of small townships, built using whatever furniture, appliances, and other materials the other survivors had been able to scrounge up. "How come you don't run out of food?" Chris interjected. "It replenishes every day, man," Buster replied, gesturing to the food court around them. "Sure, it's not ideal if you aren't a huge fan of IKEA food, but you get used to it. Could be worse, all things considered." "Then what the hell do you all do for money?" the stubborn manager demanded.
look around you, Janine scoffed. We don't need it in here, we're cut off from the rest of the world. Stuff like money hardly makes a difference. Can't get us home or keep us fed, so what's the point? Chris sighed, evidently frustrated at the prospect of living inside an IKEA yet not having the opportunity for monetary gain. So, who's in charge? He asked. Who runs this place? Well, no one, Nolan shrugged. Settlements all work together, help each other out if needed, but we don't have any singular person running things. Hearing that out loud caused a twisted idea to form in Chris's balding head. Asking to be escorted by Buster to the right aisle, he started gathering up what he needed to make a rudimentary crown. What's that for? Buster asked, a little concerned about what Chris was planning. Oh, you wouldn't understand, he replied, not looking up from applying hot glue. Don't worry, I'll explain it in nice, simple terms when I'm ready. That night, despite being welcomed into the trio's town of lighting with open arms, Chris slipped back to the food court while the other settlers were sleeping. Carefully, he avoided the lurking staff and their drone calls of, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building." Reaching his destination, the malicious manager lay in wait for the next morning, hiding out underneath the counter where the food was served. The next morning, the collected survivors of the Infinite IKEA were met with an unfamiliar sight as they approached the food court. All the food had gone. It had still replenished overnight like it usually did, but someone had gathered it up before anyone had a chance to eat. Stood atop the counter with a smug look on his face, Chris made a show of placing his crown over his head. "Morning, everyone," he announced. "From today, things are gonna be a little different around here, but I'm sure we'll be able to work together like one big happy family." Holding the gathered SCP-3008 residents as his literal captive audience, all of them hungry and irritable, Chris outlined what he had determined to be the best system possible for how things should be run inside the Endless Store. "I will keep all the food secure and safe, and we're gonna start rationing it out," he explained. "What for?" a voice shouted from the crowd. "It reappears every night anyway." "Well, here's what we're gonna do. If you just shut up and let me finish," Chris replied calmly, but with a condescending tone of superiority. According to Chris's grand scheme, every day each settlement would be allocated what he deemed to be an acceptable amount of rationed food to feed its population of survivors. Then he made an offer to anyone who was willing to help him. If someone provided their services in collecting the food each morning and distributing the rationed amount, then Chris would allow them to take an extra portion of rations just for themselves. "You see now?" he asked the crowd, oblivious to how many of them were scowling at him. "Anyone that wants to help, they get rewarded with a little bit extra. Call it a bonus." "What if we don't want to help you?" another onlooker called. "Well, that's fine by me," Chris sneered back. "More for those who want it." "I think what they mean is," Janine shouted from the group, "what if we don't want you to implement this ridiculous system at all? What's to stop us from just taking the food we need every morning like we did before you showed up?" "Typical," he tutted. "How lazy. You just want the privilege of having more. Then you should work to earn it. And as for your silly little notion of just taking, I'm gonna be here every morning. I'll get to decide who eats and who doesn't, and how much they deserve. And if anyone wants to take more than they deserve without offering their help in return, then they'll get half of the rations they would get, and so will their settlement. So, with those queries out of the way, allow me to introduce myself as your new store manager." When they recovered Chris's body outside of the entrance to SCP-3008, the Foundation had no way of knowing exactly who had beaten him up so badly. The other survivors inside the Infinite IKEA might have done it themselves, while overthrowing his short-lived stint as manager. Or they might have decided not to lower themselves to that level, and instead shunned him from entering their settlements, leaving him to fend for himself. With the staff around every corner and their history of turning aggressive towards humans come nightfall, Chris's chances of survival were slim. The only real clue was the note that had been found with him, which read, "You can have him back. We don't want him."
"Good grief," said Jotaro Kujo, as he, his grandfather Joseph Joestar, and the rest of their allied group of stand users hid from the light of day in the shadows of a ruined building. Outside, amorphous semi-humanoid monstrosities roam free in search of life. How could this have happened? Jotaro's family had been on some bizarre adventures, but this one was proving to be the most bizarre of all. The sun, now designated SCP-001, was burning with intense bright red light and an anomalous level of heat. It beat down on the world below like an evil and sadistic god of the desert. The entire world was at the mercy of these oppressive solar rays, and high temperatures were just the beginning. From the looks of it, any living thing exposed to the rays of SCP-001 would quickly dissolve into a horrible gooey substance that would ooze towards other organisms in an attempt to absorb them into its biomass. Basically, it was like a zombie apocalypse straight out of an easy-bake oven. The Stardust Crusaders had been passing through this city on their globe-trotting adventure, only to find that morning had brought with it a disaster the likes of which had never been seen before. By mid-afternoon, when the sun was highest in the sky, most of the people had already been converted into slime monsters, and those who fled into the shadows found themselves relentlessly hunted down and absorbed. Only the stand users of Jotaro's group, who were already on the lookout for strange happenings, had been clever enough to pick up on the situation immediately. They had been the subject of many unusual supernatural attacks over the course of their journey, so the initial anomalous effects of SCP-001 seemed to be another routine brush with an enemy.
Hey, Jotaro, this has to be the effect of an enemy stand, right?
Joseph said.
What? Are you stupid or something, old man?
Spat Jean-Pierre Polnareff. The Frenchman was ever the impulsive one, and he always found something to complain about when a woman wasn't present. He was selectively polite, one might say. It was fitting given the fact that his stand, Silver Chariot, took the form of a sword-wielding knight, and its reaction speed was the fastest of any of the Stardust Crusaders.
You think one stand could do all this?
Polnareff was adamant about making his point. Jotaro's fellow high school classmate, Noriaki Kakyoin, was the next to speak.
Polnareff, keep your voice down. We can't be sure it's not a stand, but either way, those flesh monsters are looking for us.
Kakyoin was younger than Polnareff, but tended to carry himself with more composure. This likely had something to do with the fact that Hierophant Green was the group's most technical stand and often used for reconnaissance.
What do you think, Avdol?
Kakyoin continued.
You're the expert here.
Muhammad Avdol, a fortune teller who possessed a stand that controls fire, Magician's Red, was often knowledgeable about the supernatural.
A stand this powerful would have to be limited in the range it could affect, Avdol said. What we have to do is get further away from this area. Then we'll see if this strange sunlight fades. But what if the user is following us? Joseph interjected. How will we know we aren't putting more people at risk? Mr. Joestar, we can't win this battle without more information, Avdol replied.
Kakyoin, your Hierophant Green has the longest range. Send it to scout for a place outside of the stand's reach. Our stand shouldn't be visible to those transformed humans, and the heat from the sunlight won't affect something without mass. Friendly reminder to those of you at home unfamiliar with the properties of stands. Stands are spectral entities formed from the soul of the user, and are essentially superpowered ghosts without physical presence. As such, they won't be affected by SCP-001 the way a living thing would. Now back to this bizarre adventure.
Right,
Kakyoin nodded.
Hierophant Green!
Kakyoin summoned his stand and began threading Hierophant Green's long, stretchy body throughout the ruins as far as it could go. The young man concentrated, looking through the eyes of his stand. As Kakyoin and his stand searched for the end of the anomalous effects of SCP-001, Polnareff continued to complain as usual. So, we're still not sure what's going on, but from what I've heard, you're already calling it a stand? Did I get that right, Avdol? Polnareff grumbled.
Do you have any better ideas, Polnareff?
Avdol said sternly.
Iggy!
Barked Iggy, the last member of the Stardust Crusaders. He was a Boston Terrier who commanded a sand-manipulating stand known as the Fool. Iggy didn't really have much to add to the conversation, but he liked to be heard.
Listen, said Joseph Joestar. When I was a younger man, I actually did go head-to-head with some terrifying beings who might be able to turn people into monsters like these. But every single time, the sun was the enemy of those guys.
Nobody is interested in hearing your stories right now, old man,
Jotaro chided his grandfather. Meanwhile, far from where the Stardust Crusaders were hiding out, Hierophant Green was reaching the limits of its effective range and seeing no sign of an end to the anomalous effects. Kakyoin was baffled. Could it be true that the entire world had been affected by the frightening ability of the sun, now that it was SCP-001? If that was true, then the apocalyptic wasteland was more than just the work of an enemy stand user. This would mean that the sun itself had become the enemy of all life. Kakyoin wondered about his family back in Japan. Would they manage to survive this terrible catastrophe? He couldn't help but hope that there was some way out of this utter devastation, even though the information gathered by his stand told him otherwise. Kakyoin withdrew Hierophant Green and brought his companions up to speed. However hard it was to accept, The world as they knew it was gone with the daybreak. Polnareff was beside himself in sadness, while Avdol and Joseph exchanged a meaningful glance. For once, Iggy's bad attitude subsided, and the dog simply whispered. Only Jotaro remained determined to carry on. "Good grief, would you all get a hold of yourselves?" Jotaro said. "We'll remain human as long as we aren't caught in that light, so I'll use Star Platinum to tunnel our way underground." Jotaro's Star Platinum was a short-range stand, but in terms of raw power, it was off the charts. Its punches could easily tunnel through solid rock and create a subterranean passageway for the Crusaders to retreat to a safer area.
"Attaboy, Jotaro!" Joseph exclaimed. "We'll make our daring escape mole-style!"
Jotaro nodded and called Star Platinum, shouting its signature battle cry of
"Ora, ora!"
Star Platinum smashed through the earth below, instantly creating the entrance to a tunnel. At that exact moment, every flesh monster in the nearby vicinity turned its attention towards the sound. The stand users had to move quickly, because they would soon be completely surrounded.
"Oh my god!"
shouted Joseph in his usual way, as a couple of flesh monsters began to enter the ruined building. Luckily, Polnareff and Avdol sprung into action and summoned Silver Chariot and Magician's Red to fend off the flesh zombies. Silver Chariot delivered an inescapably fast fury of sword strikes to one of the monsters, while Magician's Red burned them away with its supernatural flames. The two men high-fived at a job well done. Just then, the wall next to them burst open, revealing a new monster and caused the sun's rays to enter into the building's interior. With split-second intuition, Avdol pushed Polnareff further into the shadows. The Frenchman tumbled backwards into the hole Jotaro made, and before he could get his bearings, he caught a glimpse of Avdol being absorbed into the monster's mass.
"Avdol!"
he cried out, but it was too late. Avdol was already starting to show signs of transformation into an ooze-like zombie himself. The fortune teller breathed in deep and called the name of his stand with determined fervor.
"Magician's Red!"
Before Avdol could be fully taken by the slime, he unleashed the totality of his firepower on every zombified lifeform within range, its destructive heat enhanced by the dryness of the atmosphere. Avdol turned back to his friends and gave them a heartfelt thumbs up before he disappeared into the flames. Polnareff cried out for his friend again with tears in his eyes, but Kaioken and Joseph grabbed him and made their way deeper into the tunnel. As badass and heroic as it was, Avdol's sacrifice wouldn't keep those hordes of monsters at bay for long. While Kaioken and Joseph dragged a crying Polnareff through the underground escape route, Jotaro and Iggy were already at the front of the group, using a combination of Star Platinum's digging ability and Iggy's sand manipulation to stabilize the tunnel. The Stardust Crusaders were deep beneath the surface of the earth now, so a cave-in could be a real problem.
"We have to go back!"
Polnareff shrieked.
"Avdol needs our help!"
"It's too late, Polnareff," Joseph said with grim conviction.
"Avdol is gone." We don't know that for sure,"
Polnareff carried on.
"Let me go!"
But Kaioken and Joseph held on to Polnareff tightly and continued to drag him down the passageway, hoping not to lose him to this daytime nightmare as well. On the inside, Jotaro was shaken by the loss of one of his companions, but nobody would have been able to tell by looking at his stoic exterior. He was solely focused on keeping the tunnel expanding, so that he and the remaining Crusaders could survive this ordeal together. Suddenly, a noise from the opposite end of the passageway put the group on high alert. Like a flood of liquefied horror, the flesh monsters had begun pouring themselves into the pit and were now moving towards the group, inch by inch.
"Oh no!"
Joseph shouted. He loosened his grip on Polnareff, and both of them immediately booked it towards Jotaro and Iggy. Kaioken, however, stood in place and braced himself. He didn't like it, but he knew what he had to do. Right now, his stand had the ability to stop these things, but first he had to slow them down.
"Emerald Splash!"
Kaioken shouted, prompting Hierophant Green to launch a stream of concussive green gemstones from its hands. As planned, the attack slowed the slime monsters down. Kaioken was then able to put the second part of his plan into effect. He identified what appeared to be a face on the monster in front and sent Hierophant Green to make its way inside the creature's body. This was his stand's most terrifying ability, and one Kaioken seldom used. Hierophant Green had the power to control the bodies of other physical entities from within. Once his stand had established control, Kaioken forced the massive ooze to stop in place, instantly plugging the tunnel and preventing the rest of the monsters from getting any closer. How long could he keep this up? He didn't know. But because of Hierophant Green's properties as a remote stand, Kakyoin was able to run and rejoin Jotaro and the others at the front of the tunnel. The tether between himself and his stand was stretching farther by the minute, but he dared not let his control of the oozing entity slip, lest he and his companions suffer the same fate as Avdol. Before long, Jotaro felt a different sort of surface at the front of the tunnel. Rather than earth, it was brick. With one punch from Star Platinum, he smashed through and into what appeared to be an abandoned subway station. The power was still on, though most of the lights had faded. It was fortunate that there was no natural sunlight in this place. As everyone's eyes adjusted to the light, the stand users crossed the tracks and made their way onto the somewhat safer area. Polnareff drifted over to the magazine kiosk, searching for signs of anyone behind the counter. There was nobody here, and Iggy soon helped himself to some of the coffee-flavored chewing gum at the concession stand. The dog couldn't resist his favorite snack after all. Jotaro stood by the tracks as if waiting for a train, while Kakyoin did his best to maintain his hold on the monsters further behind them in the tunnel. With a bit of searching, Joseph found a large portable music player designed for CDs, also known as a boombox. With the use of his divination-focused stand, Hermit Purple, Joseph created purple thorny vines which weaved their way into the wires of the device and generated a psychic message. Hermit Purple could usually be counted on to provide more detail about a situation, but its powers were limited by the device used to gain the information. In this case, the CD within the boombox had a copy of the Beatles' famous 1969 album Abbey Road, so Hermit Purple's message to Joseph came out as a garbled but oddly appropriate rearrangement of the lyrics to Here Comes the Sun. Little darling, I see their faces slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been alright. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, and I say, I feel I've been slowly melting. Sun, 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 here it comes. Oh my God, Joseph said to himself quietly. Just then, Kakyoin felt the body that Hierophant Green was controlling give way. Apparently the pressure of so many other ooze monsters had been too much for it to hold back, and now these things were barreling down the tunnel towards the Crusaders. Rather than pulling Hierophant Green back completely, Kakyoin unleashed his Emerald Splash over and over again in an attempt to force a cave-in, but the creatures were too resilient, and their ooze-like structures meant they could squeeze past mere rocks in their path. Kakyoin told the rest of the group that it was time to leave, and as if on cue, a train began to pull into the station. Unfortunately, the crazy train pulled into the station with several cars full of ooze zombies ready to grab the poor team and drag them into the sun. There was no way out but up the stairs, back into the sunlight they had done everything possible to escape from. As Polnareff, Jotaro, Joseph, and Iggy did their best to fend off the attacking creatures using their stands, Kakyoin made one last-ditch attempt to contain the monsters. He stretched Hierophant Green down to its most basic form, a series of long, green, fibrous strings, and created a net to ensnare the creatures. While the oozes could still seep its way through its wiry form, Kakyoin rigged his stand to set off an emerald splash on every bit of anomalous goo that made it past the net's defenses. It was a sustainable and effective wall against the monsters, using both the tensile strength of the stand and its energy attacks to effectively stymie their progress. There was only one problem. In order to maintain this perfect defense, Kakyoin would have to stay behind. "I'll hold them! Go on without me!" Kakyoin said. "Kakyoin!" Joseph shouted, as the rest of them ran as fast as they could out of the subway. Having effectively lost two members of the group, the Stardust Crusaders were low in spirits. Looking up through the subway exit, they could see that they would soon be in contact with the sunlight, meaning that even their survival would become unlikely. But Jotaro wasn't about to give in. He grabbed Iggy and held the dog out in front of him. "All right, Iggy, it's now or never. Either show us you can be a team player or be the first to turn into one of those blob monsters." Iggy struggled in Jotaro's grip, but to no avail. The dog knew that Jotaro was serious, so in an act of self-preservation that was unusually generous of him, Iggy used the Fool to stir up the sand on the ground above into a gigantic shady sand dome. Moments later, he compressed it into a compact fortress of sand, Iggy's moving castle, as it were. No light could enter this fortress, but because of the granular nature of sand, oxygen was flowing freely. The Stardust Crusaders now had a method of travel in this world torn apart by SCP-001. Of course, there was still the matter of dealing with the flesh creatures outside. Even if the fortress of sand could move across the surface without sunlight getting in, the surrounding oozes could still impede its progress. With the help of all three of Jotaro, Joseph, and Polnareff's stands, a solution soon became clear. Joseph would use Hermit Purple on the sand to divine the location of any approaching threats, while Jotaro and Polnareff would patrol the outside of the miniaturized fortress with Star Platinum and Silver Chariot, respectively. That way, whenever a flesh creature got too close, the two attack-type stands could unleash full-force barrages to knock them away. The next thing to do was for Iggy to increase the speed of the sand construct by adding wheels to it. It was like a gigantic sand monster truck zooming through the ruins, with a platinum brawler and a silver knight repelling anything that came too near. Once Iggy gained enough velocity with the Fool, Joseph used Hermit Purple to discern the location of a bit of rubble shaped conveniently like a ramp. The sandcastle vaulted off the ramp and into the air, while Iggy augmented his creation once again with a pair of gigantic gliding wings. Now, they were soaring. Out of the reach of the flesh monsters, Joseph and Polnareff shared sympathies over the loss of their two important friends. Avdol and Kaukin had both bravely given themselves to protect the team, and none of the Crusaders would be here if it wasn't for them. Jotaro focused on helping Iggy pilot the sand glider, using Star Platinum to kick the ground whenever the vehicle got too low. Nobody was sure what they would encounter next in the daybreak, or what bizarre adventures were yet to unfold, but they had each other, and for now, that was enough. Not everything in this world is exactly as it seems. In fact, there are many creatures in the wild that go out of their way to be deceptive, to disguise themselves as something entirely different from their true nature. Aggressive mimicry refers to a phenomenon in which predators or parasites take on the appearance of something harmless or even appealing in order to lure in their intended prey or host without detection. They might resemble food, an inanimate part of the environment, or even a potential mate. Whatever they choose, they're secretly a wolf in sheep's clothing. In the deep, dark waters of the ocean, the anglerfish dangles an alluring light from its head, ushering in little fish that it can trap in its mouth and devour whole. The alligator snapping turtle wiggles its long tongue like a worm, attracting hungry fish looking for their next meal. Instead, they become the meal for something bigger and more clever than them. False cleaner fish share their appearance of another species, one that helps clean larger fish in a symbiotic relationship. When the imposters find a victim, they swim close under the pretense of cleaning, only to take a bite out of them and swim away. Predators use similar illusions on land too. Anti-mimicking jumping spiders wave their false antennae in the air in an imitation of an ant's movements, isolating the insects from their colony before dragging them back to their lair to be devoured. The mouthparts of the male spiders are shaped like the head of an ant, but this imitation head splits apart to reveal the spider's fangs and its true intentions. The Photorus firefly lights up its body in a mimicry of other firefly species' mating signals, signaling male fireflies looking for companionship. When they respond to the call, however, they will not find a willing mate waiting, but instead a femme fatale of a firefly that just wants to eat. The spider-tailed horned viper has a bulbous tip on its tail, with false legs jutting out on either side. As the snake wiggles its tail, running it across the ground while the rest of its body lies in wait just out of sight, a hungry bird spots it from above. When the bird swoops down to seize the opportunity, the snake reveals itself, snapping up the unfortunate bird before it can escape. Thankfully, humans are so much smarter and more observant than fish, ants, and birds. We're safe from that sort of trickery. There aren't any animals out there who've learned how to look like something familiar, something every day, just to put unsuspecting people at ease and lure us into its waiting jaws. Right? Wrong. Only a couple of years ago, the SCP Foundation discovered a being that has mastered aggressive mimicry on a level previously unseen in the natural world.
Unfortunately for us, its prey of choice happens to be humans, and its hunting ground is the very cities where we like to think we're safe from something much bigger, meaner, and hungrier than us. A short video went viral on a popular social media platform. The specific platform has been redacted from official files, but the details of it are clear. A popular creator on the app, a young woman known for her makeup tutorials and restaurant recommendations around her native city of Los Angeles. She was live streaming and answering questions while going about her day when she stepped onto a train at one of the metro stations around the city. The train was extremely crowded, and she was preparing to end the live video, planning to resume once she reached her destination. But just as she went to press the button at the end of the stream, something strange happened. The train went dark, and the space flooded with a strange, thick liquid. The girl screamed in either pain, horror, or both, and dropped the phone. Whatever it fell into must have degraded the phone at an extremely rapid pace because the video feed cut out immediately after a splash. All across social media, people shared the video with one question in mind: what happened on that train? Fans mounted a campaign to find the influencer, to help her if she was in any immediate danger, but there were no leads. Her friends and family said she never came home that day, and when authorities attempted to trace her phone, they could not get any kind of signal. Becoming increasingly concerned about this missing girl and the possibility of some kind of unreported train accident, authorities contacted the Los Angeles Metro and showed them the video footage. But every train was accounted for and in pristine condition. There had been no strange chemical leaks, no crashes, and certainly nothing like what the video appeared to show. At the same time, there were missing persons reports being filed all across the country, in every area with a thriving public transportation system. Not only were the occupants of the Los Angeles train unaccounted for, with no wreckage or bodies to be found, but people were disappearing in train stations in New York, Boston, Chicago, Washington, D.C., and more. A woman reported her husband missing after he called her to check in during his daily commute home from work. The train had kept going for much longer than it ordinarily did, drifting off of its usual route. He told her that something was wrong, that he had a terrible feeling of foreboding, and then the call cut off. He never made it home for dinner. A young woman was on her way to start an internship at a prestigious New York City magazine, but never arrived for her first meeting. When her would-be boss reached out to the girl's roommate, all he knew was that she had planned to take the train to work that morning. A private detective trailing a man's wife for him, looking for evidence of an affair, lost track of her when she stepped onto a train downtown. He took the next train, hoping to catch her at what he assumed would be her stop, but she never got off. He wasn't able to track her down, and had to give her suspicious husband the news that his wife had somehow vanished into thin air. It wasn't just one or two people every so often, either. Entire train cars of people were just disappearing, never to be seen again. No matter how hard anyone tried, they could not find any answers. No logical explanation for what could have happened. Fortunately, the video circulated so widely that it made it onto the feed of an SCP Foundation employee who was idly scrolling during a bathroom break. He was so shocked by what he saw that he almost forgot to pull up his pants before running out into the hall. Fortunately, he did remember, and rushed to his supervisor's office fully clothed. After determining that the video was not a hoax or some kind of viral marketing stunt intended to sell a new brand of spicy chips, the SCP Foundation decided to launch a formal investigation into anomalous activity involving trains and subway systems around the country. Task forces were set up in every major city, and field researchers were assigned to take the train all day, every day, as much as possible. As they did, they would maintain communication with the head of their task force, who would monitor their findings via hidden cameras and microphones. A week passed without incident, and the Foundation was starting to wonder if somehow the Los Angeles video had been faked when the Chicago task force made a harrowing discovery. Officer Jamie Bauer was assigned to monitor the trains on Chicago's Blue Line, taking the train throughout the day and keeping an eye out for suspicious or potentially anomalous activity. One week in, and he pretty much had it down to a basic routine. He would grab breakfast, hop on the train, and enjoy his coffee and meal while reading a book and riding the train to its last stop. Then he'd pick up lunch and do the same thing all over again. He'd have dinner and repeat. It wasn't too exciting, but then again, excitement in this case probably meant horrors beyond his comprehension. So he was perfectly fine with traversing the city in a subway car, and catching up on the backlog of murder mysteries he'd been meaning to read. It was Monday afternoon. He'd picked up a slice of deep dish pizza, excited to try it for the first time, and walked down into the metro station as he took his first bite. "Can you try not to chew into your microphone, please? It's gross." Dr. Susan Shepard, the head of the Chicago task force, spoke into Jamie's earpiece. "You got it, boss," he said, his mouth full. "Thanks. See anything unusual today?" she asked. "You tell me. You can see the video feed, right?" He took another bite, chewing as quietly as he could. "Sure, but you're on the ground. Just keep an eye out, okay? Be careful. Remember to draw your weapon if something goes south. Don't just disappear into your book and forget to keep your wits about you." Dr. Shepard sighed. "Yep, getting on the train now. Not going to talk much so these folks don't think I'm nuts." Jamie waited for the doors to open, and just for a moment, noticed that they seemed to stick just a little this time. Nothing to be too worried about, though. Everything looked normal, just as it had on every other ride he'd taken. He could feel the Agatha Christie book calling to him from inside of his tote bag, and he wanted to crack it open and see what clues Hercule Poirot had come across. But Dr. Shepard was right. He'd been slacking off. He needed to pay attention to his surroundings, so he did just that. He watched as the train car steadily filled up with passengers, college students with bags full of books and exhausted expressions, middle-aged people in business attire, tourists wearing souvenir baseball caps and snapping pictures of everything in sight. Before too long, the train was completely packed, and Jamie could barely move without bumping elbows with someone. It was a little claustrophobic, but that was public transportation. Jamie leaned back in his seat, pulled his book out, and focused on the comforting rumble of the engine, the rhythm of the wheels on the tracks. Suddenly, without warning, the train screeched to a stop. They were in the middle of a tunnel, Jamie assumed from the darkness that flanked them out the window on either side. Wait, was it dark? Or had the windows just disappeared? He squinted through the blackness and tried to see what was outside, but he couldn't make sense of his surroundings. All around, the other passengers were becoming restless, nervous. Some were calling for help. Others were just complaining. "Doc, you seeing this?" Jamie hissed into the microphone. "I don't see a thing," Dr. Shepard replied. "Are you all right?" "Fine, the train's just stalled. I don't know where or what's wrong with it." Jamie began feeling along the walls of the train, looking for doors. "Huh, that's weird." "What?" "Well, the crack in the doors when they come together should be right here, but it's all smooth. No gaps or anything, like it's all one thing, and it feels strange, like..." He cut himself off as his stomach dropped, a sudden rush of fear flooding his senses. "Like what?" Dr. Shepard pressed. "Like it's alive," Jamie said shakily. "Campbell, what's happening in there?" Dr. Shepard began taking furious notes on her end. "I don't know, it's so dark. Everyone's scared. I'm scared. I don't think this is a train. I don't know what it is, but it's nothing good." As Jamie felt around, he smelled something sour, foul, and sharp in his nose. He heard liquid splashing onto the ground, the sound of something sizzling, and then people started to scream. As he felt along the wall, something dripped onto his hand, and then it started to burn. He cried out in agony as whatever had dripped onto him ate away at the skin, dissolving his hand bit by bit. "What is it?" Dr. Shepard's voice shook as she heard the pain in Jamie's voice. "Some kind of acid. Oh God, it's everywhere. It's on the walls, floors, it just keeps coming." He trailed off. Oh God, we're in his stomach. Whatever this thing is, it's eating us." "Campbell, you need to get out of there right now," Dr. Shepard ordered. "Draw your weapon, whatever you need to do, just get out." Jamie pulled out his weapon and started firing at the place where the doors should be, but the bullets bounced off uselessly, as if the fleshy material was the side of a tank. He fired until there was no more ammunition left, and then he just kept squeezing the trigger some more out of pure survival instinct. But all it got him was a useless click, and the certainty that the one thing he had brought with him in case of emergency was completely useless. All the while, the acid was creeping higher, dripping from every surface, filling the train car until it swallowed the cries for help and the screams of fear and agony. All Dr. Shepard could do was listen helpless as Jamie and the rest of the passengers were digested inside of the massive stomach. What happened to Officer Jamie Campbell was tragic, but it provided important information that the Foundation would likely never have gotten otherwise. They now knew a few key things about this new anomaly. It was some kind of living thing able to disguise itself as a train. It was resilient to bullets and firearms, and it was hiding in plain sight in order to hunt human beings. They had found the culprit for the rash of mysterious disappearances, and it was a race of unidentified creatures capable of taking on the shape of a common underground train.
The newfound information quickly circulated throughout the Foundation, making its way to the various task forces assigned to Operation Metro, as it had been unofficially nicknamed. Task force members were no longer instructed to board trains. Instead, they would slip hidden cameras onto as many train cars as they possibly could, each outfitted with a tracking device. Then the Foundation could remotely monitor the trains for any potential signs of the mysterious creatures, looking for imposters masquerading as trains, without unnecessarily losing any more operatives in action. Now, as for what they would do once they found one of these massive creatures was still uncertain, but at least they had somewhere to start. The SCP Foundation tried and failed to contain several instances of the carnivorous species before they finally got it right. They attempted to freeze the inside of one train with liquid nitrogen, hoping to incapacitate the creature before it could feed, defend itself, or escape custody. The extreme cold seemed to have no effect, however, and the false train slammed its doors shut at the first sign of discomfort, then sped away at high speed. As it did, the task force members noticed that, though they could hear the sound of wheels on the tracks, they could see legs jutting out of the bottom of the creature, scuttling along the ground. Next, they attempted to take out the creature's legs and render it immobile so that it could be subdued. The legs were resilient to external damage, becoming hard as a rock whenever any weapon, blade, or other implement made contact with them. One task force member tried to physically hold some of the legs in place, but they shifted their shape, becoming appendages resembling tentacles, and threw the man out of the way before the false train hurried out of the tunnel and out of sight. They were then able to track down a predatory train just after a feeding, when it was slightly sluggish after a large meal. They pumped an aerosolized poison into the train's interior, the belly of the beast, potent enough to take out a dinosaur, and were relieved to find that the creature was unable to flee. Unfortunately, though they were able to subdue the creature, they killed it in the process. At first, they assumed it was just inactive, but it never resumed activity again. It was just like an ordinary train car, almost. When the interior was touched, it felt warm and slightly pliable, less like metal and plastic, and more like flesh. The longer the creature was still, the more the windows on the sides stopped looking like windows and started looking like wide, glassy eyes. The front of the train became a gaping maw, the silhouette of the conductor inside revealed as an extension of the creature's body, resembling a tongue. Survivors and witnesses were given an amnestic to remove any memories of the supposed killer trains running under their city, and the Foundation prepared to bring the dead specimen in for further study. A cover story was used involving massive repairs to the train system, and while the tunnels were closed off, they managed to remove the creature and transport it to a nearby Foundation containment site. There it was given one of the most extensive autopsies in Foundation history, and the first one conducted largely from inside the subject. The autopsy provided a more in-depth look at the nature of the bizarre creature and its curious nature. The creature, nicknamed the Train Eater, referring to its preferred disguise and favorite activity, was one of an apparent species of carnivorous predators that used shape-shifting and an advanced form of aggressive mimicry to prey on commuters, tourists, and anyone else in need of a ride from one place to the next. It would mimic the shape, feel, and sounds of a train, welcoming unassuming victims into its stomach, and once it was completely full and able to efficiently feed, it would release an incredibly potent stomach acid into the compartment and quickly dissolve everything inside. The creature was highly adaptable, able to harden parts of its body at will and display extreme resilience to weapons of any kind. Due to this nearly impenetrable flesh, victims trapped inside would be unable to force their way out. As the research staff turned in their autopsy results and official report, there was a sense of unease in the air, as everyone wondered, how many of these things are out there? Which innocent trip to work might be their last? And how on earth could they hope to contain something that could exist in endless numbers? Something so expert at hiding in plain sight. There was no realistic way to bring all these creatures into custody, and so they would have to neutralize as many as possible without being detected. Foundation operatives embedded in various city and state governments introduced new measures to renovate public transportation systems, including new sanitation protocols. As part of these protocols, all trains would be sprayed with a high-strength disinfectant before they could be certified for use. In reality, this disinfectant would be the same poison used to take down the first train eater the Foundation studied. Once any and all potent threats had been rendered harmless,
trains that were found to be formerly living would be converted into fully functioning trains and allowed to run as normal in order to avoid unnecessary interruptions to the public. In addition to these containment measures, the Foundation monitors all social media for mentions of unusual activity on trains, or mentions of any more missing persons lost at metro stations. The original Los Angeles video that started it all was scrubbed from the internet entirely. So by all means, take advantage of your local public transportation options, but remain vigilant and keep your wits about you. And remember, next time you travel by train, if you see something, say something. More specifically, if you see something unusual on a train, if it looks a little different than it did yesterday, if its sounds don't seem quite right, make sure to let everyone around you know that it is not safe to be here, and quickly make your way to the exit. Then, maybe walk to your destination instead. It might make you a little bit late, but hey, better late than dinner. The air hummed, a space a few feet off the ground rippling like a calm lake disturbed by a stone thrown at its surface. Not that there was anyone around to see, which of course begged the age-old question that has baffled philosophers, scientists, and pretty much everyone with a working brain for centuries. That being, if an interdimensional fracture leading to an infinite multiverse of endlessly recurring realities opens up in a hotel resort bedroom in Mexico and nobody is there to see it, then did it really happen at all? Well, in this instance, it really did. With a flash of light, a figure came tumbling through the wormhole, fizzling out of existence in one place, only to arrive somewhere similar. Behind him, the purplish tear in the very fabric of reality sealed itself shut as quickly and inexplicably as it had opened. Sitting up, his Hawaiian shirt a disheveled mess, the man blinked through his blurred vision. Eddie Brock was unsure if his headache was the result of an intense hangover or the process of being flung between universes, seemingly at random.
Are we back?
A voice in the back of Eddie's head growled.
I have no idea, pal. Eddie replied aloud, looking around the vacant hotel room, the last of the daylight fading as the sun set.
We should eat,
the gravelly voice replied.
I'm hungry.
That's all you ever think about, he replied. I don't even have any money on me. Besides, don't you think we should try and figure out where we are first?
Nope.
In seconds, a dark, gooey substance morphed over Eddie from head to toe, encasing him and his clothes. It formed a body, a towering, hulking monster with wide, white eyes in the shape of teardrops. Its mouth was filled with rows of long, razor-sharp teeth. The black goo was constantly shifting. In fact, it was alive, an alien symbiote, bonded with its human host in order to survive. Together, the symbiote and Eddie were Venom. Bursting out of the hotel's balcony as night rapidly fell, Venom fired organic webs from his wrists and swung through the city in search of food. Agent Hardy hated fieldwork. He'd imagined working for the SCP Foundation would be full of action and thrilling espionage, and had enrolled in undercover training, hoping he'd be sent on missions to stealthily infiltrate other anomalous organizations, like the Church of the Broken God or Global Occult Coalition. Instead, he was assigned to Deep Cover, which was Foundation euphemism for stay put and keep your eyes peeled just in case you spot something unusual. He had been stationed in Mexico City and was forced to work a menial job in a tiny little convenience store to maintain cover, a waste of his advanced combat and reconnaissance training, he thought. Agent Hardy badly wanted more, and found it personally insulting that the Foundation saw it fit to waste an asset like him, while he should have been made part of one of their mobile task forces. Only adding to that perceived insult was the fact that nothing at all unusual or even remotely anomalous ever seemed to happen nearby. That is, until a 7-foot-tall, 500-pound, oily black monster came barreling into the convenience store, barged its way over to the confectionery aisle, and started shoveling fistfuls of chocolate into its mouth, all before dashing back out and swinging away with as many candy bars as it could carry in one arm. Hardy, if somebody robbed your store, that's a job for the local police department. The bored-voiced Foundation operator replied over the radio as Agent Hardy contacted command. No, not just somebody, something, Hardy yelled while the store's customers ran screaming from the scene. It's a goddamn alien, I saw it with my own eyes, it's huge! Hold on one moment, the operator replied before turning to a colleague still audible over the radio. Meanwhile, Agent Hardy tapped his foot impatiently. Didn't we get a blip near there? When? I don't know the exact time, about an hour ago tops. Any read on what it was? Interdimensional disturbance? Oh, it could be connected. Look, how do you want me to proceed? Hardy barked. Follow at a distance, Agent Hardy, the operator replied. Be advised, do not engage with the creature under any circumstances. It could be carrying any number of unknown pathogens or diseases we don't have cures for, if it is from another universe. Strict observation only. Mobile Task Force 06 is inbound to contain your alien. Agent Hardy turned and dashed out of the store, sprinting down the street. A little way in the distance, Venom had been swinging from buildings. They were singing, "I Got You Under My Skin" to themselves without a care in the world, before landing on a rooftop and starting to ravenously munch on their remaining chocolate bars.
Oh, delicious,
Venom growled after finishing their feast. So, when are we gonna work on getting back home? Eddie asked, half of the symbiote's protective mask retracting to show him underneath.
This might be our home,
Venom retorted.
This planet looks the same in every universe.
Look, I really think we ought to prioritize getting out of here, the human half of them argued. That should be our priority, not feeding you.
Eddie, we've been over this. I need philanthropy to live, and since you get all indignant at me for eating brains, we have to get it from a more socially acceptable source,
the alien creature replied.
Unless
what? Brock asked.
Unless you want to go find some bad guy's brains to eat,
the symbiote queried. Hey you! Someone yelled. Hold it right there! As if on cue, the sounds of weapons being locked and loaded interrupted their conversation. In the time since Agent Hardy had called it in, the Foundation's mobile task force had arrived on the rooftop. Hardy was with them, hanging back and letting the other operatives move in to apprehend the alien. Drawing themselves to their full height, Venom turned to face the approaching squad of armed soldiers, their face returning to its full, sharp-toothed form.
Bad guys?
Venom growled, grinning wildly. Guys with guns pointed at us, I'm gonna guess probably bad guys, Eddie answered before noticing the logo emblazed on the MTF's uniforms. Hold up, SCP Foundation, like the Life Foundation?
Who cares? Venom declared. They're dinner!
Open fire! The MTF commander yelled before being suddenly silenced. Venom had grabbed him and was beginning to close his jaws around his head. The remaining members of the task force followed their squad leader's final command and pulled their triggers. The rooftop erupted into a hail of gunfire, bullets impacting with Venom's oily form but causing no damage, bouncing off their outer gelatinous skin. They lunged at another of the MTF troopers, wrenching the man's weapon from his hands and hurling it away, before grabbing him by the ankle. With incredible strength, Venom flung the operative around in the air as if he was a ragdoll, swinging him into the other troops, sending them flying. Hanging back from the fight, Agent Hardy was trying to observe the creature's attack patterns, although it seemed to just be chaotically flinging an MTF operative around as a weapon, rather than deploying any form of actual technique. He wanted to spot an opening, a weakness, anything that could take down this hulking alien monster, but not one was presenting itself. That is, until Venom finished swinging that helpless Foundation soldier around and threw the man over their shoulder. The MTF trooper dropped limply down to street level, landing on a parked car with a loud crash and the sound of glass shattering, which was followed by the wailing of the car's emergency alarm. The screeching noise seemingly caused Venom to reel from their fight, with the MTF roaring and gripping their head to drown out the alarm. Sound, Hardy muttered to himself. Its weakness is sound. Instantly, he turned to one of the other MTF soldiers and dashed towards him, while Venom was lashing out in an enraged state. The strands of the symbiote were recoiling, exposing Eddie contained beneath. Agent Hardy grabbed the nearest Foundation operative and violently struck him in the face, taking advantage of the trooper's shock to pull his weapon out of his hands and push him towards the edge of the rooftop. He delivered another blow, feeling his fellow Foundation agent's nose cracking against his fist as he took out all his frustrations with his undercover posting. The task force operative could barely believe what was happening, too dumbfounded and in too much pain to protest. Even when he did weakly lift his arms to defend his face, Agent Hardy effortlessly swatted them away and smashed his forehead into the other agent's face, dazing him as he dragged him right up to the ledge. There was nothing between the captive soldier, just a sheer multi-story drop down to street level. Lining him up, Agent Hardy shoved the other men off the roof, so he landed on a second car. Its alarm started blaring, The horn too, as the fallen agent's body went through the windshield, adding even more loud noises to the mix. Such a deafening combination of loud sounds caused Venom to keel over, roaring in pain as the symbiote's main weakness pierced it. If the noise continued for too long, it would force Eddie and his alien accomplice to separate, and so the slimy form defensively retreated into its host, leaving him alone. Wearing a triumphant, smug look on his face, Agent Hardy marched over to the human being that was left. The alien form was gone, for now, meaning he could just raise his stolen weapon and strike Eddie hard in the face, knocking him out, ready for the Foundation to take him and the symbiote in for examination. After hours of torture that Agent Hardy had volunteered to conduct personally, the Foundation had learned that a sustained barrage of high-frequency sound waves could be used to forcibly separate the gelatinous alien life form from its host. Once they had been parted, Eddie Brock didn't need much more containment than any other average human, while the symbiote could be placed in a glass tank for the Foundation researchers to take a closer look at. The creature seems to possess a consciousness, its own mobility. It is an entirely separate entity from Mr. Brock, one of the researchers commented, observing a sample of the symbiote that they had managed to slice off the larger whole and was now slithering its way around a smaller, transparent containment cube. "That's pretty obvious, Poindexter," Agent Hardy retorted impatiently. "Why don't you give me something useful?" Well, the researcher stammered, intimidated by the imposing field operative. "It appears to be rapidly deteriorating." "That thing is dying?" Hardy asked. "It seems so. We've been able to access some of the hive mind that it shares with the rest of its kind. Apparently these," he checked his notes, "Plaintar are able to share knowledge across multiple realities, but they need to remain bonded to a host in order to survive. On their own, their lifespans are much shorter," the researcher added. "But it seems that once they increase the host's strength, replicate their own mass, even use more of itself to create weapons." "Weapons?" the agent echoed. Yes, anything. It seems some of these symbiotes could even create copies of existing weaponry that would act as an extension of itself, fully usable by the host. "Thank you, Doc. That info should come in pretty handy," Agent Hardy replied. I beg your pardon, Agent?" the researcher asked before Agent Hardy's hand gripping his throat silenced him. Elsewhere in the facility, Eddie Brock was yelling, demanding to be let free. His only thought was getting back to Venom, aware that his symbiote partner would wither and die if they remained apart for too long. Thanks to their bond, he knew Venom was thinking the same thing this precise moment, and it only spurred him on to try and pull himself free. He was handcuffed to a chair, barely able to move. Normally the pair of them could get out of a jam like this with no trouble. After all, things were always easier when they were together. "I got you!" Eddie started to sing loudly and tunelessly. "Under my skin!"
"Quiet!"
snapped a Foundation security officer who stood nearby.
"I got you!"
He ignored the guard and continued, making his voice even louder.
"Deep in the heart of me, so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I got you!"
"I said quiet," the officer barked, marching over to Eddie, baton raised threateningly. With a sudden, unrelenting strike, he kicked the guard in the stomach with all the force he could manage. Winded, the officer crumpled, dropping to the floor as he gasped for air. Not letting up, Eddie kicked again. This time his boot connected with the man's jaw and knocked him out. It wouldn't last forever, though. Using his legs and with a great deal of difficulty, Eddie tried to lift the handcuff keys from the officer's belt. He hardly possessed perfect coordination, meaning it required a lot of trial and error, but knowing Venom needed him made him all the more determined to try and try again, until finally, Eddie pulled the keys up with his boots, lifted his legs so they slid down, and caught them in his cuffed hand. Freeing himself, he left the unconscious security guard cuffed in his place, before making his way through the facility as quickly and quietly as he could. It didn't matter that he had never been there before. He could sense Venom anywhere. Even though they were apart, all he had to do was follow the pull to where it was being held. However, he could have done with his symbiote partner's protection when he arrived in the lab. Something tore through Eddie's shoulder, embedding itself in his flesh. Screaming with pain, he lifted a hand to the bleeding wound, only to feel a second shot strike him in the gut. He could feel the projectile in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he pulled it out. It was a tooth, blood-soaked and fired with the force of a bullet. It was then that Eddie looked up and saw where from. Towering over him, Agent Hardy looked almost unrecognizable. He had bonded with the sample cut off of the symbiote, and it had encased his body in a suit all of his own. He had black segmented plates like armor, although with the same gelatinous, oily appearance as Venom. In his hand was what looked like a submachine gun, but was in actuality something special that the agent had requisitioned from the Foundation's anomalous armory. It was SCP-127, a weapon that, like the symbiote, was also an organic living being, capable of firing human-like teeth in the place of bullets. To make matters worse, the shred of symbiote Hardy wore had cloned its own versions of SCP-127, their handles extending into long black tendrils that protruded from the agent's back. The rest of Venom was still contained in the tank, frantically slithering against the glass, trying to free itself and get to Eddie. If it did, it could heal his injuries and make itself whole again. Stomping over to where his wounded victim lay, symbiote-infused Hardy pulled Eddie up from the floor and lifted him to his feet, making sure he dug his symbiote-coated thumb into his wounds, making Eddie cry out in pain.
Gotta be said, Mr. Brock.
Hardy grinned sadistically.
I can see why you'd want to be merged with one of these things. The strength it gives you is amazing. Enough to make anybody take you seriously. Remind them not to underestimate you. And that's all from me getting a little piece. Imagine how strong I'll be when I'm combined with your little alien friend there.
You should know, Eddie winced. Venom's a little picky about who he hangs out with, and trust me, you're not his type.
Oh yeah,
Agent Hardy roared. With his symbiote-enhanced strength, he hurled Eddie across the lab with such force that he smashed the glass tank before colliding with the far wall and landing in a heap. Eddie was still bleeding heavily from the teeth he'd been shot with, as Venom tried in its weakened state to slide across the floor to him, only for Hardy to catch it. He lifted the rest of the dark, gooey symbiote and dangled it tauntingly over Eddie as he lay bleeding out on the floor.
You're nothing without this thing attached to you, Brock,
Hardy jeered.
In fact, even when you two were bonded on that rooftop, you were easy enough to take down. Guess even together, you two are nothing. No,
Eddie rasped weakly, reaching his hand up with the last of his fading strength. As he did, Hardy didn't notice the symbiote reaching back to its host. Together, we're... The alien lifeform gave a surge and slipped over Eddie's hand. Instantly, his gunshot wound sealed up and repaired, just as the dark, slimy form encased him once more. Standing up, catching Hardy by surprise, Venom gripped the agent by the neck.
We're a lethal protector. You feel me?
They growled, grinning and showing off their sharp rows of teeth. Venom lifted Agent Hardy up and threw him hard enough to send him crashing through the wall, landing a few feet away.
Glad to have you back,
came Eddie's voice.
Good to be back,
Venom replied.
Were you singing our song earlier?
Yeah, Eddie sighed. That's how I escaped. Before they could continue their conversation, Agent Hardy roared at them. Staggering back to his feet, he began firing SCP-127 at Venom, the various copies his symbiote had created, unleashing a barrage of toothy projectiles at them. They didn't ricochet off like regular bullets. In fact, they seemed to be strong enough to shred through Venom's outer symbiote skin until it had a chance to reform.
Ouch!
They roared. Oh yeah, his guns shoot teeth, Eddie warned slightly too late.
This guy sucks,
Venom growled. No arguments there, Eddie replied. You got a plan here, partner?
I am open to suggestions, Eddie,
the symbiotic half answered as they retreated from the gunfire, Hardy charging after them. The agent lunged at them, tackling Venom, pinning them down and delivering a vicious punch. The force of it split the symbiote head apart, revealing Eddie beneath.
You don't deserve this much power,
Agent Hardy yelled, lifting one of his oily black tooth-firing guns to Eddie's exposed face. Just as he fired, Venom's mask reformed in the nick of time to protect its host. As the tooth impacted their face, both Eddie and his symbiote partner noticed something. Hardy's symbiote seemed to suffer the same damage, slickly parting and then quickly reforming. He's just wearing a part of you, right, V? Eddie asked. When we get hurt, he gets hurt. We just need to hurt him enough to get them to separate, and you can get that part of your body back. Venom lifted their head, noticing a button on the wall of the corridor. The Foundation had plenty of need for emergency alarms in case an anomaly broke containment, and sure enough, there was one labeled Activate in Case of Emergency. Raising one arm, Venom fired a line of organic web at the button. The screaming, ringing sound had both Venom and Agent Hardy writhing in agony. The symbiote began retracting from the Foundation field agent as the alarm blared. He weakly tried to crawl towards it, desperate to switch it off before his suit separated from him. A fist sailed through the air and clocked Hardy square in the jaw. Eddie had landed a hit. He'd knocked Hardy over, keeping him down for long enough so that the portion of the symbiote that had been removed leaped off of the agent's body and quickly crawled its way back to its original host. Shutting the alarm off again, Eddie was once again encased in the form of the lethal protector, and they towered over Agent Hardy, long, slimy tongue unraveling from their razor-toothed jaws.
Just who the hell do you think you are?
Hardy spat, enraged.
We are Venom.
Agent Hardy's screams echoed through the halls of the site, then quickly fell silent with a meaty crunch. Not long after, Venom noticed that they were starting to fade from this universe again.
Oh, Eddie, it's happening again,
Venom exclaimed. We better end up home this time. Eddie sighed as they disappeared, leaving the Foundation to clean up the mess that they'd left behind.
Hello again, dear viewers. You know what it is and what it does. It being the Anomatron 6000, our hyper-advanced simulation computer. It also being one of today's combatants, the horrifying creature created by Stephen King in his 1986 novel, the most popular form of this shape-shifting, fear-eating monster being Pennywise, the dancing clown. And we thought, what if Pennywise met the SCP Foundation's resident lover of fear, SCP-096, also known as Too Spooky? Well, let's turn on the device and find out. It was the summer of 1989, and for all across the United States, it was the time of freedom, of childhood wonder, splashing through creeks, searching for frogs, flying kites, and riding their bikes as fast and as far as they could before it was time to be home for dinner. At the SCP Foundation, however, there was no summer break, no lazy days lounging by the pool, no trips to the corner ice cream shop to sample every flavor before finally picking one, and certainly no trips to the beach. He never thought he'd say this, but Agent Adams was beginning to miss dumping sand out of his shoes at the end of a long day, tending to the sunburn he always seemed to get. Instead, he was working, sitting on board a Foundation-owned helicopter, staring down at the beautiful sun-soaked landscape below, and wishing he too could be having a little bit of summer fun. But there was no time to dwell on the past, no day for daydreams. He needed to bring his attention back to the task at hand, transporting this anomaly to its new containment site. It was hard to keep himself focused, he had to admit. There wasn't much company on board. It was just him, the pilot, the shy, quiet Agent Paul, and SCP-096. Adams didn't know too much about the entity, he had to admit. He hadn't seen too much of it, only crossed paths with it once or twice. Currently, it was contained in a miniature, portable version of its airtight containment cell. The little he had seen of the creature had been confusing and, to be honest, a little bit ridiculous. It was hairy, sort of like a gorilla, but more like a man in a cheap gorilla Halloween costume, and wore an old-school space helmet on its head, complete with two goofy antennae jutting out of the top. He had laughed out loud when he first saw it, but his supervisor had reprimanded him harshly and promised that if he was caught laughing at SCP-096 again, he would be reassigned to a far more dangerous anomaly. He didn't want to screw around with either SCP-682 or SCP-106, so he made sure to stifle his urge to giggle the next time he saw the absurd creature. Now, sitting on the helicopter, listening to the whirring of the blades and wishing he had thought to bring a book, he couldn't help but ponder the nature of the entity he was helping transport. "So, what's this thing's deal?" he asked Agent Paul, who had been silently working on a newspaper crossword puzzle he had brought with him. "What, SCP-2006? Yeah, what's up with it? It's kind of, silly, right?" Agent Paul's eyes widened and put a finger to his lips. "Shh, you can't say stuff like that." Agent Adams held up his hands in surprise. "Whoa, buddy, sorry to offend." No. Agent Paul shook his head. "You don't get it. We need to act like this thing is terrifying, got it?" He lowered his voice. "I know it's kind of funny. When I first saw that thing, it transformed into a killer tomato from an old movie, for crying out loud, but the higher-ups don't want it to figure out what actually scares people. So we have to play along. Like when a little kid jumps out from behind a chair in a monster mask and you give them a big fake scream so they can feel powerful. It's like that, only the fate of humanity rests in the balance.
Agent Adams couldn't help himself at that comment. Seriously? How does protecting this thing's ego affect the fate of humanity? Agent Paul rolled his eyes so hard it looked like he might hurt himself.
Because, Adams, this is a creature whose only goal in the world, its favorite thing to do, its entire life's purpose is to scare human beings. That's all it wants. Right now, it's not that great at it because its idea of what's scary is based on a bunch of horrible drive-in horror movies from the 50s. But if it ever figured out the kind of stuff that really scares people, I mean, really, truly pee-your-pants level scares people, who knows what it could do? Imagine if it got a look at SCP-173 or even a more recent horror movie, like what if this thing saw a Nightmare on Elm Street and decided to start cutting people up with Freddy Krueger hands? Seriously, you need to learn to think before you speak.
Agent Adams nodded thoughtfully, taking in the surprising outburst from such a usually quiet guy. Okay, dang, I had no idea.
Maybe you should pay more attention during briefings, Agent Paul snarked.
Adams was just about to retort when the helicopter suddenly veered to the left with a lurch. There was a grinding sound, metal on metal, and it quickly became apparent that something was wrong with the helicopter.
Something's wrong. I've never seen anything like this before.
The pilot shouted from his position at the controls.
This thing's going down, and we're gonna have to jump if we don't want to go down with it. What about SCP-096?
Agent Paul panicked.
Unless it has a parachute, we'll have to leave it to fend for itself.
The pilot was already suiting up with his own emergency parachute, making his way to the door of the helicopter.
I suggest you get moving if you don't feel like exploding today.
That was all Agent Adams needed to shock him out of his temporary crisis-induced paralysis. He grabbed the last 2 parachutes on board, tossed one to the very pale, extremely sweaty Agent Paul, and prepared to make the jump to what would hopefully be safety. He patted the side of SCP-096's mobile containment unit half-heartedly.
Sorry, buddy,
was all he could think to say before he took a deep breath, tried not to throw up, and followed the pilot diving out of the helicopter toward the ground below. He heard Agent Paul jump out right behind him, and soon the only sound he could hear was the roaring of the wind in his ears as his fingers fumbled with the ripcord on his harness. He pulled it, and the parachute ballooned out, doing its job in carrying him slowly down to Earth. He landed with a grunt, feeling around for any broken bones. Thankfully, he had landed smoothly. A few moments later, Agent Paul landed a great deal less smoothly, but still very much in one piece. The pilot was already dusting himself off several feet away from the 2 men. In the distance, they could hear the booming sound of the helicopter crashing, and Agent Adams winced.
Poor guy.
Poor us, Agent Paul added. Where are we anyway? Somewhere in Maine, the pilot shrugged. Small town nearby from the looks of it. He pointed toward the nearby sign, and the other 2 men sighed with relief. Civilization. Somewhere they could get cleaned up, get a bite to eat, and apologetically call for backup. Nice, Agent Adams grinned. Paul, you're from this part of the country. You know this town? Derry? Agent Paul shook his head. Nope, never even heard of it. Agent Adams shrugged, and he, Agent Paul, and the pilot slowly made their way into the unassuming little town of Derry, Maine. It was lovely, idyllic even. Such a picture of small-town bliss that they didn't even notice just how many missing posters were stapled to the telephone poles, the wide eyes of lost children seeming to watch them as they passed. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, in the middle of the marshy barrens where so many children had gone missing that summer, and the summer 27 years before it, a figure was climbing out of the smoldering wreckage of the helicopter. It was big and furry, with massive paws and that silly metal helmet on top of its head. SCP-096 had survived and was taking its first free steps in decades. It looked around at the wilderness, the trees, the rocks, the running water, and the entrance to the town's sewers. It barely understood any of what it was seeing, but it knew that it was in a brand new place, one that would hopefully be filled with brand new people to scare. Oh, how exciting to think about seeing new faces. Eyes wide with dread, mouths open in screams. The creature was in its favorite, most fearsome form, too. The mighty and terrible Ro-Man from the 1953 classic Robot Monster. None could behold this shape without collapsing in terror. SCP-096 clapped its hands together delightedly, laughing to itself. It had been nervous when the helicopter started to fall out of the sky, but now it seemed that this was the best thing that could have possibly happened. With no one in the immediate vicinity to frighten, 096 decided to wander off through the woods in search of fresh victims. After all,
Now that it was free from that awful box, there was plenty of time to look and an endless amount of scares to be given. The creature ambled down the road past a public park, a vintage diner, and rows of little houses. A woman passed, walking her dog. SCP-2006 roared at her, expanding its arms wide and standing up on its tiptoe to appear as large as possible.
Fear me, for I am Roman!
That's nice, dear.
The lady passively remarked, stopping to let her dog sniff 2006's leg. It lifted its own leg and urinated on the creature's fur.
How dare you! I am monstrous! Quake with fear!
2006 bellowed, but the lady only chuckled, shook her head, and continued on her way. Puzzled, the creature continued to walk along the road, looking for more victims to terrorize and strike fear into their fragile hearts. Up ahead, a group of little children playing with a soccer ball. Perfect. 2006 crouched low to the ground and snuck up on the group, hiding behind a bush before popping out with a wild yell.
Tremble before the mighty Roman!
It shouted. One child screamed, startled, but his friends immediately began to tease him.
Calm down, you big baby. It's just a guy in a suit.
One of his friends thumped him with the soccer ball. Another boy who was eating a cherry popsicle laughed loudly at the sight of the entity.
Nice costume, loser.
He blew a raspberry and threw the popsicle at 2006's head, sugary frozen slurry dripping down its fur.
Why aren't you afraid?
SCP-2006 demanded, unable to grasp how it lost its scaring abilities so quickly. Perhaps something had gone wrong during the crash, or perhaps this town was just filled with unusually brave people. Whatever it was, 2006 wanted to figure out the answer, and fast. After all, who was SCP-2006 if it wasn't scary?
Because we're not scared of some nerd in a Chewbacca suit, barf bag.
The kid with the soccer ball threw it at 2006, who caught it, its claws puncturing the ball and flattening it.
Hey, this doofus broke our ball. Kick his butt.
It is you who should be concerned with your butts.
SCP-2006 retorted, changing its face to the shape of a werewolf from a classic black and white film. It bared its teeth, rubbery tongue lolling out of its mouth, glassy eyes staring in two different directions.
Whoa, how'd you do that?
The angry boy lowered his fists, gaping in awe.
Never mind, that was kinda cool.
Bummer about the ball, though, the first boy sighed. Fed up with all this confusion, SCP-2006 dropped the deflated ball to the ground, then promptly turned and walked in the opposite direction.
Hey, where's he going?
The kid demanded, but the anomaly did not respond. One boy began bragging about his new collection of baseball cards, and their attention was soon pulled away from the strange being that they believed to be a person in a monster costume. Then, as SCP-2006 walked, it heard the sound it had been waiting to hear all day. Screams. Glorious screams of absolute terror, the purest sound of fear. It sounded like a child shrieking at the top of their lungs in the face of something truly horrifying. Where could that wonderful noise be coming from? And why hadn't SCP-2006 been the one to inspire it? The anomaly was desperate to get to the bottom of things. It followed the sound, searching for its source, but just as the sound grew louder and the creature got closer, it cut off all of a sudden, as if swallowed up by something all-encompassing.
Hello?
SCP-2006 called out in vain.
Where did you go? Come back so that I can scare you! Please! I am Roman!
Hiya there, Roman.
A voice piped up from behind the entity. It spun around, looking for whoever just spoke.
Hello? Who is it?
SCP-2006 could not see anyone. Only the suburban street, the houses, the empty yards.
Down here.
The voice called.
This way.
The voice was coming from a storm drain down in the darkness below. SCP-2006 could barely make out a pair of eyes, a white painted face, a red nose, and a pair of bright red lips.
Boo!
SCP-2006 shouted at the person in the storm drain. It burst into a fit of giggles.
Oh, that was very good. What's your name?
The clown asked.
I am Roman, the mighty, the fearsome.
SCP-2006 replied.
Nice to meet ya. I'm Pennywise, the dancing clown.
The clown grinned, showing a mouth full of sharp teeth.
Come a little closer, why don't ya? Maybe we could be friends.
SCP-2006 was perplexed, but approached just the same. The clown took a deep breath, catching a whiff of the entity's unfamiliar scent, and it frowned.
What are you?
Pennywise asked, the friendly affection gone from his voice and face.
You don't smell right to me. Not like anything I've ever smelled.
I told you. Are you scared?
2006 replied. Pennywise laughed at this, a wild, unhinged cackle.
I'm not scared of you. Are you scared?
The clown stared at 2006, its wide orange eyes glinting in the light. Of course not. I'm much scarier than you are.
You're funny. You're funny.
The clown exclaimed.
Very funny. Why don't you come down here with me? Want to float? We all do, down here.
I'm not funny, SCP-2006 pouted. I'm scary.
Sure. Whatever you say.
The clown waved the words away.
Don't you want to come over here? We could be friends.
Cautiously, the anomaly approached the storm drain, leaning down to get a better look at the strange clown. Suddenly, the clown's hand shot out, grabbed hold of SCP-2006's arm. The clown's mouth stretched open wide, revealing rows upon rows of teeth and a seemingly impossible stretch of darkness inside of its jaws. Pennywise bit down on the anomaly's arm, pulling it into the storm drain, trying to swallow it whole like a snake swallows its prey. But as it tried to devour SCP-2006, it began to choke, its body rejecting the entity that had spat the furry anomaly back out. SCP-2006 landed in the water inside of the sewer with a wet plop, as Pennywise rubbed at its jaw thoughtfully.
You really are strange.
The clown frowned.
I told you before, I'm scary. I'm scary,
SCP-2006 insisted.
Sure you are.
Pennywise grimaced.
Is that the shape you use to scare people?
SCP-2006 nodded.
Among others, this is my most successful though.
Pennywise shook its head.
I know a thing or two about fear. It's what I use to season my meat. Fear is what I do. And you? Oh, you've got a lot to learn about fear.
Would you show me how to be more scary?
SCP-2006 asked. Pennywise laughed again, a hacking, coughing sound.
You know what? I will. The more frightened children in this town, the better. As long as you understand, this is my turf.
SCP-2006 nodded furiously.
I understand.
Pennywise beckoned the entity over and motioned for it to sit down.
Fear is personal. Everyone is afraid of something different, and there is a unique way to tap into each person's deepest fears. Normally, I look like this, like Pennywise the dancing clown. Clowns are funny. Children like clowns, but they're also terrified of clowns.
Pennywise did a little jig, laughing wildly.
It makes them taste so sweet when they meet me like this and think I'm a friend, and then I show them what I truly am.
The clown bared its teeth.
Humans aren't scared of clowns.
SCP-2006 shook its head.
In my experience, they only think clowns are funny. They laugh at them. Now this is scary.
SCP-2006 concentrated and changed its shape. It was a giant rabbit from the film Night of the Lepus.
This strikes terror into their hearts.
No, it doesn't.
Pennywise rolled its eyes.
Listen to me. Suppose a child has a fear of birds. Maybe he watched a movie about a giant pterodactyl. Maybe he was attacked by a bird as a baby. Maybe it was both. You could try something like this.
Pennywise shifted forms then, changing from a clown to a giant bird with sharp talons, a massive wingspan, a pointed beak, and wild eyes.
Or say the child is afraid to cross a stream because he's afraid of piranhas.
The shape of Pennywise changed again as piranhas plopped into the water below, swimming around in a ravenous swarm.
So, being scary is about animals?
SCP-2006 cocked its head to the side, confused. Pennywise resumed its clown form, growing increasingly frustrated.
No, it's about a person's darkest thoughts. The images that come to them while they lie in bed and struggle to fall asleep. Say there's a little boy who lives in fear of sickness. His mother planted the fear in his head, you see. All day long, he imagines little bacteria crawling across his skin, infections waiting to slip inside and rot him from the inside out. To him, I would look like this.
Pennywise changed into the shape of a leper, a man covered with sores and limbs about to drop off with a hacking, diseased cough. Then, whoosh, it was a clown again.
Or say there's a girl who fears one person more than anyone else in the whole world. Her father. A man who was once kind to her, maybe, but loss, anger, and drink have turned him wrong. Made anger curdle into violence inside his heart. To her, I would only need to look like him to say all the things she's afraid he thinks.
Pennywise looked at SCP-2006.
Do you understand now?
I think so,
The anomaly chirped.
so I should try something like this.
It transformed into something large, smooth, and slimy. It was one of the frogs from the 1972 film Frogs.
This will bring any person to their knees with fright.
No!
Pennywise bellowed.
No! You don't get it! So many things are scary. Spiders, being abandoned by your friends, being unloved, being buried alive, a man with no head, a missing poster for someone who isn't missing it. But you? You're not scary. You're not scary at all!
SCP-2006 huffed.
Even when I do this?
It turned into the shape of a fluffy alien with glowing red eyes and decidedly fake-looking papier-mâché arms. Pennywise the dancing clown sat down on the ground, resting his head in his hands with a long, exhausted sigh.
Listen, kid, I thought this would be fun, but I'm so tired. You're not scary. I can't eat you. What am I supposed to do with you? I've got a good thing going here, and I have for a very, very long time. You being here, it's messing things up. Just get out of my town. You're embarrassing me. Go on, get out of Derry. Find some other town to scare. This one's full.
Well, you didn't have to be so rude about it.
SCP-2006 huffed, but it listened just the same. It left Derry, Maine behind, walking off down the open road just in time for an unmarked van from the SCP Foundation to pull up beside it and open the door.
Roman!
Called out Agent Paul. You're very frightening, and we almost didn't stop because you frightened us so much, but do you need a ride? In exchange for promising not to tear us apart with your mighty claws, of course.
Will you take me to more people I can scare?
2006 asked. Agent Paul hid his smile and beckoned the creature inside. You got it, buddy. Hey folks, welcome to another SCP Explained Community Questions episode. Today we're answering all your burning concerns about the multiverse's most monstrous monarch, the Scarlet King. You may remember the episode where SCP-343 was kind enough to come chat with us directly about his queries, but thankfully the Scarlet King hasn't been quite so hands-on.
Wrong. It is I, puny mortals, your future ruler in blood, pain, and terror. The Howling Horror, the Crimson Khan, the Scarlet King himself. Before I tear down the walls of your universe and destroy every last one of you, I will first take the time to address your idiotic questions so that your hope may be thoroughly crushed before I crush your world to mash. The small-minded Pandawa said, question. Even though you have taken out literally gods from your universe and you ruled some of them, how do you feel to know that you have new gods to pray and possibly worry about in the SCP Foundation? Do you think your worthless gods hold any surprises for me? I was slaughtering gods by the millions before your universe's inception. By the time your worthless forebears were slithering from the primordial soup, I had conquered and subjugated greater pantheons of outer gods than your minds can even conceive. The Scarlet King worries about nothing. The worthless Ricardo Anguiano said, question. What do you think about the other anomalous GOI, such as the Serpent's Hand or the Chaos Insurgency? What does the book think of ants it's crushing? Those pathetic bookworms are acolytes of knowledge that will become meaningless under my rule. I will incinerate the library and toast skewered serpents on its heat. And this so-called Chaos Insurgency, don't make me laugh. They wouldn't know true chaos if it tore their world asunder beneath them. The feeble T-Blaster said, ah yes, Mr. King, is it? Scarlet King to you. I have but a simple question. What other SCPs do you enjoy? And if you had to name another SCP as a close friend, who or what would that be? Enjoy? The only things I enjoy are pain, suffering, subjugation, and desolation. I suppose the ones I despise the least comparatively are those that seek to further my own goals of returning the universe back to its true state of primal violence. I'll destroy them last. The quivering jet ender said, I would keep it simple but useful. Can 682 be destroyed permanently? Not necessarily any information about how, just getting the answer directly from 682's supposed father, of whether it's even worth the trouble to keep trying to terminate that dang lizard. The only thing that can destroy anything and everything is me. No exceptions. But I wouldn't destroy a Tanti Quilpeño until he has outlived his usefulness. Everything will end, but it will only end when I see fit. Speaking of which, the inadequate heiress Skyla said, Question, if you hate all of existence so much, why not get rid of your children? Like, they're technically part of existence, so how come you hate existence but make existence your children? I don't like repeating myself, human. As I said before, everything has its time. For the time being, my daughters are still of use to me. I will not destroy them until they have played their part in my Crimson Crusade. Next question. The unspeakably weak Ross Albatross said, I present them with a query. Have you ever considered wearing something other than red? With the dark-colored horns on top, you're definitely more of a winter than a summer. Also, if your skin is inflamed with rosacea, I have a really good serum for that. Next thing you know, the Scarlet King changes his name to Gold King and forces everyone in the world to wear only complementary colors that fit their own complexion and hair color. My armor will be another color than red when you learn to bleed rainbows. I will not be changing my name again. I've done that enough for one eternal lifetime already. Harak, Kinkli Kigor, Shormash Urdal, and the Scarlet King seems to have stuck. The moronic Xavier Valencia said, Question, when did this hatred for existence begin? Like, did something happen to you or have you always had it? My hatred for existence began when I began to exist. What a sick joke all of this is. We only live to die, regardless of the blink of existence in between. I'm merely hurrying a natural process along to its logical conclusion. The blithering Mr._Muffin said, I would just ask him how his day's been, if he's going through something and needs someone to lighten his mood. You know, the usual. Killing you and your entire family horribly would lighten my mood, Muffin Man. Any pathetic attempts to console me will only increase my rage. The insolent Adam Arfak said, I have a question. How come you couldn't get to Earth when you destroyed powerful gods and big planets without even having to use your full power? You dare question my power, Arfa. Being shut out of your worthless dimension is only a temporary affliction. Before you know it, the walls that will keep you safe will crack and crumble. The last thing you will ever see is my dread armies blotting out the sky, ready to tear every last one of you to shreds. Then you will know my true power. A buffoon known as the Sauce, who names themselves the Sauce, said, I would simply ask him the question everyone has on their mind. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? And I await his answer. That was a terrible question, and I hate you. When a scarlet sun rises over your world, I will ensure that your death is especially painful for this, especially given how stupid your name is. An insect named Denzel Brown said, the first question you usually have to ask a being like this is, in your rampage across the multiverse, have you ever encountered another version of yourself, or one comparable in terms of power or presence? If so, what happened? Can more than one version of you exist in the same space? There is only one Scarlet King. I am an immutable being, a fixed point. I have never had an equal in all the desolate plains of the universes I've rendered into atomic fragments. This is my power. This is my unity. I will bring the multiverse together in the quiet rift of oblivion. Next question. A worm named Rifts said, I would ask him, who do you consider the greatest threat to your goal? There are no threats to my goal, only bumps in the road. There is no threat. There is nothing that will stop me from fulfilling my destiny. Hey, get out of here. Next question. Next question! The misguided Archbishop said, question, have you ever faced a foe that's given you a good challenge? If so, how did you manage to beat them? Many of the gods I once faced when I was a weaker being gave me the closest battles I've had in trillions of years. Thankfully, after defeating them, I feasted on their flesh, making me even stronger. A weakling named Night Fiend said, question, do you meet with Bright for poker every Tuesday or Wednesday? Cause let's face it, dude has to be one of your best friends, or your worst enemies. You are a fool to think a mere human could ever be on my level, with or without some garish piece of magical jewelry. In his last moments, this Dr. Bright will thank me as I rip that medallion from his stolen neck and crush it in my fist. A peasant named Static Production said, I will ask him, what does he gain out of destroying the Earth? Is it really his goal, or is he trying to impress someone? I would also ask, does he like pineapple on pizza? I will gain peace, silence, blessed emptiness. In the destruction of all things, I will look across a quiet multiverse and breathe a sigh of immense relief. And my favorite pizza topping is Fallen Warriors, sliced very thin. The mindless Wind General said, I'd ask him if he knows anything about other multiverses aside from the SCP multiverse, like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Halo, H.P. Lovecraft, Creepypasta, etc. If he does, what does he know about them? I have been there and destroyed them all already. Darth Vader I felled in a single blow as he begged for mercy. Gandalf I burned until not even ashes remained. The so-called Master Chief I cast into an endless black hole. Azathoth was torn apart by my minions. I personally killed Jeff the Killer. You will be next, Earthling. You will be next. Supreme Spider, who are we kidding here? Only I am truly supreme, said, I would ask him if in a hypothetical situation he managed to reach his goal of annihilating everything, what would he do after? Laugh. Next question. The platitudinous MOVIE.DISON said, question, what is existing for you in particular? Do you have a body capable of feeling things like touch or smell? Are you just a conscience capable to be manifested? Or something so alien that can't be explained with our language? I am able to exist as a fixed point in time-space, while also operating as a diffuse consciousness across the scope of the multiverse, existing at various degrees of strength and influence, depending on the operations of my acolytes. On Earth, I can only sense feelings and impressions until the gate is opened. And rest assured, it will be opened for me. The machine-loving Broleomaniac, what a dumb name, said, what are your thoughts on Yaldabaoth and Mechane? Considering they created one of the things you hate the most, I am quite curious about your thoughts on them. Mere pretenders to the Scarlet Throne, their petty squabbles over the fate of something as inconsequential as the human race is simply embarrassing. If Mechane thinks he's the broken god now, oh, Just wait until I get my claws on him. A nerd named Dr. Veronica said, if you were forced to fight King Crimson from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, who would win in that battle between King Crimson versus Crimson King? Divalo says that he's the King of Kings after all, so the two of you would seemingly be mortal enemies. This means nothing to me. You should spend less time reading your picture books and more time preparing for me to breach your dimension and destroy all of you. A foolhardy mortal named Green said, question, how do you feel about being looked down upon as an ant? I wouldn't know. It's never happened to me. How does it make you feel, insect? A bootlicker named James Rogers said, I would ask him if he was hiring. Since I know every single SCP and everything about the O5 Council, I'm sure I could be of assistance to him. You can assist me in sabotaging the works of the SCP Foundation, who are slightly more irritating than your average humans. They have gained an awareness of me and my plans, and thus they must be eliminated in order to prevent any barriers to my plans. In exchange for your loyalty, I'll kill you quickly and personally, and you will have the honor of dying at my hands. The meaningless collection of letters MTTNYN said, question, what is your favorite beverage to enjoy after a day of destruction and mayhem? The blood and tears of my enemies, of course. Next question. The appropriately named Pigmaster said, I'd ask him, what's the deal with airline food? Humans survive for an incredibly brief period of time. Every time I blink, another several thousand of you will fizzle out of existence, soon to be forgotten, another faceless soul in a great churn. None of you will live long enough to have any meaningful impact on your world, other than sucking up resources and creating a mess. In your final years, unless you die young or violently, you will feel your body and mind starting to fail. Little by little, your faculties will leave you. You will break down. You will exit this world just as afraid and feeble and infantile as you entered it. And after it, an eternity of nothing awaits. So you distract yourself from this immutable and inevitable reality by instead focusing on details as trivial as the poor taste of food on airplanes. The gutless Jason Gutman said, I would ask him if he reads high fantasy and science fiction to get inspiration for his conquests. No, authors of your feeble fiction get faint impressions of my dark conquests in the forms of nightmares they cannot understand or shake. When they awaken, they bake these impressions into their work in hopes of exorcising them. So your high fantasy and science fiction get their inspiration from me, not the other way around. The blabbering Olivia Nealer said, Dear Scarlet King, have you ever considered taking a break from planning the end of all living beings to try and engage in some artistic recreational activities? There's coloring in, painting, pitching a play, creating sculptures, building Lego, and creating film media. If you ever consider doing one of these activities, which would you do? Olivia, you misunderstand me. I already have a number of creative pursuits. I create fear in my countless victims. I assemble armies from the rabbles of sadistic demons and incomprehensible entities. I create dark schemes for the conquest of the multiverse, each with intricate and masterful details. And if destruction is also a form of creation, then nobody is more creative than me. The disgustingly dull April Morning said, I've thought long and hard about this, and what I'd like to ask is as follows. What kind of feline companion does one have? Knowing that all cats are basically bent on world domination, it behooves oneself to align with said company. I have no feline companions, and when I enter your universe, I will destroy you and your cat. Next question. The Gormless Difference YT said, question, How often do you wash your body? I wash my body in the blood of my enemies every time I battle, which is extremely often. The grossly sentimental João Garcia said, my question would be, are you bored? Lonely? Wanna chat? I can never feel bored when crushing my enemies, seeing them driven before me, hearing the lamentations of their women, and then crushing their women too. Being lonely, on the other hand, is my intention. I despise having to spend time around any other living beings. And no, I don't want to chat. Platypus King said, do you like platypuses? All you have ever known will burn, Platypus King. The perverse coffee addict said, my burning question would have to be, are you single, winky face? No, I did have a wife once, but I crushed her to death and used her blood to paint my armor. Since then I've taken my 7 daughters as my brides. TLC has been in touch about licensing a reality show, but I destroyed every representative they have sent into my kingdom. The sniveling Emerald Inferno Zero said, I would ask him if there was a possibility to turn me into basically a less powerful, but still pretty powerful version of him. I can turn you into a steaming pile of ash. That's my best offer. Crimson Goregutter, I quite like that name, said, I would ask him why he thinks destroying the multiverse would stop the pain he has suffered, because if he does, he will be completely and truly alone forever, suffering the isolation for all of eternity. And that is exactly how I like it. When I've destroyed everything else, in destroying myself, the universe will then finally be silent. But worry not, there will be plenty of time for violence, howling, and bloody conquest before then. The hopelessly naive Mass TV said, has he ever considered becoming a superhero? Put on a cape or cowl, save people from a few natural disasters, and get the love and admiration of an entire world. I have no interest in saving people. I don't want their love and admiration. I want their fear, their screams, their blood. No hero will save them. The defeatist Vixen Lady said, I tell him that destroying all human life is the right thing to do. I'm glad to hear you approve of my mission. As a treat, I'll destroy you first when I get into your dimension. The Scarlet Sayer said, I'd ask him, what are your thoughts on anime waifus? Do demonic beings appeal to you? Or are we nothing more than gross gnats trying to present ourselves as we were one like you? You should feel deeply embarrassed for even asking this, Scarlet Sayer. Also change your name. If you infringe on me anymore, you'll hear from my bloodthirsty interdimensional lawyers. And if you think I'm cool, you have no idea what they'll do to you. Lonely Guy said, have you ever considered anger management classes? I did join an anger management group once, but I had them all liquidated for being insolent in the end. The truly infuriating Johnny the Gamer said, my question is simple. Why destroy existence and conquer gods when you could just binge every conceivable TV show or anime ever? Seeing how you're immortal and such, you certainly have the time. Because having an eternal life is still having a life, Johnny. And I have better things to do than waste my time on binging your worthless television shows and anime. When I eventually destroy you, it will be a mercy. I am looking forward to the last season of Better Call Saul, though. The not at all Foxy TV said, everybody asks, who's the Scarlet King? What's the Scarlet King? I want to know, how is the Scarlet King? He is furious after answering all of these moronic questions. My existence is eternal, and this still feels like a profound waste of my time. Everyone who took part in this, I hope you know, you're on my list. And when my terrible armies breach this dimension, rest assured, they'll be coming after you first.
Hello again, SCP fans. We've once again sparked up the Anomatron 6000, our state-of-the-art supercomputer that takes countless data streams from the SCP Foundation's various anomalies and allows us to simulate potential scenarios that could never normally occur. For example, what if Boba Fett, one of fiction's most iconic galactic bounty hunters, took out the Sarkic menace that is the flesh that hates? Well, let's press the button and find out. A long time ago, in a barely explored corner of a galaxy far, far away, the rhythmic blink of bright red emergency lights brought the hunter back to consciousness. Beneath the tinted visor of his helmet, his vision was still blurry from the blow he had taken to the head as his ship had jolted to a stop. Blinking away the haze clouding his eyesight, he focused on the lights still flashing up at him from the console in front of the seat he was strapped into. Wait, was he? He lifted a gloved hand to double-check, still secure, buckled in tight. Finally able to see again, the bounty hunter turned to the console, checking the readouts on the circular screens of his ship's cockpit. It didn't take running a quick diagnostic for him to realize his predicament. As durable and heavily armored as his trusty fire spray was, the vessel had taken a pretty nasty hit. He knew he was taking a risk flying through an area of space controlled by the infamous Crimson Dawn. The crime syndicate maintained a fragile alliance with the hunter's slothful, slug-like employer, but after spotting his ship trying to pass through their territory undetected, they had retaliated. Sending a squad of ships after the fire spray and outmaneuvering them hadn't been easy, especially the smaller single-person fighters that could zip around at much faster speeds than the hunter's heavy gunship. But the syndicate had used its fighters as merely a distraction, drawing his attention away from the larger attack ship drawing in from the rear. Receiving a full blast from an ion cannon was bad enough. The energy bolt had struck the hunter's ship, serving a direct hit that slowed his vessel down to a crawl, albeit still intact for now. Ion blasts weren't designed to cause lasting damage to his ship, only to disrupt all electronic systems on board. From his cockpit, the bounty hunter knew exactly why his adversaries had done this. They wanted to capture him alive, and possibly take his fire spray too. He wasn't about to let that happen. The ship had been passed down to him by his father, along with the armor he now wore, that made him instantly recognizable as one of the most feared hunters in the galaxy. But having his ship rendered without navigation systems or control over the engines meant he couldn't steer it clear of the path of an oncoming fighter. The smaller ship moved to swerve out of the way, only too late. It clipped the fire spray's wing, causing the hunter to lurch forward and hit his head as his ship spun out of control, drifting away lost in space. By the time he came back around, he found himself adrift in an unfamiliar, uncharted corner of the galaxy. His ship was still badly damaged, running on a reserve of emergency power that was quickly depleting. The hunter fumbled with the controls, taking a look at the star map on his display. He didn't recognize this quadrant or even the system he was in. There was one planet looming ahead, a green and blue world with a single neighboring moon. It was then the hunter recognized what the red light had been warning him about. In its damaged state, the fire spray had been caught in the planet's gravitational pull and was now hurtling towards the surface. Holding on tight, bracing himself for impact, Boba Fett prepared for a particularly bumpy landing. The entire ship buckled as it passed through the planet's upper atmosphere, the metalwork creaking as scraps were torn away from the outer hull by extreme G-forces. Boba yanked at the steering columns, barely able to change the course of his ship's descent. The power was still minimal after the ion attack, practically running on fumes. Looking out of the large front viewport, Fett could see streaks of heat as his fire spray plummeted to the surface. He had an idea, a risky move, but it just might work. If it didn't, then his storied career as the galaxy's most infamous bounty hunter might just come to an unremarkable, anticlimactic ending. Pulling at the controls, he repositioned the ship's remaining fin-like wing, the one still mostly operational, and angled the fire spray so that its rear boosters were facing towards the planet, its internal gyro system keeping him sat upright. Still tumbling straight down, now in landing position, all Boba could do was hold tight and pray. Prayers that were answered when the console lit up with an alert. The heat of the re-entry had jump-started the engines, reigniting the gunship's propulsion system, not enough for sustained flight, but adequate to allow the hunter to control his descent and lessen the impact of the rough landing. The fire spray came to a crashing halt in the snow, still mostly intact but too badly damaged to take off. Clambering his way out, Boba Fett examined the wreckage of his ship. It had been in far worse scraps over the years, but every time the fire spray sustained damage, he couldn't help but think of what his father, Jango, would say, or his donor, as some would call him, given that Boba was a pure, unaltered genetic clone of his dad. Turning around, he looked out over the expanse of the frozen region he'd crashed on. The wind carried with it an icy bite. Fett was only shielded from it by the insulated flight suit he wore under his green painted plates of Beskar's steel armor. He lowered the antenna on his Mandalorian helmet, using its viewfinder to survey the horizon. Instantly, his eyes spotted a sign, a worn sheet of metal, half buried in the snow. There was something off about this sign, though, that instantly told Boba he wasn't on Hoth, Ilum, Ortho, Plutonia, or any other ice planet he knew of. He trudged closer to the sign, crossing the frozen tundra alone, the cape over his shoulder whipping in the freezing cold gale. Where there was a sign, there could easily be civilization, maybe even somewhere Fett could get parts to fix his inherited ship. He forced himself not to stop and examine the sign, but couldn't help glancing at it as he passed. Boba couldn't recognize the lettering written on it at all, not the characters that had printed on the metal, nor the word painted over it in red. At first, he thought it might be Albrecht, but the closer he got, he realized it was a language he didn't understand. Continuing on past it, Boba tried to put thoughts of the sign out of his head, unaware that it read Lake Baikal, Siberia, and that someone had painted the Russian word for run over it. It didn't take long for Boba to reach the civilization that he was looking for, or what was left of it anyway. The small fishing town reminded him a little of the city of Mos Espa back on Tatooine, although it looked to have been abandoned for quite some time. The rickety buildings were all constructed out of wooden planks, with a thick coating of frost over almost every surface. As Boba marched further in, a gunslinger walking into a frozen ghost town, there was almost total silence. The cold winds had died down to barely a whisper now. The stranded bounty hunter looked around, finding no signs of anything nearby. No spaceport, no Jawas he could trade with, no townsfolk to ask for directions, no signs of life. Something moved behind him, causing Boba to instinctively whip around to face it, producing his EE-3 carbine blaster with a draw speed rivaled by few of the fastest hands in the galaxy. His weapon was trained on nothing. Whatever had caused the sound was nowhere to be seen. Keeping his gun up and at the ready in one hand, Boba reached for a button on one of his gauntlets. Within his helmet, the pure white of the snow blinked away, replaced by a blue filter, providing him with a heads-up display that highlighted any nearby heat signatures. There was a trail on the ground just a few feet from him. Not tracks, mind you. Just a single streak of warmth left carved through the snow. Cautiously, Boba followed it. The trail curved around a nearby shack, and then disappeared through a hole that had been punched through one of its walls. The wooden planks it was built from were all splintered outwards, as if something large had burst out of it. Inside, the shack had been coated in enough frost to freeze everything solid. Cups and plates at the dinner table looked like they'd been encased in carbonite. Looking around the dark, abandoned interior, Boba barely noticed something slithering down towards him from the ceiling. A windy, fleshy appendage whipped around Boba's arm, locking it tightly in place. He pulled against it with all his strength, but the bounty hunter couldn't free his hand or the blaster he was holding. Turning to see his attacker through the boards of the upper floor, Fett could make out a writhing, massive shadow attached to the long, grotesque appendage that now had him in an arm lock. In all his years of bounty hunting, he'd never seen a species like it. Whatever it was, his Beskar and flight suit were protecting it from feeling its disgusting, slimy grip against his skin. Although he wasn't too keen on being held by this monster for much longer. With his free hand, Boba tried to wrench the tentacle off of him, only to feel it snaking further and tighter around his arm. Bending it in the opposite direction his elbow was meant to bend. Boba grunted, stifling a scream under his helmet as he felt his arm on the verge of snapping. But the pain brought back reminders of his lessons, his training under his various mentors, his father, Ora, even Old Bane. Even with his blaster arm ensnared, a good bounty hunter was never unarmed. Knocking the gauntlet on his free arm against his leg to activate it, he lifted his fist upwards as a streak of flame erupted from the Mandalorian vambrace, setting fire to the wooden floor above. And the creature, which shrieked in pain as it caught a light, relinquishing its grip. Thinking fast and moving at a speed to match, Boba leaped out of the way as the huge monster came crashing through the burning wood planks. Had he not rolled to a safe distance just in time, then it would have landed on him, crushing the bounty hunter under its weight. Back on his feet, Boba spun on his heel and opened fire with his now freed blaster, each blast of the red laser light illuminating the horrific sight of what had attacked him. It was a mass of flesh, distorted and disfigured, like a bloated, coagulated wound given form. It might once have been a person, but now extra legs had sprouted beneath it, arms having melted into slimy blood-red tentacles that were flailing in pain as the creature tried to douse the fire. Boba backed out of the shack's front entrance, still firing his carbine blaster. Its bolts were having little effect on the fleshy, inhuman monster, seeming to only cause it irritation rather than leaving lasting damage. But as the infamous hunter moved his foot behind him, a wooden porch step snapped beneath, causing him to topple over, landing on his back in the snow. His blaster had fallen from his hands as he came crashing down, forcing him to roll over and reach for it. That's when he saw the others. Emerging from the abandoned rural town, a group of nightmarish abominations were slithering out of nearby shacks. They shambled towards Boba, each one of them looking different from the next, but no less stomach-churning in their fleshy, blood-soaked appearances. Some were bipedal, walking on the remnants of 2 legs, but with their entire upper body fused into a single monstrous mass. Others looked like they had once been small animals, but had been cruelly and unnaturally twisted into amorphous, slimy mutations of their former selves. The horde of beings, a veritable smorgasbord of flesh that hates, were crawling towards Boba. He had spent the earliest parts of his childhood surrounded by cloners on Kamino, alien experts in genetics. Since then, he'd been all over the galaxy and met people of all different species. It wasn't hard for Boba to see what these things, these monsters, were. They were the townsfolk that once lived in this snow-covered place. Or at least, they used to be people. Now, they were horrific. From behind him, the first creature, the one that had drawn him out, re-emerged, still enraged. But as he turned to look at it, making sure he was aware of all threats surrounding him, Boba spotted its skin. The part where he had singed with his flamethrower were still severely burned, practically reduced to a cinder. Fire. That could hurt them. Reaching into the ground to retrieve and stow his blaster, Boba felt something tugging at the weapon, pulling it in the opposite direction. Another of the fleshy monsters, a crawling, spider-like collection of arms and legs with no body or head, had flung an appendage outwards and grabbed the carbine. Trying to pull it back, Boba slipped in the snow and was being dragged towards the writhing monstrosity. A loud bang echoed around the nearby town, punctuated by a bright red light soaring through the sky and gently floating back down towards the ground. The white-hot flare filled the area with a glow, the creatures all momentarily turning their attention to it, sensing its heat. That split second was his one chance. All of Boba's instincts, every lesson Jango had taught him, told him to strike first, if he wanted to make a way alive. He dropped the blaster, leaving it in the creature's grip. He had spares back on the fire spray, but they'd be no good to him if he was dead. Hitting one of the tiny switches on his vambrace, 2 scorching hot flames spat from the exhaust of Boba's jetpack. Immediately, he was lifted up off the ground, hovering just above the roofs of the small wooden structures around him. In that same microsecond, the abominations of flesh turned their collective attention back to their airborne prey. The ones that still had heads or had grown extra, disfigured and misshapen growths in the place of a head looked up at Boba. To them, he was merely another vessel for them to infect with the same disease that plagued them. But little did any of them know he was the Boba Fett, the galaxy's deadliest, most famous, Beskar-clad bounty hunter. And a good bounty hunter was never unarmed. Igniting in an instant, the flickering nozzle end of Boba's wrist-mounted flamethrower began spraying superheated fuel over the horde of monstrosities below. Long tongues of orange flame engulfed the writhing, slithering creatures, burning them to a crisp, as Boba Fett rained unrelenting hell down on the flesh that hates. Hovering above them, he had given himself enough high ground to gain an advantage. Ironically, the distance Boba had put between himself and the monsters wasn't dissimilar to the detachment he had for those he had killed or captured for Jabba the Hutt in the past. They had all been people too, just like these twisted masses of flesh had once been human. Putting those thoughts down like he'd been taught to, Boba's attention was focused on blasting any of the fleeing creatures, burning them with enough intensity to leave little behind but charred remains. Except he had forgotten, in his haste, to check behind him. The monster that had first attacked him was making quick work of scaling the nearest single-story shack and flailed one of its appendages at Boba. It caught him in mid-air, plucking him out of the sky and wrenching him back down to the snowy ground once more. Winded, Boba was grasping to catch his breath underneath his helmet. He certainly didn't need to look to know his jetpack had most likely been damaged by his fall. But that was currently the least of his worries. Towering above, looming over him, the repulsive monster looked like it was rearing up to pounce. Boba reached to relight his flamethrower, only for his gauntlet to spark. It had taken a hit on the way down, too. Desperation set in. He lifted his knee and fired 2 darts from the microcannons mounted on his yellow knee pads. The spiked darts became embedded in the fleshy creature's mass, barely phasing it. Loading a wrist rocket, Boba raised his other vambrace to fire, only for the arm he wore on it to be grabbed by one of the other creatures, still burning, half alive. Meanwhile, the one on the roof looked ready to leap. It sprung into the air, ready to come crashing down to kill the feared former bounty hunter. A bright light burst from somewhere nearby. It wasn't another flare. This one was a blinding eruption of pure white. Even through the tinted T-shaped visor of his helmet, it stung Boba's eyes so much that he had to cover his face with his hand. As he peered back, he almost mistook the light gray of the sky for the same light. Looking around, the monster had vanished, those that were left still writhing, their amorphous bodies coated with fire which rapidly spread to the wood of the nearby houses. Keeping his guard up as he always did, Boba climbed to his feet, lifting the gauntlet with a miniature blaster mounted on it to defend himself. He'd seen and even used disintegration weapons in the past, but the bounty hunter had never known anything to make a creature like that monster completely vanish in a single flash. He turned at a sound. Not one of the creatures or the gentle crackling of flames, but the gentle crunch of snow under someone's foot. 3 strangers walked slowly up to Boba, not one among them flinching when he lifted his vambrace, standing his ground. Their clothing was patchwork, cobbled together from scraps, but looked similar to the same cloaks worn by the Jedi of old. As the group approached him, the bounty hunter noticed their bodies had also been altered, although not in the same way as the vile fleshy creatures that now littered the snow around him. Metalwork, mechanized components, and devices of all manner protruded from their uncovered arms and necks. Pieces of machinery, embedded in their skulls in place of their eyes. Boba was no stranger to cyborgs, those who had modified their own bodies with technological augmentations and modifications. One of the 3 was missing an entire hand in its place with what looked like some kind of cannon, still warm from having just fired. The cloaked, mechanized trio looked at Fett with curiosity, as if they were examining, no, admiring, his armor. Just like his damaged ship, Boba's armor belonged to his father, and if these 3 wanted to take it, they'd have to kill him for it.
I take it that was your flare that distracted them?
He growled beneath his helmet. The frontmost of the group nodded, bowing his head gently, indicating he meant no harm.
Indeed. We saw something. A vessel, we believe, fall from the sky not far from here.
The part man, part machine replied.
Was that your craft, warrior?
Lowering his arm at last, Boba nodded in response.
Don't suppose you know where I can get my ship fixed?
The hunter asked.
We may be able to assist you.
One of the 2 interjected.
You have machinery. We watched you use it to fight. Are you one of us?
I give my allegiance to no one.
Boba stated as he eyed the speaker. He barely looked older than a teenager.
Who are you people?
Some have called us Mechanites. Others know us as the Church of the Broken God.
The leader spoke up in reply.
Little of that matters now. Not since the flesh overran this place. They spread via skin contact. Only the parts of our bodies we have yet to mechanize are still vulnerable to their infection. I certainly hope none of them touched you, warrior.
Boba took a look over his shoulder at the bodies of the still burning creatures, glad that his helmet was pressurized and his flight suit was on tight.
The flesh.
He muttered to himself.
I'm fine,
he declared with certainty.
In that case,
the lead mechanite said,
let's see about fixing your ship, shall we?
The year was 2015. Lewis, Joseph, and Sydney were like a lot of kids their age, which is to say, 11 years old. They secretly stay up past their bedtime watching scary videos on the internet when their moms and dads think they're sleeping. They go to school every day and daydream about all the fun things they're going to do when that school bell finally rings at the end of the day. And of course, they play a lot, and we mean a lot, of Minecraft. Whenever they're not at school, hanging out at the local park and filming goofy TikTok videos, or watching those aforementioned scary videos on the internet, there's a good chance that they'll be online together, logging a few extra hours building bases, digging big holes, or playing survival mode, and seeing how long they can last against the onslaught of mobs. But there's one particular pursuit they have while playing Minecraft together that takes up the majority of their playtime. One quixotic quest that drives them forward, despite all the naysayers and doubters, tracking down and finding the legendary Minecraft creepypasta entity, Herobrine. For those who weren't around on the internet back then, creepypastas like Herobrine were all the rage. Like any video game, the new frontier of Minecraft with all of its procedurally generated landscapes felt like it held new mysteries. And mysteries are equal parts exciting and frightening. After all, who really knows what's going on behind a closed door? Herobrine was a Minecraft-specific little urban legend. Stories told of a default Minecraft skin with eerily white eyes manifesting in the game, even in solo matches, and terrorizing players. One internet sleuth who looked into the mystery of Herobrine claimed it to be the haunted soul of the dead brother of Minecraft's creator, Marcus Persson, also known as Notch. In the years since the legend first started, Notch himself has come forward and disavowed the claim, saying that, in fact, he didn't even have a brother and never had, so the rumors were completely baseless. But as we here at the SCP Foundation know, the truth has never gotten in the way of a good story. So Lewis, Joseph, and Sydney were happy to remain believers as long as they could keep having fun chasing alleged digital ghosts. How could any of these boys know that in the midst of their fun, they'd run into a real monster amidst Minecraft's blocky vistas? It was a school night like any other when they made that first fateful expedition. It was 7:15 p.m., and the boys were all in their shared server. Lewis had chicken tenders, Joseph had chicken nuggets, and Sydney, who'd eaten his dinner earlier than the others, was snacking on a pack of Skittles. They'd all outfitted their characters with full diamond armor, with diamond swords to match, because Joseph had somehow convinced the others that diamonds were ghost-proof. He read it on the internet, he claimed. Together, the three boys had made themselves an impressive Minecraft castle to be the base of their Herobrine hunting operations. A safe haven surrounded by high stone walls and mob-repelling torches to keep them safe if ever they got a little too spooked while playing. Though playing was perhaps too mild a word for it. In the minds of these three boys, they were doing extremely important investigative work. After all, if they managed to actually find Herobrine themselves, they would be creepypasta legends. And wouldn't that be worth all the hours upon hours of rigorous mining and crafting? They'd been methodical in their search, scoping out different corners of the map and canvassing them together, searching high and low, and then marking said area off their checklist. It was a level of consideration and thought that their parents and teachers had long wished the boys would put into their home or schoolwork. But alas, seeing as none of the homework was find Herobrine, they really weren't that interested. Today they were searching an area deep in the misty forests in the dead of night. They fought off a few spiders and sword-wielding skeletons, thankfully no creepers, aw man, and kept foraging on into the darkness.
It's so creepy out here,
Lewis said over his headset.
Why do we have to come out here at night? It's way more dangerous with all the mobs. The night is like the perfect time for ghosts,
Sydney retorted.
You think a ghost is gonna start hanging around in the middle of the day? No way, it's gotta be at night, man.
And Lewis simply could not argue with such incredibly sound logic. They forged on, doing their typical methodical search for any phenomenon that one might generously be able to describe as supernatural. So you can only imagine the excitement coursing through them when Joseph discovered a strange, dark cave that looked as though it had no business being there. While each held their own private reservations, they all knew what they needed to do: go inside and investigate. As they entered the cave, a few strange realizations occurred to them, such as the fact that there were seemingly no mobs down here. A cave in the dead of night? Surely there should be some enemies, right? Plus, the typical lighting implements, like torches and lanterns, didn't seem to offer the same kind of illumination that they normally would.
It was almost like the darkness was more oppressive here, more tangible. There was undeniably something eerie about the whole setup. That much couldn't be denied.
You guys see anything?
Lewis asked.
No.
Joseph said, sounding oddly cautious, as though he sensed something strange was on the horizon, something that perhaps these boys shouldn't see.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything either.
Sydney chimed in.
Maybe we should...
Joseph screamed, and the two others turned their Minecraft avatars to look at him. Joseph's character had bumped into something, some stranger in the cave. An NPC design that looked oddly realistic for something inhabiting the purposefully lo-fi blocky world of Minecraft. It seemed to have a dark, furry body, with a canid skull-like face bearing a pair of milky white eyes that seemed to stare off into nothingness. Was this another mob? Maybe something added in the latest patch? If so, why wasn't it attacking?
What is that thing?
Lewis asked over his headset.
I don't know,
Joseph replied.
It's so creepy though.
Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen, as though it had been typed and sent by another player, a player with the username MAL-O. The message read, "Hey, that isn't very nice. You shouldn't judge on appearances, kid." That certainly gave them pause. So many things about this didn't make sense. It had all the hallmarks of an NPC, but apparently it understood their voices and could send messages. It clearly wasn't actually another player in a conventional sense, but it didn't attack like your typical mob. None of the boys could really make sense of what they were dealing with here.
Are you a hacker?
Sydney asked. No, Mal-O typed back. I'm just lonely and a long way from home. It's nice to have your company down here, though. I don't get visitors often.
Have you heard of Herobrine?
Lewis asked. Mal-O typed back. Is he a friend of yours? You should introduce him to me. I love making new friends. The three boys were, in some regards, rather mature and polite for their ages, and so remained civil with this bizarre, mysterious figure, who was curious and inquisitive, asking them questions about their school lives and their friends. It did seem earnestly happy for their company, so it didn't give any of them the sense that it was a threat. As night drew on and the boys' respective parents told them it was time to log off and get some shut-eye, Mal-O finally typed, "I've really enjoyed hanging out with you kids. Come back and visit me again tomorrow. If you don't, I'll come visit you instead." None of the kids picked up on the probably rather obvious stranger danger vibes of this message, and instead they went to bed, excited and curious. The next day they met up on the playground for a kind of State of the Union on the strange phenomenon they had encountered the night before.
Do you think it has anything to do with Herobrine?
Lewis asked.
Forget Herobrine,
Sydney replied, eliciting gasps from the two others.
All the other people have Herobrine. We have something better, something only we've discovered. We've got Mal-O.
Later that night, Joseph, who was probably the most studious of the group, tried to do a little background research on Mal-O. Everything seemed to turn up dead ends, aside from one slightly shady-looking app called Mal-O version 1.0.0. Its description read, "Never settle for those awkward feelings of being alone ever again. Mal-O is an exciting and interactive experience that will keep you engaged and intrigued. The anxiety of social situations can be nerve-wracking, but just after a few hours of Mal-O, you will soon forget all about those painful emotions of disappointment. Be part of the new craze that is quickly becoming the next social substitute. Remember, the more you participate, the more Mal-O will engage you. Your experience is completely up to you. Absolutely no ads. Enjoy." Weird. So unless the thing they encountered on Minecraft was some kind of weird viral marketing campaign for the app, it was probably just a coincidence. Maybe it was a popular character from Japan or something. Either way, for the next several days, the boys honored their promise. They'd visit Mal-O in the cave every night and chat, trying to tactfully get more information out of it. Though the best they could get on the entity's origin was the cryptic statement, "I'm not usually here, but everyone wants a vacation once in a while, don't they? We can't just spend our whole life on a phone." They'd become so acclimated to Mal-O over the days that they forgot what the entity had said to them the very first day they met. "Come back and visit me again tomorrow. If you don't, I'll come visit you instead." But on the day that they didn't come and visit Mal-O, because Miss Grayson had sent a particularly challenging piece of English homework, they received a frightening reminder. That very night, they all started receiving strange texts on their phones. As you can probably expect, they were all photographs. each and every one depicting some regular haunt that the boys all liked to frequent, with one addition. Mal-O's grinning skull face hiding somewhere in the image, like some kind of demented parody of Where's Waldo. The strangeness of this new development left all the boys shaken, and they hopped back onto Minecraft as quickly as possible to go find and talk to Mal-O in its cave. However, this time the cave was empty, and Mal-O was nowhere to be seen. But the text still didn't stop. They'd come in so frequently, with Mal-O getting closer to home, literally in each one. The boys thought about telling their parents, but would their parents believe them? They'd probably lump Mal-O in with the same tall tales of childhood imagination as Herobrine, and write it off as bored kids playing a prank, even though in this case, it was anything but. More photos arrived. In these ones, Mal-O was right outside each of the children's homes, lurking, watching. In some of the photos, they could see themselves in the windows, going about their evening business, having no idea of the creature lurking just outside. None of the boys felt like playing Minecraft that night. It wasn't fun anymore. Instead, they shut themselves up in their rooms, closed and locked their windows, and pulled down the blinds, after checking under the beds with flashlights, of course. But still more photos came in, all depicting Mal-O getting closer and closer and closer. Right about the time they were wondering whether the scratching on the outside of their bedroom door was real or just a figment of their imagination, another dark irony had occurred to them. All this time trying to find something supernatural, and in the very end, something supernatural had instead found them.
Bev had always loved going to the mall. When she was a child, it meant spending quality time with her mother, taking in the bustling sights of the stores, the enticing smells of the food court. When she was on her best behavior, she might be rewarded with a new toy, a soft pretzel, or a fistful of quarters to spend at the arcade. When she was a little bit older, first coming into her independent teenage spirit, the mall was a place of refuge, of freedom, somewhere she could spend time with her friends away from her family's prying eyes, trying on outfits she'd never be allowed to wear to school, filling up on free samples, and imagining what it might feel like to be grown up. But as Bev had gotten older, left behind childish things, the mall had started to die. She knew it wasn't her fault, but it was sad to watch the source of so many simple joys wither away bit by bit. Stores closed one by one, driven out of business by the convenience of online shopping. Slowly but surely, the thriving center of her suburban youth hollowed out, turned into a graveyard of commerce left behind in the endless march towards the future. The colorful signs and advertisements for coming attractions remained, but there were no customers. The phantom smell of uneaten Cinnabon lingered in the air. The lights were on, but no one was home. And then, the lights went out too. The city didn't want to deal with the abandoned mall's upkeep, but they didn't want to go to the trouble of tearing it down either. So they just left it there. There was a running joke in town that the last security guard to lock up the place had left the doors wide open and just let nature get inside and start taking its course. The mall belonged to the wild plants and animals again, a strange artificial enclosure where raccoons could scavenge and deer could hide from hunters and their rifles. Then, of course, the small town had done what small towns do best. It fired up the rumor mill. Worried parents passed around email forwards warning about dangerous drifters hiding out in the empty mall, or gangs conducting violent initiations there. Teenagers dared each other to go inside before chickening out and going home, riling each other up with promises of ghosts or evil store mannequins ready to attack. Children at recess or on scout camping trips gave each other nightmares, with stories of giant monsters hiding in the old building, waiting for lost kids to wander inside so they could gobble them up. Bev knew none of that was true. It couldn't be, but she still couldn't shake the curiosity she felt about the mall that the town had left behind. What did it look like now? What had the elements, the time, the influence of intruders, both curious and destructive, done to the place? She had never planned to get into urban exploring, but then again, she hadn't planned to move back to her hometown after flunking out of law school either. It was strange, being back in such a familiar place that now looked so different. She could try to adjust, could let her life fade into a gray routine of diner breakfasts and drinks at the one bar in town and endless cups of coffee,
or she could find a way to lean into the inherent strangeness of being back home. When she bumped into Daniel, her best friend from high school, and he told her all about his new, slightly illegal hobby, she knew she had found the answer. He had a crew of fellow urban explorers, a term they preferred to use instead of trespassers, a mix of friends from high school and other exploring enthusiasts he had met online. Bev was casually interested, but not entirely sure if the dangerous hobby was for her, until Daniel mentioned the mall. Like Bev, he had continued thinking about it long after its official closing. He wanted to go inside, to see what had happened to it over the years, and to see if there was a crumb of truth to any of the rumors about what lurked inside. Bev didn't take that part seriously, but her fascination with the old mall was enough to convince her to join the crew on their expedition inside. Daniel provided her with a list of rules. Turn off your cellular data once you get there so the police can't prove you were trespassing. Bring water, bring a flashlight, and wear all black. The group agreed to meet about a mile away from the old mall, where they would park their cars, discuss their plans, and head inside. Bev felt a bit silly, lying to her parents about where she was going at her age, but she didn't want them to worry about her. She told them she was going to meet up with some friends at a dance club just out of town. They didn't bother to ask what kind of club she would wear a black sweater, black pants, boots, and a black knit hat to. She was happy to leave without any more scrutiny. As she drove out towards the abandoned mall, she gripped the steering wheel with sweaty, nervous hands. What was she thinking? What if something went wrong while they were in there? The old building could be full of exposed wiring and loose beams just waiting to fall down and crush someone. There could be a nest of rabid animals ready to defend their territory. She tried to shake off the sense of foreboding. Daniel and his crew had done this sort of thing dozens of times before. Everything would be fine. By the time she pulled up to the meeting spot and parked her car, Bev had managed to calm herself down. This would be a fun, weird night of poking around the ruins of her childhood, the remains of a long-gone piece of suburban Americana, and that was all. Nothing bad would happen. She introduced herself to the rest of the group, a pair of brothers named Mark and Lewis that she recognized from high school, and a young woman named Rachel, who didn't look a day over 20. She must have been one of Daniel's internet buddies. Is this everybody? Bev asked. Daniel nodded. This is the crew for tonight. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be. Bev shrugged and laughed. Everyone else nodded in agreement, holding up their various flashlights, excited to get into the mall and explore. The place was every bit as fascinating as Bev had hoped it would be. A mixture of almost untouched storefronts, clothes rotting off their eternal plastic mannequins beneath plastic signs advertising going out of business sales, and the wild world encroaching on what had once been a piece of suburban retail paradise. Spiderwebs hung along the walls, possums and rats skittered along the floors, vines crept along the remains of the fountain at the center of the food court that had long ago run dry. Bev screamed in shock as something ran across her foot, but when she cast her flashlight beam at it, she found that it was just a small raccoon, running from the sudden intrusion on its home. Sorry, I'll keep my cool next time. She laughed it off. It's fine, it happens to me too, Daniel reassured her. You never quite get used to roaming around these places in the dark. But look, there's a lot of cool stuff to check out. He used his flashlight to illuminate the food court, specifically the soft pretzel stand. On top of the stand, leaning precariously to one side, was the enormous model of a soft pretzel that had once attracted hungry shoppers looking for a snack. Hungry? He quipped. Bev couldn't help herself. She pulled out her phone and snapped a picture. It was creepy. It was a little sad, but it mostly was a reminder of the simple joys of childhood. When the flash went off, it illuminated the darkness behind the stand, and she caught the glow reflecting in the eyes of the animals hiding back there. It unsettled her at first, but she reminded herself this place was theirs now. She and Daniel and everyone else, they were just visiting for the night. She checked her phone to see how the picture came out and frowned. Hey, Daniel, look at this. She held out her phone to show him, and his eyes widened. What is that? Can you zoom in? Bev zoomed in on the picture, and the two took a closer look. There in the background of the picture, just barely illuminated by the phone's flash, was a large silhouette. They couldn't make out any defining features other than a large round head and long, thin, noodle-like arms. Did this place used to have a mascot or something? Daniel asked. Bev shook her head. Not that I remember. Huh, Daniel sighed. Weird. Anyway, where'd the others go? He looked around for their flashlights or any other sign of life. Guys? Did you get lost? His voice echoed through the wide, empty space, but no one responded. Hello? Bev called out, a chill running down her spine. Only minutes ago, she had heard the others laughing and joking around as they explored the other end of the mall. But now, she couldn't hear a thing. Even the chittering of the rats had gone quiet. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out and sent Bev's heart leaping into her throat. She and Daniel shared a look of deep concern as they both silently wondered if their worst fears had come to pass. Had someone fallen? Had there been an accident? She and Daniel followed the sound, looking for the source. "Are you guys okay?" Daniel shouted. The lack of response spoke volumes. Whatever had happened, the rest of the group was in big trouble. Bev quietly kicked herself for neglecting to bring a first aid kit. Finally, the two reached the other end of the mall, where the scream had sounded like it was coming from, but there was no one there, only a dark, wet smear along the ground. It looked incredibly fresh, and it smelled metallic, violent. Bev didn't have to look more closely to tell that it was blood. Whatever had happened to the other three, she wasn't sure they were going to find them alive. Daniel reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small pocket knife. "It's not much, but just in case." He held it out in front of them as they walked, following the trail of blood. Something crashed to the ground behind them, and Bev whirled around to see a large steel beam only feet away. Any closer and they would have been crushed. Her eyes darted around, searching for any more potential danger, and then she saw it. Up in the rafters by the ceiling was a strange figure. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was tall, impossibly tall, and pitch black. Its head was bulbous, with a pair of feline ears on top. She could make out a nose, a pair of wide, white eyes with big, dark pupils, and it was smiling. A broad, wicked smile filled with jagged, blood-stained teeth. Its hand looked like enormous white gloves. It was almost like she felt ridiculous thinking this, even as terror prickled at the back of her neck, but it looked like an old cartoon, the sort of thing her grandmother used to watch, except those always looked friendly, even if they were a little unsettling. This thing, it looked evil. At first she thought it was some sort of twisted graffiti, or a statue left by a macabre experimental artist, but then it moved. The creature tilted its head to the side, its smile broadening and its pupils dilated. It was looking right at her, and it was excited. "Daniel?" Bev whispered weakly. "I see it too," he replied, his voice shaking. "We need to go. We need to go now." Bev couldn't be sure what this thing would do if it caught them, but she didn't want to wait around to find out. She grabbed Daniel's arm and yanked him toward the exit. It took him a moment to start moving again, paralyzed by fear and confusion at the incomprehensible sight of the entity on the ceiling. But once he started running, it seemed like he would never stop. The two raced toward the exit, arms and legs pumping as fast as they could. Behind them, they could hear the creature chasing after them, but they didn't dare look back to see. Just before they passed the threshold out of the mall, Bev felt Daniel's hand slip out of hers. She spun around searching for him and watched in helpless terror as the long, long arms of the creature looped around his chest, pulling him back away from her and lifting him up in the air. It opened its massive mouth wide, wider, then swallowed him whole. Bev screamed, but she forced herself to keep running, to save herself from the same fate. She could feel the entity's eyes on her back as she ran out the door, but once she escaped, she knew it would not chase her any further. For some reason, it was letting her go. She couldn't imagine if it was out of some kind of mercy, but she was grateful to escape with her life just the same. Bev stumbled into the local police station in a disheveled mess, face streaked with tears, and told the officer on duty what she had seen. He didn't believe her at first, asking her to repeat her story again and again. Every time she insisted that she knew what she encountered out there, or at least, she knew that she couldn't explain it. The officer sat her in an interrogation room alone with a cup of coffee, and asked her to wait until someone more qualified to help her arrived. She wondered if they were going to try and have her committed, if they had assumed she had lost her mind. But when a man in a white lab coat opened the door and greeted her, he said he believed her. He wasn't from a hospital or affiliated with the police. He was from a special organization, a foundation dedicated to investigating the unexplained. He was going to look into what happened at the mall. All he asked was that she tell him in her own words what she had seen. "I don't know," she sighed. "It looked like some kind of messed up cartoon cat." With a first-hand account of Bev and a series of confirmed disappearances that could all be traced to the abandoned mall, the SCP Foundation opened an official investigation.
Wanting to eliminate as many potential complications as possible, the Foundation selected only one researcher actually enter the abandoned building, an operative with a great deal of fieldwork experience named Dr. Boggin. Though Dr. Boggin would enter the building alone, he would not be without support. He would be fitted with a microphone and camera, and his progress would be monitored remotely by a supervisor at a nearby Foundation site. If the need for backup arose, they would then be able to deploy additional security officers to enter the mall and extract Dr. Boggin if at all possible. He would also be armed with a standard pistol as well as a Foundation-issued flamethrower. With the team selected and the appropriate safety measures taken, it was time for Dr. Boggin to enter the mall and see just what he could learn about the entity dwelling inside. If at all possible, he was to neutralize it and bring it into containment alive so that it could be studied closely in a clinical environment. If live capture was impossible, he was instructed to terminate the being and bring its body in for a thorough autopsy. With his weapon already drawn and ready, and his eyes sharp and alert, Dr. Boggin walked into the empty mall. He saw a lot of what Bev and her friends had seen: the old pretzel stand, the dried-up fountain, the creepy but harmless rows of faceless mannequins still locked in the same poses they had held for a decade. The spiderwebs made him a little nervous, but that was garden-variety arachnophobia more than any real sense of danger. "I don't know about this one, honestly," he spoke into his microphone to his supervisor on the other end. "So far, seems like this place is your standard abandoned building death trap. Maybe our missing persons just weren't careful or properly trained to deal with navigating a place like this. Just keep looking," his supervisor ordered. "Look for anything anomalous." "Got it," Dr. Boggin nodded. He stepped on something with a loud crunch. He looked down to see the oldest, stalest soft pretzel he had ever seen. "Anyone hungry?" he quipped, turning his camera towards the unappetizing sight. "Don't worry, I'll keep looking." He carried on walking, heading past a shoe store, a music store, some kind of novelty porcelain figurine store. He stopped at the toy store when something eerie caught his eye. "You guys seeing this?" he asked. "What is it, Boggin?" his supervisor replied. "Just this creepy stuffed animal thing, the cat right over there. I don't like how its eyes follow me when I walk by." "I don't see a cat." Sure enough, when Dr. Boggin did a double take, the strange cat-like toy was nowhere to be seen. "Well, there's your first anomalous activity," he joked, though his heart was beginning to pound nervously in his chest. "Keep looking." He nodded and continued his patrol of the area. He couldn't get the face of that thing that wasn't a toy out of his head. Its eyes, like the old Felix the Cat clock his grandparents had in their guest room. That thing had scared the hell out of him as a kid. He could never sleep in the room with it. All he could think about were its eyes going back and forth, back and forth. He stopped in his tracks. He thought he could hear the sound of a ticking clock, clear as day, just behind him. He turned to look, but there was no clock. Nothing but darkness and emptiness, the same as everywhere else. He felt something suddenly tugging at his foot. He looked, expecting to see an animal pulling at his shoelace, something ordinary, but instead, he saw long, pointed fingers curling around his ankle. He couldn't see what the fingers belonged to, couldn't see a body, but could only see a long, looping snake of a shadowy arm curling around the corner up ahead. Before he could tell his supervisor what was happening, the hand had grabbed hold of him and was dragging him across the ground. The hand lifted him off the floor, then dropped him back down. He felt the lens of his camera break. "Are you okay? We lost visuals." "No! No, I'm not!" he shouted as he looked up into the face of pure evil. Its pupils were dark and endless, its eyes bloodshot, its teeth bared. "Do not send backup! I repeat, do not send backup! Oh God! Oh God!" The audio cut to static, and the signal was lost. Dr. Boggin's body was never found. The entity referred to as Cartoon Cat was given the object class Keter, regarded as highly dangerous and nearly impossible to contain due to its reality-bending nature. Because it cannot be physically contained, the Foundation's solution to minimize Cartoon Cat's damage was to block off access to the abandoned mall. All civilians were warned of a deadly amount of radiation in the area, in order to deter them from conducting any more urban exploration, vandalism, or other visits to the location. Any of the few survivors that have encountered Cartoon Cat are given amnestics, and their experiences are written off as substance-related or vivid nightmares. The empty mall may not be the only place Cartoon Cat has made its own, nor is it likely to be the only building of its kind that houses an anomalous monster. After all, when humanity decides to vacate a place, to leave it standing vacant and abandoned, you never know what might decide to move in. SCP-096, the Shy Guy, woke up in an unfamiliar room without a thought in its head. However, one thing quickly occurred to it. This was not its containment chamber. No, the solid steel cube that had kept it locked up for decades now didn't have a front desk or walls covered in strange childlike murals or tinny party music playing over old speakers. Wherever SCP-096 had found itself, it certainly wasn't the place it had come to call home. If it could read, it would have registered the words behind the front desk, painted onto the wall, Banban's Kindergarten, where joy comes alive. Little did 096 know, something really did come to life here at Banban's Kindergarten, but it definitely wasn't joy. SCP-096 was typically used to a much more confined space, so presented with so much strange freedom, its natural instinct was to wander around, whimpering quietly to itself. This place was certainly peculiar, with multiple large reinforced doors, each one having a large red button fixed to the wall above them. A strange green creature was painted on the wall, with an affixed speech bubble that read, "Jumbo Josh says, eat fruits and vegetables if you want to be strong like me." Though 096 paid no mind to such things. This place looked like an SCP Foundation containment facility, mixed with an off-brand Chuck E. Cheese. And some tiny part of the Shy Guy's dim and dismal brain wanted to see more of it. What other secrets could it hold? The Shy Guy pressed one of the big red buttons, causing the doors to open underneath it. There was a faint sound of childish laughter somewhere down the distant hall. How had it ever found its way into such a strange place? The deeper the Shy Guy wandered, the more strange murals it saw on the wall. There was one for a large orange cartoon jellyfish with one staring eye, where the speech bubble read, "Stinger Flynn says, having many arms allows me to help a lot of people." Then, a squat blue gorilla-like creature with sharp lower teeth had a speech bubble that read, "Captain Fiddles says, ooga booga, booga ooga." A white feminine cat-like creature had the speech bubble, "Banbalina says, kindness is free, so sprinkle it everywhere." A misshapen pink bird creature had the speech bubble, "Opila Bird says, laughter is the best medicine, so make sure to smile." And of course, most importantly of all, presiding over the creativity room, was a mural of a grinning red creature wearing a pair of party hats on its head like horns. His speech bubble read, "Banban says, sharing is caring. Your pancreas is mine." A whiteboard not far from this mural had the words, "Run for your lives," hastily scrawled onto it. To anyone but the Shy Guy, who had no point of reference, this was clearly not a normal kindergarten. As the Shy Guy passed into the hallway, slowly lumbering along, it suddenly felt an intense spike of burning pain right through its forehead. Rising like a fever pitch, the Shy Guy's subdued whimpers quickly escalated into horrifying wails of animalistic rage. This could only mean one thing. Somewhere, something had made the terrible mistake of gazing at the Shy Guy's face. In fact, not 10 feet away, the unfortunate Opila bird had made that very mistake. It typically peeked out from behind one of the hallway's pillars to get a good look at any potential intruders or new prey wandering into its midst. But this time, the beastly bird's curiosity had taken it from predator to prey itself. Though it wouldn't realize this until it was already too late. As the mutant bird creature skittered back into the cavernous hall filled with plastic trees and an underwhelming play area, the Shy Guy came galloping after it on all fours, roaring with fury. The Opila bird was shocked to see the creature giving chase.
"This doesn't make sense. I meant to chase you. You're not meant to chase me."
But things are rarely fair when it comes to the Shy Guy. Arguably one of the most dangerous Euclid-class creatures ever kept in Foundation containment. The Opila bird flapped desperately towards the boarded-up escape hatch, but the Shy Guy was so much faster. It grabbed hold of the bird, gripping it in its iron clutches, and began to stretch open its bottom jaw with a blood-curdling roar. We'll spare you the details of what happened next, but suffice to say, little more than a handful of feathers were left. After finishing off the Opila bird, the Shy Guy reverted from rage back to pitiful sadness. This place was no better than the SCP Foundation. There were still creatures here to look at its face and drive it into a state of extreme emotional distress. It was horrible. The Shy Guy needed to find a way to hide himself away again, so he decided to tear away the planks covering up the escape hatch and lope down the narrow hall. In there, the Shy Guy actually found something to its liking. 2 platforms, one on either side of the room, with what seemed to be a deep, dark chasm between the two. For most, there was an electrical lift system for carrying them between the platforms, but the Shy Guy had no interest in the platforms. He only sought the darkness below, where nobody could see his face. That would suit him just fine. The Shy Guy jumped over the guardrail and plummeted down below into the dark. Feeling the air against its cold gray skin as it felt wonderful. It dared to think that it might even find solace in this deep, dark place, but as soon as he hit something solid, some kind of metal lift system, alarms went off, and flashing red lights soon made everything down there in the darkness visible. To be exposed like this while it thought it was hidden was the dreaded Shy Guy's worst nightmare. Little did he know, he would soon become the worst nightmare of a number of other beasts. As the Shy Guy crawled off the metal platform, hoping that perhaps it could find another place to hide down here, its hands and feet splashed into shallow water. Had something sprung a leak down here? The Shy Guy began wandering the half-dark as the water of this flooded sub-basement area pooled around him. It had no idea that another creature was already sneaking up behind it, getting ready to strike. Before 096 could even react, several whip-like orange tentacles wrapped around its limbs and began delivering an antagonizing shock through its body. More tentacles came in soon after, wrapping around the Shy Guy's body and face, delivering shock after shock after shock, with its millions of tiny, venomous stinger barbs. For a second it seemed like the surprise attack might actually be able to subdue the monster, but little did the Shy Guy's attacker, the monstrous real Stinger Flynn, know that attacking it was just another way to activate its infamous rage state. The second that Stinger Flynn relented, even just for a moment, the Shy Guy grabbed him by the tentacles and slammed him into the watery floor, again and again and again, until the grip of his tentacles loosened around the Shy Guy's body, and he was defenseless. With Stinger panicked and immobilized, the Shy Guy released the full force of his supernatural fury, striking the demonic jellyfish with his fists until what was left couldn't be distinguished from the water it used to be floating in. Stinger Flynn had been completely annihilated. The Shy Guy once again temporarily returned to a state of calm and wandered out of this watery basement into a nearby hallway, where everything was bright and dry. The walls were painted in garish, childlike drawings of a jungle with janky-looking animals. The Shy Guy paid no mind to any of it. All he wanted was to find somewhere that he could actually be alone, and away from prying eyes of all these freaks. This dream was short-lived, because as soon as the Shy Guy found a new room, a wide-open auditorium filled with inflatable jungle trees, like a crude play area, he was being stalked yet again. A powerful, muscular predator with veins stretching over its bulging muscles and blue skin. It knew that this intruder had already killed 2 of its fellow garden dwellers, but this time, it would put this spindly, pale stranger in its place. The Shy Guy heard something rumbling towards it from behind, and turned upon hearing the blood-curdling war cry of Ooga Booga Booga Ooga. It was the gorilla-like Captain Fiddles, with strands of saliva hanging from his tusks. He leaped onto the Shy Guy and began pounding into its hideous face with his huge blue fists. Captain Fiddles would destroy the Shy Guy, pound him into the concrete until he stopped moving. The one thing that Captain Fiddles didn't expect was for the Shy Guy to start fighting back. And he was about to learn the hard truth that the Shy Guy could fight a lot harder than him. The SCP's spindly but immensely powerful arms grabbed Captain Fiddles by the shoulders and threw him into the wall, causing huge cracks to crawl up towards the ceiling. Before Captain Fiddles could even think about wrenching himself free, the Shy Guy leaped to his feet and bounded over to him. The Shy Guy grabbed Captain Fiddles by the ankles and ripped him out of the wall, letting his body drop to the floor and then unleashing hell upon him. Captain Fiddles would have begged for mercy if he wasn't already dead. Before the Shy Guy could even begin to calm down, a trapdoor opened in the floor beneath him, dropping him into a new area, a multicolored maze where 096 was trapped like a helpless rat, with the body count of an atomic bomb. Once again, the Shy Guy didn't need to go looking for trouble, because trouble was already on its way. The pure white, cat-like Banbaleena pounced from a sharp corner in the maze, claws bared. She jumped onto the shy guy, latching onto him and clawing, trying to scratch his nightmare of a face. If the shy guy had ever possessed anything resembling patience, it would have run out long before now. He grabbed Banbaleena, shrugging off the pain of her claws and tossing her into the darkness high above. She flew off with a cat-like yell and hit some distant ceiling with a crunch. Suffice to say, she wouldn't be back to bother the shy guy again. Tired and angry, the pale abomination didn't feel like wandering through a maze. Instead, it just charged straight through, destroying colorful wall after colorful wall. When it encountered whatever was behind this extremely frustrating afternoon, it would destroy it with extreme prejudice. That was almost certainty. After breaking through one more wall, the shy guy tumbled out into a strange room, where a grinning red creature was waiting for him. Wearing 2 party hats on top of his head, this was no mere lackey. It was Banban himself, the one behind this nightmarish kindergarten. He stared right into the shy guy's face with no fear at all, almost like he knew something that the shy guy didn't. And it was true. He had no plan to fight the shy guy himself. He'd brought a champion with him. As the shy guy started to scream in rage, all the boxes behind Banban tumbled out of the way as a huge figure rose. A behemoth at least 50 feet tall, with green skin, giant teeth, and huge, staring eyes. It was Jumbo Josh, and if the shy guy wanted to graduate from this nightmare kindergarten, it would need to defeat him and Banban. The shy guy growled, digging its claws into the ground and preparing to charge forward. Challenge accepted. It had been the same nightmare for weeks now, but always fading into echoes as he awoke. Not tonight, though. Tonight he was able to see more, to hold on to the details of his dark, twisted dream, and the warning it contained. Dr. Stephen Strange had once been an accomplished surgeon, yet fate had destined him to become the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth after a car accident claimed the use of his hands. Now Strange was a protector of his world, and countless others in the vast expanse of the multiverse. A master of the mystic arts wielding his skills in sorcery and arcane artifacts to defend against malevolent otherworldly threats. But even he had never seen anything like this nightmare before. On the night where the details of the dream felt easier to keep a hold on, a sleeping Stephen was shown all manner of horrors. The world he had devoted himself to protecting was crumbling, burning. All around was death and suffering, the air shrill with the screams of tortured, innocent souls. To make matters worse, within the dream, Strange could feel the same suffering reaching out, crossing the boundaries between realities. It wasn't just his world he saw dying, it was all of them. Every corner of the multiverse falling. It turned his stomach. It all felt so real, not just an anxious, unconscious fantasy of something he feared might happen. This was a warning of something that would come to pass. The dread felt by the Sorcerer Supreme only got worse as he witnessed a familiar figure, injured and broken, crawling free of the rubble of a destroyed city, the flickering light of endless fires doing little to mask the man's wounds. Instantly, Dr. Strange recognized the wounded figure from the distinctive flared cloak he wore to his goatee and dark hair graying at the temples. It was him, or rather, another version of him from a different reality within the multiverse. "Help," the other Strange said weakly. Instantly, Stephen knelt to help his interdimensional doppelganger up. "What happened here?" he asked, concerned at the vision of destruction all around. "I couldn't stop it," the messenger Strange replied in labored breaths. He was wounded fatally, barely holding on. "Slow down. Breathe." Dr. Strange calmly instructed his other self, still retaining a bedside manner from his days as a surgeon. "This vision, I take it you're trying to warn me of something?" "Yes," the dying sorcerer replied. "I cast a spell that should reach you in your sleep, although sending a message across the multiverse is..." He paused to wince in pain, feeling his already fading strength dwindling further. "It takes a lot more than I have left." "It's all right," Strange assured him. "I can hear you. I'm listening. I only wish I could do more for you." "It's all right." His variant forced a weak smile. "By the time this message reaches you, I'll already have been dead. But you need to be warned." "What happened here?" Strange urged. "It's not what has happened. It's what's coming. It had to be us. Of course it did." The other's breaths started slowing. "I tried everything. I really did, but he I've never felt power like it.
Just tell me who! Stephen shouted, aware his other self was fading fast, desperate to hear the full warning before the dream ended. Already, Dr. Strange's mind was racing with potential candidates who could have been responsible. He knew of a plethora of deities and destructive creatures capable of launching attacks on his home universe, and many of whom had time and time again. There were the likes of Nightmare and Shumagorath, and of course his arch-nemesis Dormammu, an entity who had long desired total control over this plane of existence Stephen's Earth inhabited. But not one of them had the power to subjugate the entire multiverse in one fell swoop.
Please,
Messenger Strange rasped, leaning up to Stephen's ear.
Don't make the same mistake I did. Beware the Scarlet King.
He collapsed. His breathing stopped as Dr. Strange looked at the horrific sight of a man almost identical to him dying, having failed to prevent the chaos that was now consuming everything. The Sorcerer Supreme had an encyclopedic knowledge of the mystic arts and all kinds of occult beings, but he had never heard of the Scarlet King. As he woke in a cold sweat, still feeling the same dread he felt in the dream, Dr. Strange could remember the warning from his other multiversal self. It had to be him. He had to stop the Scarlet King.
The Scarlet who?
Repeated Wong, Stephen's trusted friend and confidant, an expert in both mystic and martial arts, as well as an accomplished scholar.
Scarlet King. The other me was adamant that this thing had to be stopped by another version of me, Dr. Strange explained.
Having woken up flustered with growing concern over his vision, Stephen had spent the whole morning in the library. The Sanctum Sanctorium had long been Strange's home and base of operations since he had inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme from the Ancient One. Additionally, the magical building in the heart of New York's Greenwich Village also possessed a sprawling library filled with tomes that contained what was thought to be the sum total of all occult knowledge. His books were filled with useful information on spells, other planes of existence, even detailing accounts of threats Stephen had already faced, like Dormammu. And yet, there was no mention of any Scarlet King.
I don't understand it. My other self, he mentioned it specifically by name, but I can't find a single reference to it in any texts.
Strange sighed in frustration.
The Book of Cagliostro, nothing. No mention of a Scarlet King.
Strange, Wong mused.
What?
No, I mean it's unusual you found nothing, his friend answered, trying to hide a smile at catching Stephen in a joke. Perhaps the Book of Vishanti holds more answers. It contains all of the knowledge the great sorcerer Agamotto collected on the mystic—
Nope, already tried that,
Dr. Strange interrupted. I consulted our copy on the Darkhold too while I was at it.
You did what?
Wong exclaimed, ever concerned by Stephen's arrogant and reckless behavior. The Darkhold was a dangerous tome, a book of spells used only for pure evil, written by an elder god named Kython. Even though the original true Darkhold was out of reach, the knowledge contained within the copy Stephen possessed was still perilous to be exposed to.
Oh, relax,
Strange replied in a rather blasé manner, still absent-mindedly flicking through the pages of another book, the Codex Imperium.
Damn it, I need to know what it is I'm up against,
he yelled in frustration.
Wong, you didn't see what I saw in that dream. It was chaos, destruction unlike anything I've ever felt before.
I understand, Stephen, his fellow sorcerer answered. And as Sorcerer Supreme, you hold a duty to protect this reality from those that would seek to threaten its safety. But this is dangerous. A being we know nothing about is rare. Perhaps consider if there's a reason why we know nothing of this Scarlet King. There is some knowledge that is not meant to be uncovered. Knowledge is power, old friend, Dr. Strange retorted. And if I'm going to do my duty to protect our reality, I need to know anything that will give me an edge. I'll be in my study. With that, the Sorcerer Supreme strode off to a private corner of the sanctum. He spent the next few restless hours using his mastery of the occult to peer into the future. Understanding the mystical mechanics of time in the way he did meant Stephen was aware that there was no singular future, but rather millions upon millions of possible outcomes, a web of potential courses that fate could take, and any decision made could create a new strand in this already tangled mess. Still, there was no outcome where any Scarlet King existed. However, it was then that Dr. Strange realized what he had been missing, a detail so small that it had gone unnoticed, but so crucial that it changed his entire approach. He had been thinking of the situation entirely wrong, in an insular fashion that focused solely on his own reality, his universe. But the warning had come from across the multiverse, from another Strange in another world. What's more was the feeling, the sense he'd felt during the nightmare. Although he knew nothing of his enemy, Strange could tell the destruction the Scarlet King was capable of
had the reach to threaten all corners of the multiverse. This wasn't just a threat to his world, but all worlds. Strange's search for answers about the Scarlet King had proved fruitless thus far. Yet remembering this was a threat coming from across the vastness of the infinite multiverse oddly seemed to provide some sense of comfort. Because there was one entity he did know of who might be able to help. Hands aglow with magic, Dr. Strange performed the correct ritual he knew would allow him to communicate with the living tribunal. Sure enough, the room around him faded away, and he was presented with the highest authority in the multiverse. The towering, vastly powerful entity was humanoid in shape, save for a head floating separate from its shoulders, with 3 faces, one fully hooded, one half, and the other uncovered. The Sorcerer Supreme had conversed on a few occasions with the entity, enough to know it was responsible for safeguarding the multiverse, to prevent universes from amassing too much power in case they threatened others, maintain balance, which made the fact it had done nothing to prevent the imminent danger of the Scarlet King all the more concerning.
Speak, Strange.
Living Tribunal, I've come seeking answers, Dr. Strange replied. There is a being, an entity that poses a threat to my world and all others in the multiverse.
I am not aware of such a threat.
The multiversal arbiter replied. Please, Strange urged. It's out there, and I need to be the one to stop it. There's no information on it in my universe, so I ask you, please tell me where I can find someone, anyone who knows about the Scarlet King. There was a silence for a moment as the different faces of the Living Tribunal conferred. All 3 had to agree on whether or not it could interfere.
The answers you seek lie beyond your universe.
The tribunal finally answered.
We are in agreement. I will send you there, but exercise caution, Stephen Strange.
In a flash, Dr. Strange had appeared somewhere new. The room was dark, filthy, nothing short of bleak, but still was a far cry from the destruction he had seen in his vision. The walls were covered in scribbled writing that had seemingly been scrawled over every surface by someone in a state of madness. There was one that caught Dr. Strange's attention, a figure adorned in red armor, large antler-like horns protruding from his head. It didn't take someone with as much knowledge of Sorcerer Supreme to know this was a drawing of the elusive Scarlet King himself.
Who's there?
A voice rasped. Stephen turned to see an old man, withered and alone, laying on a grimy hospital bed in a corner of the room. Sorry, I didn't see you, he said calmly, cautiously approaching, only lowering his guard when he heard the elderly man give a hoarse cough. You're very sick, Strange remarked.
Dying, I think,
the man replied.
Are you Foundation?
Foundation, the sorcerer echoed in confusion.
Yes, don't be surprised. I know all about them.
The anonymous man said weakly.
I haven't forgotten when I used to work there, or how they felt about what I know. They'd stop at nothing to silence me. God knows they've tried over the years.
Listen, I was sent here because I need answers, Dr. Strange interrupted, aware of the impending threat he felt he needed to avert. So, Mr.
Doctor!
The old man corrected.
Dr. Robert Montauk.
Dr. Montauk, Stephen echoed. What can you tell me about the Scarlet King? Montauk started chuckling, a dry, wheezing sound, almost like he was taunting the sorcerer. His laughter lasted far longer than that of a sane man, paired with the drawings and markings on the walls. Stephen was certain something inside Robert Montauk was broken.
Oh, I could tell you so much about the Scarlet King. I was one of his children once, so long ago now.
He sighed, a loud hacking cough brought on by his laughter forcing its way out of Montauk's throat.
But that's his strength, you see. Being known, being understood.
Look, this being is threatening my world. I need to know how I'm supposed to stop him, Strange asked.
Stop him?
Dr. Montauk chuckled at him.
What makes you think you can?
I was told I have to, the Sorcerer Supreme admitted. It has to be me. And if you won't tell me what I need to know, then I'm very sorry. Normally I'd never do this, but in the grand calculus of the multiverse, there's nothing I won't sacrifice to protect it. With the wave of his hands, Dr. Strange conjured his third eye, which snapped open in the center of his forehead. It functioned as an organic manifestation of his amulet, the powerful mystical artifact known as the Eye of Agamotto. And through it, Stephen peered into Dr. Montauk's fractured mind, seeking out the information he was withholding about the Scarlet King.
No, you can't!
Montauk shouted, his frail, withered hands gripping his temples as he felt the sorcerer invading his memories. I'm sorry, Strange repeated, but knowledge is power, and I need to know how to stop the Scarlet King.
You think knowledge is power?
The old man rasped.
It's more than that to him. It's a weapon. His weapon. The more we know about him.
It was too late. Dr. Strange had found what he was looking for. Years earlier, Dr. Robert Montauk had been working at the SCP Foundation and had uncovered the true nature of SCP-001, Tufto's proposal, otherwise known as the Scarlet King. The King was an elder god, a force of pure chaos and the manifestation of a hatred for modernity. But it was far worse than that. A huge crimson crack split through the concrete wall, a doorway to the Scarlet King's domain. Pulling himself out of Robert Montauk's mind the second he realized his mistake, Dr. Strange was still reeling as the portal opened. How could he have been so stupid? His nightmare hadn't been a warning to prevent what was coming. It was either a warning to stay away or a trap. Snapping back to awareness, Stephen found he was no longer in the filthy room where the dying Dr. Robert Montauk lay. Instead, he was in a vast multiversal void, a space between universes. And there, among the huge expanse of nothingness, stood the Scarlet King. He towered over Dr. Strange, his physical form adorned in armor the shade of blood. Atop his head was a crown-like ornament, the large antlers jutting out above. His hands were gnarled claws clenched into massive fists, and his many eyes were looking at Stephen. Having seen inside Montauk's mind, Dr. Strange had realized all too late that the Scarlet King was more than just an ancient evil being, and a desire to return to a more violent age. But if nobody talked about him, he would gain no further power. The Scarlet King had only grown in strength the more the SCP Foundation had tried to learn about him. And now the Sorcerer Supreme himself had done the same. The King had achieved even greater power thanks to Strange falling into his trap, enough to open a gateway and bring him here.
You already know, don't you, Sorcerer?
The Scarlet King snarled, his voice sounding like billions upon billions of insects chittering.
Through Montauk, you know.
Stephen looked in horror at the interdimensional abomination. Even just by observing him, being able to perceive his physical form, he was unintentionally empowering the entity. But living idea or not, Strange had seen the destruction that the Scarlet King could unfurl on the multiverse. By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth, Dr. Strange declared, summoning up a spell that he hoped would reverse whatever power the king possessed. You will not harm my world, nor any others. Unleashing his magic in a blast of light, the beam struck the Scarlet King. The Elder God was harmed, but not undone, the force of the mystic arts being almost as ancient as the Scarlet King was, and thus he could still be hurt. The Scarlet King raised a mighty fist, bringing it slamming down towards Stephen. He was barely able to cast the Shield of Seraphim, creating a protective circle of mystical energy that formed a barrier between Strange and the oncoming attack. As the descending gigantic fist of the Scarlet King was deflected, he instantly brought his other down in a vicious attack. The sheer force of it broke Stephen's concentration, causing the shield to dissipate, barely withstanding enough of the king's physical strength to prevent the sorcerer from being knocked down. It was like one magically powered ant fighting against a being impossibly bigger that could stomp Strange out of existence in seconds. But even failing to the imperceptible ground of the void, Dr. Strange didn't let up, refusing to relent and let the Scarlet King unleash his wrath on the multiverse. His cloak of levitation lifted him back to his feet, and with a wave of both hands, Stephen burst into multiple astral projected copies of himself, the images of Icon. The multiple Doctor Stranges floated independently through the air, surrounding the Scarlet King. Then, as every Stephen gave an outward flick of his wrist, the crimson bands of Sidorak flew from their hands. The bright red belts of energy, virtually indestructible, bound the powerful chaotic king lashing around his physical form. Dr. Strange, being able to see and perceive the Scarlet King, was granting his adversary power. He pulled with all his physical strength, the crimson bands starting to wane, slackening despite Strange's efforts to keep all his duplicates holding on. Gripping the bands in his huge, gnarled hands, the Scarlet King swung the multiple Stranges around, forcing them all back into the same singular body as they collided. Still holding the one remaining crimson band of Sidorak, the Scarlet King started to drag Stephen towards him. The king didn't want him dead. Strange knew it. He'd be tortured, made and unmade, even until the entity forced him to use his third eye again, like he had done to Dr. Montauk. If Dr. Strange could fully comprehend the Scarlet King's nature, origin, and ideology, then the king would be able to achieve his full strength. That was the trap the Sorcerer Supreme had been lured into. His own arrogance, his need to be the one who saved the multiverse. The man holding the scalpel was a weakness the Scarlet King was prepared to exploit in order to achieve the power he needed to overthrow the multiverse. There was only one thing left that Doctor Strange could do. One last-ditch effort. It was a long shot, but he hoped it would be enough. Releasing his remaining band, Stephen began casting a spell to send a message to another of his selves somewhere else in the multiverse. He could hear the Scarlet King looming behind him, ready to strike. Maybe the king would kill him, but Strange wouldn't let that stopping him cast his spell. His warning would reach the other self even after death in the form of a dream. A warning not to make the same mistake as this Strange had, to not go searching for the Scarlet King.
Adjacent to known reality lies an infinite abyss of liminal spaces and monstrous beings, the Backrooms. As with all unusual and supernatural phenomena, the SCP Foundation was set on cataloging the Backrooms as an anomaly and finding a way to contain it. But unfortunately, all it took was one failed experiment for the opposite to occur. A huge portion of Site-19 has begun no-clipping into the yellow-walled maze of the Backroom's first level, taking the research team, some D-Class, and a handful of Mobile Task Force agents into the disturbing alternate reality with it. But this isn't the most terrifying part. Just before the experiment went wrong, SCP-096, aka the Shy Guy, was transported to the testing area of Site-19 to be used as a means of clearing Backroom's entities from the path of the research team. In the midst of the chaos that ensued while dimensions fused, 096 was exposed to the gaze of a shadowy being known as a Smiler and was able to instantly break free of containment. Sprinting through the maze towards the Smiler, SCP-096 was quickly too far away for the Foundation staff to attempt recapture. Moreover, this situation demanded a far more immediate concern. There was no apparent way to no-clip the lost portions of the site back to native reality. The researchers, D-Class, and MTF personnel who were now on the other side would have to adapt and fend for themselves in this new reality. Agent Cullen, the highest-ranking member of the Mobile Task Force present, identified several hostile entities approaching. These bundles of arms were known as clumps, and since they did not possess eyes, they had evaded 096's wrathful response to entities that saw its face. On Cullen's orders, the researchers and D-Class took cover behind the agents, who opened fire on the clumps. Meanwhile, SCP-096 caught up to the Smiler that had glimpsed its face. In most cases, Smilers are highly dangerous entities that prey on humans who are trapped in the Backrooms by pulling them into the shadows. Because this was its nature, the Smiler was not prepared for 096 to not only approach at top speed, but to deliver a slamming arm thrust straight into the creature's face. The Smiler instantly knew that one more blow like that would be the destruction of its strange, monstrous existence. But it was too late to get away, and 096 certainly didn't stop at one. After beating the Smiler to a pulp, SCP-096 briefly returned to a more neutral state of being. It was not at all fazed by the new surroundings. In fact, it was temporarily relieved by the solitude of the Backroom's maze. That was when SCP-096 felt the gaze of something unknowably powerful staring at it from deeper within the Backroom's dimensions. SCP-096 was no stranger to being remotely viewed and becoming enraged by it, but this was different. These eyes were everywhere and nowhere all at once. SCP-096 felt like it was being torn apart by its own violent impulse to destroy whatever entity was currently seeing its face. With no clear target present, SCP-096 dropped to all fours, and in an instant, it ran like a mad beast through every conceivable corridor of the infinite yellow maze in less than a single second. During this blindingly fast rampage, 096 found itself back near the Foundation personnel for a fraction of a moment. None of the humans present could perceive the Shy Guy at the hypersonic speed it was going, but the result of it passing by was evident in the abrupt death of several MTF agents who were still focused on fending off the clumps. It was collateral damage to 096, who didn't intend for its speeding body to collide with the agents, but in any case, the clumps were at that much more of an advantage when it came to brutally attacking the members of the research team. The clumps' numbers were increasing as well, as more of the fleshy aberrations rolled forth from the woodwork. One of the D-Class, D-3461, panicked, breaking away from the defensive line and bludgeoning an MTF agent from behind. The others were still reeling from the sudden slaughter created by SCP-096 and were not quick enough to stop D-3461 from turning tail and running off into the maze with a stolen Mobile Task Force issue firearm. The clumps seemed to ignore this and focused on the larger group of humans present, closing in, well, a clump of clumps. Senior researcher Dr. Hart, an expert in reading the body language of anomalous creatures, noticed this idiosyncratic movement immediately. She immediately notified the rest of the research team that the clumps seemed to prioritize going after humans in groups. As much as it was a cliché in horror and adventure media, it seemed like the best course of action was to split into groups of 2 or 3 and run in all directions. Without momentum, the clumps weren't especially fast, and given the sharp turns and numerous crisscrossing pathways of the backroom's first level, the humans could, with a head start, keep themselves at a safe distance if they used their brains and less cumbersome limbs to maximum efficiency. Dr. Hart chose her most trusted scientific understudy, Dr. Whitaker, as her retreat buddy, and the two began to hurry down the many hallways away from the clumps. If there was a way to survive these entities, even on their home terrain, it would be through the superior intellect of the researchers. That is what Dr. Hart believed in her doctor's heart. She and the others who followed her plan were lucky that 096 had stopped zooming through the maze of the backrooms' first level. This was because it realized that the entity, or entities, which were looking at it were not here in this dimension, or rather, this level of the backrooms. But that didn't mean that whatever it was could hide for long, especially not from SCP-096. The Shy Guy was capable of many things when provoked by another being seeing its face, and among the most obvious was its nigh invulnerability and extreme speed. Both of these factors would come into play as SCP-096 attempted a bizarre and fascinating feat. The Shy Guy's entire body shivered, vibrating in place at an even faster velocity than it had used to cross the infinite maze in an instant moments prior. This unorthodox psychic straining movement pattern made SCP-096 especially prone to no-clipping, which was the only reliable way to navigate between levels of the backrooms. The sustained vibration was highly damaging to 096's body, but it felt no pain, and the broken bones and frayed muscles were returned to normal instantaneously. Furiously, and with no further preparation, SCP-096 no-clipped through the floor of the maze and began to descend through the known levels of the backrooms towards the offending entity that was still looking at its face. Down 1 level, then 2, then 3. The pressure of maintaining this feat would more than likely kill or incapacitate any other being, including many of SCP-096's fellow powerful anomalies. But that level of endurance was what made SCP-096 so distinct and so unstoppable. 4 levels down, 5 levels down. As SCP-096 continued to descend, the scattered personnel from the Foundation were making their own discoveries about no-clipping through the backrooms. D-3461 had found himself in a strange new level of the backrooms filled with sewer pipes and swooping death moths. The rifle he had taken with him would prove to be ample protection for now, but he knew his ammunition wouldn't be there forever. Still, taking his chances sneaking around down here felt better than trying to go back towards anyone who knew him from the Foundation. Like most D-Class, D-3461, formerly known as Gene Beatty, was a hardened criminal through and through, and he had done unforgivable things prior to his time contained by the SCP Foundation. He didn't want to go back, not to the Foundation, not to prison, and not even to the real world.
Forget 'em all,
he thought. He would survive in this hellish abyss known as the backrooms with only his malice and sense of self-preservation to guide him. Agent Cullen, on the other hand, who was accompanied by 2 of his surviving Mobile Task Force subordinates, was focused on patrolling the yellow maze and searching for potential human survivors. If other people had been no-clipping into the backrooms for as long as the Foundation's data suggested, it was possible that enough of those unfortunates were able to carve out a life for themselves, that a sizable faction had formed over the years. Such a group would always have a need for armed assistance and well-trained soldiers, so Cullen knew he could easily find himself a place among them. From there, he would do everything in his power to muster resources, track down the scattered Foundation personnel, and ultimately return home. "They have to be around here somewhere," he told himself and his agents. Of all the now hopelessly lost researchers, it seemed that Dr. Hart and Dr. Whitaker had made it the farthest into the backrooms. They were both now wandering in the Infinite Hotel, otherwise known as Level 5, a sprawling labyrinth of suites and lobbies that would rival the finest establishments in the front rooms of reality. That is, if it were not also full of the same kind of hostile entities that were so common through the backrooms. Dr. Whitaker attempted to stay in high spirits, however making a sophomoric joke about needing a vacation from his vacation. Dr. Hart groaned, but on some level she was grateful to have her younger and more eccentric colleague close by. Though he lacked common sense, he was a prodigy at science, and more than that, he was loyal. The two of them would need teamwork and perseverance to keep going in this place, and through her mentorship of the young man, the groundwork was already there. "He and I will manage somehow," Dr. Hart affirmed in her mind. Elsewhere, several levels down, SCP-096 had arrived at the source of the strange gaze that had been fixed upon it. In level 11 of the backrooms, the city, which fittingly enough resembled a modern human city of vast proportions, SCP-096 was found locked onto the entity known as Argos, Entity 74, an ancient eyeless humanoid whose vision was pervasive and near omniscient throughout the backrooms. The cruel and judgmental being could observe the sins of any sentient creature that entered the backrooms and would carry out a brutal punishment accordingly. This was its routine behavior, and it didn't single out SCP-096 any more than it did D-3461, whose sins were much more severe in the eyes of Argos due to the ill intent behind them. That is not to say that Argos saw the Shy Guy as innocent. Even out of perceived defense, the amount of lives that SCP-096 had taken was, on principle, enough to call even the most well-meaning being a sinner. A fight between Argos and the Shy Guy was inevitable. Argos was accompanied by several scores of spear-wielding warriors in tactical gear, human explorers who had joined his cause. They would prove to be little more than speed bumps, as SCP-096 made skid marks out of them on its way to pummel the ever-loving snot out of Argos. But Argos was not going to allow the sacrifices of his eyes to be in vain. The entity used the reach of his spear to strike 096 at a distance, impaling the creature in mid-run to the ground. This held the Shy Guy for all but a moment before it moved its body up the spear and slammed into Argos, throwing the two of them through a nearby building. Argos fought desperately to remove his spear from his opponent's body, as all the while 096 pounded him with punches that could each reduce an automobile to scrap metal. The two interlocked monsters tumbled through wall after wall of the skyscraper, taking the lives of several unlucky human citizens in the process. When Argos pried his spear free from 096, he immediately jumped back several paces, but once again, he had underestimated the Shy Guy, who was at his throat in seconds. Passers-by on the street watched in horror as 096 hurled Argos by the throat into the skyscraper, directly across from the one they had been fighting in. Argos crashed through the glass of one of the windows and into an office floor. One titanic leap from the Shy Guy later, and 096 had joined Argos on this new fighting stage. Argos twirled his spear in a frenzied display of combat prowess. If this thing insisted on advancing towards him with no regard for its well-being, it would have to go through his spear multiple times over. But 096 was not the kind to let fear stop it from advancing. It charged, taking every attack Argos could dish out before pummeling him downward through several floors of the building until they reached the ground level. SCP-096 could have taken far more punishment, but Argos had reached his limit. The entity spear fell from his hand as 096 continued to hit harder and harder, over and over again.
until Argos was close to death, as an immortal backrooms entity could be. At the very least, he had been injured so severely that his all-seeing gaze had become weakened. For the Shy Guy, this meant that Argos was technically no longer looking at it. It became docile once more and wandered out of the building into the streets. To its relief and to the relief of the nearby entities, the facelings of the city had no eyes and no interest in looking at 096, preferring to continue their mindless pantomime of normative life. Aren't we all, in a cosmic sense? Regardless, SCP-096 walked through the streets of the city with one goal: return home. But home was far, far away from where the Shy Guy was, and the no-clipping maneuver that it performed earlier was not something that the anomaly could muster the recklessness to do at all times. Only when its face was glimpsed did SCP-096 possess its murderous determination. At the moment, SCP-096 was like a morning jogger, traveling through level 11 at a brisk pace and searching for a way out. This naturally led the anomaly towards the suburban neighborhoods, which were themselves an entrance to the backrooms level 9, Suburbia. It was here on the dark streets of the limitless suburbs that 096 encountered a new nightmare: the Neighborhood Watch. Comprised of a series of hostile entities resembling, in part, human eyeballs, these ocular adversaries were known to patrol Suburbia and keep the peace by eliminating all intruders, of course. The floating watchers were capable of shooting disintegration beams, while the towering striders possessed sinewy limbs that could easily bash most entities into submission. But, unfortunately for everyone involved, they were giant eyeballs. One look from the Neighborhood Watch in the direction of SCP-096, and their fates were sealed. Being ogled by humongous eyeballs was simply more than the Shy Guy could take. With a primal screech, it ran towards the oversized peepers with a massacre on its mind. A few of the Watchers had time to fire disintegration blasts, which slowed the approach of SCP-096, but it was too little, too late. SCP-096 smashed into the Strider, knocking it to the ground and delivering a crushing blow to its pupil. Without missing a beat, SCP-096 leaped into the air and smashed one of the Watchers against a charming suburban home. The Shy Guy rampage would continue until there were no more eyes on it, in the backrooms or anywhere. The Skeld-class starship Inobis was still, suspended against a backdrop of stars and the colorful glow of distant nebulas, frozen in the inky void of deep space. Calm, at least from the outside. But inside the main hull of the ship was far from the silent stillness of the stars. Pandemonium hit as the sounds of a klaxon reverberated through metal corridors, each wail punctuated by the flash of blood-red warning lights. Blue looked up at the blinking, strobing color and instantly knew what it meant. Emergency meeting, he muttered to himself behind the visor of his spacesuit. Blue turned heel and ran, his boots clanging against the metal floor of the corridor. He ran as fast as he could in his spacesuit, arriving, panting, to the cafeteria. His breathless wheezes fogged up his visor, but beyond, he could still see the other 6 fellow members of the ship's crew, or at least he thought all 6 of them were there. It was only as he walked closer that he spotted someone was missing. White, red, green, orange, yellow, and now blue were all present, but where was Pink? "You took your time, Blue," White declared. "I was over at the lower engine," he panted back. "It's further away, sorry I'm late, ran as fast as I could." "What's the situation here?" Orange asked.
"Well, I think we should wait for Pink to get here before we get into,"
Red started to say, only to be interrupted.
"That's why I called the meeting," Green announced. "Pink has gone missing." But that's impossible," Red immediately responded, drawing a glare from White. "I saw Pink only a few moments ago. We were both over in electrical."
To Blue, along with some of the others, that seemed a little bit odd. If Red and Pink had been close to each other, then how had Green known to call the emergency meeting? The room erupted into a brief debate, with White implying in a rather spiteful way that Red knew more than he was letting on. Interjecting, Blue suggested that they all split up and search for Pink, which was quickly shot down. White reminded the rest of the crewmates that their ship was in need of constant maintenance. If they didn't perform the necessary tasks to keep it running, then the Anubis would never reach its destination. "Report back here when you're finished," White barked.
As they all split off, Blue couldn't help but wonder what had gotten White more agitated than normal. However, little did any of the crew aboard the Anubis realize that they had picked up a stowaway. The creature had been slipping through the ventilation system, curiously watching the assembled group in the cafeteria before they broke away and headed off into the various different areas of the ship. Spotting one of the crewmates, a man wearing a bright orange spacesuit, the thing in the vents felt oddly drawn to him and slithered off down the vents in the direction Orange had been heading. Now, while you might be forgiven for at first expecting this extra passenger to be some kind of alien parasite that uses human bodies as hosts before bursting out of their chest, only to then proceed to kill everything in sight, then you'd be sorely mistaken. Stand down, Sigourney, there are no xenomorphs aboard this ship. No, this slippery little stowaway was none other than the lovable blob of orange slime known as SCP-099, otherwise referred to as the Tickle Monster. Known for being an adorable amorphous anomaly resembling a pile of gelatinous orange matter, SCP-099 has long been considered one of the most harmless and affectionate SCPs ever cataloged. It has a habit of honing in on the nearest person and leaping right at them, not as a means to attack them or attach any scary eight-legged egg-laying head-hugging creature to any faces. Instead, SCP-099 offers a loving embrace and wholesome nuzzling to a person's face, all the while emitting soothing gurgling and cooing noises, as well as pleasant scents that change depending on what the person it's hugging finds most appealing or calming. While not in any way harmful, and only ever acting out of the most well-meant intentions, SCP-099 had been the one responsible for Pink's disappearance. The Tickle Monster had been discovered by Pink while he was traveling through a corridor past the medbay, taking the longer route back to Electrical. There, 999 had playfully pounced on the crewmate to offer a hug. This had caused Pink to experience the full effect of SCP-099's anomalous properties, slipping into an overwhelmingly elated state. So, while not currently injured, he was calmly relaxing in a hidden corner of the medbay, with the rest of the crew completely unaware of what was going on. SCP-099 had spotted Orange and had been able to recognize the same color as its own jello-like body. Drawn to the crewmate, the Tickle Monster snuck towards Orange while his back was turned, busy cleaning out the filters in the O2 chamber. Before he could turn around and spot the creature, SCP-099 leapt to Orange and lured into the medbay with Pink. Not long after, Blue had finished up his latest task, fixing up the wiring and storage. Brushing off his hands, he began casually walking back in the direction of the cafeteria, only to see the crimson of Red's spacesuit zip past. He was rushing down the corridor, almost like he had just been caught, well, red-handed. Something didn't seem right, Blue thought to himself. Red had seemed pretty indignant earlier when Pink had vanished, although he couldn't say with any certainty if it was because Red really did know what was going on or if they were just nervous. Returning to the cafeteria, however, the crew quickly realized that Orange was now gone too.
"I'm calling it now," White declared. "This was you, Red. You're up to something."
I swear I'm not,
Red pleaded. It was hard to see how sincere his expression was through the tinted space helmet visor.
"Well, if anyone else knows anything or saw anything, then come forward,"
White said to the group. The rest of the crew were awkwardly shuffling on their feet, each one clearly uncertain, but nobody wanting to come forward and be the first to speak.
Actually,
Blue found themselves saying.
I saw Red dashing around in the corridor. He seemed like he was in a hurry, or maybe he was up to something. Maybe. Look, it doesn't prove anything."
"You don't know that,"
Yellow chimed in.
"Who knows, he may have been eyeing you up as his next victim."
"Victim?"
Red exclaimed.
"Look, I don't know what you're implying here. I haven't killed anyone."
"Nobody said Pink and Orange were dead," White replied, "unless you know more than you're letting on."
"I swear, I don't know what's happening. I'm just in the dark as you all are,"
Red insisted.
"In that case, prove it,"
Green interjected bluntly.
"Prove you didn't kill Orange and Pink." "How?"
Red yelled.
"How can I prove that?"
"You could prove they're both still alive,"
said Yellow, completely unaware that Pink and Orange were actually still alive.
"He can't prove it,"
White announced solemnly,
"because I bet they're not even on the ship anymore."
The missing crewmates were, in actuality, still aboard the ship. In fact, they were having the time of their lives inside the medbay with SCP-099, but that hadn't stopped the rest of the crew turning on Red.
"Come on, Red,"
Blue sighed.
"I mean, you've got to admit you're acting a little, well, not suspicious, but definitely evasive. "Oh sure, what, just because I'm wearing red, you all think I'm some kind of murderous traitor?" Red shouted, his desperate, pleading tears obscured by his helmet's visor. "This is McCarthyism!" "Look, why don't you just give us a straight answer?" Blue offered, trying to remain reasonable and not join the rapidly growing witch hunt. "Because I'm scared," Red insisted. "Scared that we'll find out?" White yelled, leaping at Red and pinning him down. "Quick, the rest of you grab his arms and legs!" A struggle ensued, with Red desperately kicking and flailing about, while Green and Yellow gripped an arm and leg. Blue was reluctant. He wanted to urge everyone to calm down and not do anything irrational, but it was already too late. If he opposed, the blame might shift to him. Under White's direction, the crew lifted Red up and carried him to the Anubis' outer airlock. They threw Red past the inside door, which slammed shut behind him as he turned and started slamming his hand against the surface, begging for them to let him out. His pleas fell on deaf ears as White threw a nearby switch. The outer door of the airlock opened, and the vacuum of space pulled Red out of the ship, practically firing him out of the hull like a cannon, leaving him to drift away, alone, and with limited oxygen in his spacesuit. "Right, now that imposter's been dealt with, everyone get back to work," White announced. "We need to keep this ship in a fit state to move." Blue was speechless. He thought they were just going to hold Red prisoner in a secure part of the ship until he calmed down. Instead, he'd aided his crewmates in murdering one of their own. Even the very thought of it made Blue feel sick, and he would have been if he wasn't wearing a space helmet. It all happened so fast. He'd barely had enough time to consider all the facts. After all, White had seemed adamant from the very start that Red was somehow responsible for Orange and Pink disappearing, but he had no concrete evidence to base that assumption on. Then again, where were those missing crewmates? There had been no sign of them, no bodies or discarded suits. Maybe they weren't on the ship at all anymore. What if White was right and Red had killed them? Or worse, what if White had been the one responsible and Blue had just helped him kill an innocent spaceman to cover up his cruel misdeeds? Of course, the surviving crew were so wrapped up in the horrifying moral and ethical implications of the situation that none of them had thought to check the medbay. Meanwhile, SCP-999 had found two more new friends, Green and Yellow. The pair had seemed rather glum, since they had just helped kill Red, and so the orange blob of good vibes had sought them out. Now the two of them, plus Orange and Pink, who were still fine, were all enjoying the company of the tickle monster in the medbay. At the same time though, Blue was returning from his task of uploading data over an admin, to find only White left, waiting for him in the cafeteria. Neither one of them said anything. They'd both already made up their minds. In each one's head, the other was the real guilty party, the culprit responsible for the disappearances and apparent deaths of the other crewmates. Both Blue and White were convinced that the other was truly the imposter among us. Oh, God. Enraged, they charged at each other. Rather than act rationally, maybe by sticking together and searching the rest of the ship, the two spacemen engaged each other in a scuffle. "You're sus!" Blue roared, punching White in the stomach, causing him to stagger backwards. "I'm not the one who's sus!" White wheezed, rushing back towards Blue and shoulder barging him into the cafeteria floor. "You are! You're sus, Blue!" They continued their scrap, trading blows until Blue was able to throw a punch that cracked the glass visor of White's helmet. There was a hiss as the air escaped, and White was desperately fumbling with his helmet trying to plug the crack. Blue was able to grab him by his oxygen tank and drag him towards the airlock. Blasting his adversary out into the unforgiving cold emptiness of space, Blue staggered through the ship. He was certain that he had received a broken rib during the fight and hobbled along the corridors towards medbay. When the entrance opened, he stared in disbelief at what he saw. Sat inside were the entire crew, minus the pair who'd been ejected from the airlock, of course. Pink, Orange, Green, and Yellow were playing with a friendly blob of orange slime that seemed to have the energy and enthusiasm of a pet dog. The crewmates were laughing, hugging the tickle monster, and engaging in tickle fights, clearly in a state of heightened elation. In a sudden instant of realization, the horror caught up with Blue. He had just murdered White and Red, for nothing. Both of them were innocent. In fact, nobody on the ship was actually missing. Just before this horrifying epiphany caused Blue to suffer an emotional breakdown, SCP-999 glided across the floor towards him, smiling. As he knelt to pat the orange blob on the head, Blue suddenly felt better about the two deaths he'd been responsible for.
Actually, he felt great, compelled to start giggling uncontrollably as he joined his fellow surviving crewmates in playing with the stowaway SCP-099. Although thanks to that delightful distraction, not one of the remaining astronauts realized that their ship was still adrift in space, heading right towards a sun. A blurry photograph of a man in a black cowl is taped to the wall. A black knife held by a tattooed hand pierces his face. "You want him dead?" Abel asked. "Dealt with," his Foundation handler replied. "Same thing," Abel said and laughed. The helicopter was ready to go outside. It was another rainy night. Almost all of them were. Plumes of black smoke billowing from factories on the far side of the city, blotting out the already darkened sky and plunging Gotham into deeper shadow. But those shadows, that darkness, were something that Twisted Underbelly had come to fear. The dark was a tool that one man used to prey on those who enacted injustice on the innocent. Every shadowy alley or flutter of movement atop a roof made every thief and murderer on the streets of Gotham take pause, think twice. Batman had been trailing the movements of suspicious cargo trucks moving in and out of the city. Some were decoys, driving around with empty containers and changing their routes every night to throw the world's greatest detective off the trail. But those were just a distraction, a theatrical deception being deployed so that the real cargo could be smuggled in undetected. Bane, a muscle-bound mercenary with the guise of a luchador, was one of Batman's most physically imposing enemies. For weeks, he had been stockpiling venom, a strength-enhancing compound, somewhere in the city. And now Batman had picked up the trail. The trucks weren't distributing the venom. That was being done by a network of low-level street thugs posing as motorcycle delivery drivers. Swooping through the night sky watching one of the bikers from above, there was something else playing on the Dark Knight's mind. Recently, he'd gotten the feeling he was being watched. At first, the man under the cowl, billionaire philanthropist Bruce Wayne, had chalked it up to paranoia, a side effect of his nightly escapades as the Cape Crusader. His trusted butler and confidant Alfred had even suggested as much. But as the weeks rolled on, Batman couldn't shrug the notion that every move he made, every case he helped Commissioner Gordon solve, every battle with the worst of Gotham's rogues gallery, that somebody was studying him. Already Bruce had a list of potential suspects, the likely candidates for who were having him followed. So he gradually began paying them all visits as his alter ego. The larger of the city's mob families, the Falcones, denied any involvement. With their leader, Carmine Falcone, currently behind bars, the rest of the family were laying low to avoid being arrested themselves. Next came Hugo Strange, a brilliant but unhinged scientist who had become obsessed with Batman for a number of years. Bruce had worried that Hugo had finally cracked the secret of his true identity, but the despicable doctor also refused that he was the one having the Dark Knight followed. The next possible culprit on this list was Amanda Waller, a powerful and high-ranking government operative, strategic genius, and another of Batman's rivals. Known to some as the Wall, she was responsible for a number of shady covert operations that not even the Cape Crusader knew about. Waller dealt in secrets and seemed just as likely to be having Batman tailed in order to pick up dirt on the detective. But as with Strange and the Falcones, Amanda Waller denied all of the Dark Knight's claims. The heartbeat scanners built into his cowl's eyepieces confirmed that they had all been telling the truth. Shrugging the notion off, Batman focused on following the biker transporting venom across the city, silently gliding between skyscrapers with his cape. He followed the smuggler all the way to an abandoned chemical processing plant, formerly owned by a company called Ace Chemical. He suspected that was where Bane and his thugs had established a base of operations, using the plant's leftover equipment to refine the venom, the source of Bane's inhuman strength. Scanning through the rooftop with his cowl's X-ray capabilities, from a distance Batman spotted a group of armed men unloading the boxes. They were acting under the command of a larger figure, Bane himself. But then, a new unidentified figure had appeared and come striding into the building, met with hostility as Bane's forces drew their weapons. Whoever this was, he clearly wasn't with them. Suddenly, just as Batman fired his grappling hook to swing onto the roof of the chemical plant, all-out chaos erupted inside. Down below, watching intently by Batman as he slipped inside, staying concealed in the rafters, the new figure had begun violently attacking Bane and his men. The man was lean, shirtless, around his late 20s, with gray eyes and a mess of jet black hair. His entire body was covered in tattoos depicting arcane runes and occult imagery on his olive skin. In his hands had appeared a pair of sharp black blades, seemingly from nowhere. To some, he was Hivelban Adam, the Butcher of the West, the great trader and first sword of Davon. But to the ones that had sent him there, he was SCP-076-2, Abel. He charged towards the group of thugs as they opened fire, their bullets missing as Abel moved with incredible speed. With a strong upward swing of both his swords, he cleaved the nearest two mercenaries' weapons into broken pieces, as if their guns were made of plastic, not metal. Abel brought both swords slicking downwards, felling both men simultaneously. Another nearby turned and ran, only to be caught by one of Abel's blades as the barbaric warrior hurled it through the air. Watching from above, Batman was taken aback. It was rare for him to be so alarmed by a display of violence, especially given he had devoted his life to crime fighting. But the figure below was taking on Bane's men single-handedly, with such speed and aggression that it gave the Caped Crusader pause. As much as he abhorred killing, Batman held back to observe this new adversary, as Abel squared up against Bane himself. The luchador charged at him with the unbridled rage of a snarling feral animal, while Abel leaped into battle with equal ferocity. His hand reached into a tiny dimensional rift, a hole in space out from which he retrieved an extra weapon that he swung directly at Bane's head. The imposing muscle monster caught the blade in his huge hand, blocking the blow. He lifted Abel off the ground, his own hand gripping the sword by its hilt, and was about to deliver a crippling punch that would have sent the barbarian flying. That is, had he not slipped another sword seemingly out of thin air and used it to slice through the blade that Bane had in his grip. Batman had only ever seen combatants with Abel's level of fighting prowess among the ranks of the Court of Owls and League of Assassins, ancient orders of killers who operated in secret. Maybe this barbaric fighter was part of such an organization. Maybe Abel had been watching him. The detective watched and pondered over possible connections to Ra's al Ghul, Talon, and even Azrael as Abel took on the mountainous mercenary. He had ducked out of the way of an oncoming swipe, rolling between the wrestler's legs in an open stance. Having outflanked Bane before he had a chance to turn around and face him, Abel jumped outwards, a pair of his black reflective swords in hand. Slashing through both the air, he severed the tubes on Bane's back, part of a harness designed to pump the venom chemical into his body and enhance his strength. Sickly green fluid spewed from the pipes, with Bane reaching his muscular arms behind him, fumbling with the mechanism, desperately trying to repair the device that kept his body strong. It was too late. The luchador dropped to his knees and collapsed, defeated, as Abel stood over him with his swords in hand.
"You can come out now, Bat,"
he called up to the ceiling.
"By now you have no doubt guessing that I'm not here for this one. It's you they sent me to find."
Never one to charge headfirst into a fight without thought, Batman dropped a smoke pellet. It burst as it made contact with the concrete floor below, filling the area around Abel with a heavy gray fog that was impossible for the warrior to see through. A trio of sharp-tipped batarangs came spinning through the air. Abel barely had a chance to see them coming in time to block them with his swords, only to be caught off guard as an attack struck him from behind. Dropping from above, Batman landed a devastating gliding kick, knocking Abel to the ground. The barbarian rolled over, angered at the outmaneuver, as Batman stood casting a towering, pointy-eared shadow over him.
"Who are you?"
Batman demanded in the deep, authoritarian voice of a grizzled veteran vigilante.
"I am known by many names,"
the man replied, the detective taking note of his distinctive Middle Eastern accent.
"You will call me Abel, the man who will be your undoing."
"Tell me who sent you,"
the Dark Knight retorted, adding,
"or else."
Abel chuckled dryly before swinging one of his swords downwards. Blocking it with his gauntlets, Batman trapped the blade between the row of claws on his forearms before using them to snap the weapon in two. Just as Abel went to stab at him with his other one, the Dark Knight spun out of the way, grabbing his opponent's hand and guiding the weapon away in a smooth parry, telling of his years of martial arts training. But with both hands holding Abel's attack aloft, Batman couldn't prevent the barbarian from pulling yet another blade from his pocket dimension. With a slash from a smaller knife, Abel cleaved open the gray and black costume that the Caped Crusader wore, causing him a serious injury. Grunting in pain, Batman headbutted Abel square in the nose, causing him to reel back, still chuckling at the tenacity of his target. "Impressive," Abel mused. "The Foundation sent me here to kill you. I wasn't expecting to find such a worthy adversary." He slowly lowered his swords, while Batman kept his fists raised in a fighting stance. "I will not be their puppet. You and I are both warriors," the barbarian stated. "I'm not a killer," Batman argued. "Perhaps, but you are a fighter, and a fighting man does not deserve to be killed like a sheep at the behest of cowards and fools. You deserve a warrior's death," Abel replied. 2 hours from now, midnight, we meet atop the tallest building in this wretched city. There and then, that is when you die at my hand." With that, Abel turned and walked away. Batman thought about going after him, tackling him to the ground and restraining him, but he was still wounded. He needed time to recuperate. "I checked the records, sir. There's no mention of any metahuman with the power to create weapons on either the Argus or Star Labs databases," Alfred explained over Batman's earpiece. After a quick retreat to the cave to tend to his injury, Bruce was already racing back out into the night, careening through the streets of Gotham in the Batmobile.
What about the Foundation that Abel mentioned?
He asked Alfred. "Not much luck either there, Master Bruce," his faithful butler answered. "There is one mention of an organization called the SCP Foundation in an old Argus document, but the majority of the file has been redacted. The only reference to it is an addendum that someone must have forgotten to remove."
"Good work, Alfred,"
Batman responded.
"There's only one person in this city who might be able to give me more information."
"Oh, heavens, you don't mean."
"Who else has a knack for knowing too much?"
The cell was quiet, lit only by the low flickering of fluorescent bulbs that hung from the ceiling of Arkham Asylum. It had been hours since the guards had called for the inmates to go to bed, although they were no less alert. Any one of them could break out at any time, and there was one who'd been waiting for his chance rather patiently.
"Riddle me this,"
Edward said aloud, aware of a figure approaching his cell.
"I'm always around, but unseen. I'm often avoided, but never outrun. I could find you at the end of the road or even the next corner. What am I?"
"Death,"
Batman answered monotonously.
"To what do I owe the pleasure, Dark Knight?"
The Riddler asked.
"I need information,"
the Caped Crusader replied.
"And you've got more than your fair share."
After a decade of rivalry, the detective decides to come crawling to me for answers, to offer some recognition of my brilliance.
"Not brilliance, Edward. Persistence," he corrected.
You're cheery as ever.
"The SCP Foundation. What do you know?"
He peered over the rim of his glasses, offering Batman a wry smile.
"If you know me, you'll want to share me. If you share me, I'll be gone. What am I?"
he asked.
"A secret."
"Oh, they certainly are!"
Edward exploded with laughter.
"The Foundation are an odd bunch. They'd even make some of the patients here at good old Arkham seem sane by comparison. Think of them as the resident experts in unusual phenomena. Anomalies, they call them."
The maniac obsessed with mind games explained.
"They are everywhere, all across the world. An organization older and with more reach than any you've encountered. And oh me, oh my, the things they have locked away. Monsters that would scare even you, Batman."
"How do I know this isn't one of your delusions, Riddler?"
Batman barked, banging a fist against the bars to intimidate his nemesis.
"Don't insult me, Dark Knight. You and I both know that you wouldn't have come to see me if you were going to disbelieve what I had to say,"
the Riddler yelled.
"And mark my words, if the Foundation has its sights on you, well, riddle me this."
Already Batman had turned and started walking away down the corridor.
"My inventor doesn't want me, the man who bought me won't need me, and the man who needs me doesn't know it. What am I?"
The Dark Knight paused a few feet from the cell.
"A coffin."
"It could all be a trick, sir," Alfred urged as Bruce departed the asylum. "Edward Nashton is hardly a reliable source of information."
"He has a compulsion to always prove himself as the smartest, to always be right," Batman replied. "What I still can't understand is why this Foundation would send Abel to kill me. What's the connection between them and me?"
"Perhaps, Master Bruce, it's less what connects you and more how you could be an obstacle to them," the butler reasoned. "If this Foundation are experts in unusual phenomena, then there are an abundance of such things here in Gotham. Everything from the copious supercriminals to the giant coin here in the Batcave.
And with me out of the way,
Batman began to catch on. They'd have free reign. Alfred finished the sentence. In sending a madman to kill you, it's clear they didn't come to play fair, sir. The clock tower in the middle of Gotham let out an ominous bong, marking the approach of midnight.
Then neither will I,
Batman replied. Abel had been waiting atop the roof of a skyscraper, the name Wayne Enterprises emblazoned on its front. It was almost midnight. There were minutes left, but the barbarian was still confident the bat would show. He could almost taste the adrenaline of their looming battle, anticipating their final showdown. Abel could hardly wait to have a worthy opponent to best in combat. The sound of some kind of advanced aircraft whooshed overhead, and the barbaric warrior craned his neck upwards. Soaring above was the Batplane, set against the backdrop of the night sky with a single beam of light reaching up into the clouds, projecting the Dark Knight's insignia above, the Bat Signal. Parachuting down, Batman had donned a heavily armored battlesuit over his costume. He'd originally designed it to go toe-to-toe with Superman, in case his closest ally ever went rogue, but the armor's bulkier plating would easily be more resistant to the ferocious damage Abel could dish out. He landed on the rooftop with a thud as Abel jeered in disgust.
Coward!
He spat.
You are not the honorable fighter I mistook you for. Just another pretender like that luchador, giving yourself an advantage rather than relying on your skill. Are you so afraid of me that you'd encase yourself in armor? Are you afraid that you'll lose?
Batman replied calmly. Roaring in anger, Abel charged towards Batman, pulling a fresh pair of swords from his pocket dimension. He swung the blades through the air, only for them to clang off the thick plating protecting the Caped Crusader's arms as he lifted his gauntlets to block the incoming attacks. Immediately, feral, bloodthirsty rage on his face, Abel swiped again, this time directing his weapon to a tiny gap where Batman's helmet met the rest of his suit at the neck. The sword stayed lodged between the armor, only for Batman to pull back and launch a devastating punch that sent Abel staggering back.
I built this suit to survive hits from a Kryptonian. Trust me, you won't even scratch it, Batman declared. Give it up, Abel. Walk away. Tell the Foundation to stay out of Gotham.
Seeing red, noticing one of his weapons was still stuck at the joint in Batman's armor, Abel let out a mighty yell and ran towards his adversary. Stomping forward to clash with him head-on, Batman started moving as fast as the bulky batsuit would allow him. But moments before the pair of them collided, Abel dropped, skidding along the rooftop under Batman's legs, using the size and weight of his opponent's armor to his advantage, just like he had done with Bane earlier. Before Batman had a chance to turn around, Abel leaped onto his feet and grabbed his cape, pulling the Dark Knight over and causing his heavy armor to topple. Batman clattered down onto his back, and Abel gripped the sword that had gotten stuck. With one hand gripping the bat by his cape, the barbarian used the other to grab his weapon, trying to lever off his opponent's protective helmet. Struggling to get himself free, Batman reached for his belt, throwing a barrage of batarangs that spun through the air, only to return and strike Abel in the chest. He barely registered the impact, shrugging off the projectiles as if they were made of paper.
You cannot win! Even if you could best me, I always come back!
Abel grunted, feeling his sword breaking through the joint in Batman's armor.
I am Abel. I am immortal. But underneath all your tools and tricks, you are nothing but a man. Now do what men do and die.
A sudden winding blow struck Abel square in the chest. Batman had activated the heartbeat sensors in his helmet's eyepieces and sent both his armor-plated fists rocketing upwards, connecting with the barbarian's heart. Reeling, Abel staggered back, trying to catch his breath, as Batman stood to his feet, the hulking, unmistakable silhouette towering over the immortal warrior.
I'm not just a man,
he growled.
I am vengeance. Bam!
His words were punctuated by another devastating punch to the same spot.
I am the Knight. Pow!
Once more the Dark Knight struck Abel in the heart, sending him closer to the edge of the roof.
I am Batman!
A thundercrack rang out, as Abel looked up, wheezing at his adversary.
You will not kill me, Bat,
he rasped.
No, I won't,
Batman answered, leaning in close.
You always come back.
With a final uppercut, he knocked Abel over the ledge, sending the barbarian careening down into the Gotham Reservoir below. Despite being exhausted from their encounter, Batman scoured the reservoir for any signs of Abel's remains. He couldn't find anything. There was no body, but something told the Dark Knight that the undying barbarian would be back. From a distant rooftop, a pair of Foundation operatives were watching through night vision scopes. "Well, that seemed a little excessive," one remarked to the other. "Didn't think he was the type to show off." "I don't think he was showing off," the other replied. "I think that was a warning."
The thin, pale humanoid anomaly had just found itself in Minecraft, of all places. The all-too familiar wail of emergency alarms rang out through the corridors of the Foundation facility. It had happened again, another containment breach. Of course, the on-site personnel were more than familiar with the protocols for a situation like this, so well versed in what to do during an emergency that it had become second nature. Whether they were research staff evacuating for their own safety, or security teams moving in to recapture the escaped anomaly and get the situation under control, everyone was moving like they had been programmed, muscle memory taking over. The loose anomaly was none other than SCP-096. All Foundation personnel were alerted and reminded not to look directly at the creature. There was just one problem. They couldn't look even if they'd ignored their order to try. Nobody could, because the Shy Guy was nowhere to be found. Well, nowhere in the real world, at least. This whole situation, bizarre even by Foundation standards, had all started with an experiment involving a member of the disposable D-Class personnel. Yet another dangerous convict serving one of several life sentences, now being used as an expendable human lab rat for the Foundation's often sinister purposes. The experiment in question was an attempt to further test the limitation of SCP-096's abilities. By now, the Foundation had done extensive research into the creature known as the Shy Guy. They knew its particular brand of anomalous qualities were triggered when anyone looked directly at it. Being observed would instantaneously send SCP-096 into an uncontrollable rage state, causing it to pursue its observer until they were no longer standing. SCP-096 was known to be able to travel at speeds so relentless, it was pretty much impossible to stop. One moment it was sobbing and screeching in its cell having just been observed, and minutes later, the wide-jawed, long-limbed monster was standing behind whoever had seen it, making its screaming face the image its victim took to the grave with them. Foundation researchers knew that SCP-096's rage state could be triggered by as little as someone seeing the slightest hint of a creature. Even if the Shy Guy had been captured as a tiny speck in the background of a photograph, it would come after anyone whose eyes so much as glanced over that speck. It also didn't matter how far away the observer was. SCP-096 could not be outrun. It could track down anyone wherever they were in the world. But what if a person who had observed the Shy Guy was no longer in the world? The experiment had taken a lot of trial and error. After all, digitizing a human being and transforming their entire consciousness into code was no easy task. But the Foundation wasn't above breaking more than a few eggs to make an omelet, especially when those eggs were the brains of a few D-Class personnel. Actually, the first test subjects turned out more scrambled or fried. Certainly overdone, given the amount of smoke coming from their ears. But eventually, the research team had perfected the device they dubbed the Neural Harness, a headset that could translate a person's mind into pure digital code. Their consciousness would be extracted from their body, leaving their physical form an empty shell, while a digital copy of them was able to traverse the local on-site computer network. Of course, the Foundation wasn't about to let a digitized D-Class run amok with their systems, so their coding experts wrote a number of specialized parameters into their successful test subject. Now the digital D-Class could be programmed to follow the Foundation's directive. From his perspective, it was like he was floating through cyberspace, towards the system that the Foundation had directed him to. A surveillance camera inside SCP-096's cell that usually remained inactive, but not today. The camera blinked to life as soon as the D-Class's code-based consciousness reached it, and through it, he was able to observe SCP-096 sitting against the far wall of its containment chamber, gently whimpering and walking back and forth. That is, until the creature felt that same familiar sensation of being watched. It stood up, enraged, wailing uncontrollably as the D-Class watched from within the camera. Then, a split second later, SCP-096 appeared to blink out of existence. It hadn't worked. The experiment had failed, and the digital D-Class began to panic. Before the Foundation coders could stop him, he frantically scoured the local network for anything, some kind of escape route back into the real world. Maybe, he thought, if he could get back into his body, it wouldn't count. Technically, his digital self was separate from his physical form, so he might get out of SCP-096's clutches on a technicality, but it was impossible. His body was already burned out by the neural harness. There was no way for the D-Class to transfer himself back. There was only one option left: hide. And as it turned out, someone had forgotten to uninstall a certain building game from a computer in one of the Foundation doctor's offices. The D-Class's digitized mind zapped him into Minecraft. From his point of view, it was like he existed within the game itself. He did a computerized equivalent of breathing a sigh of relief, only to take back all those ones and zeros in a horrified gasp as he noticed a tall, wiry-framed figure before him. It hadn't worked. SCP-096 had still managed to follow him into Minecraft. Even in a world of computer code, the Shy Guy was able to dispatch its digital observer quite easily, and what had once been a living human mind in the form of binary code was quickly deleted. But that's when SCP-096 started to take notice of its surroundings. With the most recent person to see it gone, it had the chance to actually take in where it was. The bright rays of warm light coming down from a cube-shaped sun reveal a welcoming landscape all around, constructed entirely from cubes. It fascinated SCP-096, instilling a kind of childlike wonder in the Shy Guy, the likes of which it hadn't experienced since it couldn't remember when. Rather than leaving, instantly reappearing in its containment chamber, SCP-096 made the conscious decision to start exploring. There was a mountainous biome surrounding SCP-096, stony spires reaching up towards a clear sky, with a waterfall cascading its way down the nearest of them. At the foot of the mountains was the opening of a cave, which the Shy Guy found itself wandering towards. The light from the sun, while a pleasant and welcoming change to the surroundings it was used to, was a little harsh on SCP-096's sunken eyes. So instead, it began to gravitate towards the shadowy confines of the caves, not unlike the usual darkness of its containment chamber back at the Foundation. Traversing through long, winding corridors of stone, SCP-096 found itself having to bend down to avoid hitting its head on the cave's low ceiling. Obviously, this formation of rocky blocks hadn't formed with someone of the Shy Guy's height in mind. There was a low, warm glow coming from the farthest side of the tunnel, and the thin creature made its way closer and closer, despite the stone walls around it feeling like a tighter confinement than its cell. Approaching the source of the light, SCP-096 was relieved that the cave opened out into a more spacious area, the cramped tunnel giving way to an expansive chamber that lay within the heart of the mountain. The warm, orangey glow that had been coming from a flowing stream of boiling hot lava that seemed to trickle down from somewhere above, creating a deadly, fiery pool directly in the Shy Guy's path. But just before it could turn back and leave the cave through the way he came, SCP-096 sensed that familiar feeling of something observing him. Across the lava pool on the other side was a creature comprised of a green cube for a head, with a long, armless cuboid body and 4 cubed feet. If it had been present in the real world, it might have been made out of leaves like a living shrub. It was staring directly at the Shy Guy from across the lava, only for this strange newcomer to disappear a moment later. The creeper hissed before it realized that SCP-096 had leaped up behind it to land a fatal blow. But little did the infamously anxious anomaly realize that the sentient shrub wasn't done. There was a colossal boom that caused SCP-096 to stagger backwards, whimpering at the sudden loud explosion and the pain that had accompanied it. The creeper had blown itself to pieces, but in doing so, had left a lasting injury that caused SCP-096 considerable discomfort as it began limping towards the cave that led out the opposite side of the mountain. Despite its injury, the Shy Guy was still able to move with relative ease, and the further it went, the more it seemed to gradually heal. However, it was as it stepped out once more into the sunlight that the creature realized just how hungry it was. Back in the real world, it hadn't eaten for several hours, and surprisingly, even while accidentally stuck in digitized form, the hunger mechanics of Minecraft were having an effect on SCP-096. The Shy Guy started searching around for anything that could prove to satiate its hunger. There was a grove of trees not far, so SCP-096 lumbered to take a closer look. It couldn't be certain, but it felt there was at least a slim chance that there were apples growing amongst the leaves. But even at the anomaly's own elongated height, it couldn't simply reach up to pick them. However, it was while swiping its arms up at the tree that the Shy Guy swung its fist and knocked at the tree trunk. To the creature's surprise, it was able to chip away at the wood with its hands, punching at the tree until the trunk had been reduced to a collection of wooden blocks that the Shy Guy was able to collect. And sure enough, some red apples dropped from the leaves above, enough to quell the hunger that SCP-096 was feeling, at least for the time being. Nearby, something was moving through the trees. It was yet to lock eyes on SCP-096, but the second it did, the mob would surely have sealed its own fate. As it moved around, minding its own business, the tall figure overheard the sounds of the Shy Guy eating, and its attention was drawn to where the creature was standing, enjoying an apple. Sensing that it had been seen, SCP-096 turned and locked eyes with the entity. It was perhaps the only other being in Minecraft that was a similar height and stature to the anomaly itself. In fact, the pair were strikingly similar. Before SCP-096 could carry out its usual method of attack, the Enderman suddenly teleported out of view. But it was too late now. Both it and the Shy Guy had looked at the other's face. Both had been provoked and were compelled to react in exactly the same way. Just as SCP-096 entered its rage state, the Enderman too opened its mouth and began to shake, making loud, lengthy sounds not dissimilar to the Shy Guy's own angered screams. But something profoundly strange happened next. SCP-096 and the Enderman kept attempting to pursue one another, appearing in a new location within the Minecraft world, neither one getting close enough to the other. They'd teleport, only for the other to teleport away the moment they saw each other, each trying to catch one another but always staying one step behind. This rapid chase almost became a strange, ongoing sort of teleporting dance between SCP-096 and the Enderman. At first, the Shy Guy had been compelled to attack the Enderman, like it was with any who looked directly at it. But as they appeared and disappeared from place to place, the creature started to feel an odd kinship with this shadowy fellow. It was so used to being frightened and alone, to its overwhelming feelings of insecurity and self-loathing, that the simplicity of just traversing the open world, with a creature very alike itself in many ways, it had all come as a welcome change. SCP-096 found it therapeutic even, and before long was following the Enderman not out of any intention to do it harm, but just to feel, for a little while, like it had a friend. Just a little bit longer, SCP-096 thought, welcoming the enjoyment it felt playing this game of Minecraft.
Here's something that everyone at the SCP Foundation knows. Portals to another world located in Indiana are incredibly bad news. The best example being SCP-2935, the limestone cavern in Indiana that leads to a dimension where all life has ended and death reigns supreme. So considering the importance of keeping things like this under control, we've decided to fire up the Anomatron 6000 and simulate sending one of the Foundation's most reliable senior researchers, Dr. Charles Ogden Gears, to investigate another dimensional anomaly, this time in a little town called Hawkins, Indiana. Can Dr. Gears in his younger years hold his own against the Demogorgon, Demodogs, the Mind Flayer, and even Vecna himself? Let's fire up the machine and find out. It was November of 1983, and Dr. Gears awoke to a call on his home phone. Ordinarily, he liked to start his day with a cold shower and a cup of plain black coffee, but on this particular very early morning, he was yanked out of a lovely dreamless sleep by the sound of his superior at the SCP Foundation. Gears, there's something strange going on in this town in Indiana. We're putting together a task force, and you're going to lead it. What's been going on? We don't know much yet, but there have been reports of strange noises, unusual activity, and a local kid's gone missing. That was all Dr. Gears needed to hear. All right, we'll start packing. He placed the phone back in the receiver, brewed himself that cup of coffee, hopped in the shower, and filled a suitcase with all of his usual necessities. Flannel pajamas, 5 white lab coats, plain slacks and shirts, and 1 pair of sensible shoes. He dressed in an identical outfit to the ones lining the inside of his slate gray suitcase, combed his hair, and straightened his tie, and that was that. He was ready for whatever awaited him on this new mission. When the official SCP Foundation-issued transportation came to pick him up, one of the task force members handed him a dossier and a thermos filled with more coffee, enough to sustain him for the drive. So, Dr. Gears flipped open the file, taking a look inside. Where are we headed? Don't know too much about it, sir. The man shrugged. Some little podunk place called Hawkins. Dr. Gears spent the drive to Hawkins, Indiana, looking over the few details the Foundation knew so far. Their interest had been piqued when a young boy, Will Byers, disappeared mysteriously on a bike ride home from a friend's house. In addition to the missing persons report, townspeople had called the authorities to complain about strange noises, and there were rumors of a secret research project being conducted by the U.S. government in the area. All of these factors combined to make Hawkins a potential hotbed for anomalous activity and a place of significant interest to the SCP Foundation. Dr. Gears would be tasked with setting up a temporary Foundation site in town, disguised as the headquarters of a new landscaping business, and leading a group of researchers in the investigation of the Byers' disappearance, as well as cataloging other potential anomalies present in the town. They were to remain there indefinitely, and to ensure their work would not be compromised, they were given strict instructions not to draw any unnecessary attention to themselves from civilians or operatives from any government organizations with an established presence in the town. As Dr. Gears and his team rolled into the town, he was struck by how completely, absolutely ordinary it was. They passed the town hall, the library, a general store, a movie theater, one sleepy little pub packed with a few regulars, a hunting and camping supply store, a few diversions for the kids and young at heart like the arcade, schools, all hallmarks of classic American small-town normalcy. As they drove out into the forest around the town, however, away from the friendly veneer of suburbia, Dr. Gears spotted something unusual, something he made a note of the second he caught a glimpse of it. There was a large, official-looking building, surrounded by barbed wire and armed military guards. "What's that there?" he asked one of his assistants. Hawkins National Laboratory," she replied. "Says here they're under the jurisdiction of the Department of Energy." Was all he said. He would make sure to send someone out to investigate once they were all settled properly. After several years at the Foundation, he had something of a sixth sense for detecting things that didn't seem to belong. This place was not what it claimed to be. By nightfall, Dr. Gears and his team of 6 officers had settled into their Foundation-provided housing, located across the street from their front business. Privately, Dr. Gears hoped that the people of Hawkins weren't especially interested in landscaping. He didn't know a damn thing about hedges or whatever else that job entailed. While the SCP Foundation maintained a steady, quiet presence in Hawkins, the anomalous activity only escalated. There were reports of a monster, a giant horrible thing with a humanoid build and a face like an open flower filled with teeth. Dr. Gears and 4 members of the team attempted to track down one of these creatures, hoping to bring it into custody and study it up close. And outside of the home of the missing boy, they finally came face to face with the thing. The predatory creature was tall and thin, with elongated limbs ending in sharp claws. It reminded Dr. Gears a bit of an anomaly he had seen in passing, though he had never seen that thing's face. This beast, however, gave him an up-close and personal look. At first glance, its head looked like the closed bud of a flower, with no discernible features. However, as it prepared to attack, letting out an unearthly screech, fleshy powers unfurled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a gaping maw of a mouth. The officers opened fire immediately, but their bullets did little to deter the advancing creature. They only seemed to make it angry. Before they could apprehend the creature, or more likely find themselves pulled into its wide-open mouth, they were interrupted by a group of surprisingly enterprising children, luring it away, seeming to trap it. 2 teenage boys and a girl managed to light the beast on fire and send it retreating back to wherever it came from. Dr. Gears and his men stayed out of sight, as one of them remarked, "I guess the children really are our future." Meanwhile, the other 2 officers were following up on reports of a strange girl appearing in town as if from nowhere. It was difficult to separate rumor from reality amidst talk of secret government mind experiments, roving gangs of children, and something to do with Eggo waffles, but they managed to trace the person of interest to the local middle school. They arrived at the middle school just in time to watch the girl use apparent psychic abilities to fend off government operatives, before the same monster arrived to massacre the men as the 2 operatives watched from a distance, hidden just out of sight. They prepared to apprehend the monster and administer amnestics to the children present, but before they could, the girl and the monster were gone. Shortly after this incident, Will Byers was reportedly returned to his home, but Dr. Gears couldn't leave Hawkins just yet. not with so many new questions unanswered. Where had the buyer's boy been all this time? What was the creature they had encountered? Where had it come from? What had that unusually powerful girl done with it? And most importantly, would more follow in the beast's footsteps, coming to snatch more children from the streets? With authorization from the SCP Foundation, Dr. Gears reached out to Dr. Owens at the mysterious laboratory. He offered to share the information they had managed to gather, if Dr. Owens would provide him with full transparency and do the same. Owens was hesitant, but after being subjected to one of Dr. Gears' trademark hour-long lectures consisting of reasoned, logical, extremely dry arguments, he relented. Dr. Gears celebrated this little triumph, and Dr. Owens reported a persistent headache after listening to the other man prattle on for such a long time. Dr. Gears and his team now had concrete information to share with their higher-ups at the Foundation. They learned all about the gateway to another world that the scientists had opened at the lab, the creatures that had come through its supernatural doorway, and the connection to the psychic girl that had disappeared at the middle school. Now that an open line of communication had been established, Dr. Gears was working to convince Owens and the rest of the scientists at the lab to allow him to use their portal. It was his intention to take his team of 6 operatives through the gateway into this other world. There he would be able to create a first-hand report for the Foundation, allowing them to categorize the various creatures inside, and perhaps the strange new dimension itself. However, just after Dr. Owens and his staff agreed to allow an SCP Foundation expedition into the Upside Down, as it was colloquially called, disaster struck. A presence from the other side of the gate used the buyer's boy to infiltrate the laboratory, dispatching a group of juvenile creatures to attack the scientists there. Dr. Gears was inside when it happened, looking through some of the official reports he had been granted access to. Suddenly, there were sounds of chaos from down the hall, shrieks of terror and agony. He peered through the window of the room to see quadrupedal, almost canine variations of the larger monster bounding down the hallway, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Remembering his commitment to avoid involving himself unless absolutely necessary, Dr. Gears barricaded the door and hid from the creatures as they ripped through the rest of the lab. The dog-like monsters tore the lab staff apart and injured Dr. Owens in the process. Then, in retaliation, the psychic girl closed the gate between the worlds. In doing so, she removed the threat of the monsters tearing Dr. Gears limb from limb, as they had so many others, but the damage was done just the same. If that wasn't bad enough, a tape of Dr. Owens speaking candidly about the lab's activity was leaked to the local media, and the laboratory was promptly shut down for good. With it, it seemed all of the Foundation's access to the anomalies in Hawkins were lost. Still, in spite of these new obstacles, Dr. Gears refused to give up. There were terribly strange things afoot in Hawkins, and he had been sent there to uncover them. He was going to continue to do his job until some authority told him otherwise. Besides, he had gotten quite used to living undercover in this little town. He didn't get out much, but he hadn't gotten out all that much before Hawkins either. It was nice to settle into small-town life, where very little ever changed, until the Starcourt Mall opened. Local businesses began to close, disrupting Dr. Gears' routine and causing him a great deal of irritation. And then, of course, there was the matter of the secret Russian laboratory beneath that mall, which unleashed a malevolent entity from the Upside Down into the town. The Foundation team watched as, yet again, the familiar group of civilians neutralized the threat and closed the gateway to the other world. Several of Dr. Gears' assistants suggested interrogating the civilians, or at the very least giving them amnestics to make them forget what they had seen. Dr. Gears, ever the stickler for the rules, reminded them that they had been given strict orders not to interfere. If the threat moved outside of the bounds of Hawkins, that would be one thing. For now, it seemed fairly well contained. In fact, it seemed as if all of it might be over for good. The buyer's family left town for California, and life in town settled back into a mundane rhythm. Or at least it did, until the murders began. First, a well-liked cheerleader found mutilated in a trailer. Then, an ambitious student reporter. The town flew into chaos, blaming anything they could think of for the horrific losses. Dungeons & Dragons, the misunderstood tabletop role-playing game, was a convenient scapegoat. But of course, Dr. Gears knew better. This was the influence of something from the other side, something not of this plane. If only he could get back through the gate and finally take a look for himself.
Dr. Gears was not a praying kind of man, but his quiet wishes were answered when one of his men returned to headquarters after taking a swim in a nearby lake. He ran through the door, still sopping wet. "Sir!" he panted. "You're gonna want to see this!" "Please get a towel first," Dr. Gears insisted. "You're dripping all over the floor. It's hardwood. Show some decency." After the man was sufficiently dry, Dr. Gears brought the team to investigate the lake. There at the bottom of the water was an ominous red glow. A gate. He couldn't be sure how or why it had opened on its own down there, but an opportunity had finally presented itself. He called his superiors at the Foundation, suited up in protective gear complete with pistols and waterproof communication systems, and dove down into the water, 3 officers right behind him. The other 3 would remain on the other side, ready to call for backup or swiftly flee town if anything went sideways. Finally, Dr. Gears would lead an expedition into the Upside Down. As they swam toward the bottom of the lake, into the gate to the unknown, writhing black tendrils slithered out from the opening, snaking around the 3 men accompanying him and yanking them through. Dr. Gears was an excellent swimmer, the monotony of laps in his local pool being one of his favorite ways to maintain top-notch physical shape, and he sped through the water after them. When he entered the gate, he suddenly emerged into a dark facsimile of the world he had just left behind. He peered through the visor of his suit, taking in his surroundings. It was a cold, shadowy landscape, shaped vaguely like Hawkins, but alien and foreboding. More of those vine-like tentacles curled along the ground, and gray spores drifted through the air like falling snow. The cries of strange creatures filled the air, drowned out only by the pained screams of the 3 men he had followed through the gate. Dr. Gears looked around for the source of the sound and spotted it. The 3 members of personnel were struggling to free themselves from the grip of the ropey tendrils that had pulled them inside, and as they did, winged creatures were descending on them from above on all sides. They vaguely resembled bats, with flapping, leathery wings, but their faces, their mouths, were completely unlike anything Dr. Gears had ever seen, with the exception of the other monsters that had crossed through the rift from this place and into his own world. These bat-like creatures were swarming his team, biting at their flesh as the men helplessly tried to fend them off. There was only one thing left to do. Dr. Gears drew his weapon and fired into the sky at the teeming mass of wings and teeth. The bat things reacted and turned their attention to him. His marksmanship did not miss, however, and he managed to take out a dozen or so of the vermin before his men could free themselves and come to his aid. 2 of his men, at least. One, unfortunately, succumbed to his wounds and would have to be left behind. It was a shame, of course, but he knew what he was signing up for when he joined the ranks of the Foundation. It was then that Dr. Gears remembered something else he had brought with him, inspired by the victory he had witnessed all that time ago. The only thing that had sent the monster back to hell was fire, so he strapped a Foundation-issued flamethrower to his back. He drew this secondary weapon, the flamethrower, and sent a blast of flames soaring through the air, barbecuing the bats to a crisp. With the threat dispelled, at least temporarily, he beckoned the men to follow him through the unforgiving landscape, making note of everything he saw. For each and every detail that made Hawkins memorable, there was an equivalent to it here, covered in those strange spores and a layer of palpable malice. As the group made their way through the Upside Down, Dr. Gears at the front, they spotted what appeared to be the remains of the teenagers whose deaths were being investigated by the town. They were bound up in the vines, left on display, but by what? Or more likely, by who? Dr. Gears could not see any other sign of human life here. As his mind began to wander, running through the possibilities, something caught his attention. A long, loud, clear sound, like the ringing of church bells. No, not quite. Like the chime of a grandfather clock. It rang once, twice, 3 times, a 4th. He couldn't see a clock anywhere, but the sound appeared to be coming from a massive house up ahead. Nestled within the trees, the eerie red light just barely illuminated the place's silhouette, but as Gears and his remaining 2 assistants approached, he could see that it was a stately home, now in obvious disrepair. He had somehow missed its earthbound equivalent and had never seen the place before, but here it was, the door standing open, as if beckoning him inside. "Wait here, keep watch," he nodded to the officers behind him. "I'll take it from here." With the pistol in one hand and the other poised and ready to draw the flamethrower at a moment's notice, he stepped
into the house. He was right to have his weapon drawn. No sooner had he stepped inside that the vines coiled around his ankles, one winding around his throat and squeezing. With a few quick shots, he was able to force them to recede and continue his investigation. He climbed the creaky stairs to the attic, looking for signs of new life. He briefly thought of trying to use his communicator to check in with the men on the other side, but when he pressed its buttons, it only emitted white noise. It was a favorite sound of his, one he vastly preferred to the cacophony of music, but now was not the time. He switched it back off and carried on alone. Then, just as he crossed the threshold into the attic, he heard it again, the chime of the clock. In the corner of his eye, he spotted it, an antique grandfather clock. Before he could react to that, though, he heard a voice behind him. "Daddy?" He turned to see a little girl staring up at him. "Why are you leaving us? Don't you love us?" He was too stunned to speak. The little girl's eyes turned white, her face dripping like melting wax as she repeated, "Why did you leave? Why? Why?" He couldn't explain it, but his heart began to pound. He could taste blood in the back of his throat. Behind the little girl, a figure emerged, human in shape only, a twisted face and form made of exposed muscle and more of those awful tentacle vines approaching him slowly.
It haunts you, doesn't it, Doctor? What you did to your family?
The figure asked in a menacing voice. Finally, Dr. Gears found the ability to speak again. This all seems like a bit much, don't you think? He didn't have much patience for pageantry of any kind, and he certainly didn't appreciate this. What is this, some sort of psionic mind prison? The entity that Dr. Gears had no name for, but those determined kids from Hawkins knew as Vecna, tilted its head to the side quizzically.
"I can see your heart. I know the darkness within you,"
it hissed. Dr. Gears reached down for his communicator, giving it one more shot as the entity approached him with slow, threatening steps. As it reached its fingers towards his face, he flipped a switch, and that lovely white noise blared to life. Suddenly, the little vision of the girl was gone. The clock stopped chiming. Vecna was still there, though, glowering at Dr. Gears with a mixture of fury and just plain irritation.
"I have more important things to attend to than you. Go back to your world while you still can."
With a flick of his wrist, Vecna threw Dr. Gears back down the stairs and out the front door of the house, where his assistants were still dutifully waiting. Dr. Gears was preparing to inform them of his discovery when he heard several new voices in the distance, human and familiar. Those same children were back, once again seemingly to save the day as they had so many times before. Ever the pragmatist, Dr. Gears brushed himself off and headed back in the direction he came. Best to stay out of their way. Shortly after, Dr. Gears and his task force withdrew from Hawkins, Indiana, returning to their original Foundation sites. They could monitor the situation from afar, and in the meantime, leave Hawkins to the US government, the Russians, and that constantly surprising group of brave, clever civilians. Hell, maybe a few of them could be recruited to join the Foundation when they got a bit older. When asked to submit an official report on his findings in Hawkins and his recommendation for how the Foundation should proceed with the situation there, Dr. Gears simply wrote this: "To be completely honest, I think those kids have got it covered." The SCP Foundation has gone up against a lot of anomalies that can be best described as demonic, but few fit the bill better than the demons and imps of SCP-5049, Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot, a skin-stealing enterprise designing bespoke demonic disguises on the behalf of 7 mysterious demon lords. Anyone that the Foundation has managed to capture related to this anomaly has been assassinated by the demon lords, eliminating the prospect of further investigation. But what if the Foundation brought in another expert to help? A bona fide expert in the occult, DC's devious demon detective himself, John Constantine. Maybe he can finally give us the lead we need to bring down those demon lords once and for all. And with the help of the Anomatron 6000, we're going to find out exactly how that situation would play out. Let's rev up the machine and take a look. It was a cold night in New York. If you've ever been there, you'll know that most nights are. But on this particular night, a certain chill was streaking its way through the air, as icy cold as the grave. This wasn't just a deathly gust of wind or any other freak occurrence of the weather, though. especially judging by that piercing, wailing shriek it gave as it passed by, a cry loud enough to wake both the living and the dead alike. And hot on its tail, chasing through the rain-dampened streets after it, long trench coat whipping behind him, was the one man stupid enough to try and catch it. You see, this thing he was chasing was a spirit. Some might have called it a banshee or a Yanaki Baba, but all our coat-clad friend called it was a right bloody nuisance. As for who in heaven, in hell, or on earth he was, that's easy. If you were to rummage through the pockets of his coat, you'd find the answer, along with an interesting assortment of mystical objects. Beneath the charms and trinkets that he carried on his person was a crumpled off-white business card. Printed on its surface in simple black lettering was one name, John Constantine. And underneath, along with a phone number, were the words Exorcist, Demonologist, and Master of the Dark Arts. Although the word Master has been crossed out with Petty Dabbler written above. Our friend John really hated putting on airs. He turned down an alleyway just as the spirit did, its screams rippling through the silence. Dead end. There was nothing but a solid wall ahead. Not that it mattered. The shrieking entity lacked a physical, corporeal form, but the sight of an obstacle in its path caused it to pause just for a split second, a short moment, as it tried to think, over or through. And that tiny little instance of hesitation, well, that's what John had been waiting for. As he ran towards the spirit, he reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a lighter. Its surface was engraved with a phrase in Latin that read, Fiat iustitia et pereat mundus, meaning, let justice be done, though the world may perish. That had long been John's credo, to stop at nothing to achieve righteous justice, no matter what the cost or how bad things got. Admittedly, that was a little easier to accomplish when you owned a blessed lighter. Striking it, John breathlessly uttered an incantation to command the holy fire within. His hand caught ablaze as he took hold of the flame, barely feeling the pain of it burning. Casting it towards the screeching spirit, a bright orange streak shot forward and ensnared the runaway creature. It hovered above the ground, writhing and thrashing in the air as it struggled to free itself from its fiery bonds. Shaking his hand to extinguish it, John reached into his other pocket, looking for the small jar he'd put there. To his horror, the glass container was gone. Constantine frantically patted the outside of his coat, trying but unable to find it. He must have dropped it during their chase, and without the jar, he had nothing to trap the spirit in. Typical, he grumbled to himself, turning to look at the shrieking specter wriggling its way out of the flame. John looked around for something, anything he could use to contain it. Finally, he spotted something left discarded in the alleyway. It was an empty whiskey bottle, filthy and covered in grime. Well, suppose this will have to do, Constantine said aloud to no one other than himself. He was a bit of a fan of his own voice, even if his overconfidence did regularly cross the line into arrogance. Placing the bottle neck up on a dry patch of ground, John hurriedly pulled a piece of chalk from his pocket. He started to mark the asphalt, creating a circle around the bottle. Symbols taken from ancient languages and magical texts surrounding the unlikely vessel. His hands at his sides, Constantine took a deep breath and began muttering in Aramaic. To the untrained ear, it would have sounded like an incomprehensible incantation, although in no uncertain terms, John was just telling the spirit to pack it in and get in the bottle before you wake the whole city. With a final screech of dissatisfaction, the entity was pulled into its cramped new home, like a mystical vacuum cleaner sucking up a cloud of dust. With an exhausted sigh, John knelt down to pick up the bottle. The glass surface was warm to the touch now that the shrieking spirit was contained inside. He yawned, putting the bottle in the pocket of his trench coat. He had a nice cozy shelf back in the house of mystery where he could keep this troublesome siren and let it gather dust, trapped and unable to cause harm to any mortal ever again. But it was just as John was preparing a spell to transport himself back to his base of operations that his cell phone started to ring. "Hello?" he answered bluntly. He was too tired for whatever this was. Hi, is that Mr. Constantine?" a female voice asked from the other end of the line. "Depends on who wants to know, love," John replied. "My name's Emma. A friend of mine gave me your card. They said that..." She paused, sounded like she was sniffling. "They said that you could help me get my brother back." As much as it had already been a long night, and even though he might often act like he didn't care, John was rarely heartless enough to turn down a request for his help. Giving another sigh, John told Emma he'd look into it, but she'd need to give him the full story in person. The coffee shop was one of the few open this early, as morning started to dawn over the city. All of New York was gearing up for another day of hustle and bustle, people shoving past each other to ride the subway to jobs they hated. Stepping inside with his usual air of swagger and bravado, John spotted Emma sitting and waiting for him. She had a mug of coffee in her hands, but wasn't drinking it. The lack of steam seemed to indicate it was already stone cold.
You must be Emma.
He greeted her, doing his best impression of a friendly smile, extending a handshake.
John Constantine, at your service.
Oh, hello, Emma responded, awkwardly accepting the shake.
You sure I can't get you anything stronger?
John offered as he sat down opposite. Stronger? It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Isn't it a bit early for that? She asked.
Never too early in my book.
John chuckled dryly, picking up a menu and scanning his eyes over it.
Here we are, breakfast. One should never battle demons on an empty stomach.
So what can I do for you, Emma? He asked, not even looking up from the menu, still half focused on what he was going to order. Well, Emma began. Like I said over the phone, something happened to my brother.
Run off, did he?
Constantine interjected. Yes and no, not exactly. She sounded confused, like she was aware that what she was attempting to describe wouldn't make any sense when she said it out loud. He did disappear for a few days, actually. We've been living together since our parents died in this tiny little apartment, so we can tell when one of us has left. It was like one moment he was there and the next he wasn't.
Sounds like a pretty run-of-the-mill missing persons case, love.
John sighed.
Not exactly my department. You're best going off to the coppers for something like that.
I tried that. Emma raised her voice slightly, getting agitated. Or scared. I told the cops Ethan was missing and they filed a report, but they dropped the case when he... John thought about making another snide comment to get her to finish her sentence, but chose to wait instead. He came home, just like that a few days later. The police questioned Ethan and asked him where he'd been, and he just told them he had gone to a hotel for a few nights, she explained.
Open and shut then,
John shrugged. Except the thing that came back, it's not my brother. Emma continued, trying to hold back frightened tears. It looks like him and even sounds like him, but it's not Ethan.
You think something happened to him?
Constantine pondered. Maybe. I don't know about possessions and demons and all that stuff, but I was told you might be able to help.
As much as I'd love to help you out, I'm afraid I need a little more to go on than that,
John admitted, a tiny shred of sympathy in his tired eyes. I recorded this, Emma exclaimed, producing her phone. That's part of what made me call you, since he came back. Ethan, well, not Ethan. He started staying up late at night.
Doing what exactly?
The paranormal detective asked. Chanting, she answered, hitting play on her phone. The audio recording started. It was faint, but John could just about hear someone growling. It was a human voice, male as expected, but it sounded all wrong. Ethan, or whatever was pretending to be him, was making noises closer to that of a wild animal than a person, speaking in a garbled, unintelligible tongue that sounded distinctly demonic to John's experienced ears.
What was he doing the night before it disappeared?
He asked after a solemn moment's pause. Just sitting at home watching TV, nothing out of the ordinary, Emma answered.
But specifically,
John said with urgency in his voice.
What was he watching?
I don't know, she exclaimed. He was just flicking through channels, but there was hardly anything on that late except ads. Leaning back in his seat, John tutted to himself, shaking his head.
Demon Dan, you old codger,
he muttered. Who's Demon Dan? Emma asked.
I'm so sorry, love,
John replied, dodging the question.
But your brother's gone, and right now there's some nasty blighter from the pits of hell itself using his skin as its own personal human disguise. We need to find it and send him all the way down south.
South? Emma echoed, too confused to cry. You mean, like, to New Jersey? John smirked dryly.
Oh, much further than that, love, he chuckled.
Now, where would Ethan usually be at this early hour? Normally, he isn't up this early. He'll be asleep back at the apartment.
Perfect.
Constantine clapped his hands and stood up from the table.
Ever seen an exorcism before?
Hurriedly, Emma escorted John back to the apartment she and her brother had shared. There, they found Ethan, or rather the thing pretending to be him, seemingly laying sound asleep. It was only as John approached, hands raised cautiously, that the disguised demon rose and lunged at him, snarling like a rabid animal again. Luckily, while the entity within was a powerful agent of darkness, the outer shell it was wearing was still mostly human. A quick blow from a frying pan connected with Ethan's head, thanks to Emma, and knocked him out long enough for John to make the preparations. Clearing the floor, ripping up the carpet to gain access to the floorboards below, John and Emma shifted the unconscious Ethan into the center of the room. Around him, Constantine began marking out a ritual circle on the woodwork. He'd brought along his bag, producing a series of candles from it, placing each one at the points of a pentagram he drew within the circle. Buried in the bag were a few extra tools of his many trades, some extra spell books, holy water, and even some hallowed brass knuckles. He pulled one of the knuckle dusters out and pocketed it. He hadn't used them in a dog's age, but better to be safe. "You didn't answer before," Emma chimed in, watching the demonologist at work. "Come again," John replied as he started painting runes around the pentagram. "When I asked you who Demon Dan was," she clarified. "A right pain in the backside, I'll tell you that for nothing." He chuckled. "Think of him like the used car salesman of the underworld. I've only ever heard stories, mind you. I wasn't certain until you mentioned that Ethan was watching ads on the telly." "So what?" Emma asked. "This Demon Dan guy, he has his own commercials?" "Spot on," John smirked. "He runs some place called Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot. The ad appears on your TV, usually at random, and then Dan starts hawking in wares. You know, real salesman type. That whole infomercial lock. What is he selling, though?" She cut in, her voice telling John she had already half figured it out, but didn't want the answer to be as horrible as the one in her head. John paused for a moment, looking up from the nearly complete circle of occult symbols. "Us," he replied plainly. "Human beings. Once the ad's over, the nearest door becomes a gateway to his little corner of paradise. Whoever sees it ends up there. That's when Dan hollows a person out, scoops out their soul until they're just a husk. That's what happened to poor Ethan here." Emma sniffled, holding back tears. "But why?" "Demons need vessels, love," Constantine answered. "They can't well be running up about here in broad daylight. That's what Dan does. He takes them apart and stitches them back up, turns human beings into bespoke skin vehicles for the worst hell has to offer." With the circle finally complete, John retrieved one of his spellbooks and a vial of holy water from his bag. It was time. Opening the book to the right chapter, he splashed some of the blessed liquid over Ethan laying in the middle of the circle. Instantly, he woke up again, growling angrily as the water singed his skin like burning acid. Even through its disguise, it was still enough to sting the demon. It went to lunge at the English exorcist again, only to find an invisible barrier blocking its path. The spell John had cast was working, keeping the monster contained for now.
"You,"
the demon gurgled from inside its skin suit, lifting a finger to John.
"You are known to us, Constantine."
"Oh yeah?" he replied sarcastically. "My reputation has a habit of preceding me."
"Indeed,"
the creature replied, chuckling in a mocking fashion.
"We know what you've done. Your transgressions, your mistakes, oh, so many failures. The great John Constantine. Nothing but a fraud."
"That's enough out of you, mate," John spat, flicking through the pages of his tome looking for the right incantation.
"Your mother and father,"
the demon growled.
"Mary Ann, Thomas, and Cheryl, your sister. Was it worth it, John? A spell to make you a powerful magician? Was it really worth the fire that claimed their lives?"
John forced himself to ignore the demon's taunting, beginning to mutter a spell under his breath. All the while, he was aware that Emma was standing next to him. He could see her concerned, frightened look out of the corner of his eye.
"And then poor defenseless Astra,"
the hellspawn continued,
"practically handed over to Nurgle on a silver platter, and all thanks to you, John."
"I told you," John smirked, finally reaching the right passage. "That's enough!" The whole room shook, books flying off shelves as if full force of an earthquake had hit the apartment. In fact, it was worse than that. It was as though a tornado was blasting through the place, magical gusts of wind throwing everything into disarray. Images bombarded Constantine's mind, the sights that Ethan would have seen that night he was taken. He could see the commercial on the TV, the logo for Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot appearing on screen in baby blue bubble lettering. Then there was the monster himself, Demon Dan. His dark green skin, patches of thick brown fur appearing randomly over his body. Next came the sight of the store itself, the rows upon rows of hanging human corpses, all hollowed out shells ready for Dan's demonic customers to slip inside. But all the while, John didn't let up. Slinging more holy water at the disguised demon, he shouted the words to the spell as loud as he could, repeating the entire passage over and over. Inside the circle, the creature thrashed and growled, hovering above the ground as the hellish host was forced out of Ethan's remain.
The Seven Lords are ever planning their invasion,
the demon snarled.
You can't stop what's coming, Constantine.
If I had a quid for every time I heard that, John chuckled. With a final deafening crash, the body finally dropped back to the ground, still and lifeless. Emma couldn't help but scream as she looked at her brother, deflated, emptied inside, and now left as little more than his empty skin.
No time for that, love,
Constantine urged her, pulling his phone from his pocket and typing out an urgent SOS text.
Now we're in real trouble.
What the hell do you mean, real trouble? Emma yelled, sobbing uncontrollably as she cradled Ethan's hollow body.
Well, Demon Dan's not gonna be too pleased when one of his customers complains about what I just did,
John replied, checking his phone. She hadn't texted back yet. This was an emergency.
So he'll probably be here any second now.
Practically on cue, the front door to the apartment swung open, and out stepped Demon Dan himself. He towered over both John and Emma, almost 7 feet tall on his long goat legs, and even uglier than he had looked on the TV.
I should have known,
he bellowed, showing off rows of pointed teeth as he laughed.
If it isn't the Hellblazer himself, you've got some nerve messing with my business, little man. And you've got some bloody cheeks snatching human beings for your little hustle, mate,
John retorted, slipping something out of his coat pocket as he squared up to the grotesque green-skinned demon.
A few words of advice, lad. Cash up, pack up your bags, and close shop.
Demon Dan threw his head back and laughed, a twisted, inhuman sound.
Or what?
He snarled with a grin.
I've got a thriving enterprise. Business is booming.
Do you really think you can stop me all alone, Constantine? John smirked, feeling his phone buzz in his pocket.
Who said I was alone?
A blast of magical energy lit up the apartment as the raven-haired woman appeared in a black tuxedo jacket and matching top hat, a white shirt and bow tie beneath. She gave a flick of her hand right towards Dan, casting a spell. Before the demonic salesman could comprehend what was going on, a portal erupted behind him with enough force to drag him into it. Demon Dan tried desperately to scrabble to grip at the floorboards, only to feel a shoe standing on his clawed fingers. Looking down at him, John was wearing something metal over his fingers.
You're out of business, mate.
With a swing of his fist, the hollowed brass knuckles smashed into Demon Dan's face, burning his green skin and sending him tumbling backwards into the portal's magical pole.
You took your time,
John jokingly scolded. A thank you wouldn't go amiss, John. Zatanna Zatara sighed. I didn't have to come just because you texted me.
Cheers,
Constantine said earnestly. He knew that Demon Dan wouldn't be gone for long, but maybe a short stint in purgatory would at least put a halt to the satanic salesman's schemes for the time being. Although swept up in the excitement of his temporary victory, John didn't notice Emma's eyes quickly flash an infernal shade of red. When it comes to beings with fearsome reputations, there are few SCPs that are as widely dreaded as the hard-to-destroy reptile, SCP-682. No sane mortal would ever choose to face such a creature, and its overwhelming ferocity and strength have even given the reincarnating warrior SCP-096’2 Abel pause on more than one occasion. But then again, the sane aren't exactly in high demand at the SCP Foundation or at equivalent organizations formed for the purpose of battling anomalous and supernatural entities. Organizations such as the Public Safety Devil Hunters from the popular manga and anime Chainsaw Man count numerous peculiar individuals among their ranks, and sometimes the best of the best are marked by a distinctive tendency for out-of-the-box thinking. That's putting it politely, at least.
But this isn't the story of some aberrant loser freakazoid. No, definitely not. The heroine of this tale is none other than the mightiest and most charismatic future Nobel Prize winner ever to grace the rest of us shameful worms with her presence. The invincible and dearly beloved blood fiend, Power, who just so happens to be the undisputed best character in Chainsaw Man and of all fiction as well. It appeared to be an unusually boring day at public safety, and for this, Kobeni was grateful. The young woman had come to expect the absolute worst from her job as a devil hunter, as her assignments usually entailed facing down hellish entities born from the very fears of the human race. While one would think that someone who worked so diligently in the field would have grown numb to it all, Kobeni still very much retained her anxieties, both on and off the job. At least all she had to do today was file paperwork from one of the public safety's like-minded partners in supernatural management, the SCP Foundation. It was a safe and harmless task, aside from the risk of paper cuts and the associated potential for the paper cut devil to show up. Even so, Kobeni would do her best to make this rare moment of peace last as long as possible. A voice cried from down the hallway. "Oh no, not her," Kobeni thought. "Why is she even at work today? She's a fighter for Division 4 and she's not good at anything else." Loud, exaggerated footsteps rang out through the hallway as the blood fiend stomped through the offices of public safety. Kobeni wanted to shrink until she vanished from sight or let herself sink into the floor. Her desire to not have to see Power today was so great that she contemplated opening a window and climbing down the side of the building to the ground floor. "Please don't come this way." Kobeni was still carrying a heavy stack of freshly filed paperwork, and she didn't want her tireless efforts at organization to go to waste. She looked frantically at the cabinets in the storage room she was in, hoping to find enough space for her to crawl into and make herself scarce. But it was too late. Power slammed open the door of the storage room and announced her presence. The shock was so great that Kobeni screamed and flung the stack of SCP Foundation papers all over the ground. She clutched her fast-beating heart, unable to attend to the mess immediately. Kobeni hadn't had to experience a fright that sudden since the time that she was sent to hunt the jump scare devil. The poor girl could never have a surprise party thrown in her honor again. True to her name, Power immediately reprimanded Kobeni for dropping the papers, stating that her workmanship was sloppy, and that Power herself could easily carry 10 times the amount of paper. Kobeni tried to not let the chiding of her coworker affect her mood. She bent down and scooped up the papers, but much to her chagrin, Power decided to help with this task as well. The blood fiend began grabbing the papers and stacking them as assertively as possible on the nearest surfaces, resulting in many crumpled edges and uneven piles. Kobeni attempted, albeit hesitantly, to correct Power's paper collection method, only to be met with more scorn. Kobeni nearly cried. This was just too much for her to handle, especially on what was supposed to be a calm day. That was when Power picked up one of the files and began to read. It was a record of the infamous cross-test between SCP-682 and SCP-096’2. Since Public Safety had previously assisted the Foundation in recontaining SCP-076-2, there had been an agreement to send copies of all relevant documents involving Abel over to Japan in case of another incident. As Power struggled through the scientific language and specifics, she began to envision her own version of the events that played out on the page. She imagined herself as Abel, facing off in pitched combat against SCP-682, and giving the terrible lizard a run for its money in the process. In the mere seconds it took for Power to finish reading the document, she had not only concocted an entire epic battle in mind, but was not fully convinced that her fantasy was indistinguishable from one of her own lived experiences. In her head, Power had definitely fought against SCP-682, and she'd do it again in a heartbeat, just to teach that overgrown reptile another lesson. Power asked Kobeni if she had ever told her about the time that the Blood Fiend had totally defeated SCP-682. Kobeni, still clutching to her increasingly frail understanding of reality, responded with confusion. What was she talking about? Nobody in Public Safety had fought against an SCP other than 076-2. There was no possible way that Power was telling the truth. But the scariest part was, Power herself didn't even know that she was lying. The Blood Fiend began to relate the sordid details of her pulse-pounding fight with SCP-682 to Kobeni in great detail. Kobeni, for her part, was too emotionally drained at this point to try and stop her. It all started at the bowling alley, where Power was hanging out with her much less intelligent friends, Aki and Denji. The Blood Fiend had just finished winning her 5th perfectly scored game in a row, when some shady characters a few lanes over decided to cause some trouble. The leader of this little gang was none other than SCP-682.
The way you bowl is disgusting,
the troublemaking lizard said. This wicked remark would not be stood for. Not in the proud bowling establishment that Power had founded with her own money and achieved several years of successful business running herself. The bowling alley was a pillar of the community and she was the owner. There would be no further disrespect on her watch. Power put up her dukes and got ready to bring the pain down on SCP-682. Aki and Denji were too terrified to help her out as usual, but did their best to cheer their leader on from the sidelines. SCP-682 also dismissed its minions and crawled forward like the big, ugly lizard that it was. It obviously didn't know better, which is why it wasn't backing down in the face of the greatest devil hunter that the world had ever known. Either way, this would be a brawl for the ages. Rather than cause damage to her beloved place of business, Power suggested that she and her opponent took this fight outside. Despite its uncouth demeanor, the reptile had a healthy appreciation for the fine sport of bowling, and most especially, this particularly excellent run 5-star bowling alley. It agreed to step outside in the interest of not bringing bowling into this intensely personal grudge match. But then again, wasn't the fight about bowling? No matter. Power and SCP-682 walked outside the bowling alley into a vast, trackless wasteland. The perfect place for both of them to go all out without hurting any civilians. Using her ability to control and reshape her own blood, Power constructed an enormous crimson mallet that she was able to wield gracefully in both her hands despite its incredible size. SCP-682 readied itself. It had faced many different kinds of humanoid weapon wielders before, including Abel, but it was too clever of an adversary to let its guard down. Especially because, in this case, the Blood Fiend it was fighting was a remarkable businesswoman and an Olympic gold medalist in everything. The reptile certainly let its guard down. Power held the hammer above her head and jumped high into the air. If she wanted to, she could have circled the globe in a single leap, but out of respect for the fact that SCP-682 was a paying customer at her establishment, she decided to hold back for the first attack, at least. Nonetheless, she brought the hammer down on the hard-to-destroy reptile with supreme force. SCP-682 smashed into the ground with such a force that a crater opened up beneath its body. The reptile itself didn't seem especially damaged, but the effects on the surrounding environment were certainly dramatic and fitting for an ultimate showdown. SCP-682 shook off the blow and pounced on Power with such ferocity that even she couldn't remain on her feet. She tumbled back into the dust and debris of the wasteland for several miles before catching herself and standing back up. Remarkably, there wasn't even a scratch on her. She pointed and laughed at SCP-682, mocking it for its weakness and stupidity. The reptile grinned wickedly and responded with a mocking laugh of its own. The creature had intentionally taken a hit from Power in order to better understand her fighting moves. Who wouldn't want to steal those masterful techniques after all? They're just too good to resist making a cheap copy of, and from what Power could remember from her speed read of the file, that appeared to be SCP-682's whole thing. Soon, a barding of blood-red armor appeared around SCP-682's body. In the short time that it had been fighting Power, it had clearly learned how to manipulate its own blood and was now even stronger for it.
Now I'm as strong as you. I can't lose.
SCP-682 barked at Power. She swung her mallet in a show of force. The two combatants, now both wielding the near-limitless powers of the Blood Fiend, charged at each other across the battlefield. This was not just a mere sparring match anymore. It was a fight for the fate of the entire world. Snapping back to reality, Power's retelling of the story had devolved into a series of random exclamations and sound effects. Kobeni was now finding the events incredibly hard to follow. But thankfully, she had been able to use Power's highly distractible mannerisms to finish restacking the files from the Foundation. Not a minute too soon either, as both she and Power's boss, Makima, stepped into the storage room. Apparently, Makima was in the process of doing a head count of all employees who had come into work today, as any normal and benevolent superior would. She had been looking for Kobeni and Power for some time now, and was surprised to find them here, of all places. Kobeni explained that she had been putting away the last of the SCP Foundation files, and would gladly accept whatever new post she was given. But Power wasn't done with her current SCP-682 fascination, and turned to Makima, hoping to be encouraged to continue the story. Makima simply smiled and implied that if Power was so inclined to settle her score with a hard-to-destroy reptile, Public Safety could get in contact with the Foundation and have her on a flight to Site-19 by that evening. Power suddenly realized that she had come down with a terrible case of whatever crippling disease that would be a sufficient excuse for her to not do that. Makima nodded and encouraged her subordinates to return to work.
That's right, it's that time again. We're recalibrating, rebooting, and hitting restart on our infamous Anomatron 6000. The specialized supercomputer we've developed to simulate improbable scenarios between the SCP Foundation's various anomalies and any other characters from any other universe you could possibly imagine. On today's agenda, what do you think would happen if John Wick, the notorious hitman, highly trained in all forms of combat, was up against an enemy that won't go down in a single shot, an undead menace known as SCP-008? Well, we're about to hit the button and find out. Either by a pure, unpredictable instance of human error or through the act of some twisted karmic fate, the SCP Foundation had an outbreak on their hands. A sample of the complex prion, a virus known as SCP-008, had leaked. The Foundation had hoped to keep the existence of the disease highly classified, even among its own personnel. Their fear had been that some hostile force would attempt to synthesize or even weaponize SCP-008. After all, the disease had a 100% rate of both infection and lethality. It killed anything it came into contact with, or at least, it killed them to begin with. Before long, everyone in the Foundation facility that had been exposed to the leaking sample of SCP-008's already infected victims was dead. Flu-like symptoms were followed swiftly by a coma. However, the disease hijacked the bodies of all those it had passed to, reactivating the motor functions of their corpses and turning them into, well, you can already guess. No one was safe. Even the mobile task force on the scene were soon infected with SCP-008. They had been a squad of rookies and fresh-faced new recruits, sent in by the Foundation under the assumption that an outbreak of this sort should have been easy to contain. It wasn't. The entire facility was soon overrun. The bodies of Foundation researchers, security officers, and MTF troops reanimated after their deaths, now jostling around in search of survivors to pass SCP-008 onto.
That should hold them,
Dr. Alto Clef yelled, locking the entrance to the watchtower tight.
This really is another fine mess, Clef.
His colleague, Dr. Gears, replied in frustration. Our MTF backup are all down. We could be the last two people on site and we're locked in a tower with only one entry? Tell me, what the hell are we supposed to do now?
Will you relax?
Clef insisted. Don't worry, there's someone we can call to get us out of this jam.
Oh, don't say I know a guy.
Gears sighed as his fellow researcher gave a wide grin and reached for his cell phone. A few moments later, and only a matter of miles away, another phone started ringing. Its owner, a man in a dark all-black tailored suit with a shadowy shirt and tie to match, reached into his pocket and lifted his cell phone to his ear.
Good evening. I apologize for calling you at this hour,
came the unmistakable voice of Sharon, the concierge of the New York Continental Hotel.
That's quite all right,
replied the suited man.
We received a call asking for your whereabouts, sir.
A job? The man asked in a monotone voice.
Indeed,
Sharon replied. Up front?
I'm afraid not,
the hotel's receptionist answered sympathetically.
The contract is only in exchange for payment upon completion.
The man who made the call was very insistent.
He said he will be in no position to pay until the job is done. But he asked for you specifically and told us he'd be grateful for your assistance.
The man on the end of the line sighed.
Where? Oh, don't worry, sir,
the friendly concierge replied.
We're sending a car for you.
At that precise moment, a yellow New York cab pulled up to the sidewalk.
Best of luck, Mr. Wick,
Sharon said before hanging up the call. Straightening his suit, the infamous hitman John Wick climbed into the back of the taxi as it sped off towards its destination. Arriving at a complex upstate, far off the beaten track,
John examined his surroundings while the car inched closer to the nearest part of the facility. His years of training as an assassin under the tutelage of Roskroma had given him an instinctive spatial awareness, one that came in handy in his line of work. But even then, John couldn't have predicted that something would come leaping down from above, crashing through the cab's windshield. The car's hood buckled under the impact, fragments of glass spraying everywhere as an arm cracked the front window. The thing snarled and gurgled like a wild animal as it reached for the taxi driver, gripping his arm. It pulled him by the wrist, biting down, causing him to scream in intense pain. Meanwhile, John had already moved with lightning-fast reflexes and sprung out of the back seat. He hadn't had a chance to assess the threat. His instincts told him his best option was to put some distance between himself and whatever had just attacked the car. Then he'd be able to get a better idea what he was dealing with. The job description he'd been hired for had been light on details. John's mystery employer only referred to it as a, quote, cleanup operation. Sprinting towards the facility, John slammed the door behind him. He pulled off his belt from around his waist and wrapped it tightly around the door handles. It would hold for now. It was only when he turned around that he saw a few clustered groups of figures shuffling around inside the building's atrium. The nearest gaggle were close enough that it was easy for John to make out their pale skin, sunken eyes and cheeks, the unnatural twitches and erratic movements they were making as the creatures turned to look back at him.
Zombies,
John Wick muttered under his breath.
that's unexpected.
The nearby trio of SCP-008 infectees looked like they were about to make a dash towards him, so John moved fast. He raced towards a nearby corridor, hearing that the 3 zombies were already chasing after him. Their shambling footsteps had quickly become an animalistic charge, their limbs only able to move after death thanks to the virus that they were infected with. Turning a corner, John Wick took cover, his shoulder pressed to the wall. He drew his pistol from its holster underneath his suit jacket and stood in a battle-ready stance. The second he saw one of the zombies' faces appear around the corner, he raised his weapon and fired, swooping around one of his hiding places to fire another 2 shots. All 3 hit center mass right through their chests. The noise would no doubt have drawn the attention of the other SCP-008s in the building, but for now the 3 that had been on his tail dropped to the floor, only to start getting back up again. John wasn't used to his targets standing to their feet after he'd already fired at them, and the nearest of the zombies staggered back to his level. He lifted his firearm again. Before his finger could compress enough force on the trigger, though, the undead abomination took a wild, flailing swipe at him. The SCP-008 instance knocked the weapon out of John's hand, causing it to clatter to the ground, while it reared back its other arm for a second strike. Catching the blow, John Wick displayed his incredible reflexes and mastery of martial arts. He delivered a series of precise punches and chops, deploying a combination of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Aikido, and Krav Maga to try and knock the snarling monster down. With each hit, he was careful to avoid the zombie's mouth, having seen one bite the cab driver earlier. John had assessed that SCP-008 could be transmitted through biting, and he was correct. Exposure to mucous membranes or bodily fluids of an infected individual was what allowed the virus to spread. One of the other SCP-008 zombies that were still in the process of climbing back up swiped John's legs out from underneath him. The master assassin toppled over, landing on his back with the weight of the first monster still on top of him, while the second clawed at his tapered suit pants. Seconds before it could snap its teeth down on his ankle, John pulled back his leg and shot it back out in a devastating bicycle kick that sent the second zombie reeling into the third, which was still trying to get back up after its earlier gunshot. But the first of the creatures were still bearing down on him. Mustering as much of his peak physical strength as he needed, John Wick held the zombie at bay, blocking it with one arm, stopping it from getting close enough to bite him. His eyes darted around, looking for something, anything he could use. That was one of John's most enviable and impressive skills, one that made him so renowned as a legend of the assassin world. In the hands of John Wick, any ordinary, everyday object could be a lethal weapon. Reaching out with this other hand, John felt his fingertips brush against something metal. It was so close, just out of reach. On top of him, the zombie flailed its arms, trying to claw at him. Lifting both legs in a fluid balletic motion, John Wick kicked the creature off of him, crawling towards the nearby object and grabbing it, just as the zombie started to approach again. With a swing and a loud metallic clang, the heavy fire extinguisher collided with the SCP-008 infectee's head. The force of the blow caused it to drop in an instant, landing in a heap on the floor. John waited a second to see if it would get back up again, but it was still. The other two zombies suddenly dashed towards the infamous hitman, only for their prey to duck and weave effortlessly between their aggressive clawing swipes, bashing his makeshift weapon against their heads like a battering ram against a door. All three were down, but the entire facility was still crawling with a mass of the reanimated monstrosities. Calmly, John smoothed his suit and straightened up his shirt and tie, walking with the fire extinguisher in hand, back down the corridor towards the sound of more SCP-008 zombies snarling. They were next. The Baba Yaga would use anything he found to take down each and every one of them, until not one was left standing. It didn't matter if all he had was a fire extinguisher, or one of the fallen security officer's batons, or even just a tiny pencil. Nothing would make it out of that facility alive. He just had to go for the head. Still trapped in the watchtower, Dr. Clef and Dr. Gears had long since grown irritated with each other's company. They had no security feeds, no way of knowing what was going on within the overrun Foundation facility. For a while, the pair of researchers had been toying with the idea of climbing out of a window and scaling down the side of the tower, but giving up on that plan when they'd realized they'd only be dropping back into a horde of SCP-008 zombies. A sudden explosion erupted from one corner of the complex, causing Gears and Clef to direct their attention towards it. From their elevation, they could see the ground below was littered with the bodies of the SCP-008 infectees, rendered lifeless once again by significant cranial trauma. In short, something had been bashing the zombies in the head. Or someone. The sound of a banging against the locked watchtower door startled both Foundation scientists. Instantly, they thought that the zombies had made their way up the steps and found the two researchers, easy prey, trapped in a cage. The heavy thud against the metal door repeated. Then there was a pause, deafening tense silence filling the room. A polite knock came from the other side of the watchtower entrance. Cautiously, Clef approached to unlock it. Standing in the doorway as it opened was a single figure, panting with exhaustion but still nowhere near beaten. He looked out at Clef and Gears from his dark hair, a stern expression on his face. Neither one of the researchers could believe that he was still alive, still uninfected, but then again, he was the one and only John Wick, the Baba Yaga. Welcome back, dear viewers of SCP Explained. We hope you've been keeping well, and we also hope that your health insurance covers blown minds. Because today, we're using our trademark Anomatron 6000 to pit an anomalous legend against another Marvel legend. That's right, it's SCP-682 versus Dr. Michael Morbius, of the 2022 cinematic masterpiece, Morbius. Of course, there is one issue that we should share with you before we begin. We haven't actually seen Morbius. However, here's the wonderful thing, statistically, you haven't either. In fact, we tried to get the Anomatron 6000 to process Morbius as raw data for the simulation, but our antivirus software kept stopping it. Intriguing. So instead, we simply hit randomized traits on the Anomatron, so its free-to-use advanced AI could conceive what Morbius is like, and what his abilities probably are. And as far as you or I know, it might even be correct. So let's get this show on the road, and see if the hard-to-destroy reptile could hone against its own as cinema's most tragically memed-upon superhero. Prepare for perhaps the most absurd and ridiculous video, with the exception of the Among Us video, that we've ever released on here. In other words, it's Morbin time. It began as many bizarre SCP Foundation stories do, with SCP-682 cracking the glass of its acid tank and preparing to spill chaos and terror onto Site-19. For most people, even seeing actual footage of this would be a life-defining traumatic incident. For most seasoned Foundation researchers, it was just another Sunday. When 682 busted through the nearest wall like a psychopathic reptilian Kool-Aid man, while guards engaged in the futile task of trying to subdue it with small arms fire, the senior researchers languidly made their way to the nearest secure panic room and hunkered down. As was standard protocol for SCP-682 escapes, all available mobile task force units would be dispatched, single-mindedly focused on cutting the lizard back down to size. But the problem was, this wasn't just any other Sunday. It was Super Bowl Sunday. And seeing as most mobile task force operatives are incredibly tough and manly, They generally love football and promised they'd definitely come and take down 682 as soon as the game was over. This would be one thing if SCP-682 was content to just terrorize the usual denizens of Site-19 today. But no. It'd been a while since the hard-to-destroy reptile had tasted civilian flesh, and he intended to rectify that toot sweet. In a state of murderous fury, 682 barged through wall after wall with the effort that a normal human might walk through rice paper. Soon enough, it was free from the drab gray walls of the containment site, and feeling the sun on its scales once more. Such a lovely day out, with the distant sound of people laughing and chatting, and children playing happily with their pets. 682 predictably found this disgusting and resolved to destroy them all. And with all those mobile task force operatives swigging beer, eating peanuts, and giggling at amusing celebrity cameos in Super Bowl halftime ads, there would be nobody who would stop 682 from completing its dastardly task. Except, of course, one man, Dr. Michael Morbius. While 682 was escaping, Morbius was sitting on the deck of his private yacht, drinking a martini glass full of 2% milk, because Morbius understands the importance of having healthy bones. He was listening to a fantastic podcast about the curative powers of beef jerky when high above the SCP Foundation activated the Morb signal, a Batman-esque light shining up in the sky in the shape of a clown. This was bad. Morbius paused his podcast and prepared himself, finishing the last of his milk and washing out the glass so it didn't get smelly. He raised his arm and summoned the Morb Orb, a glowing red ball that seemed to be the source of his powers according to a number of internet memes. He clutched the orb, feeling its power flow through him as he made a small prayer to his guardian deity, the late David Bowie. And with that, he took flight, twin jets of fire blasting out of his shoes like rocket ships. He could only hope that he'd be able to intercept SCP-682 before it was too late. Meanwhile, SCP-682 was indulging in one of his favorite hobbies, just killing lots of people. He'd invaded the American city of San Fran Angeles, New York, which was known for being the biggest population of people within the proximity of Site-19. 682 was truly rampaging. He knocked the ice cream cones out of children's hands, causing them to weep profusely. He literally kicked dogs, and he also murdered a number of adults with his vicious fangs and claws. The local police attempted to stop him, but they were hopelessly outmatched. They attempted to cuff the monster several times, only to find out that by the time they were halfway through trying to read the beast its Miranda rights, it would break free and rampage yet again. All in all, 682 was having a grand old time, and was delighted that nobody was coming to stop its rampage of utter devastation. It seemed almost as though the rampage would never end, until a dark shadow fell over the ravenous reptilian monster. It turned up its head to see a new foe floating above it. Was it a bird? Was it a plane? No, it was Dr. Michael Morbius, of course, wielding his trademark flaming trident of justice.
Another lamb to the slaughter.
682 growled.
Are you ready to meet your end?
Morbius laughed and shook his head. I don't know who you are, you scaly monster, but for hurting all these innocent people, you're about to get morbed on. And with that, he threw his flaming trident at the reptile, striking brave and true. But it wasn't enough. 682 had developed incredibly strong reflexes after years of the Foundation's attempts on its life, so Morbius would need to try a lot harder than just using his classic beloved trident to end this fight. Even then, before Morbius had a chance to think up another method of attack, 682 had adapted and switched to the offense. Two great dragon-like leathery wings unfurled on the monster's back, and it took to the air, lunging towards Morbius with fangs borne and claws at the ready. Before Morbius knew it, the creature's jaws were ready to close around his head. Thankfully, at this moment, another one of Morbius's classic superpowers comes into play, his short-range teleportation abilities. In a moment of reflex that would impress 682, Morbius teleported out of the monster's path, remanifesting instantly, floating a few feet away. 682 growled in irritation.
Of course it would never be so easy,
it said.
The Foundation always sends one of its freaks to distract me. You may think you're strong, but really, you're just another puppet.
I've never heard of this Foundation, Morbius quipped back. And I'm not your standard hero either. I really blur the line between hero and villain entirely. In fact, before Morbius could finish explaining what a complex character he was, if you could even use that word. 682 flew after him again. This time, however, Morbius was ready. He lifted up his arms and unleashed another one of his patented attacks, opening up human mouths in the palms of his hands, which unleashed miniature, yet still extremely powerful, air-to-air missiles. The missiles blasted out and struck 682, causing an impressive explosion. But 682 was well versed in explosions. It kept flying after Morbius. He needed to get out of here fast, or he'd become a lizard's lunch. Morbius turned and flew in the opposite direction, the hard-to-destroy reptile hot on his heels. The first step, of course, would be to get away from populated areas to limit collateral damage. No matter what happened, Morbius refused to let this mysterious entity harm more people.
You cannot run forever.
682 growled.
Your wretched life will be brought to a slow and painful end, stranger.
They were passing over the water now, flying at quantum speeds, watching the Pacific Ocean whiz past beneath them. That's when Morbius noticed it and had an epiphany. A volcano, and by the looks of the smoke rising above it, an active one too. Morbius had a plan now, but to execute it, he'd need perfect speed and timing. He stopped in midair as the beast flew towards him, but moments before 682 could make contact, Morbius grabbed it, executing a perfect mid-air suplex, and tossed the roaring beast directly down into the volcano below. For any other monster, this would be the end of it. But for 682, a double, triple, or even quadruple tap was often required to reliably incapacitate it. Morbius's work was not done. He flew down towards the volcano, ready to engage in the next hectic stage of battle.
Bet you're not feeling so cocky now, you nasty reptile,
Morbius yelled. But the reptile in question was too busy flailing around in impossibly hot magma to reply at the time. Such is the way when falling into an active volcano. SCP-682, burnt and charred, but still alive, began to crawl from the top of the volcano, wheezing out smoke and ash. How could such a strange, confusing creature have been such a formidable opponent? No matter. It will destroy this Morbius. It might just take a little longer than expected. Little did the unfortunate reptile know, Morbius was preparing his next weapon, perfect for immobilizing this ornery monster. An 8-ball in a gym sock, forming a kind of dangerous makeshift flail. It was the kind of lethal improvised weapon that would strike fear into even the strongest of enemy combatants. And now SCP-682 would learn to fear its power. As the flame-broiled reptile began to stand, perhaps preparing to adapt to its latest set of injuries, Morbius began relentlessly beating the hard-to-destroy reptile with the 8-ball sock, dazing it with repeated brutal strikes that never seemed to stop. Morbius had learned this technique from years of being involved in vicious bar fights, normally caused by him cheating at darts.
This can stop any time you want,
Morbius yelled.
You just need to stop getting back up.
Initially, 682 wanted to remain defiant, but even it could not deny that being struck again and again by the 8-ball sock was actually extremely painful. Was it really worth the fight? After performing some quick mental calculations, SCP-682 determined that no, it probably wasn't. Time to throw in the towel.
Okay,
682 said, mostly just annoyed at this point.
I'll stop rampaging. Honestly, you just took all the fun out of it.
682 just sighed and laid on the ground, exhausted, slowly regenerating from its injuries. Morbius smiled, content with his victory. Who knows how many people he'd saved by luring this creature away from a population center. By this point, the Super Bowl was over, and the legions of Mobile Task Force operatives who technically should have done this hours ago finally decided to suit up and take care of business. It didn't take long for black tactical helicopters full of Foundation soldiers to triangulate the location of the volcano, where the end of 682 and Morbius's epic battle had taken place. It wasn't long after that there were copious Foundation boots on the ground. This story, of course, has a happy ending. Mobile Task Force agents successfully recaptured SCP-682 and returned it to its containment cell in Site-19. And in the process of recovery, they mistook Dr. Michael Morbius for the actor Jared Leto and shot him roughly 30 times in the chest with armor-piercing rounds, killing him instantly. Want an anomaly of your own? Check out www.scpswag.com for high-quality SCP merch. Now go and check out SCP-096 vs. Siren Head, and SCP-076 Abel vs. Chainsaw Man, who has the most lethal weapon, for more wild versus battles.